The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. The Adventurer, The Devil's Playground. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Some mouth, isn't it, Casey? Look at the crowds around all the different stands.
There's the Wax Museum and a shooting gallery. Is it always so crowded here, Lowry?
Sure, all season. People come down here to go swimming on the beach, and they wander around evenings taking in all the excitement. Hey, don't tell me you've never been here before.
First time, cross my heart. I always meant to, but after leaving the newspaper, well, you know how it is.
Even those newspaper hounds get a day off once in a while.
Anyhow, Mr. Reed suggested I come out here with you, so here we are.
Yes, with orders to see how all these carnival concessions are going.
Why did Mr. Reed want me to go? I'm a secretary, not a reporter.
Don't we look like the rest of them? A couple out for a good time.
Mr. Lowry.
Here's the roller coaster, Casey. What do you think of it?
It's awfully high, isn't it?
The devil's picture to have on the like it. The league of wrestlers. Enjoying the fun hard, the devil's zipper only 56 happened out of the fastest picture roller coaster in the world. How about it, brother? You and the lady friend? I'll leave him right now. Like the drag, Casey?
No, thanks. Not me, Lowry.
Why not? Sure, lady, there ain't nothing to worry about.
It doesn't look safe. Well, every time a car goes around that curve there, the whole support seems to shake.
That's the way it's built, lady. Vibration can't have it rigid.
Yes, but so much.
Safe for the ground you stand on, lady. Absolutely safe. Come on, get aboard the Devil's Zipper. You think it's brother? Well, the lady says no. I guess you'll lose the sale.
Come on, Lowry. Let's see what's further along.
Okay. All right, the Devil's Zipper, folks. What's the matter with you, Casey?
Now, don't you start telling me anything because I didn't want to ride that roller coaster.
Well, the only way for us to get any dope for a future story is to ride those things.
You're the one that writes the stories, not me. Besides, it did shake a lot.
I didn't notice it. Yeah, but forget it, Casey. There are plenty of people who don't go for roller coasters. How about a hot dog?
Okay, exactly.
There's a stand right over there.
Did you see that roller coaster go past?
Yeah, they streak around those turns like nobody's business. Come on. Hey, what's that?
It sounded like
It was a roller coaster. See it back there at the bottom of that dip?
Oh, it's dark. This fence, I can't see over.
I can. Looks like the car jumped the rail.
Anyone hurt?
Can't tell from here. Come on, back to the entrance. It's a roller coaster. Stand back there, folks. Don't crowd around. We ain't got nobody in here. Gangway coming through here. Stop someone, will you? Can you see it? Out here, get so far here.
I'm right behind you, Lowry.
Hey, where do you think you're going? Inside to see that accident. Sorry, brother. Nobody gets past this gate.
But people might be hurt.
A little jarring, that's all. Nothing serious. Listen, we're reporters. You can't keep us out. Reporters or whatever you are. Nobody goes in. That's orders, see? Stay here, Casey. I'll turn down. What's the row? Easy does it. Watch this gate and don't let nobody in, officer. Okay. That doesn't go for reporters. Oh, you a reporter?
He's Lowry. You're very sensitive.
Sure. Let me in on this. It might be a story.
Well, yes, I guess reporters
He stays here. Everyone stays. The Devil's Zipper is private property, you understand?
Those people who are riding your roller
There's
coaster.
a doctor in there now. You can come in as soon as it's okay. There ain't no story in those tools like that. Well, for those. How long are we going to have to wait?
Well, I hear different.
Now, stand back. Stand back, all of you. Stand back.
Dear? Esther? Read. There I go. Getting all tangled up again. Got it the way Casey makes this here typewriter flying and using all 10 fingers too. So right side again. And no sheet of paper to begin first.
There we are, Casey. The boss is waiting.
Oh, hold on there.
No, but you know better than that. What's happened to my typewriter?
Yeah, the ribbon's halfway out.
And crumpled paper all over the floor. Oh, Ashford, what have you been up to?
No, take it easy, Casey. Can I help it if your machine is so old and ramshackle is falling apart?
Big Dave, it was all right until you got at it.
I had to use the sledgehammer.
Just to figure it out.
No, look here, you two sparklings.
I'd tell you plenty if Mr. Reed weren't expecting it.
Expecting you? He never said nothing to me about it.
Why should he?
Because I'm his bodyguard, that's why. And for the more beyond that, They've been told to sit here and keep people out while Casey's been gone.
You can stop then. I'm back.
But here now, I'm still on duty.
Yes?
This case, Mr. Reed. Valerie and I are back again.
I've been expecting you. Come in, both of you.
Hey, hold on that chair exit. Mr. Reed doesn't want you.
Johnny, I can't understand this reason so you get back.
Oh, well, close the door. Well, Miss Case, I heard you and Lowry ran into a lot of excitement last night.
Yes, we did, Mr. Reed. We've been out all this morning talking to people about it.
Maybe she'd rather be a reporter than a secretary, boss. She'd do all right, too. You got anything that the Sentinel can use? Boss, we got plenty.
You know about the accident last night?
Well, yes, we already had that story in. What I want now is the facts on who's responsible for it. In the bag, Mr. Reed. We got enough to call out the militia and have that roller coaster padlocked.
It isn't safe, Mr. Reed.
Sure of that? The statement made by the owner after the accident blamed it on the stick that had been lying across the rail. And that's what he said, boss. By the time we got past the cops and took a look, well, they might have fixed things up. What about the safety inspector?
That's just it, Mr. Reed. He gave him a clean bill of health on it.
And why are you so sure it wasn't merely an unfortunate accident? Here's why, boss. These little statements. Where were they from? Some of the injured passengers?
No, Mr. Reed. The passengers only knew there was an accident. They didn't know how it happened.
I don't These statements are from guys who count, boss. Yeah, but I still The guys who built that roller coaster, the contractors. And here's one from one of the roller coaster employees. He worked right there. He knew what went on.
We got them this morning.
And every one of them sang. Oh, good work. We'll be able to close down that rickety trap immediately. Hello, get me Gunnigan. Shall I do the rewrite on this, boss? Yeah, at once. Miss Case.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Take this other phone and call the composer and tell him to hold the front page. Gunnigan, for just a moment.
Give me composer.
Wally, send Axford in here. Gunnigan, we're starting a campaign against ramshackle amusement concession.
Composing. Hold the front page for a
Now, that's right. We're going after them hammer and tongs.
Here I am, Rich. What's going on?
We have enough for a series, Gunnigan. Well, plenty of proof. No, we won't use names yet. No sense in using all our ammunition at once.
Ammunition, is it? Who shot who?
Oh, Axford, hush up.
Certainly name the roller coaster. The Devil's Dipper. It's unsafe. Hammer on it. Tell the readers we'll have more later. Miss Case, put these statements in an envelope.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
What can I do, Rich?
Axford, you're going to do some bodyguarding.
Sorry, me. You read?
No, those papers Miss Case has. You're going to see that nothing happens to them.
Oh, no, Reed. That ain't no fit kind of a job for a he-man like me. I want something
Well,
important.
these papers are plenty important. They're going to make certain that innocent people aren't the victims of another accident like the one that happened last night.
Those meddling newspapers. How did the Sentinel get the story, Scanlon?
Not from me, Durkin.
What about that accident? You told me there was a reporter from the Sentinel at the Devil's Dipper when it crashed.
Sure, with a dame, but they didn't get in. I swear it, Durkin. Oh, no, Durkin. Let's look at the facts calmly.
Calm, huh? You're in this deep as I am, Buckley. You're the inspector who okayed my permit on that roller coaster.
That's very true.
And you got plenty for it. A lot of good it's doing us now.
This doesn't answer my question. How did the Sentinel get enough information to be so positive?
If you read past the headlines, you'd know, huh?
You ain't had a chance.
I have. The Sentinel got that information from the contractor and men who built the roller coaster.
What?
They have statements from them. Furthermore, they have a statement from one of your own employees, Durkin. Do they say that? Oh, not in so many words. This story in the Sentinel is just the beginning, Durkin. It intimates that unless I, as inspector, close down the Devil's Dipper, they have proof and they intend to publish it.
So that's why all those reporters outside are hot on the trail. They think the Sentinel's got an exclusive.
The Devil's Dipper will not close. That's what I paid you for, Buckley.
Relax, please, Durkin. I have this whole situation well figured out.
Yeah? You better have.
It's very simple. A few threats will take care of these witnesses the Sentinel talks about.
Sure, but they got statements, signed statements.
And that's where you come in, Scanlon.
Yeah? Get to the point, Buckley.
If I remember, Scanlon once did a stretch for a safecracking. What about it? Simply that I know where those statements are kept. They're being guarded by a man named Axford. He's not very smart.
Oh, I get it. I swiped them statements before the Sentinel can use them, huh?
Precisely. As for those reporters out there, Durkin, come along. We'll see them together.
What are we going to tell them?
Leave that to me. There they are. What about that Sentinel yard?
Get them out. There's Buckley, the inspector. Are you closing them down?
Please. The Sentinel newspaper has not only blackened the reputation of Mr. Durkin, but its report has caused him to lose a lot of trade. He'll lose more than that. Who are you? I'm Lowry. The Sentinel's a paper I work for. Is Durkin closing up or isn't he? No, he is not. What's more, as inspector, I can vouch for him. That accident was caused by a stick thrown across the rail by some passerby. Surely unintentional. There'll be a better story than that in the Sentinel tomorrow. Young men, you can tell your employer this. Both Mr. Durkin and I have been libeled. We intend to sue. That's a laugh. Well, we have proof, and you had better use it. We're suing the Sentinel immediately unless it publishes the retraction. Oh, it's unless, is it? I don't like your tone. Gentlemen, you can notify the editors of your various papers that we are suing the Daily Sentinel. Today, we'll demand $1 million damage. And gentlemen, you may print this, too. Mr. Durkin and I are going to collect it.
Late that evening, Scanlon and an accomplice took up their post near Dick Reed's home in the entrance to a dark alley. There they waited until they saw the bulky figure of Mike Axford approaching.
Here he comes, Monk. See him crossing the street? You mean that big guy, Scanlon? Hey, he ain't gonna be no pushover. We'll handle him. Buckley sure was right about that guy being a little bit on the dumb side. All I did was send him a telegram to bring them statements to his boss's place, and he falls for it. What's that way? He's turning info. That's them, all right. Couldn't be nothing else. Stay here in the shadows. When I talk to him, you know what to do. It's all set. Why, big brother, you're a match?
Huh? Darling, that's a funny way to help out in the dark. And besides, I'm in too much of a hurry to... Oh, why, you're dirty.
Again, Mom. Let's go out the car. I got the envelope. Run for it. That sounds like... Axford. Good Lord, Mike, what happened? Why are you here?
Charlie, I've been ambushed. They nabbed the papers. Somebody must have known you told me to bring them here.
What?
There was 10 of them writ all around me. Tell me this.
Mike, I never told you to bring no statements to me.
Sure, and I'd have beat them all if they had. What? That's what you said?
How long ago did this happen?
Connie, you must have told me to come here. Here's your telegram. It's the only black and white.
But I don't know what's wrong with you. Cato.
Yes, sir.
Get in the other room. I shouldn't lie down. You have a bad bruise in your head.
It's beyond me. I was through this telegram. It's under that. That's what it is.
Cato, the statements placing the blame for the roller coaster accident are gone, stolen. There's no doubt about who's responsible for that. Mr. Durkin? Oh, that's why Buckley and Durkin were so sure about suing the Daily Sentinel for libel. Without the evidence upon which we based our story, they've got us right where they want us. Very bad, Mr. Ed. There's only one answer. Unless we recover those statements or get new ones from the same witnesses, there's no power on earth that can save us from this libel suit. What's more important, the Devil's Dipper will continue to operate and endanger the lives of hundreds of people. What are you going to do, Mr. All the papers. Get every available man out to try and get new statements from those witnesses. If that fails, Cato. Yes? This may be one more job for the Green Hornet.
Now to continue our story. With the evidence against the Devil's Dipper stolen, Dick Reed sent reporters out in an attempt to get their stories on paper a second time. But the attempt was doomed to fail.
So that's where we stand, boss. I went to every one of those witnesses after you phoned here to the paper last night. And none of them would repeat his previous statement? Not a one, boss. Yes?
Mr. Buckley is here to see you, Mr. Reed.
Buckley? Well, send him in this case. Come in yourself. Bring your notebook. Oh, shoot, Daddy. That guy's here with a summons shows I'm a foot high. Well, I can't avoid it forever, Lowry. Well, Buckley, you wanted to see me? I didn't expect you'd be so easy to see. Get to the point. I wanted to have the extreme pleasure of serving you with this summons myself. Don't imagine that you surprised me with this. You're just as crooked as Durkin, Buckley. You can't talk to me like that. No, we know all about you. Durkin runs the Devil's Dipper only because he bribed you to overlook its clumsy construction. You need proof for that, Reed, not talk. Perhaps we should add a slander suit to this one for libel. You deny what you know is true? Your secretary needn't take notes, Reed. I'll do all my talking in court when you answer that summons. Boss, I've got a summons. Here, Miss Case, file it. In the wastebasket.
With pleasure.
Well, you, Buckley. Open that door, Lowry. Here, what are you? Let go of me. I'll go out, boss. We're giving you the same treatment your summons got, only instead of a wastebasket. You go outside. Don't show your face around here again, or you'll get the same treatment. What a heave! I'll sue you for assault and battery, Reed. You can't get away with this. Go ahead, try it. Only remember, the Daily Sentinel's going to keep after your rotten racket, libel suit or no libel suit.
That evening, after Dick Reed arrived at his apartment, he described the situation to Cato, his valet and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
Well, that's the story, Cato. The witnesses refused to repeat their evidence. They've been intimidated, threatened. I understand. The Daily Sentinel's being sued for libel. There's no defense. Cato, it's up to us to make sure this crookedness is settled once and for all.
Yes, sir.
Lowry told me about one of those witnesses, a man named Thomas. He's a tenant at the Devil's Dipper. His job is to inspect the roller coaster after closing time each night.
Will you talk?
If we get one to repeat his statement, the others will follow. Get the mask and gun, Cato. We'll take the Black Beauty. Tonight, Thomas is going to meet the Green Hornet.
Thomas? Hey, Thomas. Yes? What do you want? Let's turn off the music. We're closing up the Devil's Dipper for the night.
Not a bad take tonight, huh, Durkin? All right, considering how the Sentinel's been talking up that accident.
We'll split plenty from that libel suit. Okay, Scanlon. All fixed. Except I gotta make my tour of inspection.
Don't bother us with details, Thomas. Go ahead and do your inspecting.
Yeah, make it snappy, Thomas. Me and Durkin will be waiting over in the shack next to the entrance.
I'm going.
Thomas.
Yeah?
Just a word of warning. Remember what we told you about any squealing?
We took care of that statement you signed for that Sentinel reporter. We got him back, all of them, yours included. When that rival suit comes up, you keep your lip button about the accident, you understand?
I ain't gonna talk.
You better not. You know what'll happen if you do.
I told you once I wouldn't talk no more. I ain't got enough.
Hey, look over there.
What?
One of the roller coaster cars is starting up the slope.
Huh?
Well, get after it, Thomas. You must have caught on the cable.
It's empty. How could it
Can't
catch?
said that's all. Go over and get it and snap it up.
I can't figure it. Guess the cable control must have slipped and pulled the empty car up the grade. This whole Devil's Dipper ought to be junked. Condemned. Rotten equipment all over. Where's that cable lever? There. Shut off. Guess I'll leave that car there till morning, no use.
You'll be with it, Thomas.
Huh? Who's that? Don't you know this place
I'm
closed?
a special visitor, Thomas.
Hey, you're masked. You're the Green Hornet.
Right.
What are you doing here?
Came to see you.
Me? For what?
You gave a statement to the papers about the accident.
I ain't got it now.
You might repeat it, Thomas.
Not me. I'm doing like Durkin and Scanlon told me to. I'm keeping my mouth shut.
Perhaps they don't believe that.
Huh?
Perhaps Durkin and Scanlon are still afraid you'll talk.
Listen, Hornet.
As long as you're alive, you're a danger.
Durkin and Scanlon wouldn't do nothing like that.
How do you know they don't plan to put you out of the way?
They said they'd pay me plenty for keeping quiet.
Well, you trust them, huh?
I got it.
Suppose I tell you there's no intention of paying.
Well, you just...
Suppose they want all that money from the libel suit for themselves.
They're the kind of guys to do a stunt like that, all right, but... Look here, Hornet. What's your stake in this?
Sign this and I'll tell you.
What's that?
Look at it.
Okay. Easy with the gun. I'll look. Hey! This is about the accident.
It's a duplicate of the statement you signed.
Yeah, I thought they burned it.
Not before I got a copy. Sign it.
Huh?
Do you think you can trust Durkin and Scanlon?
What's that got to do with signing this?
When they know the Green Hornet has your signed statement, what'll happen then?
You mean they won't take a chance on doing nothing to me?
Exactly. You're safe as long as someone has your statement.
Yes, but...
Besides, they'd pay plenty to get it back from the Green Hornet.
Hey, I never figured that. You're right. You're a smart guy.
Sign it.
Sure, pal. You and me, huh? We'll blackmail him for a load of dough. Yeah, that'll teach them guys to threaten me.
Here's a pen.
Okay. You're on the level, Hornet. You'll split with me.
Whatever I get from Durkin and Scanlon, you'll get your share.
That's enough for me. There you are.
We thought you couldn't be trusted, Thomas.
Huh?
So you would double cross us.
What the... So that's it. You was testing me. You're in with Scanlon and Durkin.
You were warned to keep your mouth shut.
Tear up that statement. I won't talk or swear.
Too late.
Don't do it, Hornet. Don't like it. I can't breathe. You're in with... Isn't the gas?
Every statement that is not enough. We'd say it was signed under threat of force. But now he believes Durkin and Scanlon tried to finish him.
Yes, sir.
We're making sure he doesn't change his mind. Here, take each feet.
Yes, sir. I have never...
Get his arm. When he recovers from the effects of the gas, he'll be high up on the Devil's Dipper in that roller coaster car that's stalled up above.
What for?
After we leave him there, I'm going to phone the police. Then we'll take care of Durkin and Scanlon.
Reed and Cato carried the unconscious form up the narrow catwalk high above the ground. They deposited Thomas's limp body in the stalled car. Leaving Cato on guard, Britt Reed descended and went to the nearest phone, first removing his Green Hornet mask.
Police department? I'm calling from the amusement park. There's something wrong at the Devil's Dipper. Yes, that's right, the Devil's Dipper. Better get over in a hurry. There's a
reckon, Durkin. What's happened to Thomas has been gone a long time.
Hey, how's the thought? Maybe that car gave him a little more trouble than he figured.
Yeah, maybe so. Still, I don't trust that guy.
Well, he's not going to talk. He knows what'll happen.
Why take chances? No sense in letting him out of our sight this late in the game.
We already burned that statement he gave to the Sentinel.
We can make another one, can't he? Come on.
Perhaps you're right.
We'll soon see if he's around or not.
Huh? There's the car.
Yeah, it's still up there. Stalled halfway up to the top of the first rise.
That's funny.
Look, Justin. There's someone up there. See, standing up in the car?
Outlined against the sky. Must be.
Oh, another one. Right beside him. See, a little guy. It looks like he's holding a gun on top.
You're seeing things, Captain. It's too dark to tell for sure.
We're going to make sure. Here's the truss going up. We'll climb up the catwalk.
Yes, hurry. Single file. That way's too slow.
Who's that?
Get in this car.
Yes.
The green Hornet. Get in this roller coaster.
Stop, you'll get a shot again. Okay, we're going.
That's better. I'll go with you. The cable will carry us up.
Now listen, Hornet, what's the idea? We ain't done nothing to you. The roller coaster up ahead, it's moving too.
Of course it is. The same cable lifts this one to the top of the first rise. Watch that one as well. See, it's going over the top now.
Hey, one guy got out. He's standing at the top.
Thomas is still in that roller coaster. He's getting a free ride along the whole length of your devil's dipper.
Hey, what are you doing?
There you are.
You're jamming the brakes. We won't be able to stop.
Exactly. Once we reach the top of this first incline, this car will follow Thomas's. His brakes are jammed, too.
You can't do that.
What's the idea? Just making sure neither you nor Thomas will be able to get out before you reach the end of the devil's dipper.
Are you doing playing games?
Yes, if you must know. Exactly that, Duncan. You and Scanlon have been playing a game with the public long enough, you and your infernal devil's dipper. Now I'm taking a hand in it. Here's the top, and here's where I get off. I'll let you and Thomas begin this. If you want to catch Thomas, you've got to hurry. He's halfway down already. So here's a little shove. Up you on your way.
These are very fast,
Look at them, Cato. They're already over the first dip and going faster all the time. You fix the brakes on Thomas's car, as I told you? Yep. Good. Either one of them will stop until they reach the end. Thomas is certain that Scanlon and Durkin have it in for him.
He takes the same guy, Mr. Dick.
Seeing him come after him will make him even more afraid. You see them? They're going around that curve now with Durkin and Scanlon about 50 yards behind.
Should we go now?
Yes, it's high time we were on our way, Cato. But not that way. We walked straight into the police.
How then?
Down the beam. By the time the police get things straightened out, the Green Hornet will be miles away. Here's the devil's dipper. I don't see nothing wrong.
This is utterly ridiculous, getting me down to a deserted roller coaster this time of night. Listen, Buckley, didn't a call come into the police saying something was wrong here? And aren't you the safety inspector for the amusement park? Well, then this is where you ought to be. Sergeant, there's nothing wrong here.
Looks like a false alarm right now.
Yeah, look at that.
I don't see nothing. Where, Lowry?
Up on the roller coaster, two cars coming around that last curve.
Hey, you're right. There'll be this platform any minute.
This is Cal. Who'll be riding at this hour? Open the first, baby. What's that? You, Thomas. What goes on? Who's out there? Nothing is Shannon. Let me out of this car. Hold it. What's that sticking out of your pocket? Flame cup or something? It's paper.
Hand that over, Lowry. We're running this, not you.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me read it.
This fuss is ridiculous.
Yeah? You know what the statement is? I neither know nor care. This is a signed statement about the accident. Impossible. Those statements were... Huh? That is, I mean... Go on, say it. They were swiped from the Daily Sentinel. That's what you were going to say. That's right, Buckley. Nobody knew about those statements. How did you? He's in with Durkin and Scanlon. I'll talk plenty. Nobody's put me on the spot. I haven't time for this. Boss, I'm leaving.
You're staying here, Buckley.
Here comes your pal. We'll take them in, too.
Up on the platform. Make it snappy.
Cross. What's the idea? Move. You're almost up, Durkin. You and your pals. We have Thomas's signed statement right here. What statement? Come on, I signed. You ain't putting me on the spot.
He's crazy. It was the Green Hornet.
Sure, the Green Hornet's working with you.
The Hornet? Is he in on this?
That's what I'm telling you. These guys sent him to get me. Only he slipped up. I'm still in the whole work.
Why?
No, not stop you. Listen, officer, I have nothing to do with it. I'll tell you the whole story.
He's as guilty as we are.
We have the goods and all of you. You're going behind bars. If I could lay my hands on a Green Hornet, he'd be there with you. You can't have everything, Sarge. Sure, he got away. But the roller coaster is finished, and so is that rival suit. Boy, I'll bet the boss will be tickled when he finds this out.
The Green Hornet. monster biggest of all game. Public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. Adventure, words, and music. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Let successful radio, talking, and recording artists show you the glamorous road to fame and fortune. Write the words and music for a song hit. Let the 3 J's, Joe, Jack, and Jim, do the rest. We publish and distribute. We guarantee to put your song in the hands of leading movie producers, orchestras, and radio stations. Get out of the rut. Write a song. How's that sound for an ad?
Joe, you ought to quit music publishing and go in for ad writing. That'll get them.
Sounds good, Joe. But you ought to have something about send for our free booklet and full details. Oh, I got that here, right down at the bottom. Now, the idea is that we'll run this in all the cheap magazines with a blank to be sent in. We've fiddled around with this racket long enough. Now it's time to branch out.
That's the idea. Get into a nationwide business.
Hold on, Jack. Maybe we should get a lawyer to look things over. We'll be using the mails, you know.
I talked to the lawyer, Jim. We aren't breaking any laws.
What about that line, submitting songs to radio stations, dance bands, and all that?
We will. We'll submit them. If they toss them in the wastebasket, that's not our worry.
Okay.
Another thing the lawyer said.
What's that?
We ought to protect each other. I got some contracts here, see?
Contracts for what?
We all sign them. It's a partnership agreement so we don't break up.
Break up?
Yeah. Suppose one of us lands a job with a radio sponsor or something.
None of us could. You know that, Jack. We worked as a harmony trio. We're washed up as far as that stuff goes.
Maybe your pipes were never good for solo stuff, but Jim can do a good tenor.
Oh, not me. I'm for the publishing racket. There's big dough in it. And we don't have to worry about commercial contracts running out.
Just the same, we should have an agreement. If one of us pulls out or dies, the other two get his share of the work.
That's fair enough, Jack. Sounds all right to me.
I thought it'd be okay with you two. If we're going into big business, we might as well be organized right.
And what about this ad? Is it okay with you two to go ahead and run it?
Sure.
The sooner we get started, the sooner the dough will begin rolling in.
The advertising for the 3 J's was widely circulated throughout the country. And a few weeks later, cash came pouring into the publisher's office with every mail delivery. Hundreds of hopeful young people awaited the verdict of the racketeer trio, just as Waldo Fielding did.
Any mail for me today, Mother?
Yes, Waldo. There's a letter from that song publisher.
Where is it? Gee, I can hardly wait to hear what they say about my poem. Wouldn't it be swell if they put music to it and publish?
There's the letter, Waldo.
Gosh, if I could just get the start. Well, look at what some people make out of songs. I heard that sometimes a guy makes as much as... Ma!
What is it, Waldo?
They'll accept my poem.
They will?
Yeah, they like it. They'll have one of their best men write the tune, and then they'll publish it and see that it goes to all the radio stations and the movie studios and the dance bands. Oh, boy, I knew I could do it.
But, Waldo, won't they expect a lot of money for doing all that?
No. They say here that they'll take the chance on royalties. If I don't make anything, they won't make anything either.
All I have to do is pay for the copyright and the printing cost and mailing.
But how much is that?
Well, I suppose it'll seem like a lot to you, Mom. It's about $50.
$50?
But that's not much, really. Why, I'll bet a lawyer would charge almost that much just to get the copyright for me. And it might bring me in as much as $500,000.
But, Waldo, $50, we haven't got that.
Well, I'll get it. I'll sell my camera, and I can get something for my banjo. The chances are that Steve will pay a little for my shotgun. I'll get the money. Don't you worry about it, Ma. You just wait. I'll be rich one of these days. I'm going to start on another song poem right away.
Several more weeks elapsed, and Joe, Jack, and Jim found a veritable gold mine in their venture. They expanded in their advertising, moved into larger offices, and then one day...
Hey, Joe. Jack.
Yeah, Jim?
The better business people have been checking up.
So what?
They don't like our way of doing business.
Oh, they don't, huh? Well, isn't that too bad? What are they going to do about it?
They'll probably publish some warnings about us.
The suckers that send lyrics and tunes to us won't listen to warnings. They're so convinced that their stuff is good, they'll believe whatever they want to believe. That's the psychology of this business.
Well, just passing on what that bird from the Business Bureau told me. He claims we're running a racket.
It isn't a racket at all. We take a certain fee for publishing a song, agree to secure copyright, furnish a tune or lyric, whichever is required, and have a certain number of copies printed and distributed.
And we do all those things.
Certainly. We fulfill our part of the contract to the letter. There isn't a law in the country that can touch us.
But it won't do us any good to have newspaper ads calling attention to our way of doing business.
Well, we can't stop it, can we?
Well, I thought if it was agreeable to you two, I'd make a few promises and stall things off for a while. We're really just getting a foothold.
An ad in a paper in one city isn't going to hurt us much. Our business is nationwide. Let them advertise. Can't hurt us.
Okay, Jack, it's up to you. And Joe?
I agree with Jack. Now, what about the tunes for this batch of stuff that came in today?
You got it all sorted according to meter, haven't you?
Yeah.
Okay, then let's have it. I'll rap out a few little jingles and give them some music.
Seems to me it's kind of risky using the same tune for half a dozen different songs.
Nah, the stuff never amounts to anything. Nobody will ever hear it. What's the difference? I can't think of 150 new tunes every day.
You keep the stuff pretty well scattered, though, don't you, Jim?
Sure. For example, I'll use that tune, Moonlight Love, on the poem of a guy in New York, one in St. Louis, maybe one in Omaha, one on the West Coast. That saved me writing 4 different tunes, see?
It'd be kind of tough if the fellas ever got together and found they had the same tune.
Fat chance of that.
Well, what would happen if one of the songs became a hit?
A hit? That's a good one, Joe. How can any of this stuff ever be a hit? We'll see to it that it isn't.
I wanted to speak to you.
We're in conference.
What do you want here?
My name is Fielding. Waldo Fielding. I sent you a song a few weeks ago. Remember the name?
Sorry, Fielding. We're in conference now. We can't be disturbed.
I've been trying for 4 days to see you. I spent all my money.
What do you want to see us about, kid?
My song.
Did you get your copies of it?
Yes, sir, but I wondered if there hadn't been some sales made.
Where are you from?
Simmons Corners.
Well, what are you doing here in the big city?
Well, I thought my song would be selling, so I came here. I thought I might be able to do better if I was working closer with you.
You see the girl in the outer office and ask her to check up on the sales of your song. But I doubt if it's had any sales yet. You know, it takes time to put the new things over.
Well, I thought I might make a personal appearance with an orchestra or something.
Well, we'll send for you when we want you for that, kid.
I did speak to the girl.
What'd she tell you?
She said that there hadn't been any sales yet.
Well, that's the answer then. Why don't you go back to Simmons Corners or wherever your home is and stay there till we send for you?
Well, Look, there must be some sales. If you sent that song out to all the people you claim you did, I haven't eaten in 2 days. I gotta have some money.
Well, what do you want us to do? Dish it out of our pockets? We're running a publishing house, not a traveler's aid.
Yes, sir.
We sent you 50 copies of the song. Why don't you go out in the street corner and try to peddle them or something? That's one way to drum up business.
Yes, sir. Do you want to buy a song? Say, mister, do you want to buy a copy of my song?
Not today.
Buy a copy of my song, lady?
Get out of my way, please.
Look, mister, do you want to take a copy of the newest song hit home?
Hey, you. What are you doing there blocking the traffic?
Oh, officer, I didn't mean anything.
What's this you're trying to peddle? Music?
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to sell a song.
Maybe you'd better find out something about the laws of this town. You can't stand on street corners interfering with pedestrians, peddling music. Got a license?
License? No, sir, I haven't.
You'd better come down to the station house with me, I guess.
No. No, please. I didn't know.
Come on, kid. You can't get away with this sort of thing. Hey, suffering catfish, the kid's passed out.
What have you got there, Doyle?
Lowry, why is it that you're every place I am?
I learned when I first started in as reporter for the Sentinel, Doyle, that if I keep close enough to you, I see things happen. Yeah, what's the matter with the kid? You crown him with your nightstick?
No. I just started to take him in for peddling music on the street, and he passed out cold on me.
The kid looks half starved.
He does at that.
How long is it since he's eaten?
I don't know. Here, Lowry, stay with him till I call the wagon.
Yeah, maybe I'll get a story here. This looks like human interest stuff.
Ed Lowry, the star reporter of the Daily Sentinel, came into the office of the young publisher Britt Reed a couple of hours later. Miss Case, Reed's secretary, said,
Mr. Reed's not in now, Lowry.
But I gotta see him about a special story.
Still out.
Where?
How the dickens do I know where he goes? I'm the last one he tells. It's discouraging.
Discouraging? Hey, now listen, Casey. Don't get ideas that the boss is interested in you. He travels with the 400.
Don't be idiotic.
As far as Britt Reed is concerned, you're just part of the office furniture.
But I do wish he'd settled down long enough so I could write to his father with some feeling of confidence.
And what's the trouble?
Oh, just as soon as I write Mr. Reed and tell him that Britt's taking an interest in the Daily Sentinel, he disappears.
Lady, if I had his dough, I'd never come to the office.
During the past week, he's been out to some affair almost every night. He's bored with the office again.
Well, he'll get his fill of nightlife and then settle down again.
Yes, until he gets his fill of the newspaper business again.
Oh, here he is. Say, boss, I ran into Doyle, the big cop, today.
Oh, yes?
And he had a kid in tow. The kid had passed out from hunger. But when Doyle spotted him first, he was trying to peddle a song he'd written.
A song?
And it ties right in with the racket we've been working on.
What racket was that, Lowry?
Music publishing. You know, those wildcat publishers that call themselves Joe, Jack, and Jim, the 3 J's?
Who are they?
A broken-down vocal trio that hit a good racket. I got a first-hand story from one of the victims of the racket. The poor kid got just enough encouragement from them to quit his job and leave home. Here's the song he wrote. I brought a copy for you.
Well, leave it with Miss Case. I'll take it with me when I get home.
Well, what about my story? I got pictures of the kid.
Well, speak to the city editor about it. He's paid to handle that sort of thing.
But maybe there's editorial meat in it.
Gunnigan's the best judge for that.
Oh, hang it all.
What's the matter, Lowry?
Well, look here, boss.
Take it to Gunnigan, Lowry.
Okay. I'll take it to Gunnigan. There's the words and music.
Mr. Reed.
Yes, Miss Case?
I'm going to stick my neck out again. Isn't there something we can do to make the office more attractive for you?
Oh, no, it's quite all right, Miss Case.
Then why can't... Why won't you...
Oh, I understand, Miss Case. You're concerned again because I'm spending too little time around here.
Frankly, I am, Mr. Reed. I hate to keep writing your father that you...
I'm sorry. But you'll have to admit that newspaper work hasn't a great deal of adventure.
It might have.
Oh, yes, Miss Case, it might have.
There was plenty of excitement while the Green Hornet was so active.
There was, wasn't there?
I wonder if the Hornet has been killed.
Killed? Well, why, Miss Case?
We haven't had a story about a Hornet adventure in quite a while.
That's true.
He may have been killed, or he may have, retired.
I doubt if the Green Hornet would retire, Miss Case.
Well, perhaps then the police and public have been so greatly aroused that the Hornet doesn't risk making another appearance.
That's quite possible.
I never saw you more interested in the newspaper than while the Green Hornet was running wild.
Well, you must admit the Green Hornet furnished news.
He certainly did. Mr. Reed, there's just as much excitement in everyday life if you could only realize it.
For example?
For example, that lad that Lowry tried to tell you about. Waldo Fielding. Well, there's human interest. Poor chap that falls for racketeers, quits his job in the little home community, comes to the big city, goes hungry, is misled and victimized by these fake music publishers.
Isn't there something the law can do about publishers of that sort?
If there were, the law would be doing it. But they stay inside the law, Mr. Reed. According to Lowry, they have a contract, and they fulfill the terms of the contract. So the law is helpless.
I've heard about the racket, Miss Case.
Aren't you going into your office?
No, I think I'll leave for the day. It's after 4.
But, Mr.
I'll take
Reed...
the song along with me just to satisfy Lowry.
Very well.
See you sometime tomorrow.
You will stop in then tomorrow.
Oh, yes, I'll probably stop in.
If the Green Hornet would only start up again, and perhaps Britt Reed would become interested in the publication of news.
curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Britt Reed went directly from his office to his apartment. He was uneasy and restless, and only Cato, his faithful valet, realized the real cause of the uneasiness.
You're right, Cato. I do feel handcuffed, hampered, tied down. If there were only some way the Hornet could get at this music publishing racket, I'd go out.
But the risk, Mr. Brett.
Risk be confounded. There's a risk in anything, Cato.
Yes, Mr. Brett.
I can't find any way it can be broken up. Not even if we do use the role of the Green Hornet to get at them.
Is it big?
It's nationwide. Those three crooks, Joe, Jack, and Jim, have thousands of people all over the country sending money to them. Money that won't bring a thing except false encouragement and heartbreak.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, look at tonight's Sentinel. Look at that warning from the Better Business Bureau. They wanted to buy a few inches. I gave them a quarter of a page. But do you think that'll stop people from being made victims? Not on your life. I even ran one of the songs, a typical song, copyrighted and published by Joe, Jack, and Jim, to show the stuff they called good. Cato, why haven't it just occurred to me?
What is it?
I have an idea, Cato. Life's going to be exciting after all. This may be the entering wedge. Maybe this is what the Green Hornet's been waiting for. The ad for the Business Bureau, Cato. It shows a typical song published by that firm of Joe, Jack, and Jim.
Yes, Mr.
And the music for this is the same tune that was used by that young chap Lowry brought in a story about.
It is?
It definitely is. I don't know a great deal about music, but I do know that much. Did I have an engagement for tonight?
May I call, Mr. Brett?
Cancel it, then. We're going to make other plans.
What are they?
This may give me the lead I need to smash that publishing firm. Joe, Jack, and Jim. Well, we'll see if they're staying within the law.
Well, what can you do?
Go to the office. I want to look around there for a while. And if my suspicions are correct, we'll hold a meeting of the firm.
The firm?
Joe, Jack, and Jim. Come on. We're taking out the Black Beauty.
Britt Reed went through a secret panel in the rear of his clothes press, and then by means of a passage between the walls of the apartment building, he reached a small door that opened into the loft of an old, supposedly abandoned livery stable. It was here, unknown to everyone, that the sleek black car of the Green Hornet was housed.
Is the car ready, Cato?
Yes, sir.
All right, get in. Mask?
Here, in compartment.
Gas weapon?
Here.
Good enough. I want to telephone Joe, Jack, and Jim, but I can do that from their own office later on this evening.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's get going. There's the night watchman, Cato. Standing at the entrance to the building.
Yes, sir.
You take the car onto the rear. I'll handle him.
What are you going to do?
I'll have to knock him out and get him out of the way. Can't take chances on him. Take the car now. You know where to meet me?
I know.
Hat brim pulled low over his eyes, almost hiding the mask, the Green Hornet approached the entrance of the office building where a man stood smoking a pipe.
Offices are all closed now, mister.
I don't want to hurt you.
What have you done, Hornet?
That'll hold you for an hour. If I need more time, I'll give you some more gas.
Dragging the unconscious form of the watchman inside the building, the Green Hornet left him in a corner, then ran the elevator to the 10th floor. Half an hour later, the three Jays had a phone call at their apartment.
I suppose that's just another one of these would-be writers calling for information on his song hit. Answer, Jack.
Hello?
I wish we'd given that Fielding kid a little dough. Oh, stop harping about him, Jim. The passing out in the street like he did. Hunger. That won't do us any good. Well, it won't hurt us any.
Yeah?
For the love of Pete, forget him. He just won.
Yeah.
He should have come to the city in the first place. Maybe you're right, Joe.
That'll be swell.
Who's he got on the phone?
I don't know.
Looks as if it's something pretty good.
Yes, sir. Right away. Hey, fellas, we're set to really go places.
Who was that?
A publisher.
Publisher?
Magazine publisher. One of those cheap picture mags. He's in town for the evening and wants to talk to us about running a picture story of our business.
Yeah? Hey, that would be swell publicity.
Wouldn't it, though?
That'll offset what the Sentinel has done.
Won't offset it. It's a national magazine.
When do you see him?
Right away. He asked if I couldn't meet him in our office tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah, and let him see what sort of picture story could be run.
Good, we'll go with you. Yeah, come on, let's start.
This is the break of a lifetime.
Joe, Jack, and Jim rushed in a cab to their office building and found the front door open.
The watchman must be on the first floor.
Yeah, that'll save us waiting for the elevator.
Hey, Larry! Where are you? He isn't on the first floor. The elevator just coming down now.
Shouldn't leave the front door open like that.
Don't worry about it. Well, Larry,
You're covered.
What in place?
Mass, the Green Hornet.
One of you can run this elevator. Get in there or I'll fold you up where the night watchman is.
You killed him, murdered.
Get aboard.
Don't shoot, don't shoot. Well, what are you after?
Up to your office. Get going now. Your 10th floor, you know.
Stop waving that gun around.
I'll stop by letting you have it at the first sign of any rough stuff.
I'll
Take it.
Oh, Jim.
Let that warn you two.
Oh, shot him in cold blood.
Yeah. How do you like it? Leave him right where he is. You open that door and get to your office.
What are you going to do?
You'll find out. Step along there.
There's a light there.
I left it. You needn't think about the magazine publisher because I was the one who phoned you. I took the liberty of using your own telephone.
I have keys.
You won't need them. I've unlocked the door and everything else that needs unlocking.
Now what?
Sit down in there.
What's all this stuff?
Your so-called song hit.
Yeah, I see.
A couple of them have possibilities, haven't they, Jack?
Why, sure they have.
Suppose the Green Hornet were to steal one of them. Not just suppose there would be a lot of publicity about the Green Hornet shooting 2 men, maybe more, to get possession of one specific song. What would happen to the sale of that song?
Hey, that's right.
Yeah, it would become the hit of the week. Every band would use it, every radio station would be featuring it, and the song would bring thousands and thousands of dollars in royalties.
Maybe we can make a deal.
Before I finish talking to you, crooks, you won't want that sort of thing to happen.
What?
Why not? Look here, Hornet.
You two are going to be broke. You're going to be smashed to a finish.
Broke?
Smashed.
I've already addressed a few envelopes, and I'll see that the rest are addressed. There they are. Take a look at them.
I don't understand.
You will. Take a look at those 3 sheets of music I've laid out for you.
What about it?
Who wrote that music?
We did. What of it?
And who secured copyrights?
We did.
See,
Every one of these songs can be made into a hit tune with the right promotion. I think I can see that it gets that promotion. I've already explained how.
Well, a hit is
We
what...
can't afford a hit. Suppose, for example, this number becomes a hit. What do you suppose the authors of these other songs with the same music would do? They'd sue, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they'd probably
There were
sue.
probably a dozen other poets who've been given the same melody for their song. They'd all start lawsuits. You two'd be dragged through every court in the country. Your whole racketeering business would be laid out in the open. Can you stand having a sensational song hit?
I don't know.
You know you can't. That's why I came here.
It was a mistake.
That's it. It was a mistake.
Mistake?
The printers made a mistake. They got the words and music.
That's too thin. I could go through your files and show you plenty of the same sort of mistakes. Sit down at that desk.
What do you want?
Money, lots of money. There's your checkbook. I happen to notice your bank balance there. You can write a lot of checks.
Checks?
I said checks.
For who?
Make out the first to Harvey Dale, D-A-L-E. According to your records, he's paid in $150. That's the amount you'll send him.
And who else?
Start writing.
I'll do it.
Oh, no, we'll have Jack do it. He's the one whose signature makes those checks worth something. Go on now. Start writing.
Now, you see here.
Right.
How far are you going?
As far as your bank balance will allow. There's 200 to go to Mrs. Hacknew, 100 to each of the people on this list, 75 to these people. And there's a list of those who'll get $50 each.
I'll be broke. I can't afford all
You can't
that.
afford not to pay up. You'll afford it a whole lot better than these people who contributed to your success. And there's another thing, Jack.
Rob and steal.
Shut up! Instead, there was another thing. We may have to overdraw your bank account considerably.
I can't.
You better convert some of the bonds you hold to cover the checks you make out tonight.
I
You
can't.
might even have to trade in some life insurance. If you don't cover those checks, you'll mighty soon find yourself not only in court, but eventually in jail.
What would a jury made of people who read all about your racket in the magazines and newspapers give you? Take your choice, Rat. Go broke and stay free, or go broke and go to jail. And make out checks until you get the writer's cramp. And see that those checks clear the bank.
By first one threat, then another, the Green Hornet compelled the publisher to make out checks to refund money. And then...
That's as far as your cash will go. I'll see to it that these envelopes are mailed.
You can't get away with this.
No? Now, let me explain that I can still make one of your songs a hit. The song that Jim gave his life to keep from the Green Hornet. A song that has some hidden significance to the Green Hornet. One small bit of the song torn and found in the clenched fist of the latest victim of the Hornet's weapon.
Well, Jim.
I'm taking him with me. I know whether or not those checks clear the bank. If they don't, Jim will be found with this emblem plastered to his forehead. The mark of the Green Hornet. And this part of this song clenched in his fist.
Wait. If we don't stop payment, if those checks go through...
Then you'll have nothing but poverty to worry you. And don't try another racket like this one. The Green Hornet can make one of your songs a hit at any time. Only the next time, it might be one of you who furnishes the clenched fist.
Leaving the two racketeers in their office, the Hornet took the elevator to the first floor, dragged the still unconscious man to the rear door of the building, and put him into the car.
That'll do, Cato.
What do we do with him?
We'll have to keep him under cover until these checks clear the bank. And then, Cato, we can let him go.
Lowry, have you heard the news?
Which news? That Fielding kid got a refund from Joe, Jack, and Jim. That's news.
Yes, and the mark of the Green Hornet was on the letter that went with it.
Yeah, that's a page one story. The Hornet has stepped out again. I wish I had all the details.
But that's not the biggest thing. Mr. Reed was in bright and early this morning. He's a newspaper man again. He's been working like a Trojan all day, trying to run down some leads on the Hornet from what information he gathered.
He is?
Yeah, but it won't last. I'm certain that he'll lose interest again if the Green Hornet goes back into seclusion.
But what if the Green Hornet was to be captured?
I'm afraid Britt Reed would lose interest in the Sentinel in that case, too.
Central Paper! Green Hornet mails check! Exclusive Green Hornet story! Green Hornet still alive! Central Paper!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. In this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
it, King.
Gee, thanks. Some story in the Clarion, ain't it, mister? About the streetcar.
Yeah, I know all about it. Listen, kid, why don't you plug the Daily Sentinel instead of the Clarion?
Huh?
You're selling both of them, aren't you?
Sure, but that don't
The
make...
Sentinel's got a better story than the Clarion ever had.
No, it ain't, mister.
Don't tell me, Sonny. I phoned it in myself. It's all over the front page.
Yeah, but it ain't as good as the Clarion story.
Now, listen.
Well, take a look if you don't believe me. There's a Sentinel right here.
Well, I'll be...
Hey, taxi! Taxi! Clarion, here! Streetcar action!
Look at that. Selling 3 Clarions to every one of ours. The Daily Sentinel office. Step on it. A fine yarn this is. Why didn't we give it an 8-column head like the Clarion? And I don't even rate a byline. Sometimes I figure maybe I'm working for the wrong outfit. Oh, this a headline. Accident delays streetcar service. Now, say what's the matter with this taxi? I can make better time walking.
Here's the Sentinel story of that streetcar business.
Nothing like the Clarions, Mr. Reed.
In this case, the Clarion isn't happy unless it can be sensational. As long as I'm publisher of this paper, I'm not going to color any story to gain circulation. A lot of readers may want lurid yellow journalism, but they won't get it from the Sentinel.
I bet Lowry will be burned up, Mr. Reed.
Lowry? Why?
I imagine he expected a byline on this.
Bylines are reserved for scoops or special features. Every paper in town covered this. Lowry knows that.
He ought to.
Lowry's one of the best reporters in the game, Miss Case. But once in a while, he lets his nose for news carry him to extremes.
Well, I guess every reporter looks for sensation.
Miss Case, there's something behind these accidents that doesn't strike me as being on the level.
Well, I did notice that there weren't any until about the last month or so.
Just when this man Fisher starts a campaign to operate buses in place of the streetcars.
Hey, Mr. Reed, I didn't notice that.
What's going on around here, Casey? The Clarion's beating us 3 for 1. Oh, hello, Mr. Reed.
The streetcar story, is that it, Larry?
Well, yeah, that's it, boss. Of course, I know there weren't any passengers injured, and there was no real damage to speak of.
Sentinel said that, Larry.
Well, I guess the Clarion stretched the truth a little.
A little. They called it a panic.
Any sign of panic that you saw, Larry?
No, one dame fainted when the door jammed, that's all.
The Clarion would call a bargain sale at a dress counter a panic.
But look, boss, I don't usually go out on a limb this way about a small-time accident. Only with that battle about the bus franchise coming up before the city council, this stuff is new.
Not the way you think, Lowry.
Huh?
You recognize the name Fisher?
The guy who's angling for the bus franchise?
What's your opinion of him?
Offhand, I don't like him.
Well, that's the feeling of most people.
Nothing's ever been proved against him, has it, Mr. Reed?
No, Miss Case. He's very clever.
He may get his buses.
Yes, Lowry. A month ago, the city council would have laughed at his demand.
They're not laughing now.
But don't you get it? Doesn't it strike you as odd that the streetcar lines should start running into trouble right when Fisher starts his campaign?
One more accident and he'll get that franchise.
Say, I must have been wearing blinders not to see it before. It's as plain as the nose on my face.
Plainer, if possible.
Lowry, I want to find out what's going on.
You and me both, boss.
If Fisher's responsible for the trouble the trolleys have been having, the Sentinel wants to know it.
Okay, I'll start digging up dope on Fisher.
Where he goes, who he sees, what he does, everything. Make it good and you get that byline.
Right.
And get me the district attorney, Miss Casey. He might have some stuff that'll prove useful. So Fisher's the baby to go after.
Get the district attorney and put the call through to Mr. Reed's wire. She's still around, Raleigh?
Casey, there's one thing that burns me up.
Do tell, because you didn't get a byline.
No, it's the Clarion. Selling 3 papers to wire 1. It isn't right.
The Sentinel could use a scoop, Lowry.
You're telling me. The next time trouble hits the trolleys, all I wish for is that Fisher's in the middle of it.
The middle of the wreck?
No, pal, the middle of the story.
I hope you're right, but I
know. Fisher's too smart. But you heard the boss. I'm going after him anyway.
Absolutely no trouble, Grady. Not a soul suspects those accidents weren't genuine.
And what more do you want?
Plenty.
The city council already has my report.
Those reports aren't strong enough.
Listen, Fisher, there's a limit.
When the limit is reached, I'm the one who'll call a halt, Grady, not you.
Now, hold on.
The city council will never act on reports like yours.
If you want stronger reports, you've got to have tougher accidents.
You're the city inspector, aren't you?
Sure.
Then fake those reports.
There's a limit to what I can fake, Fisher. When a door jams, I can't make it look like a smack-up. If the brakes stick, I can't say there ain't no brakes at all.
Why not?
Too many people can check up on me, that's why.
That bus franchise is going through, Grady. I don't care how.
That's your business.
And yours. If you want any dough from me, you'll see that.
Yeah? I get this, Fisher. I'm in with you, sure. I can use a cut of the gravy you're heading for, same as anyone else. I'm making my reports as strong as possible without no one getting wise, see?
You better.
Now, you get that man of yours in the car barns to do a job on one of those streetcars so it'll really crack up.
And what?
I'll turn in a report that will spell ruin for the streetcar company just like that. You'll be in, Fisher.
The ones we have aren't strong enough, huh?
You'd be taking a chance. Fix another accident and you can't miss.
In that case, I might as well make sure.
Now you're talking.
I'll get in touch with my man at once. This time there'll be plenty for you and a district attorney, too.
You can't go in there.
I am in, sister.
By what right do you...
I bust in like this, Mr. Fisher, but I had a deadline to meet.
Oh, you're a reporter. And that's different. Have a chair.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, nice place you got here, Mr. Fisher. Wish the Daily Sentinel would do as well by us.
The Daily Sentinel? I think maybe I'll be on my way.
Hey, if I'm interrupting something...
No, not at all. Goodbye, Fisher.
That guy sure was in a hurry.
He had an engagement.
Isn't he Grady, the city inspector?
Who?
Grady. Works for the city.
No, just a friend of mine. Now, what can I do for you, Mr. What did you say your name was?
I didn't say, but it's Lowry.
Oh, yes, Lowry, with the Daily Sentinel. Say, what happened to you boys on that streetcar story?
We had it.
The Clarion played it up big.
It wasn't important enough.
Not important. Think how many people ride on those streetcars.
A lot.
The lives of hundreds, thousands of people may be in constant danger, and you call it unimportant.
Get off the soapbox, Fisher. Everyone knows your angle.
Of course they do. I want my bus franchise to go through because the streetcar line is mismanaged, antedated, and a menace to the citizens of this city.
Buses are better, huh?
Much better. There's no comparison. Now, why don't the Sentinel get smart and help in my campaign?
Like the Clarion, huh?
Exactly. How about it, Lowry?
How about what?
You're in a position to do me some good, Lowry.
You mean a nice little follow-up story on the streetcar accident? Placing the blame on the management of the company?
That's the idea.
Or maybe an editorial?
Sure. Who knows? I might be able to do a favor for you in return.
Sounds pretty nice.
Sure it is. I knew as soon as you came in the door you were a smart guy. What do you say?
Why, you chiseling lying crook. You no good scheming grafter.
Now, see here.
You see here. Try to bribe me, will you? Bribe a reporter. If you weren't smaller than me, I'd plaster you flatter than that rug.
Get out of my office.
It's a pleasure. And get this, Fisher. The Sentinel is going after you with both barrels. If this bus franchise of yours is as phony as you are, then all I hope is I'm the guy who writes it up. Boy, oh boy, will I scorch you.
That two-pint reporter talking to me that way. After I get through with that streetcar company, there won't be enough left to... Brian? You know who this is? I want you and Atwell to get busy. And that's right. Make it a real crack-up this time. The worst the streetcars ever had.
Atwell. Yeah? What do you want, Moran?
Put down that wrench. We got a job to do.
You mean for...
Never mind the name. What's the next car going out?
Number 618. Right over there.
Okay. Come on.
What's it going to be this time? The brakes? Another jammed door?
Open your lip and get moving. We're getting twice as much dough for this one. We're giving it the works.
Can you tell me where I get the streetcar for Parsons Avenue, officer?
Right here, lady, at the bottom of this hill.
Thank you.
That's her now, just starting down the hill.
It's coming awfully fast.
Hey, look at that trolley. Why don't he stop? He's out of control. He's heading this way.
Look out! It's going to crash! My report of the streetcar accident shows that the cause of the crash was faulty safety equipment. There is definite evidence of criminal negligence on the part of the streetcar company. Signed, Grady, City Inspector.
The City Council hereby calls a special meeting to vote on the bus franchise. Signed, Hopkins, Chairman of the City Council.
District Attorney for this city, I am indicting the officials of the streetcar company for criminal negligence resulting in injury to passengers. Signed, Martin, District Attorney.
District Attorney proves streetcar crash. City Council to vote on bus franchise. Sentinel Street.
I tell you, boss, I went over the whole setup with a fine-tooth comb. There's not a single string leading to Fisher.
What about Grady?
Not a thing.
He was calling on Fisher while you were there?
Oh, I knew it was him, but he's in the clear. His report on the crack-up has been checked and double-checked.
And if he wants to place the blame squarely on the streetcar officials, who's to stop him?
Those two new men in the car barns, you got anything on them?
Moran and Atwell?
You say they've been spending money freely. Did they explain it?
Yeah, claimed they won at betting on a horse.
Try to check up on that.
Honest, boss, we're stymied. It's airtight all the way.
Gosh, I hate to think of a man like Fisher getting away with a stunt like this.
Me too, Casey.
Sometimes I'd like to take the law into my own hands.
What?
Well, honestly, Mr. Reed, isn't that the only way to catch these crooks?
Oh, Casey, hold on. There's only one gent who can get away with that stuff. And you don't look like the Green Hornet to me. Am I right, boss, or am I right? Huh?
He says I don't look like the Green Hornet, Mr. Reed.
I guess nobody listens to me around here.
No, I heard you, Lowry. I was just thinking.
That evening, while Britt Reed was in his apartment, he spoke to Cato, his valet, and the only living man to know that Britt Reed is really the dreaded Green Hornet.
And that's the whole story, Cato. Fisher has his tracks covered from every angle.
What about Otto and Milan, Mr. Britt?
No good, Cato. Even if those two could be charged with the crime of damaging the streetcar, even if they were picked up, it wouldn't have to catch Fisher.
Why not?
There's no actual evidence to connect them with Fisher. He could deny he ever heard of them.
You look for something?
Writing paper. Here it is.
Here's the ink.
No, I don't want this ink. There'll be some of the other in this drawer. Yeah, here we are. I want the mask and gun, Cato. The car. Is the Black Beauty ready?
Yes, sir.
Quite a job disguising my handwriting. Now, seal on the bottom.
Placing the letter in his pocket, Britt Reed went through a secret panel in his clothes press. Cato, he within the walls of the apartment house. Then house that housed the sleek black car of the Green.
Ready? All right, get in.
Once more, the powerful black car roared through the city streets, carrying the Green Hornet on his errand of justice. The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now, to continue our story. A serious accident on the trolley line increased agitation to replace the streetcars with buses. Although the streetcar lines were blamed for the accidents, Britt Reed had reason to believe that they had been engineered by Fisher, who was out to grab the bus franchise. When ordinary methods failed to pin the guilt on Fisher, Britt Reed assumed the role of the Green Hornet to bring the criminal to justice.
Father, it's late. You should be asleep.
I can't sleep, Sally. Tomorrow the council decides on the bus franchise. They'll vote against me.
Dad, they can't throw away all you've worked for. The streetcar lines are the finest in the country.
Not anymore, Sally. Not when people are hurt through my neglect.
Oh, it's not your doing, Dad.
It's my responsibility.
Oh, Dad.
Fisher will get his franchise. Put me out of business.
Here's something to make you sleep.
Leave it on the night's table, Sally.
There. The lights are out, too. Good night, Dad.
Good night. No good thinking about it. Might as well do as Sally says. I'll open the window first. Fresh air.
Don't move, Hanson.
Who are you? What are you doing out there?
Never mind that. Take this letter.
Aye.
Take it. That's better. Now, listen, Hanson.
I'm not listening to... The mask.
You're the Green Hornet.
You'll do as I say, or let you have some of this gas.
What do you want?
That letter tells you what to do, Hanson. You can take it or leave it.
Suppose I refuse.
Read it first and then decide. If you want to go on running your trolleys, you'll do as I say.
And the ace of spades. That's 40 smackers you owe me, Ethel.
Shut up and deal.
Regular sucker, ain't you? Next thing you know, you won't have none of that dough Fisher gave you.
Put the cards down, Moran.
Huh?
Who's butting in?
Well, the guy's mask.
Keep your hands on the table.
Hey, I know who you are. That mask you're wearing. You're the Green Hornet.
The Hornet. Let me out of here. I ain't hanging around.
Back in that chair and listen. You too, Atwell.
We ain't done nothing to you.
You two are experts on fixing streetcars, aren't you?
Now, wait a minute.
That's all I know about you two.
I tell you, you got us wrong.
Now, cut it out, Atwell. This guy's the Green Hornet. We ain't fooling with him. Okay. Sure we're the guys that done a job on them trolleys.
At Fisher's orders, eh?
Listen, Hornet.
You had me. Talk.
You know it all anyway. What's the sense of asking us? Sure it was Fisher.
Hey, who you calling?
I'm calling your boss.
For what?
He's going to meet us at the car barn.
What?
We ain't going to the car barns.
Well, I want conversation from you two. I'll ask for it.
Yeah, but
and don't move, understand? This gun has gas enough to take care of both of you. Hello, Fisher. This is the Green Hornet talking. That's what I said, the Green Hornet. Moran, come here.
Me?
Fisher's on the other end of this phone. He doesn't believe it's the Green Hornet is calling. Convince him.
Hello, boss? Yeah, this is Moran. It's him, all right.
That's enough. And get this, Fisher. I'm going over to the car barns with these two stooges of yours. Yes, tonight. I expect to meet you there inside half an hour. Never mind why. If you expect that bus franchise of yours to go through, you'll be there. Now, your whole scheme will be blown higher than a kite.
You can't do this, Hornet. You can't make us go over there.
You heard what I said. Get moving.
Not on your life.
In that case, I'll call the police. They'll be glad to know who's responsible for that trolley trouble.
Hold on.
That's better. Now, you're being smart.
Yeah, we'll go with you, Hornet.
Remember, one false move
You
and
won't need the rod, Hornet. We're going.
All right. Come on, you rats, march. It's pretty slow tonight, Lowry. Nothing but a couple of disturbing the peace charges. Stuff like that.
Well, as long as I'm covering the police news, I might as well keep hanging around. Never can tell when something's going to pop.
That's what we're here for. Say, whatever happened to that big lug that used to work for Mr. Reed?
You mean Mike Axford, dog?
Who else would I be meaning? The way that guy used to get in my hair. Him and his theories. And every last one of them wrong.
The boss got a letter from him the other day. He's out west.
Oh, he is, eh? Well, all I hope is he stays there.
Don't bank on it too much, Doyle. He may come back before...
Police headquarters. Sergeant Doyle speaking.
Police, this is Hanson, president of the Street Railways.
Yeah? What's wrong, Mr. Hanson?
Earlier this evening, I got a letter from the Green
What
Hornet.
is that name? Did you say Green Hornet?
Holy mackerel, Doyle.
Quiet, Lowry. Keep talking, Mr. Hanson.
I prefer to have you come out here to my place at once. It's on the corner.
I know where it is. A squad car will be out there with me in it. What's up?
I'll explain that when you arrive.
Okay. The Green Hornet, is it? Well, here's where the Hornet loses his sting.
That's what you think, Doyle. I want to be around when you try.
Say, listen, Hornet, what's the idea of Atwell and me doing a job on this trolley?
Yeah. Don't tell me you're working the same racket that Fisher's been doing.
Keep working. You'll learn the reason soon enough.
Hard work using this file with only a flashlight to give us light.
Put some soap on that file. I don't want any unexpected visitors.
What's the difference? The regular car barn's on the next block. Repair shop's empty after midnight.
Sure, nobody's going to butt in. Nobody could even hear us. Hey, you turned off the flashlight. We can't see nothing.
Quiet.
Must be Fisher, Hornet.
Keep quiet. Don't either of you try to move. I can see your figures plainly against the window.
Right, Atwell. Where are you?
That light. It's blinding me. Beside the others, Fisher.
What? The Hornet, Fisher. He's got us.
I knew that phone call would bring you down here in a hurry.
So it is true.
It's
Phone call did come from the Green Hornet.
I told you.
I wasn't sure, but I couldn't chance it.
He made us.
What do you want?
Drop that range up, well. That's better. Now keep your hands high.
What are you after, Hornet? Is it money?
You see these, Fisher?
Huh?
Green Hornet stickers.
Yeah, you're in a spot, Fisher. Suppose I plaster this trolley with these stickers. Put them all over.
Go ahead. That has nothing to do with me.
No. The city council will think the Green Hornet caused the streetcar accident. Hanson will be vindicated. What will happen to your bus franchise then?
Let the streetcars go on running.
Exactly, Fisher.
Hornet, I'll give you 20,000.
I want more than that.
30,000 if you forget the street.
I don't mean money, Fisher. All I want from you is your signature.
My signature?
Either you confess your part in these trolley crashes or those stickers go on.
Well, whichever I do, I'm finished.
Right. Either way, you lose.
He's got you, boss. You're bluffing, Hornet.
Am I?
What can you possibly get out of it if I confess?
Nothing personally. Only the satisfaction of knowing that your dirty scheme has been ruined. You better hurry, Fisher. The police will be here any minute.
The cops?
Hey,
What? You're not serious.
All right, Fisher, the stickers go on.
No, wait, I'll sign. Give me time to get away before they come. Here. Pen's right here in my pocket.
Here's the confession.
Pretty sure of yourself, weren't you?
Hurry.
Turn the flashlight on a minute, Hornet, so I can see what I'm...
Now, put him up. What gun?
Stand back, Hornet. Thought I was reaching for my pen, huh?
Nice work, boss. You had a shoulder holster, huh?
You can't get away with this.
I am getting away with it. Drop that gun of yours.
I said, come on, drop it.
Now, Hornet, we'll get you out of this place before any police arrive. All right, Aswell, grab him. Okay.
Yeah, we got it.
Listen to me, Fisher.
You listen to me, Hornet. You're going to... You... What? A gas.
Fisher, now for you, too.
Yeah.
Yes. Hold him, Moran. Let me get him. No, you're not. Now you take care of him. I've got Moran. My arm. Good thing you were here. Fisher's gassed. He's too knocked out. You used jiu-jitsu on Atwell, huh?
Yes, sir. I was behind the trolley.
Sorry, that, but the others didn't.
Moran.
Yeah. Moran and Atwell will be coming to in a minute. Quick, pick up that gun.
Very well.
We'll leave this confession beside Fisher. It's not signed, but I think it'll serve the purpose anyway.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now we'll get back in the shadows beside that window and see what happens. The police back here with me. There's no light on the spot.
Oh, my.
I don't need no money. Here, give me that letter with the pink here beside the trolley.
Here they are. Turn those flashlights this way.
Hey, these two mugs have been stopped. They're knocked out.
Doyle, here's Fisher.
Fisher?
Yeah. Chumps and codfish, he's been gassed.
Officer, these two men are Moran and Atwell. They work in the repair shop.
Dirty work, I'll bet.
Look at this. The axle on this trolley's filed almost all the way through.
He's coming around.
Listen, Hornet. Don't tell the cops. Hornet. Go on, Atwell. Keep talking. The cops. You and Moran did this job, didn't you?
Hey, spill it, Atwell. You're in too deep already. Yeah. But we was working for Fisher. That's how. Fisher's the guy.
How?
I tell you, Fisher paid us to wreck all them trolleys.
And you'll swear to that in court?
Sure I will, sure. Moran, too.
Does this mean Fisher will be implicated?
Implicated? Mr. Hanson, Fisher will be convicted. He might have got away with it before, but now that we found him here with these two rats...
Yeah, right in the middle of another job. He's sunk, Mr. Hanson.
Hey, Sergeant, look at this. I found it next to Fisher's body.
Give me that.
That's for the police, Lowry. What the...
Hey, it's a confession, but... It isn't signed.
Don't worry, it will be when we get Fisher down to headquarters. Take those lugs out.
Oh, my jaw.
Come on, you. Grab the other one, Joe. Yeah, we'll come back for Fisher later.
Well, there you are, Hanson. You don't have to worry about the bus franchise when this hits the front page.
What gets me is what happened to these guys.
What do you think, Doyle? The Green Hornet.
Huh?
If I hadn't followed the instructions in that letter, we'd never have caught Fisher.
What do you mean, Mr. Hanson?
His letter told me to call you. At first, I wasn't going to trust him. Then I thought it over.
Hey, we haven't seen that letter yet.
It was such a rush.
You got it with you?
Yes, I think so. It's in longhand.
Longhand?
Give, Hanson. Maybe that handwriting can be traced.
Sure it is. But I doubt if you can trace it.
I'll take that.
When I first looked at it, the handwriting seemed to be disguised.
Come on, Doyle. Come on, open it up.
Hey, there ain't no writing on this page. It's blank.
Well, maybe you need glasses, Doyle.
I tell you, it's blank. Look.
Well, what do you know?
I'm positive there was writing on that paper before.
Well, there ain't any now. All there is this here Green Hornet seal in the corner.
Doyle, I get it. It's disappearing ink.
Disappearing ink?
Yeah. Try and trace that. Man, that Green Hornet thinks of everything.
And I thought I had me hopes on him.
What's that?
The Hornet's car.
There, out the window.
That's him, all right.
And there he goes.
Ah, if it wasn't for that car.
Look at it travel. Well, Doyle, I guess the Hornet still got his sting. But don't worry. Your name will go in the papers anyway.
Yeah, that's right. I nabbed Fisher and them, too.
And with a little help. Got a phone around here I can use, Mr. Hanson? The Sentinel's going to get an earful of front-page stuff. And full...
A Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. The adventurer, not 1 cent for tribute. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Is that the gas station on the next corner, Kruger? Not that one, Zoe. Can't you see how much he's charging for gas? That was okay. The one we want is on the next corner. Which way? Turn left. There's the place. Here it goes.
Well, boys, I guess we won't have no more trouble with that guy.
Not now, Slagle.
Drink up, boys. You sure the bomb did a good job?
I was watching through the rearview mirror, Slagle. Kroger tossed that pineapple right into the middle of the gas pump. Don't worry, boss. You can pick up what's left of the place with an eyedropper.
That's fine. From now on, he'll pay protection dough along with the rest.
You got a sweet racket, Slagle. Sure. Every gas station in the city is kicking in.
They're paying for protection, Sally. I make sure nothing happens to them.
And if they don't pay?
They run into trouble like tonight. You were careful not to let anyone see you?
We went by too fast, boss. Yeah, we used a stolen car. Ditched it a couple of blocks further on. The only guy that has an idea of us is the guy we bombed. Catch him talking. Besides, he don't know for sure. All he's got is suspicion.
Right. A guy who's scared don't make a good witness. You need more than suspicions for proof.
You said it, boss.
As for the police, they can't prove a thing when they ain't got witnesses.
Miss Case, get the district attorney on the phone for me. Have Lowry here when I'm through talking.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Snap it up.
Well, it looks like a 3-alarm fire the way he's burning up. Sally, get the district attorney on the wire. And tell Lowry to stop cutting out paper dolls and come in here on the double. Mr. Reed's in a hurry. And I do mean hurry. Oh, I wonder what it is this time. Last week he was turning out scorching editorials on dangerous drivers and how they were a menace on the city streets. Yes, Mr. Reed?
Get me all the information we have on the recent gas station accident. And bring it to me as soon as you get it. Oh, is that the district attorney?
Mr. Reed's office? Just a moment. Yes, Mr. Reed, it's the district attorney. I'll switch him on your wire.
I have it. Get busy on that list.
Hello. Hello, let me have the morgue.
Don't tell me, Casey. The boss is going to make me the love-lorn editor.
You'd do better at a racetrack, Lowry. Hello, morgue?
Morgue? Did somebody die?
Not that morgue, silly. The place where we keep all the back copies of the Sentinel.
Oh, no, Casey, you're kidding me. If there's any information he wants, I have it at my fingertips.
Listen to this case. Mr. Reed wants all the information you have about recent gas station accidents.
That's it, huh?
I don't care how you get them. Well, check with the police. Go through your back copies.
Casey, that last gas station that was blown up was a shambles. Wrecked pumps, gasoline. I never saw such a mess.
It doesn't take a reporter to see that.
Do I detect a note of sarcasm in that last crack?
You do. Honestly, Lowry, it's an open secret who's back of all these bombings and fires.
Really?
Legal, that's who.
Tell me something I don't know, Casey.
Then why don't your stories say so?
Listen, Casey. Sure, Slagle controls the gas stations in this town. He's got a protection racket that brings in a cent on every gallon.
Then why don't
But the Sentinel can't print that. There's no proof. He'll be sued from here to Christmas.
My idea of heaven would be someplace where a newspaper can print what everybody knows is true, even though it can't be proved.
Yeah, but this place isn't heaven.
Not while Slagle is here.
Well, maybe the district attorney can do something.
I've been talking to him, Lowry. Just finished.
Did he have anything, Mr. Reed?
Not a thing, Miss Case.
How about that last bombing, boss?
Yeah, it's the same story all over again, Lowry. Suspicions, but no proof. Even the owner of that gas station refuses to talk.
And meanwhile, that snake Slagle keeps raking in all the cash he can get his grabbing hands on.
There's one consolation, Mr. Reed.
Yeah, Casey?
None that I know of, Miss Case.
Well, what I mean is, Slagle's only taking money from gas stations.
Well?
1 cent difference in the price of gasoline isn't going to affect people so much.
Miss Case, you're making the same mistake that others do. The price of gasoline is as important as any other.
But suppose Slagle's racket were meat and vegetable market. Well, people wouldn't be able to get the right kind or amount of food. Now, you can't
It's
compare...
practically the same thing.
Keep your ears open, Casey. Here's where you get a lesson in simple economics.
Meat and vegetable markets use trucks in their business.
Yes,
They have to pay the same higher price for gasoline that Slagle forces from everyone else.
but a cent a gallon...
Well, that adds up. If they spend more for gasoline, they have to make it up somewhere else. In other words, if their expenses go up, they have to charge the public more for the food they're selling.
You'll hit it, boss, and the same goes for every family that uses a car.
Exactly.
Every cent they have to spend for gas means 1 cent less to buy milk and eggs and fresh vegetables for the family table.
Why, of course. I didn't stop to think.
More people did think, Miss Case. Racketeers like Slagle would never get started.
Too late for that now. Slagle's got the gas stations tied up tighter than Houdini.
That's why I called you. We're going after every one of those gasoline dealers.
Why, boss?
If we can find one man who'll act as witness against Slagle, that's all the district attorney will need.
They're sending the names up from the morgue, Mr. Reed.
Go after them, Lowry. Take Clicker Benny with you.
Okay. We ought to be able to convince somebody that he's smart to act as witness.
Lowry and Clicker Benny made the rounds of the gas stations which had recently had accidents, but their search was fruitless. They could find no one who would consent to appear against Bat Slagle. As they approached a gas station run by a man named Jennings, Lowry said,
We're not having much luck, Clicker. Everybody gives us the same story.
I can't blame them exactly, Lowry. How would you like it if something happened to your family?
I haven't got a family.
Yeah, but most of these gas station operators have. Besides, they can't help much.
They say they can't, but I know
It may be true. Apparently, Bat Slagle is pretty careful about making sure there's no actual evidence against him.
Benny, all these accidents can't have just happened.
Slagle's responsible, all right. There's no doubt about that. Only all the victims claim they saw nobody, heard nothing, and know nothing.
I still say they're scared. How about this guy here? What's his name?
Jennings.
Okay, watch me work.
It'd be about time. Nothing's worked so far.
He isn't out here. Must be inside the station.
Yes, sir. You want some gas?
Mr. Jennings?
That's right. If I didn't hear you, I was busy checking over the business I've been doing.
How is business?
Could be better. Who wants to know?
Paying 1 cent tribute and every gallon to Slagle cuts into the profit, doesn't it?
Listen, mister, you here to buy gasoline or what?
Hold on, Mr. Jennings. We don't mean to be rude.
If you want gas, I'll sell it. If you don't, clear out.
You don't understand. We're from the Daily Sentinel.
Sure. He does the reporting and I take the pictures.
How would you like your picture in the papers, Mr. Jennings?
My picture?
Yeah, the Sentinel's running a series on gas station operators. We want to tell our readers...
Don't kid me.
About some of our leading... Huh?
You heard what I said. You ain't fooling me with that serious stuff. You're here about Bat Slagle, ain't you?
Nice work, Lowry.
Okay, Jennings. I won't stall. How about it? You know plenty about the way Slagle works.
Me? Not a thing.
I suppose Slagle didn't wreck your place last month.
Where'd you get that idea? There was an accident. The gas tank exploded.
Oh, Mr. Jennings, don't hold out on us.
Come on, Jennings. You know it was Slagle. Pin it on him and you'll be a hero.
Yeah, I'd rather be alive.
But
Besides, it wouldn't do any good anyway. I didn't see nothing.
You were here when it happened, weren't you?
Sure, but I didn't see anybody. I tell you, it was an accident. See, an accident.
Just like the rest of them. Afraid to talk.
Listen, you. Take a tip and get out of here before I get mad.
Looks to me as if all of you are yellow.
I'm warning you to get out.
Letting Slagle make monkeys of you. Yellow as a chrysanthemum.
Why, you...
Uh-oh.
Now get out and stay out. Don't come around again looking for a store. You'll get another poke in the jaw. Don't tell me, Lowry. The only result of sending you and Miss Benny out is that bruise on your chin.
Oh, the big jellyfish smacked me when I wasn't looking.
Doesn't sound much like a jellyfish to me.
Not this fellow, Mr. Reed. He was mad.
I mean about Slagle, Mr. Reed. They were all jellyfish. Even the guy who socked me wouldn't open his mouth about Slagle. Compared to them, a plan could talk your ear off.
Lowry, I don't quite approve of your tactics in questioning this man Jennings.
I couldn't help it, boss. By the time I got around to him, I was fit to be tied.
Reporters are supposed to go out for facts, not fights.
On the level, boss. I tried being polite.
Yeah?
You know Lowry, Mr. Reed. If he can't get facts one way, he uses another.
Whether any of them has something on Slagle or not, I don't know. All I know is they won't talk.
Benny, you've been trying to conceal a grin ever since Lowry, you came in here.
Me?
Did you snap a picture of Jennings hitting Lowry?
Huh?
Well, my camera was handy, and I just took it.
Liquor, you double-dealing little... Give me that camera.
Hey, can't a girl take a few shots for a private collection? Let go, you bastard!
Hold on, both of you.
It'll ruin me, boss. Liquor, show that print all around the city room.
You said it. I'll have it enlarged, too.
Liquor, I'll buy that picture from you. How much?
Hey, never mind that. Rush the film to the darkroom, Miss Benny. That shot is going on page 1.
As long as she doesn't... What? You're going to publish it? Why, boss? Why?
With a caption under it reading, "This man is not afraid of hitting a reporter. Why is he afraid to talk about Slagle?"
Wow. I've been waiting for a chance like this all my life.
Why don't that newspaper mind its own business? Putting my picture on the front page.
Now, Jim.
But, Alice, they know very well why I won't talk.
Perhaps you should tell what you know about Slagle.
And have his mob do another job on my gas station? Or come over here after you and Timmy? Not a chance.
Slagle wouldn't do that.
Sure he would. Besides, I can't prove it was Slagle had my place bombed. He's too slick for that.
So we go on paying.
Yeah.
That reminds me. Slagle collector's due here pretty soon. Is the money ready?
Yes, in the envelope.
If you didn't see his picture in the Sentinel, I'd better have it for him on the line.
The doorbell. Is that him?
It's a little early, but... You stay here, Alice. I'll see him in the hallway.
Be careful, Jim.
Don't worry, honey. Gosh, I wish there was something I could do without making things bad for Alice and the kid.
Inside, Jennings.
Hey, what? Man!
Get back.
That gun! I know you. You're the Green Hornet.
That's exactly right.
Whatever you come for, Hornet, you're not getting it, see?
Jim, you forgot the money.
Bring it here.
Why, you dirt...
I could give you a shot of gas and take it anyway, Jennings.
Please, Jim, do what he says. Here it is.
Yeah, spell it.
That goes for Slagle, Hornet.
It was for Slagle, but not anymore.
But that's all we have. The sacred collector's due any minute.
That's too bad. The Green Hornet got here first.
You can't. What do we tell him?
Tell him anything. This cash goes with me.
No, Jim.
Alice, let me go. I'll get him. Green Hornet, huh?
No, Jim, I won't let you.
It's too late. There he goes.
But Jennings was wrong. The Green Hornet had no intention of leaving. As the car pulled away, Betteridge spoke to Cato, the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
Cato, double back around the block. I want to be there when Slagle's collector arrives.
Yes, Mr. Flynn.
I'll be there when he does. You wait for me in the car.
Short time later, Slagle's collector arrived at Jennings' home. He refused to believe Jennings' story.
Stop stalling, Jennings. Where's that door?
I tell you, the Green Hornet took it.
Don't make me laugh. The Hornet wouldn't bother with $20.
It's the truth. My husband left the money in the other room when he came to the door before. I thought it was you calling, so I brought the money out to him.
And the Hornet grabbed it.
You expect me to believe that? You got that dough hid someplace. The other room, I'll bet.
Go ahead. Search if you want it.
You won't find it in there.
Oh, I won't, huh? Oh, you call this, you dumbhead. Right in the table and seal with my name on it. Well, that bluff so easy, I wouldn't even look in here, huh?
I swear it wasn't
You're getting too big for your hat, Jennings, since that picture got in the papers. When I tell Slagle about this, he'll whittle you down plenty.
Outside the window, a tall, masked figure listened to Kruger's outburst and then moved away silently.
Step number one in my plan to uncover Slagle's racket. Now, if only everything moves along as smoothly as it's been going so far, the Green Hornet is going to have a busy night. And that means a busy night for Bat Slagle as well. Slagle and his whole crooked outfit.
Betteridge found that Bat Slagle, a racketeer, had every gas station in the city paying him a cent a gallon on gasoline as tribute. By intimidation, violence, and every force at his command, Slagle was making his victims keep silent. Assuming the role of the Green Hornet in an attempt to smash Slagle's racket, Betteridge made it appear that the most courageous of Slagle's victims had attempted to withhold his weekly payment of protection money from Slagle's henchmen. Following Betteridge's instructions, Cato had the Black Beauty waiting in an alley near Jennings' house.
Slide over, Cato. I'll take the wheel. Stay left, Smith. Did the plan work, Mr. Dick?
So far, the plan is going fine, Cato. I doubled back and tossed a collection envelope in through the open window. Slagle's collector thinks Jennings is trying to pull a bluff. He's on his way to Slagle now.
We go there?
The Black Beauty will get us to Slagle's place twice as fast as he can make it. Cato, the Green Hornet is going to be in that office when Slagle's collector arrives.
It's about time you showed up, Kruger. Got the dough from Jennings?
Yeah, there it is. Imagine that guy, Bat. He tried to stall.
Jennings?
Yeah, Jennings.
What do you mean? Here's the dough.
He said he didn't have it. Tried to tell me the Green Hornet had swiped this dough.
The Green Hornet? That's a laugh.
And all the time was right in the next room. Wasn't even hid.
Tried to bluff you, huh?
Didn't work. You ought to take him down a peg anyhow, Bat.
If any one of them guys gives us trouble, it'll be him, all right.
Not if you show him who's boss, it won't.
Yeah. Kruger, from now on, Jennings is going to have to pay 2 cents on every gallon instead of 1.
Twice as much?
That'll teach him to try and act up with me. Now, let's count this dough just to make sure.
Okay, Bat.
It's getting late.
Feels like more than 20. Hey, Slager, look at this.
What?
Jennings tricked us. Instead of real gold, this envelope was chock full of plain paper.
What? Why that? Let me see.
He even used heavy paper so it would sound like the real thing when I felt the envelope. Well, the envelope was sealed, Bat. I didn't think he would try a stunt like this.
He won't no more. Jennings thinks he can fool around with me, huh?
Let me handle him, Bat.
Nick,
You might come back like you did this time. Besides, this job's more down Zelly's alley. Zelly? Yeah, that's right. Slave on this end. You're going to do a job tonight, Zelly. I got it all figured. Now, here's what you're going to do.
Hidden in the shadows where he had been since before Kruger's arrival, the Green Hornet listened to Slagle's conversation. Then as Slagle finished talking...
That's the idea, Zelly. And make sure nothing goes wrong. I want Jennings to know he can't play around with my outfit.
Well, that's your scheme.
Huh? What the devil's that?
It won't work, Slagle.
You're masked.
It's the Green Hornet. Move over next to each other.
Got a rod, eh?
I heard about that gun, boss. It ain't got bullets, only gas.
Oh, gas, huh? And only one gun.
I get it. Knock the table over. That won't help.
Get him from behind, Kruger. He can't shoot both ways.
Okay, back there. Take it, gas.
Get him, Kruger.
All right, got you. More. Who else? Gas me from behind.
I was waiting. They didn't see me.
Good work. One from each side at the same time is a little hard to handle. They almost had me.
What do we do now?
First, we make sure these two rats are unconscious. They're completely out. Can you fix them up so they'll stay that way until 4 in the morning?
4 in the morning?
That's the time when Slagle told Zelly to do that job. If we're going to trap these rats, we'll need every minute in between.
Jim, we ought to be going to bed. It's after 12.
Well, you go ahead, honey. I ain't sleepy.
All right. Don't be long. Good night, Jim.
Night, honey. It's taking plenty out of me to be paying off to Slagle. If he's going to make it any tougher one, and I might as well quit. And that reporter, why'd I sock him in the first place? I certainly must have looked yellow to him. Gosh, if I did have any dope on Slagle's racket, I would call that reporter.
That's a good idea, Jennings.
Oh, it's you again. What do you want now?
I'm your friend.
You put me on a spot with
For
Slagle.
one purpose. To take care of Slagle.
It don't make sense. First you swipe that dough, then you bring it back so Slagle's collector can find it.
Exactly.
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be worrying about what Slagle's going to do.
Plenty.
I don't need a guy in a mask to tell me that.
Jennings, I'm going to help you stop him.
You?
You don't believe me?
I've heard plenty about you, Hornet, and none of it good.
Perhaps this will convince you.
What? It's money. Dollar bills.
Look at them.
Where's it? The money I get to Slagle's collector.
What he took was nothing but strips of paper. I had this money with me from the first.
I can't figure you, Hornet.
Don't try to.
But the whole thing's screwy. The money, Slagle.
Jennings, I want to get Slagle as much as you do.
Yeah, I guess this proves it. But how can you get Slagle when nobody's got the goods on him?
Be at your gas station at 4 this morning.
But it's closed. I closed it up at 12 when my helper leaves.
Never mind that. Call the cops, too. Call this reporter if you want to. Be there and watch what happens.
Jennings followed the suggestion given him by the Green Hornet. He called the office of the Daily Sentinel and asked for Lowry.
I want to talk to a reporter named Lowry.
Yeah, this is Lowry speaking. Who wants me?
This is Jennings.
Jennings?
Yeah, I'm the guy that runs that gas station.
Oh, you. Well, listen, Jennings. If you want to take another poke at me for getting that picture in the Sentinel, you can forget it. I didn't want that picture released either.
Well, you don't get it, Lowry. I'm calling about something else. Here's a tip for you. Be at my gas station around 4 o'clock.
What for?
The police are going to nab Slagle. I got the dope from the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? You mean he's in on this?
Will you be there?
Will I be there? Try and keep me away. Wow, talk about a scoop. So the Slagle mob are up to something. Hello, hello. Listen, get me Clicker Benny. Show her on the phone. How else? I don't know where she is. Try every place. Try her home. Try the movie around the corner. Try any place but get her. No, it isn't personal. It's business. I got inside information that the Green Hornet's going to bust Slagle's gang wide open.
Here we are, Cato. Jennings gas station. Yeah, it's deserted, all right. The problem now is how to get in.
I look round, Slade.
See if the window's open. I'll try the door. The door's locked. It's not very strong. It'd be easy to force it open, but I'd rather not. No need to damage property.
I found a window, Slade. It's locked. but there's a hole in the window pane.
Good, Cato. There's a hole in the window pane. We'll be able to unlock it and get inside without any trouble.
Yes.
If I can reach the catch. Probably this window was broken the last time Slagle had Jennings' place bombed, and Jennings didn't have enough money to repair it. Yeah, there. I can feel the window catch now. You have Slagle and Kruger, Cato?
Yes, sir.
I'll go in through this window and open the door. Then we'll bring the two of them in and put them right where Zelly will find them.
Yes, sir. They're still unconscious.
Working carefully and hurriedly, Britt Reed opened the door. Together, he and Cato carried the unconscious racketeers into Jennings' gas station. They moved in almost total darkness.
I never think to look at Slagle that he weighs so much, Cato. Heavy. Be careful of that chair. All right, put him down here next to Kruger. That's it. The two of them side by side where Zelly can find them.
Yes, sir.
We'll leave the door unlocked so that Zelly can get in without any delay. There. Yeah, time for us to leave.
They're not staying?
No, we can't afford to stay here. It's too risky. But we'll be near enough to check if anything goes wrong. Will Slagle and Kruger recover soon?
Positive. They'll wake up in a little while now.
Fine. I may be wrong, but Slagle's apt to be overconfident. He'll try to play out his hand in spite of everything. And that will mean his finish. Come on, Cato.
A short while after Britt Reed and Cato left, the two racketeers stirred. Slagle sat up.
What happened? Where? Oh, dark. Hornet. Yes. Who's that? Kruger. That you?
Yes. Hornet did it. Couldn't get him.
Kruger, wake up.
Huh? Oh, Slagle. Well, where are we?
Kruger, it was that blasted Green Hornet. I remember now. He gassed us in my office. Snap out of it.
Yeah, your office. That's where we must be now. He snapped off the lights and left us.
Sure, that's it. Got scared and took a powder. Now we'll find the light switch and then...
Slagle. This ain't your office.
No, it ain't. Then where the devil are
Look out the window. Look at them gas pumps.
Hey, this is Jennings' place. I recognize a plane.
Yeah, just lights up to see things outside.
So the Green Hornet brought us here. Guess he figured we'd still be unconscious when Zelly came around to do a job on the place.
We'd have been done for.
Yeah, and we figured wrong. That gas he used wasn't as strong as he thought. We'll just walk out when Zelly shows up, and nobody the wiser.
Hey, there's somebody coming now. See him? Through the window.
Huh? Well, that's Zelly. Come on. We're going outside and meet him.
What the? What's that?
Take it easy, Zelly. It's me and Kruger.
I didn't expect you down here, boss. What's the matter? Checking up on me? We know you can handle it, Zelly.
With the Green Hornet, he brought us
the
here.
Hornet?
He tried a little scheme to take care of me and Kruger. Only he slipped up, see? Now let's get busy. You got the bomb?
Right here, boss.
Okay. We'll set it down right here next to the gas tank. Now give me a match for this fuse. We'll take care of it.
Never mind the match. What the devil? Slagle.
Okay, get in there. Grab him. Gotta get out of here.
Hands up. You don't get me.
No, you don't. What's Slagle?
Slagle to me, Sergeant.
Wait, Jennings, don't.
On my gas station, will you, Slagle? Hey, Slagle, snap this one. Jennings is going to poke Slagle.
Make us pay you tribute, huh? Well, the cops got the goods on you now.
All right, you got me. What else now?
Honey, did you get it, Clicker?
And how?
Thanks, Jennings. You saved us the trouble. Put the cuffs on him.
Okay, Doyle. Listen, officer, it's a mistake. I wasn't supposed to be here.
Tell it to the judge, Kruger.
Don't listen to him. He's in as deep as me. I tell you, the Green Hornet brought me and Slagle here.
Sure he did, and a good job, too. The Green Hornet. Is that where you got the tip, Jennings?
Yeah, and it worked smooth as clockwork.
Trust the Green Hornet for that.
So the Green Hornet's responsible for this, eh? Well, that's the first good thing he ever did.
Listen, Sergeant, the Green Hornet's okay, see? No matter what people say, he's one guy I'm going to believe in from now on.
Hey, Clicker, where are you?
Close that door. Don't you know any better than to let light into a photographer's darkroom?
You and your silly snapshots. I have important news.
Yeah?
Where are you? This blackest pitch in here. Can't see where I'm going.
Oh, Lowry, you bumped into a pile of equipment.
Will you come on out of this place?
All right. No harm has been done anyway. Small thanks to you.
Come on, bring your camera.
I always bring my camera.
I'm glad to be out here where I can see what goes on.
That's what I want to know. What does go on?
Plenty. The law finally caught up with Stefani.
Flip Stefani? Don't tell me he's been arrested again.
Arrested my eye. This time he's going on trial.
You mean he won't wiggle out of this one the way he has all the others?
There were no witnesses before.
Sounds interesting. What do we do?
Dunnigan gave you and me the assignment of going over to the courthouse.
What for? Stefani won't be there. He'll be out on bail.
We're not seeing Stefani, Clicker.
No?
We're going to find out who's going to be the judge in his trial. In an important trial like this, the Sentinel's got to cover every angle, and the judge is one of them.
Not to mention the jury.
Sure, but even in a jury case, the judge is plenty important. And you know Stefani.
Gosh, Lowry, I hope he gets a judge who'll really treat him rough.
Can't you see I'm busy with my mouthpiece? Yes, Dutch. Your slip glare and plain defense. Guess who's going to be the judge on your case? Who? Grayson. What? Yeah, Grayson. I was hanging around the courthouse from the clerks and special section. Give me the tip. Yes, son. Grayson's Judge Bench. You won't stand a chance before him. Is that so? He's dynamite. You know the kind of reputation he has. He's one guy that can't be fixed. I know all about Grayson. Slip, I'm your lawyer. Yes? If you want legal advice from me, I'm telling you, you might as well jump Bill. Silver's right, Slip. Take it on the lam. I got the car waiting downstairs. Get it, Dutch. You got a chance. Why not? You'll get a 20-year sentence if you stay. I said it's staying, Sheila. Sorry, you said, honey. He blew out of town because I did nothing to him. I got a nice racket, and I'm keeping it, see? You can't run it from behind prison bars. That's right, boy. Who said anything about me going to the gal? Well, where else are you heading with Grayson judging? Now, get this straight, you two. This ain't no surprise to me. Huh? I knew Grayson was going to be the judge a week ago. Do you mean to tell me? And what's more, I ain't worried. We got this case fixed. No, Flip, who you kidding? Grayson's got a secretary, ain't he? Of course he has. That secretary is appointed through politics. Everybody knows that. Even a judge has got to hand out something to his party if he wants to get his job. Correct, Dutch. When a judge wants to get nominated, he has to make certain concessions to the political party. It doesn't mean nothing, no. They only do it because they got it. Grayson don't have much use for his stuff. Grayson don't, but we do. What do you mean, Slip? When my trial comes up, that guy's going to be working for me. And when he gets to pick things up, well, Judge Grayson's going to have that jury on my side. It's a bag, all wrapped up and ready to deliver. Trial. Out of a statement. How the judge's secretary doesn't do him. What's the judge's opinion on hearing him? I don't know. My editor's going to be sore if I don't get something. They said the judge is busy. Come on, Peter. He's not seeing anyone.
I thought so. Giving up already. I'm going back.
Who's giving up?
Suppose you have another name for it.
If you'll use those pretty little peepers of yours, you'll see that door down the side corridor.
Sure, I see it. There's one.
That door, Clicker, is another entrance to Judge Grayson's offices. While those other news hounds are clamoring around the main entrance, we're going to sneak in this way.
Don't tell me that's your own idea, Lowry. I bet you saw it in the movie.
Never mind the wisecracks. Now faint.
Huh?
Faint. Make believe you're fainting.
Oh, I get it. That's our alibi for barging in the judge's office.
Never mind the explanation. Get busy. Here's the door.
Okay. Here I go.
Hey, you don't have to put your weight on me until we get the door open. Excuse me. This lady passed out. Yes, of course, sir. I know what to do. You don't have to worry, Killer. Right, Killer. Who are you? Don't you realize this is a private office? Sorry, just a minute. Put on the couch for a minute. You can't stay here. Maybe feminine, but she isn't frail. I hope I didn't interrupt your phone call. Phone call? No, nothing important.
Oh, where am I?
She's better. Get her out. Now, wait a minute, Creevy. You can't... How do you know my name? Well, I heard one of the men in the hall mention it.
I guess I must have fainted.
You're a reporter. Get out. Judge Grayson isn't seeing any reporters. Creevy, what's wrong? Judge Grayson, I'm Lowry from the Daily Sentinel. How about the Stefani trial? He sneaked in with this young lady, Judge. Young man, since I have been selected to preside over Mr. Stefani's trial, I am not at liberty to make any statement.
Well, how about racketeering in general, sir?
As a judge, my sentiments on crime of any sort are well known. As for this trial, You have to wait until it's over. Sure, but I can promise one thing. This trial will be conducted as I've always conducted trials in the past. Strictly according to the evidence.
Now, you'll have to leave, both of you.
Thanks, Judge. It isn't much, but it's a statement anyhow. Come on, Flicker.
Hey, Casey, how do you like this photo?
Where's Mr. Reed?
Flicker, don't wear that picture in my face. It's still damp. Sure, I just pulled it out of the hypo. It's a candid shot of Judge Grayson. I took it when he was talking to Lowry.
The judge didn't even know Clipper was snapping it.
Did you get anything from him about the Stefani trial?
Well, you know, Casey, since he's going to conduct it, he couldn't very well give an opinion beforehand.
But look at this picture. Look at that expression on his face. It looks like bad news for Stefani, doesn't it?
He was careful about his words, Casey, but he didn't think anyone would be catching his facial expression.
And that's what makes it a story. You know what the Chinese say. In his case, yes. You mean the one about one picture being worth 1,000 words?
Now that that's cleared up, how about it, Casey? Where's the boss?
Mr. Reed's at the ball game.
Again?
Talking about me, Larry?
Oh, hello, Mr. Reed.
How was the ball game?
I left after the fifth inning. The scores so lopsided it got dull.
Mr. Reed, Lowry couldn't get a definite statement from Judge Grayson.
Grayson? About what?
It's the Stefani trial, Mr. Reed. He's going to preside.
Oh, that. Well, if he won't talk, he won't talk. You can't expect it long as he's going to be the judge.
I took such a swell picture of him, too. Look, Mr. Reed.
Oh, it's not bad.
Not bad. It's perfect.
Yeah, but what good does it do without a story? All the judge would say was that he'd conduct this trial as he has all the others in the past.
Not very definite, is it? That's about as definite as a dictator's promise.
Finnegan thought maybe if we used the picture and the statement, that might make a story. The expression on his face is so strong that
the judge gives you permission to snap this picture?
No, not exactly, Mr. Reed.
Then the scoundrel has no right to use it. Sorry, Miss Benny.
Hey, Mr. Reed, you tore out my photo.
You can use no picture of a judge without his authorization.
There goes our story. Without a picture, it's not worth a stick of pipe.
Oh, we have a picture, Lowry.
Huh?
There are plenty of pictures of Judge Grayson in our files. Look through them, Miss Benny. I'm sure you'll find one that's every bit as strong as this one. You can do that without getting into trouble. The night before the trial of Skip Stefani was scheduled to start, two men called on Judge Grayson late in the evening. Good evening, Judge. Baby, what are you doing here? Who's this with you? You know Mr. Stiller, Judge. He's Stefani's lawyer. Can I see you for a few minutes, Judge? It's about the trial.
If you're here to discuss Stefani's trial, the answer is no. You should know better than that.
It's about something else, Judge Grayson. Another matter entirely.
In that case, come in. We'll go into my study. I have a few minutes to spare. And here we are. Now, what is it, Stiller?
Susan, close the door. Judge, you're going to fix things so Stefani goes free.
Why, how dare you discuss that?
You'd better do as he says, Judge.
I never had much use for you, Creevy. You're my secretary only because I was obliged to take you. Now get out, both of you.
Hold on, Grayson.
I'll have you put out.
You're not calling the police or anyone, Grayson. First, we talk about Stefani.
I'll have you disbarred.
No, you won't. And you're not withdrawing from this case. You're the judge. Understand?
Stiller, I warn you.
You decide in Stefani's favor, or I'll have you thrown off the bench.
Do you know what you're saying?
Every word, Judge.
It's ridiculous.
Here. Look at these checks made out for cash.
Why should they concern me?
Look at the endorsement on the back.
But I don't see
They're
why...
endorsed over to you, Judge Grayson, and notice who signed them.
Endorsed over to me? But Hanford and Young. These are their checks.
You tried them both and freed them.
Of course. The evidence was on their side.
Sure, but Hanford and Young are both dead now. From these checks, it looks as if they bribed you to let them go.
Where did these checks come from? I never saw them before.
I'm your secretary, Judge. I took those checks and had them deposited to your bank account. If necessary, Susan will swear that you knew all about them. It'll mean you're finished as a judge. Disgrace to you and your family.
But it's impossible. Both Hanford and Young are dead.
Checks are evidence enough.
Stiller, all this will do you no good. I'm only the judge. It's the jury that will settle Stefani's case.
You can do plenty, Grayson. You can fix it so that jury never has a chance to go to the jury room.
Impossible.
Pick on something the district attorney says. Declare a mistrial.
That will only delay things. There'll be another trial.
Don't worry. By that time, Stefani can take care of the witnesses so there won't be another trial. Besides, there's lots of ways for a smart judge like you who knows all the tricks of law
Influence that jury if you have to. Call him his trial. Anything.
I refuse to be a party to tampering with justice.
You're on a spot, Judge. Remember your wife. She's not well.
If you're impeached, the scandal will kill her. Yes, Emily. Her heart. 20 years on the bench, and now this. The great Judge Grayson. They won't suspect a thing.
We'll see you in court tomorrow, Judge. Keep your mind on one thing. That weak heart your wife has. Stefani goes free, or else.
Stefani trial starts tomorrow. Racketeer goes on trial. Jury selected. Central Pressure.
This is important. The court cannot waste the jury's time with non-essentials, Mr. District Attorney. I do not consider this witness of any importance. Call your next
But by Stefani's pretty lucky.
He certainly had the best of it so far.
Look at Judge Grayson. He looks like he's half dead.
Several days after the start of the Stefani trial, Britt Reed burst into his apartment and spoke to Cato, his faithful valet and the only living person to know him as the Green Hornet.
Cato. Yes, sir. Now, there's something at the Stefani trial. Judge Grayson has just called her his staff until further notice. Looks like he's going to call it a mistrial. What is that? Oh, when someone tries to influence the jury indirectly by bringing in some matter which doesn't belong, it's a very technical point. Who done that? That's just it. The district attorney mentioned something about Stefani. Usually, no one would notice it. But Judge Grayson immediately jumped on him and said he would have to consider a motion for a mistrial. Is that bad? Cato, if there's a mistrial, Stefani will get off. I'm sure of it. What puzzles me is Judge Grayson himself. What's wrong, Smith? Well, Grayson's lost all his old spirit. He looks like a man condemned. There's something behind this, Cato. It appears very much like an attempt to take unfair advantage of blindfolded justice. By who? It's justice, Cato. I don't know whether it's Stefani alone or whether Grayson is in on it, too. But we're going to find out. The mask, Cato, and the gun. Yes, sir. You go out as a Green Hornet? Cato, justice wears a blindfold. But in this case, he may be able to see the scales with the help of the Green Hornet.
When a notorious racketeer was brought to trial, the public believed he would at last be found guilty of his crimes. But the racketeer had brought pressure to bear on the judge in his case. He and the judge's crooked secretary had framed the judge so that he was forced to free the racketeer or be disgraced. When the trial was halted for the judge's decision, Britt Reed assumed his role of the Green Hornet to carry out the ends of true justice. In the evening, in the Grayson home, Mrs. Grayson speaks to her husband.
John, what's troubling you?
It's nothing. Now, won't you please leave me? I have work to do.
All right, John.
I'm sorry to be so abrupt, but I must decide on this motion for mistrial tonight.
Your secretary Creevy is outside. Do you want him?
Creevy? No, I don't.
John, you won't do anything that isn't right, will you?
Of course not. I'm only doing my duty as a judge.
I just wanted to be sure. Good night, dear.
I could see Stefani right now so easily. And yet I know it isn't right.
Then why are you doing it? What? Who are you? If you free that racketeer Grayson, you won't be worthy of the position you hold.
You're wearing a mask. How did you get in here?
Through the French door.
If your motive is burglary, I will.
I'm not a burglar.
Then why are you here?
Grayson, have you ever heard of the Green Hornet?
The Green Hornet? You're the Green Hornet?
Precisely. What does that name mean to you?
Everything that's crooked. You're wanted for every crime up to murder.
Yes, I've never committed murder.
Don't
know is that all, Grayson. The Green Hornet has never committed any crime. Unless you call bringing criminals to justice a crime.
The law takes care of criminals.
Sometimes there are criminals who evade the law. And that's when the Green Hornet steps in. And that's why I'm here now.
Stefani sent you here, didn't he?
Whatever... perhaps you're right, Judge. Maybe Stefani did send me here.
He's not content to hold those checks over my head as a threat. He sends you here in addition.
What checks are you talking about?
Don't pretend you don't know. Unless I grant Stefani a mistrial, those checks will be his means of having me disgraced. I'll be turned out of my position as judge.
I'm beginning to understand. Blackmail, eh?
Worse than blackmail. Those checks will convict me of accepting bribes, even though I never did.
You're entirely innocent of such a thing, is that it?
Of course I am. Yet Creevy and Stefani between them. But why repeat all this? If you're in with Stefani, you're familiar with his scheme already.
Who has those checks? Is it Stefani?
Stop all this,
Anthony, who has those checks?
My secretary, Creevy. If he carried them with him, I'd be tempted to use force to get them back.
I see. He has them hidden someplace. His apartment, possibly.
I presume
you realize, Grayson, that it's your sworn duty to uphold the law regardless of any personal consequences that may follow?
I'm powerless to do anything. My wife is not well. Any disgrace may be fatal to her.
There's only one way to prove yourself an honest judge.
Why are you talking this way? You said Stefani sent you.
It was you who said that, Judge Grayson, not I. I'm here to aid justice.
You and Stefani can't trick me, Hornet. I know very well you're here for one reason. To make certain that I carry out Stefani's wishes.
Judge Grayson, I just came in to find out. Let me find out, Grayson. Bring Hornet out. Let me go, Grayson.
No, you can't go after.
Why not? Isn't that Creevy, your secretary?
Please, if you go out there, my wife will see you. She has a weak heart. It might cause serious complications.
In that case, Grayson, I'll follow Creevy another way. Through the French door, the same way I came in.
Thank heavens you didn't go.
But remember one thing, Grayson. Don't call the police.
I won't.
And whatever happens, keep this in mind. Nothing is going to halt Stefani's trial, not even you. His guilt or innocence is a matter for the jury to decide. I'm going to make certain the jury has that chance. What's the idea? What are you doing here at this time of night, Creevy? Thought you were at the judge's home. I just came from there, Stefani. Something happened. You mean Grayson's going to let me out? No, it ain't that. Listen, Stefani. I walked into Grayson's study without knocking, understand? Sure. They're bothered to be polite to him when we get him on the spot, huh? There's nothing to laugh about. Do you know who was there? How could I? The Green Hornet. What? The Green Hornet? In was Grayson? I recognized him. That mask he wears. Just like the pictures in the paper. Did he get you? No, he started for me, but I slammed the door. I came over here as fast as I could. The Hornet's in on this. We better watch out. That guy's dynamite. You're not telling me anything, Lou. You might blast that scheme wide open. But I can't figure it, Stefani. Who's he working for? All I know is he ain't working for us. We gotta do something, Creevy, fast. That's why I came here, to bring them checks. Oh, don't worry about them, Stefani. They're safe in my apartment. What do you mean, safe? As long as that Hornet's around, nothing's safe. Yes, you're right. What shall I do? Get over to your place and bring your checks back here. Okay. I'll call Shell and have him start putting more pressure on Judge Grayson. We gotta have Grayson set me free in a hurry before something goes haywire. Once Grayson declares that mistrial, you're all set, Stefani. Never mind that talk. Get moving. For all we know, the Hornet may be at your place right now.
After trailing Creevy to Stefani's place in the Black Beauty, Britt Reed stayed only long enough to watch Creevy enter. Then he spun the wheel and headed for the secretary's apartment. Arriving there before Creevy, he picked up the telephone.
Who's calling, Mr. Dick? I'm calling the police, Tito. I want to get some news to them before Creevy arrives. Meanwhile, you get busy and give this apartment the appearance of having been burglarized. Pull out drawers, upset things. Yes, sir. Hello, police department? I got a little tip for you. Slip Stefani is going to try to jump bail tonight. Never mind who's calling. Watch Stefani. He's planning to run out on his trial. Time enough for me to act before the police place this phone. Well, Stefani doesn't know it yet, Taylor, but he'll try to run away very soon. As soon as he learns that we have those checks. Shall I look for them, Smith? Oh, we won't look for the checks, Taylor. We'll let Creevy locate them for us. They're the first things you'll look for when he sees how upset his place is. I'll put out the lights and we'll wait for him to arrive.
Britt Reed and Cato hid themselves behind the drapes in Creevy's apartment. Then a short time later...
Quiet, Cato. Someone's coming in. I'll find those checks before anybody gets at them. Where's that light switch? What the devil? The place is in a mess. The Green Hornet must have been here already. If he found those checks, the game's up. Look in the drawer. I can't get them. Why, they're here. The checks, just like I left them. Well, I guess the Green Hornet didn't have anything to do with this. I don't know where those checks, Creevy. The Green Hornet. Exactly right. You recognize me in Judge Grayson's study. Who are you working for, Hornet? For Justice, Creevy, but you wouldn't understand that. You can't talk to me that way. I'm Judge Grayson's secretary. You're a crook, Creevy. You're working for Stefani. But this is one time you won't get away with your little plan. How do you know about it? Never mind that. Are you giving me those checks? You want them, Hornet? Hang out! Tell me, please, baby, your aim was bad. You take it. I can't breathe. No. Yeah, I didn't figure on using gas on him. I thought he'd surrender those checks without any fuss. Yeah, checks. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, they're made out of cash, deposited in Judge Grayson's account. Well, there's no doubt that if these were made public, it would mean the end of Grayson's career. That must have happened. That's up to Grayson himself. If he can't decide to do the right thing regardless of consequences, he doesn't deserve to be a judge. I'll keep these checks handy. I see. We'll see Grayson presently. First, I'll call Stefani and let him know what's happened. He's expecting a call from Creasy, so he may be a little surprised when he finds out who it is.
Hello?
Stefani?
Yeah, who's talking? Is this you, Creasy?
This isn't Creasy, but I'm calling from his place.
Why don't Creasy call? Put him on the phone.
That's impossible. You see, I just had to give Creasy a shot at gas to get certain bits of paper from him.
Creasy's been gassed. Say, who is this? Who's talking?
This is the Green Hornet.
Oh, you kid.
What's more, I have those checks. The game's up to Stefani or finished.
No, listen, Hornet. I'll pay you for them checks. I'll pay you plenty. Only don't give them to Judge Grayson.
You better start running, Stefani. There's a long stretch in jail waiting for you if you don't. He'll start running, all right. Directly into the hands of the police. I'll make sure he doesn't get away from his own trial. Yes, sir. I'll be interested to learn how Judge Grayson acts when he finds that Stefani has attempted to skip out. When the news of Stefani's attempt to jump his bail reached the ears of the reporters, they immediately rushed to Judge Grayson's home and clamored for a statement. Stefani got mad at the cops trying to get away. How about a statement from the judge, Mrs. Grayson? Will this make any difference in the motion for a mistrial?
Here's Judge Grayson now.
Emily, what are these reporters doing here at this time of night? Judge, Stefani was just caught trying to leave town.
Does that mean he has inside information?
The only reason he'd leave would be if he decides to continue his trial. Is that it, Judge? I cannot give my decision on that until court opens tomorrow morning. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to my study. But, Judge, Mrs. Grayson will show you out. Good night.
You'd better be in court tomorrow, Larry.
You said it, Clipper.
You'll have to leave, all of you.
All right, come on, Clipper, let's go. I can't understand it. Why should Stefani do a thing like this when he's sure of his release? Perhaps he isn't sure. What? You've come back again. What is it this time? I've been waiting here in your study, Judge, while those reporters were outside trying to interview you. Is this more of Stefani's work? I don't know what you mean. He isn't fool enough to try to jump bail while he has those checks. Suppose the checks were gone. Suppose they weren't in his possession any longer. But that's ridiculous. Is it? Look here. If Stefani thinks he has me in the palm of his hand completely enough for a farce like this, he's mistaken. He's gone too far. What are you going to do about it? You weren't pointing that gun at me. My gun is used only for my own protection. I can't afford to be captured. I can well believe that. You haven't answered my question yet. How about Stefani? Does his trial go on? If it's any of your business, Stefani's trial will go on. Even if it means your disgrace? Do you see this envelope on my desk? Yes. That envelope contains my resignation. I wrote it an hour ago, before I knew Stefani was going to run out. Why? Because I decided that Stefani's case would go on. After that, I shall resign. This envelope contains my statement. Open it up. Why should I? And if you won't, I'll open it for you. Look inside. Why, that's not my resignation. It looks like... These are the canceled checks. The ones Stefani threatened to use against me. Where did they come from? I put them there. You? I came here to make certain Stefani's trial would go on. You read my resignation while you were outside with the reporters. That resignation was proof that you intended doing the honest thing, Judge Grayson. Proof that you refused to aid lawbreakers. I always shall, no matter what the consequences. And that's why I removed that resignation, Judge Grayson. There's no longer any need for you to resign. I don't know what to say. How to thank you. Learn those checks, Grayson, and you'll have nothing to fear. As for thanking me, I'll have all the thanks I need when Stefani gets what's coming to him. He will. The jury will see to that.
Jury finds Stefani guilty. Prosecutor goes
hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach, the Green Hornet. The adventurer put it on ice. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Miss Williams, what's that? Why is the whistle blowing?
I don't know, Mr. Brinkley. Something's gone wrong.
Find out what it is at once.
Mr. Brinkley, it's the refrigerating system over in packing plant 6.
What? The new system we installed yesterday?
Better come along and look for yourself.
I most certainly will. Miss Williams.
Yes, Mr. Brinkley?
Call the police emergency squad. If any men are overcome by the ammonia fumes, we'll need all the help they can give us.
Right down here, Mr. Brinkley, around the corner.
Yes. How did it happen, Carson? Are there any men inside the plant?
Can't tell how it happened, Mr. Brinkley. The system was okay when we inspected it yesterday. I hope this won't spoil all that meat we've got in there.
Forget that. What does it matter what happens to the meat? It's the men who may be trapped inside I'm worried about.
We'll soon see, Mr. Brinkley. They're right through this door.
Are they all right? Watch out for the ammonia fumes.
Bring them out here in the fresh air.
Stand back. Give them air.
One side. Are they all out?
Out of the way. Let us through, please. It's Mr. Brinkley.
Yeah, we got him out, Mr. Brinkley. Pretty close call, but they'll pull through.
How many were there, Hendricks?
Lucky thing there was only 2 of them, sir. Me and Smith just managed to get them before that ammonia.
Hendricks, you've got quite a dose of that ammonia yourself. Better have the doctor take a look at you.
Well, I'm all right now, sir. Just got a little whiff. Nothing to worry about.
Just took a look in through the open door, Mr. Brinkley. That meat is ruined.
Is that true, Hendricks?
I guess so, Mr. Brinkley. You know, it ain't no good when that ammonia's been at it.
Completely spoiled. 2 carloads of beef that we might just as well throw away.
Carson, I can't understand it. We've had one serious loss after another, and now this.
Look here, Hendricks. You're in charge of this unit. How do you explain this mess?
I wish I knew, Mr. Carson. It don't make sense.
We don't want excuses.
Hornet.
Begin tonight's exciting story in just a moment.
The adventurer, Disaster, rides the rails. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Why shouldn't I, Cunningham? After all, I'm the railroad detective on this run.
I don't like it, that's why. Suppose someone stuck his nose in here when we were in the middle of a poker game. Me and Williams might be upset. We might not be able to fix the cards properly.
The railroad would sure have my hide if anyone was working with you railroad gamblers.
Does anyone suspect it?
Relax, Cunningham, relax. Nobody's wise to a thing. How's your talking?
Talking gets people in trouble, Henning. I don't like it.
Okay. Who's your partner?
Williams?
Yeah.
Same as usual. On the club car with the other passengers. Can't have any of those suckers think Williams and I know each other.
That's right. They figured you two for a pair of card sharps. You'd never get anybody to play cards with you.
You gone through the train?
That's what I came in to tell you. There were a couple of guys in the club car looked like good prospects. Pretty young and well dressed.
If you were in the club car, how is it you didn't see Williams?
Maybe he had a newspaper up in front of his face. Don't be so suspicious, Cunningham.
Why not? That's the only way I can be sure nothing goes wrong. This is a good racket, and I expect to keep it.
That's okay by me, too. I get my cut, so it's to my interest to see nothing goes wrong.
I'll go back in the club car and sit next to those two men. You know what to do.
Maybe I ought to point them out.
If you spotted them, it'll be easy for me. Just be sure we're supplied with the regular cards.
Don't worry, they'll be marked all right.
In the luxurious club car of the Limited, Cunningham sat down beside the two men described by the railroad detective. Unknown to Cunningham, one of these two men was Britt Reed, a wealthy young publisher of the Daily Sentinel.
Glad I ran into you, Reed. As long as we're on the same train, we can kill time together.
Yeah, Stafford, for a while anyway.
Quite a while. 3 hours till we get to the city.
There's a little work I have to turn out before then.
Work? Reed, I can remember when just hearing that word made you shudder.
Well, I still don't take it too seriously. Still, someone has to look after the family interest since Dad went out west.
Suit yourself.
Oh, I wish there was some excitement on this train. How do you happen to be taking it anyhow? I thought you never left the bright light.
I was upstate at the racetrack. Did pretty well, too.
A man with your money can afford to lose plenty.
I guess that's why I usually win. Whatever it is, horses, bridge, poker.
Excuse me.
Huh? I couldn't help overhearing your conversation. If you're thinking of playing cards, don't do it on a train.
Why not?
Because you never know with whom you're playing. Take me, for instance. I make it a rule never to play cards with strangers.
You're absolutely right about that.
Oh, I don't know, Reed. I imagine I could be able to tell an honest man from a crook anytime.
Perhaps you could.
Well, by the way, let me introduce myself. My name's Cunningham.
Glad to know you.
I'm Stafford. And this is Britt Reed.
Ooh, a pleasure.
Say, caution or no caution, I wouldn't mind a friendly game of cards right now. Your friend is out to convince Mr. Reed.
Excuse me for butting in. You gentlemen would like a fourth for bridge. How about me?
Say, then we're all set. For just a moment. You or Reed know this man?
Oh, a difference. I never saw him before, Cunningham. Oh. Well, here's my card. I'm a stockbroker. My name's Williams.
Glad to know you, Williams. How about that game, you two?
Sorry, I have some favors to go over. Count me out. It's just as well.
I'm not so keen on bridge. No offense, Williams, of course, but, say, how about some poker then? 3 of us.
Why, yes. I haven't much cash with me. Suppose I lose. Would you take my check?
Absolutely not. No check.
Oh, take it easy, Cunningham.
We play for small stakes. If necessary, I don't mind cashing Williams' check.
Very well.
We can play in my drawing room. Right. See you later, Reed.
This way.
It look all right, and Stafford has plenty of money still. Oh, pardon me. May I speak to you for a moment?
Me?
You're the railroad detective on this train, aren't you?
As you will.
Yes, you look like a detective. I know lots of passengers play cards even though it's against the rules.
Hey, you're not worried about your friend. Why, one of those men is Mr. Cunningham. He's traveled this line for years. I was just curious. I look in once in a while just to be on the safe side.
Really seems possible, but I wonder. Well, I'll talk to Stafford later. It may prove interesting. How things been going during my absence? I understand Lowry's looking for me.
Yes, he's very mysterious about it.
That's not like Lowry. When he has something, he wants to tell the world about it in newspaper headlines.
With a byline, too.
Have him come in. Anything else?
That friend of yours, Mr. Stafford, is waiting. I told him to go into your private office.
Stafford, huh? I missed him at the station. I wonder if my hunch was right.
What hunch, Mr. Reed?
Oh, never mind, Miss Kate. Send for Lowry.
Ah, Britt. I've been waiting for you.
Oh, you look a bit disturbed, Stafford. Don't tell me you lost money playing poker with strangers.
I lost plenty, Brett. I should have taken your advice and stayed away from those men.
I thought as much.
I'd swear that game is fixed, but there's no way of proving it. If only you'd been there watching.
It takes an expert to detect crooked card tricks, Stafford. But I sent the railroad detective back there. He should have been able to tell.
Some fellow did come in. Sure, fixed that.
That's the one. Did he watch the game?
Yes, he seemed to know Cunningham quite well. His name is Henning. So he was a detective, eh?
Yes. You didn't notice anything out of the ordinary?
Not a thing. I guess if he couldn't find anything out of line, I was suspicious over nothing.
Or else that detective is in with the crooked game. It's been known to happen.
Hey, boss, am I glad you're back? I've got some inside dope that may build into a good yarn.
Easy, Lowry. I have a visitor.
Oh. But Casey said they'd come right in.
Now, this is Mr. Stafford, a friend of mine, Lowry.
Hello.
Hiya.
Well, don't hold it back, Lowry. What's this inside dope?
Boss, I've picked up a lot of rumors around town about a big-time gambling ring operating on the railroads.
On the railroads?
Sure. Those trains are full of suckers waiting to be picked. Poor stats with more money than trains.
Oh, Lowry, hold on.
What's so funny about that?
Well, it so happens, Lowry, that I'm one of those poor suckers.
Huh?
That's right. Stafford got into a poker game on the train and lost plenty.
Well, that's great.
What?
Well, that is, I don't mean about you getting hooked, Mr. Stafford, but if you've got proof about train gambling...
Well, that's just the trouble. We have no proof, only suspicion.
Oh.
It takes more than that to get jail terms or a newspaper story.
There must be plenty like Stafford here who ran up against this racket. Some of them must have proof.
I doubt it, Lowry. Besides, most of them are too ashamed to admit they've been victimized.
That's true, Reed. Only reason I'm telling you is because you're my friend. I can't ever get around. I'd be laughed to death.
Looks like a story that didn't turn out.
Perhaps we can find a story, yes. One of those two men Stafford played with handed me a card to introduce himself.
Those crooks carry fake cards by the dozen.
Well, we still don't know them for crooks, definitely, so this name and address may be on the level. Check out anyway.
Okay.
If we find anything, we'll use it. And so will the police.
Several days later, in Britt Reed's apartment.
Mr. Reed, President.
This is Lowry, Cato. Let me talk to the boss.
One moment, please.
Where's it, Cato?
Mr. Lowry.
Oh, yes. I told him to call me when he got through checking up on the name and address I gave him. What did you find, Lowry?
Another thing, boss. That's the guy's real name, and he has got a brokerage business.
Did you talk to him?
No, he's always out on trips, but it's on the level.
Quite possible that this brokerage office is merely a front to cover his real activities.
If it is, I'd like to know how we're going to find out.
Miss Case told me you also phoned Henning, the railroad detective, but couldn't get anything from him.
Well, that's right. We drove blank every place. But I'll keep lugging.
Yeah, do that, Lowry.
Did Mr. Lowry find anything, Mr. Britt? I didn't hear.
Apparently everything is innocent on the surface, Cato. This man Williams does run a brokerage business. Lowry found that out.
Then he's not the crew?
Well, he could still run the business as a blind to cover his gambling. According to Lowry, Williams is away most of the time. If my idea is right, he may be spending that time on the trains looking for victims like Stafford.
Yes, sir.
And if this railroad detective Henning knows Cunningham, the other man in that poker game, as well as he says he does, he may be on it, too.
How'd you find out, Mr. Britt?
I'm checking on that right now, Cato. Hello, Central Depot. I'd like to speak with one of your railroad detectives, a man named Henning. Oh, he is, huh? What train? Oh, no message, thank you.
He's not there?
Henning's out on an assignment. He's leaving on the limited age 15. Cato, if those two fellows are card sharps and Henning is in with them, they're bound to pull their dirty work on the same train.
Yes, sir, that's true.
I'm going aboard that train to find out what I can.
The Green Hornet, Mr. Birch?
Not the Green Hornet, Keeler. That would be too risky. But I'll stay out of circulation as much as possible. Those two men, as well as Henning, have seen me before.
Yes, sir.
But I want the Green Hornet mask and gun handy in case they should be needed. Let me think. How can I do that without carrying them in my bag where someone might find them? Now, Cato, you have to take out the Black Beauty.
The Hornet's car?
Only fast enough to keep up with the Limited. Be sure the mask and the gun are in the car. Now, while you're driving, watch the observation platform. If I give the signal, you know I'll meet you at the next stop. Be sure to watch.
Through the darkness, Britt Reed stood in the rear of the observation platform.
I've been through the whole train several times. No sign of Cunningham and Williams. Well, they must be in the drawing room. They're bored at all. I'll take another turn in a few minutes. I'll draw a blank then and I'll signal Cato.
But before Britt Reed could carry on his search, drama occurred aboard the Limited. In the drawing room toward the front of the train, Cunningham and Williams called Henning.
What's up, Cunningham? What's up? Who's this guy lying on the floor?
That's a lot, Henning. Williams and I were playing poker with him. We saw Williams slip a card out of his sleeve.
He started to squawk and I hit him. He looks as if he might
be at the corner of the table. We must get him out of here, off this train.
They've already emptied his pockets. Put the ticket for this drawing room in his coat. We can't open that window, Cunningham. And these air-conditioned cars, the windows are sealed.
You can break glass.
Empty him out. The train's going 80 miles an hour. He can't make it here. When he comes to, he talk. This racket's too good to spoil.
One knows we took this drawing room, Henning. Only you. And you know better than to say anything. We'll sneak off the train to the next station. No one the wiser. Now, get his feet.
Back it up so fast and close to the state highway. Lights up the side of the tracks like a Roman candle. There it goes. And no one the wiser. Now all we got to do is just... Brake. Somebody pull the air brake. How did the man be tossed out? Come on. Grab those bags. Get him off this thing. Find one starts a real checkup. Car door's open. Beat it, Cunningham. Come on, William. Over the other side. Henning, what happened? Who pulled the emergency cord? Search me. Has there been an accident? You almost knocked me out of my berth. That engine ought to be fired, stopping like that. I pulled that emergency cord. You? Don't you realize that's a criminal offense?
I do, conductor, but it was necessary. I was standing on the emergency platform and I saw a body fall off the train.
Huh? Why, man, you must be crazy.
That young man telling the truth. I saw it, too. Oh, it was horrible.
Calm yourself, lady.
How can I calm myself after that? And that's not all I said.
Now, look, madam, what else did you say?
I was looking out the window. We were passing right close to the state road. And just before that body fell, I saw a long black car beside the train. And the man driving it wore a mask. I could see him clearly. He was so close.
A black car and a man in a mask. Why, that must be the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? Are you sure you're not dreaming, madam?
Of course I'm sure.
The Green Hornet. You mean he might have had something to do with that body that fell from the train?
Oh, why talk about that? Let's find the passenger who fell first.
I'm sure he'll be dead when we find him. I'm sure of it. And the Green Hornet is the one who did it.
Let's go back to Election Day. Passenger fall from Limited. Green Hornet involved in mysterious death. X3 Sentinel. Hornet X-Ray. Let's get up the Green Hornet.
Falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. A friend of Britt Reed lost a lot of money to railroad card shops, but nothing could be proved since the gamblers were very clever in their operations. Going aboard the Limited himself in an attempt to corner the card shops through a chain of circumstances, the Green Hornet is accused of murder.
Well? Any news? Oh, the police expect to identify the man who fell off the train. Well, they've been expecting to identify him ever since it happened last night. Well, keep after them. We want to know.
Wasn't that some story last night, Casey?
You really think it was the Green Hornet, Lowry?
That woman claims she saw his car just before that guy fell.
But why are they calling it murder? Well, suppose the man jumped off the train. Wouldn't the fall be enough to kill him?
Maybe, Casey.
but murder makes a better story. What I want to know is, who was that guy?
His pockets were empty, except for that ticket to Drawing Room A, car 92.
That's where he fell from, all right. The window was busted out.
Hello, Miss Kay. Well, any identification yet?
No, Mr. Reed. I'll call police headquarters again.
Some yarn, huh, boss? I wonder who covered it for the sentence.
Get me police
We slipped the other papers on it by an hour.
Where were you?
Last night, I was home in bed. First I heard about it was when I came in this noon.
I phoned that story in.
Huh?
I was on that train when it happened.
Holy cats, then you saw the Green Hornet. Was that woman's yarn in the level?
Well, no way. The Green Hornet's car was driving along beside the Limited. I saw it, but I don't believe the Green Hornet was directly involved.
You and Casey both. Why else would that car be there?
Hello? Police headquarters? I want
I'll take it, Miss Case. Bit Reed talking. Any identification on that man who fell off the Limited? Oh, you have, huh? Oh. Is it positive? There's no mistake. Oh, we'll print it all right.
Who was it, Mr. Reed?
That man was Morelli.
Morelli? The big shot gambler from upstate?
Well.
Lowry, keep after that fellow Williams. I'm not sure that it seems more than coincidence that gambling is the keynote of everything connected with this death.
Williams? Was he on that train, boss?
I didn't see him, but he might have been. And a man like Morelli doesn't commit suicide. Someone pushed him through that window. And I don't think it was the Green Hornet.
That evening, Vic Reed arrived at his apartment carrying a small parcel under his arm. There he spoke to Cato, his valet, and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
That man has been identified as Morelli, the gambler, Cato.
Very bad last night, Mr. Vic.
Well, it's a good thing that woman saw you driving the Black Beauty beside the railroad tracks. And then you threw Morelli off the Limited. They'll be expecting a call from the Green Hornet. And they won't be disappointed. Open that parcel.
Yes, sir.
Luckily, I was able to flash you a danger signal from the train last night so that you turned the Black Beauty around and got away.
Yes, sir. Very fortunate.
Mr. Britt, you got toys?
That's why you handle that, Cato. I don't want our fingerprints to get on it.
I'd understand.
I bought this little toy railroad car on the way home. Notice how well it's built. Glass windows, everything. Hand me that metal ashtray. Small one on the table.
Yes.
I had a special reason for getting this toy car, Cato. No one saw me get it. I sent a small boy into the toy shop while I stayed outside. What are you doing, Mr. Britt? Breaking one of the windows in this little toy? Are the mask and the gun still in the Black Beauty, Cato?
Yes, Mr. Britt.
The police are on the lookout for the Green Hornet, so we'll have to be especially careful tonight. Bring the toy railroad car along. No fingerprints.
Picking up the toy, Cato followed Britt Reed through the secret panel behind the clothes press in the apartment. Then along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the building, down a flight of stairs that led directly to the supposedly abandoned warehouse that housed the car of the Green Hornet.
I'll drive. Put the toy car where it'll be handy when I want it.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Careful. Wipe it off with your handkerchief.
Yes, sir.
There are 3 men involved in Morelli's death. All 3 of them are going to meet the Green Hornet.
By railroad detectives are working to solve the death of gambler Morelli, who fell or was thrown off the Limited last night. By checking over the tickets issued to the passengers, authorities have learned that 2 tickets were issued and are still unaccounted for. It is believed that the passengers holding those tickets may be involved. Every effort is being made to...
What's the matter with you, Henning? Really, that's what. Take it easy, Henning. Nobody knows it was us. Why did you 2 guys pick him for a sucker out of all the people who was riding the train?
He didn't tell us his name.
We thought he was just another amateur looking for a hand at poker. No wonder Morelli saw you pawn that card, Williams. He's an expert.
All the more reason for taking care of him.
Yeah, sure. He had a good record on those trains. Morelli must have been trying to cut in on us. That don't mean you had to handle him that way.
What'd you expect us to do? Use kid gloves?
There wasn't time to figure things out. We worked fast because we had to. I'm supposed to be out right now looking for the guys who pulled this job. And all the time I'm wise to the whole setup.
You're in as deep as we are.
I didn't do no killing. You were there when we dumped Morelli overboard. What does that prove? That makes you an accomplice after the fact, Henning.
As a detective, we don't have to explain that any further. So just remember, it's to your best interest to make every effort to keep us from being caught.
What do you think I'm doing? So far, yes. But don't change. It only hadn't been Morelli.
Well, it was Morelli. Stop harping on it.
We didn't realize it until we got back here and took a look in his wallet. Where's the stuff now? It's safe.
I have it locked up along with our marked cards. We'll get rid of them all at the same time.
What's the idea of waiting? You should have ditched that stuff long ago. We had our hands full making sure nobody spotted us when we sneaked away from that train last night.
Aim straight here.
We tried to get rid of those things on the way. Someone might have remembered us.
All right, why don't you burn them?
Because leather won't burn, you fool. Morella's initials are on that wallet.
Hold on. What?
What's the matter?
Thought I heard a sound from the next room. I don't hear anything.
It's your imagination, Henning.
No, I tell you. It was like somebody went in a clock or something.
Pipe dreams.
Yeah? What was that? He's right, Cunningham. That was a window.
We'll soon find out. See, Henning? The room's empty.
There's no one here. Yeah, I guess you... What's that on the floor? It's moving. Put on the light.
What's that? It's a little toy. A mechanical toy.
How'd it get here?
It's a toy railroad car.
Look, one of the windows knocked out. Somebody was on about last night. Here's a piece of paper rolled into one end of the car.
Oh, look at it. If this is a cute little joke one of you is putting this toy car here and... Look, this paper's stamped with a seal. The seal of the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? I knew there was someone here. I heard him. But how do you know it was us?
That car of his. It was alongside the train last night.
That's the answer. He must have seen what happened. He saw because the cops are looking for him instead of us.
Hold it.
What I want to know is what's he going to do?
Shut up, Henning.
You have an idea, Cunningham?
The Hornet can't tell the police about us. They never believe him. Besides, if he's after money, he can't get any unless he finds Morelli's wallet and uses that against us.
Well, the wallet's here.
It won't be long. Here's all the evidence. Henning, you're going to take it out and get rid of it. Dump it in the river, any place. If that Green Hornet comes back, I don't want it around.
Leaving the toy car in Cunningham's apartment, Reed left by the fire escape. He and Cato waited below.
I overheard their conversation before I left, Cato. Morelli's wallet was still there, hidden away.
Yes, sir.
I won't dare keep it around after they got no warning. And whoever comes out to get rid of that evidence...
Get back in the shadows. Someone's coming.
Just like Cunningham making me do one of dirty work. Gotta get rid of these things.
Don't move, Henning.
The Green Hornet, I want what you're carrying.
You won't get it. Let me buy it.
Take it up in the light. You don't dare follow me.
Yes, I can't breathe. Grab him. Pull him inside that alley. I understand. I'll call the police now. Get them over here when Henning comes to. You watch him. I'll be back in a minute.
Leaving Cato to guard the unconscious railroad detective, Reed put the Green Hornet mask and weapon in his pocket and headed for the nearest phone. He called police headquarters, and when they answered...
I want to speak to the officer in charge of the Morelli investigation.
He ain't here. He's out with a reporter named Lowry. They got a lead on some guy named Williams.
Call him up. Tell him to forget about Williams' place. There's no one there.
Who's this caller?
Never mind. Take this tip and use it. Tell him to get over to 1724 East 51st. A man named Cunningham. Don't forget, if he wants to solve the Morelli job, 1724 East 51st.
Reed returned to Cato. He replaced his Green Hornet mask.
The police will be here very soon, Cato. Take that bag with the evidence. I'll carry Henning. What are we doing, Mr. We're returning Henning and the evidence to the place they came from.
Cunningham, are you sure we can trust Henning?
He knows better than to cross us.
And why isn't he back here? He's had plenty of time to ditch that stuff.
That must be Henning now.
Henning!
Why, he's been gassed. Somebody propped him against the door.
The Green Hornet.
Whoever it was, there's no time for talk. Pull him inside.
He's coming around.
Close the door fast.
Okay, Cunningham, the bag with all that stuff, that's here, too. What happened?
Get out of it, Henning. Come on.
Don't let him get away. The Green Hornet, he gassed me, took the bag, took it nothing. It was outside the door. He brought it back.
Get it out of here, Williams. Hurry. And see if this Green Hornet doesn't get you the way he did Henning.
Okay. It's him. He's back.
The Hornet, huh?
Don't move any of you. Police. I'll take this guy. Let me go. Resisting an order.
You won't get me.
What's coming in? Open that desk drawer. Put down that gun.
I'll get you before I do.
Drop it.
Oh, my arm. Let go.
Are you going to drop that gun? Oh.
Nice work, Hardy. I've got the gun now.
You pay for this, police or no police. Sure, you can't come busting in on private citizens. Who are you?
I know these two. They were described to me, but I never saw you before.
Where's your search warrant?
I recognize him, Lowry. He's Henning, a railroad cop. That's all he knows about warrants.
Come on, talk. What do you know about Morelli? Never heard of him.
And I suppose Henning never heard of him either. Did you, Henning? Hey, what are you reaching after that bag for?
No reason. Nothing at all.
Give me that.
I'll dump this stuff on the table.
Playing cards and dice. So you guys are gamblers.
Here's a wallet.
Let me look at the name on it. Morelli's wallet. We don't know a thing about that stuff. It's not ours.
We'll see about that when the fingerprints are checked. Looks like you two are going to get what's coming to you.
I don't know a thing
about Henning. Where does he fit in? Me? Why, it's this way. I was on a trail of these crooks, too.
I came up here to Neb, and he almost got me before you came.
You'll need a better story than that, Henny.
A minute, and
That.
He was in with us.
You yellow squealer. Don't believe him. He's as guilty as we are.
Listen, buddy. I'll talk. I'll demonstrate evidence. It wasn't me. I knew about it, but they're the ones. They killed Morelli.
It was that Green Hornet. If it hadn't been for him, we'd never have been caught. If I ever get my hands on him, I'll...
Listen, Cunningham. Trying to grab that guy is like trying to grab a handful of air. Nobody ever got the Green Hornet yet, and take it from me. Nobody.
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Live special recordings
are fictitious.
Live special recordings.
He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach, the Green Hornet. Faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. We're out to smash a parking lot racket. I want 10% from every parking lot in the city, understand? We're getting them lined up fast, Bleeker. You gotta make it faster. Get out and start collecting that dough. I want more money coming in.
35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60.
Where's that dough, Carson? I'm not paying any money for racket chiselers like you. We'll be back to persuade you. Go! They won't listen to reason. Smash a couple of the cars. Throw a couple of bombs. Start a few fires. They'll lay it on the line.
20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70.
There's the parking lot. Toss that bomb.
You stick out.
A bomb! Wreck the cars! It's them racketeers!
500, 550, 600, 650, 700, 700.
Some blasted rat's going to smash all the tires in the lot. That's paid plenty for this. Morning, Blake. How's your parking lot going? What's you, Blake? 10%, Blake. Pay it and you won't run into grief with your parked cars. All right, you got me. I'll pay. 10, 20, 30, 40.
4,500, 5,000.
Pay up. Pay for protection. Wrecked cars. Ruining my business. 10% Okay, I'll pay. You win. Go for the racket. Take in. 10%. Here you are. Don't smash any more cars. I'll pay. Hand the dough over. Here's the money. There, we got a wind up. Count the money, Mary.
19,000, 20,000.
Look at it. Pile out. Look at it. Pile out.
We must have driven downtown early.
Why, Exford? No earlier than usual.
Then holy crow, what for is the parking lot so empty? You don't think that... There, Ed. Today and Sunday, is it? Don't tell me we made a mistake and come down to the Signal on Sunday.
Why not? The Sentinel's a daily paper. There are plenty down on Sunday.
For snakes, I never come down.
Relax, Exford. It's not Sunday.
Look it, there ain't hardly 6 cars in the parking lot.
Morning, Mr. Reed. Hello, Schaefer.
What are you wearing the long face for, Schaefer? You're looking like a candidate for the morgue with the other cadavers.
You better go to that parking lot across the street, Mr. Reed.
What?
I can't handle you here.
Superintendent, what's he trying to do? Don't you like it? Or maybe Reed sedan ain't good enough for your parking lot, giving us the cold shoulder.
Shut up, Axford. Don't you see something's wrong?
Huh? Oh, golly, is there?
Why can't we park here, Schaefer? There's plenty of room.
Yeah, after all the accidents I've been having.
Yeah, we've heard about them at the Sentinel.
So the city. They may take away my parking lot license.
Golly.
The insurance company has already turned me down as a bad risk. So since you're a particular customer of mine, you'll be better off at another parking lot.
Your license hasn't been revoked yet, has it?
Not yet.
I have my own insurance on the car.
Hey, Reed, where are you going?
Get out, Axford. We're parking the car here.
Mr. Reed,
How's yours, Schaefer? I'll call for it at the end of the day.
Suppose something happened.
What about these other cars?
Well, I told them the same thing, but
they wouldn't listen, eh? Well, put me down as the same kind of sucker, then, Schaefer.
Well, this is swell of you, Mr. Reed.
You see, Schaefer, I know something about those accidents.
Golly, Reed, the way you say it, you don't mean accident.
I don't. You've heard of Bleecker.
You mean the racketeer?
He's behind your trouble, isn't he, Schaefer?
I won't pay that dirty rat 1 red cent.
I thought that was it.
10% he wants for protection. Protection.
Holy crow, why don't you tell the police?
I've told everyone. What good does it do me?
No, don't tell me he's bribing the police.
Of course not, Axford, but Bleeker's smart.
That's it. Everybody knows he's pulling a racket. But how can you stop it when you can't get proof that it's his guerrillas who go around smashing cars and cutting up the tires in parking lots?
You've had that happen?
Oh, everything.
And still you refuse to knuckle under?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I ought to pay the 10%.
Yeah, you've fought them this far. Why lose your fight now?
I wouldn't mind if it was fight so long as it was a fair fight. But them rats work in the dark.
And the police can do nothing, eh?
Not a thing.
I see.
Hey, Reed, what are you daydreaming about?
Daydreaming?
You had a kind of faraway look in your eye, like you was up to something. Only just when I was getting me brain around to figuring out what, you lost that faraway look, and golly, now I can't tell.
You'll just have to wait till that look comes back.
You got something up your sleeve, I know it.
Just as well you're not a mind reader, actually.
Huh?
There are times when I like to keep my thoughts to myself. And this is definitely one of them.
Letters, and more letters. How do you bake a chicken pie? It's barbecued beef made in barber shop. Gunnigan, if you keep grinning at me, I swear I'll get the screaming meanies.
Don't you like my always, Miss Case?
No, but even less do I like handling this cooking advice for the homebody column.
It's only for one day. Somebody had to take Miss Topper's place.
Good grief, why does Mr. Reed have to pick this one day to be out of the office? It leaves me with so little work on my desk that I just couldn't excuse myself from this.
Casey, why don't you stick those letters back where they belong?
I like it better here.
This is the city editor's cubbyhole. My cubbyhole.
Things could do with a good cleaning.
Don't go domestic on me.
Why not? I'm reading very domestic letters.
Miss Topper's desk is out in the city room. See? Through the glass. Out there.
It's too drafty. I like it better here. Or did I say that?
You did.
Well, here's a typewritten letter. Most of them are in longhand.
All right. One housewife can have a typewriter. No law against it.
Well, let's see what recipe she wants.
Go ahead, Casey, but never mind the talk.
Okay, I won't bother you.
Casey, what's the idea of knocking the typewriter table over? If that's your substitute for talk, you...
Gunnigan, this letter.
What's the matter with you?
Why, it's from a man. Not a woman, a man.
So what? Men are interested in cooking?
Read it. Go ahead.
Listen, I have a front-page makeup to schedule.
Read it. Does it say what I think it does?
In cooking up a stew about... Oh, Casey, I'm not interested in this hooey.
Good grief, will you finish? There's more.
In cooking up a stew about a certain type of racket now being worked. Jump in blue blazes. It's about the parking racket.
That's what I read, too. I couldn't believe it, but look at the signature.
Signature? Well, I'll be a first cousin to an animal trainer. It's signed the Green Hornet.
That's what I thought. The Green Hornet.
That crew's got a sense of humor. Sending it to the Hints for Housewives column.
Well, it's the first time anything sensational came to this column since that cook sent in a recipe for hot buttered scones.
Never mind the banter. This is big.
Where are you going?
Larry. Hey, Larry.
Yeah.
Take your elbows off that desk and come in here. Casey, get on the phone, call the studio.
What for?
Get on. Tell them I want a sample made of this Hornet letter. Half tone for the front page.
Right. Give me the dark room, operator.
What's the 4-star special, Chief? Get in here and close that door. We got a note from the Green Hornet.
Huh? Holy mackerel.
Door!
What about it? What did it say?
Here, read proof on it yourself.
Oh, dark room. Send a boy to the city desk. There's a rush job on the snapshot, and Gunnigan's waiting.
Well, is that something?
Great guns.
According to this, the Hornet's coming right out and saying he's going to take that racket away from Bleecker.
One crook fights another.
That's going into print in the Sentinel. Are you sure this is on the level, Gunnigan? It hasn't got a Hornet seal.
Gosh, that's a thought.
Yeah, why isn't Reed here? He's an authority on the Hornet notes. He'd check the paper it's written on.
I don't know where he is.
Holy cow, Gunnigan. Guess what? I expect this is no telephone booth. Get back.
Reed, glad you're here.
Boss, take a look at this.
We run into more excitement, it seems.
More? There can't be more.
What this guy's got to show you is more exciting than anything you got, Dunnigan.
What guy? Who is he?
His name's Schaefer. He runs a parking lot across from the Sentinel building.
A parking lot? Well, that's just what we were talking about.
He got a threatening letter.
What?
Yeah, he's going to get dough from me or else.
Now, wait a minute. One thing at a time. Reed, we got a letter, too.
I'm telling you, it can't be as important as this, Gunnigan. Why, golly, Schaefer got a threat from the Green Hornet.
So what? The letter we got... What? What's that? The Green Hornet?
Yes, Gunnigan. Actually, I got into the parking lot when he was looking it over.
Well, what are you all staring at us for?
Because your big lug, this letter is from the same writer.
Holy cow!
The Hornet?
To mail them both at once, boss.
Yeah, let me see that. I'll compare them. Yeah, there's no doubt, Gunnigan. These are identical. Same paper.
The Hornet?
I'm as certain as if I had written these myself.
That's bad business, Mr. Reed. I've been standing off Bleecker, but now if the Hornet stepped in, I'll be given from two racketeers.
You keep your chin up, Schaefer. When the Sentinel prints this and the news gets around, Bleecker and the Hornet may battle it out just long enough for the cops to pick up the remains.
Sentinel Hornet X-ray! Green Hornet steps in our parking lot order! Green Hornet Hornet! Racket threatened as the Sentinel! X-ray Piper!
Britt Reed returned to his apartment that evening and spoke to Cato, his valet and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
Cato.
Yes, Mr. Beth.
The Sentinel's out in the street with the two Green Hornet notes I wrote. It's time for us to get moving.
You want a black beauty?
The car and the mask, too. I'll need the gas gun as well. Bleecker is reading this Sentinel himself, like everyone else in town. We've got to be ready for him.
Bleecker!
Don't shout your lungs off, mate. I already saw the Sentinel with them two Green Hornet notes.
That guy's got a nerve.
You gonna let him step in?
I was just talking to Hackley.
You want the car?
The car, sure. I want you and Dirk to bring your guns. We're going to be ready for the Green Hornet.
A lot depends on how Schaefer reacts, Cato. He's almost at the end of his rope. He can't hold out against those racketeers much longer.
He's a brave man.
Yeah, he's taken a lot from those rats already. Cars smashed, tires ripped open. His business is practically sunk.
That is true.
Unless I'm mistaken, Bleeker's going to make it even tougher now that he believes the Green Hornet is muscling in on his territory.
I see.
Open the sliding panel, Cato. We're going to the hiding place of the Black Beauty.
Where are we going?
Bleecker is just the kind of gorilla to make sure that Schaefer doesn't slip out from under him now. He wants whatever extortion money Schaefer's paying out for himself. And it's up to the Green Hornet to stop him.
It all depends on that mug Schaefer. We've been putting enough pressure on him to make him ready to crack wide open.
His business is shot already. He can't keep holding out.
He's got plenty of what it takes.
He's due to crack. But get this. Schaefer's paying us, not the Hornet. Nobody's muscling in on us.
We better get moving.
Where's the car?
In the garage, waiting.
Okay. Open the door, mate.
Where you going, Bleecker?
Me and the boys are paying a little social call on Schaefer.
Got the car all ready, boss.
Get in. Take the wheel, Dirk.
And better be careful when you get to Schaefer's parking lot, Bleecker. The cops can read the papers, too.
You'll wait until it's clear for us to go in and talk to him, mate. Get going, Dirk. We're going to stop that crook that calls himself the Green Hornet.
As Bleeker's car swung into the street and turned toward Schaefer's parking lot, a huge, sleek black car started along behind them. It was the car of the Green Hornet. The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. to continue our story. In the Black Beauty, Britt Reed and Cato trailed the racketeer's car until they were certain Bleecker was heading for Schaefer's parking lot.
Keep watching them, Cato. If they turn that next corner, there won't be any doubt about where they're going.
Yes, sir.
Fortunately for us, it's too late for there to be much traffic on the streets. Otherwise, we might be running constant risk of being recognized as the Green Hornet.
Mr. Brett.
What is it?
The car.
Oh, yes, Bleecker. He's turned the corner, Cato, heading for Schaefer's lot. Quick, turn in this alley.
But, Mr.
Do as I say. Swing your back beauty in here. Hurry before we're past it. Good enough.
I don't understand.
Why we didn't continue after them?
Yes, but...
Those three crooks were desperate men, Cato. They're sure to be heavily armed. If the Green Hornet walked in on them, we'd run into a hail of lead. I'll wait here a few minutes to give them time to get to where they're going. I'm going into that drugstore to make a phone call. And I want to be certain Bleecker is there when that phone rings.
There's Schaefer talking to a cop. Come on. Who's going to take care of the cop, Bleecker?
I'll handle him.
This way. We can get around behind the shack he uses for an office and slip up on them before they know it. They're standing right next to the door. Take care of that cop before he spots us, Dirk. I don't want any interference when we start talking to Schaefer.
A tap over the head will take care of him.
Take it easy now. Here's the shack. Head around this way so we'll come right up behind him.
There ain't nothing happened yet, Schaefer. And there won't be nothing. You got police protection now.
Protection? Why don't you get those racketeers?
We'll get them. We need proof, that's all.
Bleecker. And now the Green Hornet.
Let him make one slip and we'll pick him up so fast you won't see him for the dust.
Meantime, my business is ruined.
You're okay now. I got that.
Take him. Look out.
What the? No, you don't, copper.
You
inside, Schaefer.
You hit him with a blackjack. I saw it.
Inside.
What do you want? Send me to a job on him, boss.
Keep an eye on that cop. I don't want him coming to and identifying us.
Okay, Bleecker. You can't shut me up. I'll tell the police.
As long as the cop didn't see us, you can blab all you like.
It's your word against ours, Schaefer. That ain't worth talking about.
What are you after?
But we've been after all along since we started giving your place a works.
Extortion money. I won't pay.
You're a tough nut, but we can crack you.
Or maybe you got a reason.
Huh? Reason?
Don't play dumb. Are you already paying off?
No.
Maybe you got the Hornet behind you.
I don't deal with crooks. Any crook.
If you figure paying the Hornet will keep us away, get it out of your head. We're controlling the parking lots, and the Hornet ain't stopping us.
Where is he?
I don't know. I never saw him.
We read the Sentinel. You got a note from him.
Where is he?
I tell you, I don't know. Sure, I got the note, but I didn't see him.
You're paying us and nobody else, see?
The phone.
Get away from that. I'll answer. Keep your gun on him, Hackley. Right. Hello. Schaefer parking lot.
Let me speak to Schaefer.
Who wants him?
This is the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet?
What? Don't move.
Green Hornet, huh? I got your note.
This Schaefer?
Yeah, this is Schaefer talking. You calling about the note?
When are you going to pay up, Schaefer?
Pay up? Well...
That's all. You agreed already.
Oh, so I agreed to pay you, did
Don't back out.
No, I ain't backing down. Sure, I'll pay you, sure. When are you coming around to collect?
Sometime this week.
Okay, Hornet, I'll pay you. I'll have the dough for you.
When?
When? How about tomorrow night? Yeah, tomorrow night. Say around midnight. How's that?
I'll be there, Schaefer.
Okay, Hornet. Tomorrow night.
Coming here, Bleecker? Tomorrow night?
It was a Hornet, Hackley. He took me for Schaefer. So you was planning on paying the Hornet off, huh, Schaefer?
I'm not paying anyone.
The Hornet's coming here tomorrow, midnight. You have the dough ready for him, Schaefer, like you said you would.
I tell you, I'm not paying
it. I was just talking to him.
Hey, boss.
Yeah?
If we tell the cops, they can make a pinch.
The Hornet?
Sure, he's due here. The cops can nab him like that. It'll get him out of the way for a long time.
Listen, Hackley. The Hornet's a crook, and so are we.
Everybody knows that.
When I tell you to talk, I'll tell you, Schaefer. We're not telling the cops, Hackley.
But we got...
This is our job, taking care of rats who try to cut in. We look after that baby ourselves.
Yeah, I guess that's the regular way.
It is. We'll be here, and Schaefer ain't blabbing a word to nobody.
No?
You ain't got the nerve, Schaefer. I thought you were tough. But from what the Hornet said over the phone, it was him behind you that was giving you backbone.
Sure. Otherwise, Schaefer'd have folded up like the rest of them parking lot owners when we put the pressure on.
Yeah. Schaefer, you'll keep your mouth shut. Because you know if you don't, we'll shut it for good.
And if we don't, the Hornet will.
So you're playing ball with our team, see? The Hornet's coming here tomorrow night. And we'll be around to meet him with a dose of lead.
about an hour ago, Gunnigan.
Where?
I don't know.
Well, get him. Try his apartment. Try every place.
I already have, but it's no soap, Gunnigan. I wanted to get in touch with him on another matter, and I couldn't locate him.
He's missing something.
Don't tell me it's another Hornet note.
More than a note this time, Casey.
Good grief, you mean they got the Hornet?
Yep. Well, that is practically.
When?
About 7 hours from now. They're brushing out a cell at headquarters already.
7 hours. I thought it was in the past, not the future.
Casey, by the time tomorrow's Sentinel comes out, it will be over. The Green Hornet will be a crook with a past. And no future.
There isn't much future in bars.
Bars my foot. That baby will get the chair.
Where are they going to pick him up?
Right across the street.
What?
Right there. Shaver's parking lot, midnight tonight.
But how do the police know?
For a very good reason, Casey. The Shaver told them.
Shaver himself?
In person. Apparently, that guy has more fight than the Hornet and those other rats gave him credit for. They took it for granted he'd be too scared to steal. But they took it wrong.
Hey, I thought you said it was the Hornet.
Did I forget to mention Bleecker?
What? Bleecker, too?
Works, Casey. Yeah. Will this make a headline for the public gaze? I might try an experiment on this yarn. Slap the headline that new red ink instead of black.
Got it all settled already, haven't you?
By gravy, Casey. You don't seem elated. Wake up! The Green Hornet's going to be captured.
Yes, I can see that, and frankly, I'm a little bit sorry.
Oh, you dames. You think he's a knight in armor.
No, in a mask. Honestly, he's not as bad as he's painted.
No, he's worse.
Hey, Gunnigan, you've been looking for me.
Well, say I have, Lowry. Where have you been?
Downstairs in a place.
Never mind, I know. You have an assignment tonight.
Tonight? I was going to the fights.
Throw the tickets in the ash can. This assignment is a racketeer roundup.
Bleecker?
Not only Bleecker, my little news hound. The big bug as well.
Huh?
The will-o'-the-wisp, known as the Green Hornet.
Holy mackerel, Chief. When? Where?
You'll get the details later. Just be at Shaver's parking lot with the police tonight.
Will I? This is better than any fight.
Looks like the finish of the Hornet.
Where'd you get the tip, Gunnigan?
From Axford. He was at headquarters with his pal Doyle when Shaver came in.
Axford?
Good grief, Gunnigan. That big lug couldn't get anything straight.
He's always wrong. Probably a month from tonight. Schaefer never said anything, and besides, it wasn't the Green Hornet in the first place.
Sure, that's how Axford's tips always turn out.
This time it's accurate.
I wouldn't bet a plug nickel on anything that guy...
Lowry, I'm not a fool. I know how Axford is. So I spoke to Doyle myself. This tip is authentic, the real McCoy.
Well, that makes a difference.
Does, plenty.
We'll hold page 1 open.
Yes, I wish I could get in touch with Mr. Reed. He'd want to know about this.
He'll read it in tomorrow's Sentinel.
Reed's plain out of luck, Casey. But what's the difference? He'll still be able to pay the reward for the capture of the Hornet. Now get going, Lowry. Over to police headquarters.
I'm on my horse. Schaefer's parking lot, midnight. I'll be there.
No, there's no sign of anything yet. It's only 10 o'clock. What time are you cops going to show up? Yeah, they said they'd be here around 12, but you better get over early. Huh? Be here before midnight? Okay, Sergeant, so long as you grab those crooks. Sounds sensible. Cops not wanting to get here too soon in case Bleecker and the Hornet have someone watching.
I want you, Schaefer.
You
get outside.
You said 12 o'clock.
Do as I say. Don't try anything when I come out. The man out there with a gun on you.
Yeah, I see him. Another man with a mask.
Get in there. I'll be out in a moment.
Closing the door of the shack, Britt Reed took down the one window shade in the small office and replaced it with another he had prepared. Then he shifted the desk lamp around. A few moments later...
All right. You're back inside, Schaefer.
You put out the lights.
I don't want you making any phone calls between now and midnight.
A gun. Take it. Yes, you... I can't breathe.
All right. To the Black Beauty.
So ready, Mr. Britt?
I fixed the window shade, Cato. I didn't like to gas him, but it was necessary for our plan.
They're coming back?
According to the way you prepared the gas, Schaefer should be unconscious till around midnight. When he recovers, he'll put on the lights. And by that time, Bleecker and his rats will be here.
We come back?
Yeah, the Green Hornet will be here at midnight, Cato. But not in person.
We got all the men placed around the parking lot. But where's Schaefer?
Was he going to be here?
Golly, that's what he said, Lowry. But there ain't no lights, not even in the shack.
Almost 12. Come on, we'll go in.
Holy crow, what's that?
Turn on the light.
Schaefer, what happened?
I'm all right. The Green Hornet.
Sugar snakes, was he here already?
Gassed me and left. What time is it?
It's almost 12.
Hey, we better get out of here with the cops.
Right. Come on.
You stand right here outside the door where you told them crooks you would be.
We'll have you covered.
Okay. Remember, the cops want to catch the Hornet as well as Bleecker. Yeah, I got it.
Car coming.
Stay here, Schaefer.
We'll be here within earshot.
Hey, Lodi, I just noticed something.
Stay here, you lug. Come on. Back out of sight.
Come on, Dirk. Halfway.
Who's that?
Okay, Schaefer. Is the Hornet here yet?
He was here. Now he's gone.
What? So you called him after we left?
No, I didn't.
Oh, then he'll be back, huh?
I guess so.
Yeah, we'll get him. He cutting in on us. But right now, hand over that dough.
Wait a minute.
We wrecked your cars a couple of times already, Schaefer. Pay for protection or we'll do our final job.
Hey, boss.
Pay that dough you got for the Hornet. You'll take care of him when he shows up.
Boss, it's a Hornet.
Huh? I didn't hear nothing.
Sure, he's been here all the time.
What?
Look there, boss. See the lighted window of the office shack?
What the?
There's his shadow. You can see the profile of the mask. He's holding a gun.
Listening, huh?
Yeah. He don't know the light makes his shadow a perfect target.
Well, what are you waiting for? Blast him to bits.
Right through the window.
That says it. Hey, he ain't falling down.
He's got to. I caught him square. I can see the bullet holes in the window shade.
Come on inside. We'll finish him. You too, Schaefer. Stick him up. But I'll be a Dutch uncle. Look at that. What's that? The car. We're trapped. Make a break for it. Hey, where you are? Drop that gun.
Take it.
No, don't hit me. You got us.
Set all right, you rasp. We heard what you said to Schaefer.
Get moving. Take these crooks to the jug.
Okay, Sarge.
Come on.
Hey, what about the Hornet? I heard those crooks say he was in here.
Yeah, I saw him in the window. But where's he gone?
There wasn't no one here when Bleecker shoved me in.
Hey, Lodi. Holy crow, will you look at this window shade?
Window shade? Axford, you going back?
Here, you can see for yourself. I tried to tell you I seen it from the outside, but you yanked me away.
Holy mackerel. A paper cutout of the Hornet pasted on the window shade. He must have done that earlier. That's what Bleecker shot at from outside.
Blast it, I don't know how, but the Hornet must have got suspicious.
Sugar and snakes, Lodi. We better give Gunnigan the story. But, Daddy, what kind of story is it when we ain't nabbed the Green Hornet?
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental. Field and Farrington speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. Here's where we smash a smuggling racket.
This is the customs office right here, Expert.
Golly, it's a big place, Lowry. What's all this courtyard for? Do they hold parades or something?
You lug. Don't you know what a customs office is?
What are you trying to do? Make me out to be ignorant?
Now, with you, that's not necessary. I can see the proof right before my eyes.
I ain't been a detective for nothing, Lowry.
The police department would give you an argument on that.
The customs office is where, well, golly, it's where the customs inspectors hang out.
Surprise, you do know something.
And if that ain't the answer, I... Holy crow, you mean I hit it right?
For you, it's a bullseye. The customs office is where people coming into the country make their declarations.
Declarations of independence?
No, you sap. Declarations of the stuff they're bringing into the country. Now, look, see that guy with the cap ahead of us?
Yeah?
Standing next to the truck?
Is he a customs officer?
Yep.
The guy with him is giving him some kind of argument, huh?
It looks that way.
Suffering snakes, Lowry. Look at that trunk. It fell off the truck and got all smashed open.
Say, maybe there is some news here.
Huh?
Gunnigan gave me this as a routine assignment because things were dull. But who knows? Maybe that guy's important enough to give us a story for the Sentinel. Come on, let's go over there and listen in.
This is outrageous. I shall notify my government. I'm the vice consul for my country in this city. You have no right to inspect my luggage.
It was a mistake, Mr. Sneed.
You did it deliberately. Even a blind man could see the diplomatic seals on my baggage.
You brought in 8 trunks. That's a lot even for a diplomat.
I shall report this occurrence.
There's no harm done. We'll send your stuff to your home.
No harm? What is this trunk here? You deliberately let it smash open.
Okay, I did. As a matter of fact, Mr. Sneed, I wanted to see what was in that trunk.
This is an outrage.
There's been plenty of smuggling going on. Look at the contents of this trunk.
What of it?
Nothing in it but lace handkerchiefs. Imported lace. What are you doing with a trunk full of imported lace handkerchiefs?
You have no right to ask questions.
Yeah, I know. Diplomatic immunity.
Those handkerchiefs are for the consulate. I may give some away as gifts.
If you ask me, you're smuggling them in.
For the last time, you have no right to question me. I will lodge a protest against this. It will be
Hey, this is pretty expensive lace, isn't it?
How dare you? Golly, look at all the decorations on it. Give me that.
Hey, take it easy.
For the last time, I've had enough of this prying. Who are these two?
Search me.
We're reporters, mister. From the Daily Sentinel.
Reporters, sir. There is no story here. Go back to your paper. Golly, what's eating you? This oaf.
Meaning me, Mr. Sneed?
You and no other. I am leaving. I'm going to the consulate, and I warn you. Unless these trunks are delivered at once, with none of the diplomatic seals tampered with, I shall see that you lose your job. Your government will pay damages for that broken trunk as well. Holy crow, he's mad enough to chew nails.
Hey, what's all this talk about smuggling? Who is that guy?
His name's Sneed. He's a foreign diplomat. If you ask me, the guy's using his diplomatic job as a cover for smuggling.
Huh? What are you going to do?
Me? I can't do a thing. You heard him yelling about his immunity.
Holy crow, you mean he's bringing in stuff without paying no duty?
Yeah, but just try and pin it on him. I'll be lucky if he doesn't get my badge for this. You guys might as well go peddle your papers. I'm in hot water enough already.
Well, that's what I call reporting, Lowry. I send you out to cover a customs house. And what happens? I'm two-bit diplomat gets riled when a trunk busts. And you're told to go peddle your papers, and you go.
Sure, I went, Gunnigan, because I had something better.
I see. You're too important for a little assignment like the customs house, eh? Wearing a balloon where your head ought to be, huh? Or is your work on the Daily Sentinel beginning to bore you, Lowry?
Oh, for Pete's sake, Gunnigan, give me a break. I tell you, I got something.
Yeah?
And maybe I can prove it right now.
Maybe. You better.
Casey. Hey, Casey.
Have you two finished your word battle?
Final round, Casey. Did you tell the boss we wanted to see him?
I don't see why Reed has to be
It's my inning, Gunnigan. Well?
He said he'd be right out. Oh, here he is now.
Yes, what's this about?
Okay, Lowry. Give.
Boss, I swiped a handkerchief this afternoon. I want you...
Good grief, Lowry. Swipe.
See? Now he's a kleptomaniac.
Okay, then borrowed. But Sneed doesn't know I have it.
Sneed?
At the customs house. He's some half-pint vice consul. When Axford and I got there, he was having a terrific argument with one of the customs officials.
A diplomat shouldn't have to argue with the customs.
That's what he said. There was a busted trunk, and I took this handkerchief from it.
Gosh, that's a beauty.
This guy Sneed had a dozen trunks, and the one I saw was jammed full of lace hankies.
So, instead of a story, Lowry comes home with a lace hanky.
It's one of the loveliest I've ever seen. Well, what
Hey,
in
Casey, you don't have to grab it out of my hand.
Lowry, are you sure you're not pulling a gag?
Huh?
Are you sure this hanky didn't come from Creevy's?
Creevy's? The department store?
They've made a feature of imported lace handkerchiefs like this at a swell price.
Miss Case, you're sure they're the same as this one?
Mr. Reed, that's one thing a woman knows. Materials.
And you got this at the customs house, Lowry?
Out of Sneed's trunk, boss.
What is this, a memory test?
It's more than that, Gunnigan.
Huh?
Lowry said he had a story, and I believe he has. Right, Lowry?
Check, boss. I have the same idea about this guy Sneed that the customs official had.
Customs official?
And he didn't mince any words either. He told this guy off, even though it may mean his job.
Gosh, Mr. Reed, I smell a mouse.
Not a mouse, Casey. What you smell is a smuggling racket.
What?
Lowry, you're suggesting Sneed is smuggling these in?
He had plenty, and Casey saw him in that store.
Well, maybe you are a reporter.
But, Mr. Reed, the department store may have gotten the hankies some other way. Some honest way.
Why not? This guy hasn't got a corner on lace hankies.
What about the price, Miss Case? Did Creevy's offer them at a low price?
Yes, Mr. Reed. It was much cheaper than anywhere else.
It's a natural, boss. Creevy's is a big firm. They sell plenty of these things. Who's going to trace them?
Yeah, that's true, Lowry. It would be difficult.
Sure.
Larry, you missed your calling. You're not a reporter. You're an amateur sleuth.
What reporter isn't, Gunnigan?
Gosh, Mr. Reed, if this is true, think of the thousands of people that are buying smuggled goods.
And the thousands this guy Sneed is picking up.
Reed, can't you turn any place without running into a racket of some kind?
I'm afraid not, Gunnigan.
Every place you look, somebody is raking in the chips.
Doing it by stacking the cards.
Smuggling in lace. What can be done about it?
Can't Sneed be arrested?
Without proof, Casey?
Even with proof, Miss Case. Remember, Sneed is a foreigner in this country and a diplomatic immunity. All the police could do is make him leave the country.
I see.
People who purchase these handkerchiefs will be out of luck.
Why?
For possessing smuggled goods, Casey.
It'll be a mess all around, Miss Case.
One thing gets me, boss. How does Sneed deliver this goods to the department store? Who's he working with?
Gunnigan Lowry dug this up. Can you keep him on it?
You think there's a story?
Perhaps.
Okay.
Where do I start?
I got the police in on this. Give them the tip. Cover Sneed.
Make a tent, boss.
You find out who he's dealing with, there's something for the police.
And plenty for the Daily Sentinel.
Well, whatever you get, phone it in.
I'll have a rewrite man handy.
Sneed's going to have to move those goods fast, and the Sentinel wants to know how.
That evening, Britt Reed returned to his apartment and gave certain instructions to Cato, his valet and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
You understand what I want, Cato?
Yes, Mr. Britt.
A chemical ink that'll be invisible for a certain period and then begin to show up. You can do that?
It's easy, Mr. Britt.
Lowry and Axford are with the police shadowing Sneed's home. Even if they have some idea about who's working with Sneed in this smuggling racket, they may be unable to get proof. And that puts it up to us.
You go out tonight?
Tonight, Cato, as the Green Hornet. Get down to the hiding place of the Black Beauty and start preparing the chemical. I'll join you as soon as I hear from Lowry.
Hello?
Boss,
Yes, Lowry, what is it?
I called Dunnigan. He said you left word to ring your apartment.
Will the police have any news?
Sneed's throwing a party, boss. Axford and Moran and I have been checking the guests.
Come on, get to the point.
Moran spotted one of the guests. Looks like our hunch was right.
Don't tell me Sneed's trying to move that lace now.
No, not yet, boss. But one of the guests was from the department store.
Was it Creevy himself?
Not Creevy, boss. Creevy's daughter.
Creevy's daughter? Oh, looks like you may have a story, Lowry.
If we get anything else, I'll give it to Gunnigan tomorrow.
Yes, do that. Good night.
Night, boss.
Creevy's daughter, huh? Yeah, if anyone could get goods smuggled into the department store, she could. I think I'll go to that party myself.
Britt Reed went through a sliding panel in the rear of his clothes press, then along a narrow passageway hidden within the wall of the apartment house, which led directly to the supposedly abandoned building where Cato's laboratory stood, next to the sleek, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Are you almost through with the chemical, Cato?
Yes, sir.
Here, pour it in this container as soon as you add the reagent.
I'm adding it now, Mr. Britt.
Your knowledge of chemistry comes in handy, Cato. Here, I'll hold the funnel. Now cap this container and put it in your pocket. You have the Hornet mask and the gun?
In the car.
I'll drive the Black Beauty, Cato. We can't get too close to Sneed's place with the police watching. We'll leave the Black Beauty a little distance off and trust to the darkness to get in.
It's dangerous, Mr. Brett.
And Lowry called after you left the apartment. Sneed is having a party. One of the guests is Miss Creevy.
Creevy?
When she and Sneed start discussing the smuggled lace, there's going to be another guest present, Cato. An uninvited guest called the Green Hornet.
Miss Creevy.
Mr. Sneed. Oh, this is a lovely party.
I'm so glad that you enjoy it. Would you care to dance?
No, thanks. I'm rather tired. Can't we just, talk?
Surely, Miss Creevy. Here, through these doors. Now we can talk privately.
You brought in the lace?
8 large trunks crammed full. There was almost some difficulty.
What?
The blundering customs inspector let the trunks fall off the truck.
Does anyone suspect?
One of the trunks burst open. There was a snooping reporter present at the time.
He saw the lace?
Oh, it is nothing. He doesn't suspect. I sent him away hurriedly. But we must be extremely cautious how we transfer the lace to your department store.
There's no trouble about that. This particular department happens to be my job at the store. You have the lace here?
Below in the basement. When will you pick it up?
Tomorrow night, midnight. I'll have the truck.
As usual, eh?
Yes, the back entrance.
We must be extremely careful.
As we always. We got away with it before. We can do it again.
Fine, then. Tomorrow midnight. Now, perhaps it is best for us to return to the main room and mingle with it.
What's that?
Excitement from outside. Here this way. Through the French windows.
I seen him, Ryan. It was this way.
Hey, he's nothing wrong now, expert.
Who are these people?
He was running across the lawn.
Who are you? What do you want?
Ain't you been seeing nobody around?
What does this mean? I am having some people in. What is the disturbance?
Sorry, Mr. Sneed. Moran, police headquarters. There's been a prowler around your place.
A prowler?
Golly, lady, ain't doubting it.
You can have him, Moran.
He must have got away, Lowry.
You are that reporter. Why are you here?
Well, holy crow, I tell you why we're hanging around Sneed. It's on the
Never mind, expert. I said never mind. It's nothing, Mr. Sneed. We're just covering police news for the paper, that's all.
You've been prying, snooping around.
Sneed.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yes, of course. You must forgive me. I'm a little disturbed.
So much excitement. Was it, a robber?
I guess so, lady. You've got a lot of jewels in that crowd.
Thank you very much for frightening this prowler away, Sergeant. If he has gone.
Sure he has.
Suffering snakes, we seen him too fast for him to try nothing. Whoever the crook was, he ain't hanging around. Not with Michael Axford to nab him.
Have you any idea who it was?
All we seen was the shadow, lady. Might have been any one of 100 crooks.
Sure, it's
Holy mackerel. Listen to that.
That strange buzzing. What is it?
Tennis course, way down at the corner.
It's a car.
But it's going so fast. I never saw a car like that.
Well, take a good look while you can.
There's your prowler.
But who?
Who? Holy crow, who do you think? That's the car of the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet at Sneed's party. Has Britt Reed's plan gotten underway? Before the next exciting scenes of our Green Hornet adventure, please permit us to pause briefly. Green Hornet fans, please stand by for an important announcement. Next Thursday night, November 30th, the Green Hornet is going to inaugurate a new feature on this program when he calls into session for the first time on the air the Law and Order Roundtable, your forum of discussion on vicious rackets, the clever men behind them who victimize you and your neighbors, and what he thinks you can do to remedy the situation. Be sure to be on hand when the gavel sounds next Thursday night on this program and calls to order the first meeting of the Law and Order Roundtable. It's a feature for you and for every high-minded citizen in this great country of ours, and the Green Hornet's counting on you to be present. Now to continue our story. As the huge, streamlined Black Beauty sped away from Sneed's home through dark alleys, Britt Reed spoke briefly to Cato.
The time will be tomorrow night at midnight, Cato.
I'll be ready, Miss Brett.
Fortunately, Axford didn't get a close look at me. He spotted me there at the window, but the mask in the darkness gave me a chance to warn you.
Just in time, Mr. Brett.
You got into the basement. Yes, sir. Were you able to mark the lace handkerchiefs with a chemical? I stumped it. You used that rubber stamp we found on Sneed's desk, is that right? Yes. Good. Even though we were interrupted, there was still time enough to mark plenty of the lace. You went through each trunk. That's right. And the stage is set, Cato. I'll be at the Daily Sentinel tomorrow during the day to keep checking what the police know. Tomorrow night, we'll see if we can trap these smugglers without trapping the Green Hornet.
Hey, Casey. Oh, Daddy, Casey, wait till I tell Reed.
Put the brakes on, Expert. You'll go through the wall.
Casey, did anyone ever tell you about what a great detective I am?
You did, but I still don't believe it.
You will when you hear what I dug up.
The only thing you ever dug up was a garden.
It's news, Casey.
Go ahead. Convince me.
Suffering snakes, you don't take me serious. So help me, Hosanna. It's real news. News with a capital G.
Capital G? You big lug. News isn't spelled with a G.
Who said so?
Mr. Webster. That's his dictionary right there.
Never mind that. This here news does start with a G.
G for what?
G for Green Hornet, that's what. But it's excited.
Not anymore.
But, Casey, didn't you hear me? The Green Hornet.
Expert, what time is it now?
Huh?
It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Golly, what's that got to do with it?
Anyone else would have been calmed down by now.
What are you talking about?
The same thing you are.
I'm talking about the Green Hornet.
Just it. You've been talking about him ever since last night when you spotted his car at Sneed's place. Expert, don't you realize that's old stuff by now?
Holy crow, Casey, I ain't talking about last night.
I can't figure out why you keep up. What?
It ain't about last night.
The Hornet's popped up again?
Sure he has. A telephone call to public headquarters. That's what I want to see Reed about.
Well, that's different.
Yes?
Expert's here, Mr. Reed.
Expert?
With a mouthful of news about the Green Hornet.
The Hornet? Late development?
He's champing at the bit with it. Does he go in?
Yes, send him right in, Miss Cage. Now.
Okay, Expert, that's your signal. But not too fast. Mr. Reed has company.
Company?
Lowry and Gunnigan are in there.
Them two.
Go up, Expert.
What do you mean?
You're going through that door open at first. It's easier.
You and your guys. Hey, Reed.
What's this about the Hornet, Expert? It better be good. You're interrupting something.
I came right over from headquarters.
What's the scoop?
Reed, the Hornet's going to be over to Sneed's.
Well, I thought that was last night, Expert.
Super snakes. I just finished going through that once with Casey. He's going to be there again.
Holy mackerel, boss. What's he after?
Well, there's the smuggling business.
Don't tell me the Hornet's interested in that.
Why not?
Reed, you seem mighty sure of yourself.
Do I?
From what Lowry said, there's smuggling with a team of 2. Sneed and Miss Greavy. Now you're ringing in the Hornet.
Well, he was there last night, Gunnigan.
Sure, we seen him.
So it seems logical to suppose he's concerned in some way with this racket.
Yeah, that's true.
Who took this phone call, Expert?
Over at headquarters, Reed. Moran took it. But he couldn't find out who was giving the tip-off.
Do we stand another watch, boss?
You do, Lowry.
The Sentinel can use a good story. Help circulation.
Golly, Reed, why don't you come along? It's going to be a lot of excitement.
Yes, perhaps I will, Oxford. Perhaps I will.
I'm telling you, I've been in training. If I get near that Green Hornet, I'll...
You'll do nothing. You guys remember one thing. You're newspaper men. Your business is getting the news. Leave the Green Hornet to the police. You get the story into the Daily Sentinel. What are you doing here, Casey? 8 o'clock. You closed up your typewriter long ago.
Didn't you know, Gunnigan? I wanted to go along with Axford and Lowry.
Oh, I get it. You couldn't be right on the scene, so
I'm staying here at the Sentinel to learn the news when they phone you.
Well, maybe a long week, Casey.
I don't mind. I have my knitting.
Okay. We'll hold down the lobster shift together.
Holy crow, Miranda. The clock hit 9 already. Ain't we going out to nab the Hornet?
According to that phone call, we got 3 hours yet.
You ought to provide softer benches for the working press. But this bench is hardwood.
Do you think Reed is going to be there tonight, Lowry?
I don't know, Axford. He said maybe. Your guess is as good as mine. All I hope is that the Hornet is there.
What do you say, Creevy? 10 o'clock?
It's too early. I'll give the orders.
Joe's downstairs with a truck. Wait.
Then he wait. We leave for Sneed's when I say so, not before.
Mr. Brett, 11 o'clock. Yes, time for us to start moving, Cato. You understand what you're to do?
Yes, sir.
We'll use both cars tonight. You'll drive the Black Beauty. I'll take the small sedan. If I'm going to come in at the finish, I can't have Lowry and Axford wondering how I got there.
I understand.
I'll meet you at the entrance to the alley 2 blocks south of Sneed's place. Keep the Hornet mask and the gun and the Black Beauty with you so I can pick them up.
I have them.
The gun is loaded?
Yes.
That's all, Cato. Get going. Take the Black Beauty out of here. I'll meet you in a few minutes.
Okay, here's the squad car.
Pile in.
Come on, expert. Move those dogs.
We're going to Sneed's place now?
Sure. I should have the police force.
Step.
That you, Butch?
I'll set Joe.
3 of us can sit up in front here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We're going to pick up them laces, huh?
Get this bus rolling. Sneed's expecting us.
This is far enough, Cato.
Where are we, Mr. Bates?
In the alley behind Sneed's house. It's almost midnight. As soon as that truck pulls in here, we have to get busy.
Mr. Bates?
Yes, I hear it, Cato. A truck. It must be the one we're waiting for.
Listen now.
Give me the Hornet mask. Put yours on.
Yes, sir.
And the gun.
Here.
Remember, as soon as we're through here, we race for the Black Beauty fast. I need you the mask and gun, get in a small sedan, and come back here. And make sure the Black Beauty gets away with you in it.
I understand.
Get back out of sight. The truck has no headlights on, but it's going to pass right by us.
All clear.
Where's Sneed? He knows we're due.
Who's that? Is that you, Creevy?
You fool, turn out that basement light. It's glaring right at us.
So what difference? No one suspects that you were here for the smuggled goods, no? Come on, cut the talk and let's get going.
Yeah, you amateur crooks give me a pain.
If you're talking about me,
Shut up. This ain't no time for argument. Butch and me'll get the stuff out. You stay at the wheel.
I stay at the wheel.
Yeah, them trunks is heavy. I will open the back of the truck.
Yes. Better take this.
A gun, in case there's some trouble. Very well, but there will be no trouble. I shall watch from a little further down the alley.
Come on, we gotta grab them trunks and load them in. As the two men worked fast, making a trip for each trunk, Britt Reed and Cato moved closer to Sneed, sticking to the shadows.
There. One more.
Okay, Sneed. We'll be out of here in a minute.
I will watch. Those fools. What reason is there to keep a lookout? There is no one here.
I'll take that gun.
Who are you?
A gun.
That mask. I've seen pictures of it. The Green Hornet.
You're going in that truck, Sneed.
No, what for?
Now, before your thugs return with that last trunk.
You cannot do this.
Take it.
You shoot. Gas. I cannot breathe. They're coming.
Quick, give me a hand. Into the truck with him. Way back where it can't be seen. No, Cato. Hurry, time for us to get out of here.
Okay, heave it in.
Slam the doors.
All through, Sneed. That's the works.
Hey, where is Sneed?
I don't know.
Yeah, he maybe don't like the dark.
He's got my get. I'll go in and hurry him
No
up.
time. Come on, we got to get this stuff rolling around the front. All set, Miss Creevy. We can get moving.
Where's Sneed?
Come on. We ain't got no time for saying goodbye. We got the goods. Let's deliver it to your store.
But he
He didn't this time. This stuff's hot. Come on.
Yeah, step on it. It's 12 o'clock.
As soon as we get out of this alley, you better snap on the light so nobody won't suspect nothing.
As the huge truck rumbled out from the alley, the squad car carrying Moran with Lowry and Axford approached from the main street.
No sign of the Hornet yet.
Harley, you think it was a false alarm, Moran?
Hey, what's that truck doing come out of that alley?
Whoever it is, Moran, it can't be the Hornet. He uses something a little faster than that.
Yeah, you're right.
Are you going to look into that truck, Moran?
What for?
What for? Holy mackerel, you dumb flatfoot. Don't forget what started this whole business.
Huh?
You're after smugglers as well as the Hornet. That alley is right behind Sneed's place.
Sneed? Hey, you're right.
Holy crow, step on it. They're going around the corner.
We'll get them.
Hey, pull over there.
Get to the curb.
Crowd them in.
They won't stop.
Swing your wheel and smash into their fingers.
Hold on. Here we go. Come on.
What are you doing?
What's the idea of smashing into that?
That's far enough. Don't none of you move.
What's this? Hey, it's a squad car.
We've done nothing wrong.
It's Creevy, huh?
That's my name. What of it?
What have you got in this truck?
It ain't nothing.
I'll tell you, it's late.
Holy crow, you're admitting it. You're admitting you smuggled the stuff in with Sneed.
I know, Mr. Sneed, but I have nothing to do with smuggling. This charge is ridiculous. These lace goods are for the department store.
I'll say this for you, sister. You're a pretty smooth customer.
Go ahead, search the truck. You can't prove anything.
I think that's a fine idea, Sergeant. Why not do that?
Who's this mug? Reed, good gravy. Where did you come from?
Why, sedan, Axford. Parked right behind you. I saw the crash and came over.
Okay, you. Open up this truck. Hold the flashlight on it, Axford.
That's a gun the sergeant's holding. You'd be smarter to do as you're told.
Okay.
Those trunks are full of lace, but if you think you can pin anything on us, you're badly mistaken.
Help! Let me out. Speed!
Well, this looks like quite a party.
I was gassed to Hornet. Did you get the lace?
Shut up, you fool. These are police.
Police?
Yes, Sneed. Too bad your eyes were blinded by that flashlight.
I am innocent. I have nothing to do with this.
Nothing to do with what?
You can't make any of us talk by these third-degree methods. I tell you, those laces are mine by rights, and you can't prove they've been smuggled in.
Hey, Reed, here's one of the handkerchiefs from the trunk. It sure looks like the ones we seen in Sneed's possession the other day.
What of it? Let me see that, Axford. I'd like to... Well, Sergeant Moran, take a look at this.
Oh?
Holy mackerel. It's got Sneed's name written right across the corner.
Oh. My name?
Yes, right here.
But that's impossible. When I brought these handkerchiefs in, there were no names on them at all. And yet, that is my signature from my rubber stamp.
You fool.
Let me at that rat. No, you don't.
You've ruined everything.
Take it easy, Miss Creevy. It would have made no difference if Sneed hadn't talked.
I know better than that.
You'd have been sunk plenty. These signatures were all the proof any court would need.
Yes, the signatures. I do not understand. Holy glory!
What is it?
Could you take a sniff at this handkerchief?
Whoever did it must have used invisible ink for those signatures.
Invisible ink?
Yes, you can tell by the characteristic odor. This was done with a chemical that doesn't begin to show up until 24 hours after it's applied.
Well, what do you know?
Invisible ink.
Golly, who was it? Come on, Sneed, spin it.
There's only one answer for that. It was the man who gassed me, the man who ruined our plans, the Green Hornet.
Police mass smuggling racket! Foreign diplomat involved! Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! Sentinel Extra paper!
You have just heard the adventurer, the smuggler, signs his name. These exciting dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ, Detroit, and are sent to you each Thursday and Saturday at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. The events and characters in tonight's drama are fictitious. Any similarity to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. Faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet.
And now, tonight's episode of The Green Hornet.
Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, looked up as Michael Axford warily entered the office and sank with a sigh of relief into a chair.
Me poor feet are killing me, that they are, Casey. And they caught me such a cold I could hardly talk.
What on earth have you been doing all afternoon, Axford? What made you so tired?
Walking, Casey. Walking me legs off trying to check up on them 20 neediest families the Daily Sentinel took care of last Christmas. It was Reed's idea that we should find out how they're making out this year.
Well, what did you find out about?
Well, that's just it, Casey. Would you believe it? I went to 9 of them places. And most of them are better off than I am myself.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, just that.
6 of the families I visited were living in solid comfort, with the houses fixed up, plenty of food and stuff like that.
Really? Well, it's strange. As I remember, each of those 20 families was in dire need a year ago. Most of them have been on our list for several years.
You're sure you're not telling me a thing I don't know, Casey? But someone seemed to have struck it lucky somehow during the past year. So they won't be needing our help any longer.
Well, I'm glad they've been so fortunate, even if I can't understand how it happened.
Yes. Then go down to the city room. If Reed wants me, he can let me know.
Oh, wait a minute, Axford.
What do you want?
Do you have a list of the families you visited?
Oh, sure. They got it right here. There you are.
Oh, thanks.
The ones with the little crosses beside it were the families that seem to have plenty of dough to get along on.
Oh, good. I'll give this list to Mr. Reed.
Do what you like with it, but I'm through trapping around. If he can't take it.
Oh, that's too bad. There's such nice big ones, too.
You and your corny jokes. Get that, Casey. Big feet, corny jokes. That's a snappy comeback for you.
You get out of here. Oh, what a guy. Well, I'll take this list into Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed.
What is it, Casey?
Ashford came in and brought this list with him.
A list?
Yes. Mr. Gunnigan sent him out to investigate the 20 neediest families. The ones from the Sentinel helped last year.
Oh, yes.
And this is a list of the families that Ashford visited this afternoon. 9 of them. There's something about that list that was peculiar.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, those names marked with little crosses seem to have struck it rich, according to Ashford. At least they're all living in solid comfort.
Really? Let's see. Oh, yeah. There's 6 names marked that way.
That's right.
Now, tell me, do you still have the case histories on these families?
Yes, sir. I have them in my files.
Well, leave them on my desk in the morning. I'll go over them when I get a chance. Oh, by the way, you might as well weed out those Axford found in good condition. They won't be needing our help this Christmas.
All right. You know, it seems strange to me that 6 of the neediest families a year ago managed to come out so well this year.
Well, personally, I'm glad to know they could do it.
Oh, I am too. I was just surprised, that's all.
Well, they probably had more gumption than the rest. Some of those families have been on our list for several years.
I know. And I'll be interested to find out if any of the fortunate 6 have been on our list for any length of time.
Oh, so will I. Well, I'm going to call it a day in this case. I'll see you in the morning.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night.
What do you think about Spencer? Was it the modern edition?
Ray Spencer, the big shot racketeer? What about him?
Well, you know, the cops picked him up for questioning about that payroll holdup.
I know.
For a while there, it looked like they had the goods on Spencer. There was a witness who took the numbers and description of the hold-up car as they left the scene, and it was traced to Spencer.
Sure, he claimed his car had been stolen. No one believed that, Chief.
That is, no one believed it till last night, Reed, when the cops were tipped off that some bum was slicing a big roller door in a Water Street bar.
That's right, Chief. When they picked up the bum, the cops found some of the payroll checks on him. He confessed to the holdup.
Sure, and that left Spencer in the clear.
After all, if Spencer was innocent...
Innocent ain't the word to use for that guy, Reed. Maybe he didn't pull the holdup job, but to my way of thinking, he's done a lot he's managed to get out of. He's a smooth one, that Spencer.
He sure is, Mike. He came out of prison with nothing. Yet within a year he buys a big nightclub and seems to have money to burn. Where it all came from is a mystery.
The city could do well without men like Spencer. There doesn't seem to be anything that we can do with him. Seems to keep within the law.
Well, he'll make a slip someday, mark my words. Well, I'm going on down to cops' headquarters. Later. So long.
Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Ray Spencer sat at his desk in the office of his nightclub, talking to one of his henchmen.
Well, Virgil, we put it over again. I must admit you're smart enough at times, even though you do talk like a dope.
Oh, Chief, boy, thanks for the compliment.
Don't mention it.
No, I won't tell nobody if you say so. I never tell nothing you don't want me to.
Give it, Virgil, give it. Here. Take this door over to Maggie Hooker.
Yeah, sure.
Tell her she'll get the same amount this time next week.
Okay.
How about the others? Did you get their dough to them all right?
Yeah. They all meet me like I was Santa Claus or something every time I go with the dough. Hey, do you have to pay out all that moolah every week, boss?
Absolutely, Virgil. If I don't keep my bargain with them, they might squeal, and that would be the end. Both of us.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. That wouldn't be so good, would it?
What do you think? You already did a stretch in the pen, so you ought to know.
Yeah. Somehow I didn't like it. I couldn't do what I wanted to. And they wouldn't let me go no place either.
That happens to be the policy of prisons, Virgil. Get going before Maggie Hooker thinks we're giving her husband the double cross.
I don't trust dames nohow. I ain't never had no luck with them.
Really?
Yeah.
I just can't imagine why, Virgil. Go on, get started.
Sure, okay, boss.
Hurry back. I have other things for you to do.
I'll be right back, boss.
I brought in the letters you dictated this morning, Mr. Reed, and if you'll sign them now, I'll get them right out.
All right. I'm glad you finished them. I'd like to have you do something this afternoon.
Well, what is it?
Well, since Axford gave up on those neediest families, I thought perhaps you could visit a few of the ones he didn't get to. Take a cab and turn in an expense account.
Oh, fine. I'd like getting out for a while. Is there anything you want me to do here before I leave?
Well, no. If you see 2 or 3 this afternoon, we'll have someone else finish the visits tomorrow. You'd better leave right away.
Yes, sir. I'll leave right now. And I'll be back before 5 o'clock. Wait for me, please.
Okay, lady. Looking for somebody, lady?
Yes. Mr. and Mrs. Marty Hooker live in this building?
Yeah, right down them steps. They live in the basement flat. Oh, you won't find Marty there.
No?
No, he got picked up for pulling that big payroll hold-up. Been in all the papers. Confessed he done it. I'll get this old lady's home, though. Right down them steps like I told you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, good ball, yeah. Hey, look, lady, we're going to down the street. Hey, help on up. Hey, you go.
What can I do for you, dearie? Are you Mrs. Hooker? Who wants to know? I'm from the Daily Sentinel. About the Christmas donation, you know. You were on our list last year.
That. Come on in, dearie. Things are kind of mucked up a wee bit, but with the baby and all, and the old man being in trouble.
I understand. I'm sorry about your husband. You can count on the Sentinel to
bless your heart, dearie, but we won't be needing to take your help.
This place is terribly cold, and, well, with the baby and all, I'm sure you'll
Things aren't as bad as they look, that they ain't. Before the week's out, I'll be leaving this hovel for a nice flat on the west side. From now on, Maggie Hooker and her baby will be living in comfort. That we will, dearie.
I'm glad to hear it, but I
can see it in your eyes. You think I'm talking a bit of blimey. Sage be praised. 'Tis the truth when I say we'll be living better without that no-good Marty than we ever lived with him around.
Someone's offered to help you, then?
Well, there's a weekly income that's been arranged. A distant relative who came into plenty of money.
Oh?
Now, don't you worry your pretty head about Maggie Hooker, dearie. And you can tell your newspaper we'll be needing their help no longer, thank heaven.
I see. Well, thanks for seeing me, Mrs. Hooker, and I'm really glad things are going to be better for you.
Oh, and after I get settled in the new place, look me up and drop in for a cup of tea. Thankful I am for what you did last year. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Miss Casey, now, Reed.
Hello, Axford. I guess I'm later than I intended to be, Mr. Reed.
We were just beginning to worry about you, Miss Case. It's almost 6 o'clock. How did you make out?
All right. I went to 4 places. 3 of them are in just as bad condition as they were last year. The other one, though, won't need help this year.
Well, that's another one to cross off the list, then. Now, what's the name?
Hooker. The family of Marty Hooker. Mrs. Hooker says she's comfortably fixed from now on, and she intends to move to the west side. Her husband's in jail, I understand.
Marty Hooker, did you say?
Yes.
Hey, Reed, come to think of it, 'twas Marty Hooker who confessed to that payroll hold-up they tried to pin on Ray Spencer and his gang.
Really?
Marty Hooker's his name, sure as I'm sitting here.
Now, Miss Case, did Mrs. Hooker say where she was getting the money?
Well, she was rather cagey about it. She said a distant relative decided to arrange a weekly income for her and the baby.
Well, let's see that list. Well, according to this, Hookers have been among the neediest families for the past 3 years. This windfall from that distant relative is rather sudden, it seems to me.
It is that.
Moreover, I've been checking this afternoon on those whom Axford reported as being in comfortable circumstances.
Well, what did you find out, Mr. Reed?
I discovered that in each of those cases, the husband is in prison, each one having confessed to a crime.
You don't say. That's sure a coincidence, isn't it?
Well, it seems mighty funny to me.
Yes. It might not be a coincidence, actually.
What then?
Well, if I knew, I'd tell you.
Say no. Maybe I'd better tip Sarge off to do a little investigating. To my way of thinking, all them guys that went to jail were in the same gang. And their wives know where they left some hidden stolen money.
Oh, there you are. That settles the whole thing.
Well, not exactly. As a matter of fact, though, there may be some connection between all those confessed crooks and some one man or some group on the outside.
You got something there, Reed?
Well, maybe.
Mr. Reed, I was just thinking.
Go on, Miss Casey.
Well, wasn't that racketeer Ray Spencer involved in the payroll holdup case before Hooker confessed?
Holy cow. Do you think Spencer's pulling something, Reed?
Well, what I think doesn't matter. The main thing is that the police get proof. And from what I've learned about Ray Spencer, if he is connected with Hooker and the others, getting proof against him is not going to be easy. We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. After finding out that several men from the neediest families in the city had confessed to crimes and gone to prison, with the result that their families began receiving money, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, waited patiently for the result of the police investigation. It was several days later when Axford phoned from police headquarters. Hello?
This is Axford.
Well, what's up?
I'm down at Cops headquarters. I was just talking to Sarge about that investigation.
Well, what's the result?
Reed, I can't get anything out of any of those people. And Ray Spencer is laughing in their faces when they question him.
Well, Spencer may not be involved, but if he is, as I said before, getting proof will not be easy.
Sarge says he thinks there's something funny about the whole setup, too. But it's all so tight they can't break it.
I see. Well, if they do get any sort of a lead, let me know.
Sure, Reed, that I will. See you later. So long.
Goodbye, Axford. Looks like it will take unorthodox methods. I'll call Cato on the private line.
Mr. Reed, Department.
Cato, I have a job for you to do.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Reed. What I to do?
You know Ray Spencer?
Ray Spencer? I see his picture in paper open. The old Nightingale Club.
Right. And he has his office there. I want you to take the small coupe and go over there, shadow Spencer. Get to know by sight the men close to him. Be careful.
What I try to find out?
Find out if Spencer or one of his men pays a weekly visit to the slum district.
Yes, sir. I watch carefully.
Good. Report to me as soon as you find out anything. Goodbye, Cato.
Goodbye, Mr. Britt.
It was almost 6 o'clock the following afternoon when Britt Reed returned to his office from a board meeting at the Civic Club. Any messages for me, Miss Case?
Yes, sir. Cato phoned and said to tell you that he had a very special dinner waiting for you tonight and wants you to be sure and come home.
Oh, fine. Anything else?
These letters are to be answered.
Well, they can wait.
And Axford phoned with a brilliant idea.
Well, let's have it.
Well, he wants money to buy toys and to hire a Santa Claus outfit so he can appear as Santa at the settlement house on Christmas Eve.
That I'd like to see. His way with children will make up for the Irish brogue, though. Tell him to go to it.
And last but not least, Gunnigan's been asking for you. He wants to discuss a new setup for the city page.
Well, tell Gunnigan to work it out to suit himself. I'm tired. I'm going home. I'll see you in the morning, Miss Case.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night. Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. All right, Cato, let's have it. What did you find out?
I find out big men who have flat nose and big ears always with Spencer.
Bodyguard, perhaps?
That's what I think. This afternoon, this man, whom I learn go by name of Virgil, leave office and go to slum area. I follow.
Good. Where did he stop?
He go 2 places. I have names and addresses here. The last place he go is out on the west side of city.
Let's see those names. This is Tony Coretta, Water Street. And this is Marty Hooker, West End Avenue. Cato, you really did get something.
You recognize names, Mr. Britt?
Yes. Both of these names were on our neediest families list last year. Both Tony Coretta and Marty Hooker are in prison. And both their families are living comfortably.
What all that means?
It means Ray Spencer is involved in a deal somewhere. And I have a pretty good idea about the part he plays. The police can't go around the law to force the issue, but the Green Hornet can. Let's go. Stepping for a thick-with panel in the rear of the closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This building led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as a hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Where we go, Mr. Britt?
But first we'll go to Mrs. Coretta's and Mrs. Hooker's.
Well, Mrs. Coretta live in the middle of next block.
Turn off into the back alley. Then we'll head for Hooker's. If they react the way I think they will, Ray Spencer will be stopped once and for all. Mrs. Coretta?
Maria Coretta, that's me. It's dark in the hall, but why you ask for me?
I'll come inside.
No. You never come in like that. That keeps you not good. Please, you're not
I won't hurt you if you
me.
do what I say. Give me the money you received this afternoon.
Oh, you make a mistake. I know I get the money.
Give it to me.
Oh, sure, I give it. It's in your bag. You just not good, Maria. I get it.
All right, give it here.
Maria, she not having the money for us to live.
If you have any complaints, tell them to the man who sent me. Mr. Ray Spencer.
Spencer? He sent you here?
You heard me. I'll leave now.
That's a big Spencer. He pulled the double cross. Double on my Tony. I make him sorry. I'll go tell him I put it tonight. You've got nothing to be crying about this night. Hush. Sure now. You've got to understand every word I've been saying. I'll be thinking. Glory be. Who can be calling at a time like this? Praise to the devil himself. Not the cloven foot will you be sitting in the house?
I'm already inside. Close the door.
Sure, and I know you're that green harness, but there's Maggie Hooky you're backing up against it.
Give me the money you received a while ago.
So that's it, is it? Well, not a penny will I be given to the like for you, so you can be taking yourself out of here right now.
I'd hate to use this gun on a woman. But if you don't...
Merciful heavens, I believe you would.
I'm waiting.
All right. I'll be giving it to you.
Hurry.
Quiet, the foul team. You can have the money. But if you scare that innocent little babe, I'll be tearing you apart, gun or no gun. Here's the money, you thieving devil.
Thanks. Spencer said it would be easy to get.
Hold on. Did I hear you speak of Mr. Spencer?
Yes, you heard me.
So he sent you here. Tis a filthy game to be playing on me poor husband. But to St. Pat will bear me witness, I'll turn that Spencer into the law. And you're with him, that I will. I'll call me St. Pat to your headquarters right now. Do what you will.
Time for me to go. Good night, Mrs. Hooker.
Is that you, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. My plan's working out. Let's get moving.
Where do we go next?
I have a few more places to visit. Tomorrow, Cato, after things quiet down, you can mail the money I'm taking back to each of those women. After that, the Senate will see to it that none of them are suffering. Come on, Through one dark back street of the city after another, the sleek car of the Green Hornet moved like a great purring shadow. Frequent stops were made until finally Each of the places listed on a paper in Britt Reed's pocket had been visited. Then Britt and Cato returned to the apartment to await results. It was after midnight when Sergeant Burke entered the press room at police headquarters.
What's the news, Sarge? Is there anything to it all?
Plenty, expert. You did well to hang around instead of going out with the other seat.
Give it to me, then.
Hold your horses. I got to send a couple of the boys out. Cassidy. Yes, sir? Take one of the boys with you and pick up Ray Spencer. Okay, right away.
Ray Spencer? Why are you picking him up?
We got a call from several women who claimed the Hornet came there and took back money Spencer was paying them. This is a bargain he made with her husband.
What do you mean?
Spencer pulled jobs like that payroll holdup. Then got some poor starving guy with a family to take the rap. In return, he promised to pay a weekly sum to the wife. Get it?
Holy crow.
We got word that several of the guys have already seen the prison warden and retracted their confessions, putting the blame on Spencer.
Wait, I got to call Reed. Wait till he hears this. Boy, I got a scoop this time. So he thinks I don't bring in any news, huh? He'll find out.
I bet he's sleeping.
So what? Reed, this is Ashford.
I might have known. Just when I get to sleep, you answer.
Hold on, Reed. The cops are picking up Ray Spencer. He paid a lot of guys to go to jail for him. You know, those poor guys whose families were on our list.
Well, what do you know?
It was the Green Hornet working with Spencer who broke things open. He went to take back the dough from the families, the women squawked, and then the cops found out that the guys were...
story to rerun.
Well, not yet, but I'm going...
Santa Claus, you're wasting time. Get the story in.
Sure, Reed, but I'm trying to...
Did they pick up the Hornet yet?
The Hornet? Now, hold on, Reed. Don't you know it's a tough thing?
Call me when they do. Good night.
Reed, I want to...
Hang up on you.
Did they pick up the Hornet yet, he says. Then call me when they do. Phooey. Sometimes I think Reed's losing what little part of mind he has. That I do.
You lose what little job you have if you don't get that story into the Sentinel.
Holy crow. Give me that phone, quick.
Story of the Green Hornet.
I don't care how you get it, Curly, but I want the votes from the 5th Ward. That's going to turn the election. I want it turned my way.
The 5th Ward's pretty independent, Harder. Not like some of the others.
I'm not worried about the others. It figures out to be a close race, Curly. I have the south side sewed in a knot. I want the 5th.
Bradford is going to take the north side.
That's why I want the 5th. If you can't deliver it for me, I'll get someone else.
It'll cost plenty.
I've got plenty. What do you think I've been doing while I've been in office? Twiddling my thumbs? If it costs $20,000, $30,000, $50,000, I want the 5th Ward.
Could you use some of that dough to get the Sentinel to lay off?
You playing dumb, Curly?
Why not?
Curly, you could never understand anybody being honest, could you?
Everybody's got his price.
Yes, that's why I don't trust you any more than I have to.
Okay. Same for you with me. So long as you pay the dough, I work for you. If I wasn't paying off in votes, you'd wash me off the books.
And you think that's the way it is with the Sentinel?
Everybody wants dough.
Curly, we want money and power. I have both. But you'll never get power, no matter how much money you get, for one reason.
Yeah?
That's right. Because you can't understand that a man like Reed, the owner of the Sentinel, a man like him or someone like Bradford believes in the principles of democracy. That's more important than money to them.
Principles of democracy. That's stuff to feed the suckers.
Oh, sure. I use it. It's good for votes. But Reed and Bradford believe in it. That's why they're going to be hard to deliver. That's why I want the 5th Ward votes.
Okay, you'll get it.
I'd better. What time is it?
A couple of minutes past 8.
Thursday?
Where are you going?
Reed's talking at the auditorium, sponsored by the Civic Club. We're scheduled for 8. Just a short speech. Hope we haven't missed too much of it.
He's talking for Bradford. Why listen to that stuff?
It's always a good idea to know what the enemy is doing, Curly. Quiet, I want to get this.
I want to say this to you
people listen. The reason why the Daily Sentinel has backed Bradford for mayor is that he's a good housekeeper. And this city needs its house cleaned.
Looks good, don't it, Sheriff?
Yes, this city needs a house cleaning as never before. It needs to be cleaned of political grafters and chiselers. Cleaned of racketeering in politics. Cleaned of rats who regard the public money as their money. Cleaned of machine politicians like Harder. That's what the Sentinel is fighting for. That's what every honest, sincere voter is fighting for. And that's why all of us here are going to put Bradford in office, Mr. Bradford. Thanks, Reed. I'm not accustomed to making speeches, Bradford. It's your job now. Keep quiet. Excuse me, please. Mr. Reed, that was very well. Thanks, Mr. Reed. Let's get out of here, shall we? We can get to that door. Bradford's going to give them a fighting talk. I could notice the sign. You did all right yourself. All I did was put one of Gunnigan's editorials into words. And here we are. That's a job. Anything new from the Sentinel?
I called Gunnigan just before your speech. He said everything's quiet.
How does the vote look?
Well, for more reports, whoever takes the 5th ward hits the jackpot.
Well, there's still some time before election. Bradford will have to do plenty of campaigning in that ward.
He's making a speech there tomorrow night, isn't he?
That's right, a street corner speech.
Hey, boss, I told you you'd be in here.
What is it, Lawry?
Boss, I've been snooping around the 5th ward. Harder's up to his old tricks.
What do you mean?
Hobos, boss. They're drifting in there by the dozens. Harder's getting set to pack the ballot box with drifters and repeaters.
Who's handling it?
Who do you think? It's Curly, Harder's right-hand rat.
What about Bradford's speech tomorrow night, Lawry? Did you get a line on that?
There's going to be trouble.
Hoodlums, huh?
All I know is there's been a heavy demand for stale vegetables.
Oh, gosh, if Bradford talks down there, he'll collect more ripe tomatoes than a ham actor.
Bradford better call it off, boss.
We'll see about that. Miss Case, I want you to get the police commissioner for me. Harder may be mayor of this town, but Bradford's got to have police protection.
Yeah, he's got to have it, but will he get it? Casey, Bradford talks in front of this mob. He's nuts.
Well, the police.
All I know is they aren't here. The boss inside?
Yes, in the drugstore. I think he's calling the police commissioner now. Bradford's with him.
Let's go see what's cooking, then.
It's all right with me.
After you, Casey.
Don't worry, Lowry. They're saving the fruit for Bradford. Oh, there's Mr. Reed on the phone now.
Well, how long will it be before there's police protection here? Oh, Bradford can't wait that long. He has other talks tonight. He can't call it off. He won't. I got those policemen down here with a Sentinel will have plenty to say about your department. The police commissioner.
What did he say, Reed?
What could he say, Bradford? Stalling says they'll be here, but frankly, it's easy to tell he's getting his orders from higher up.
Harder?
Well, sure, it's harder. After all, I suppose we can't censor the commissioner completely. His job depends on the party in power. Right now, that's harder.
Mr. Bradford, you can't talk in front of that crowd.
It's up to you, Bradford.
There's only one answer to that, Reed. I've got to talk. But holy mackerel, Mr. Bradford.
Save it, Lowry. I knew that would be your answer, Bradford.
Well, might as well get it over with.
Just a second, Lowry.
Yeah, boss?
Take a look out the front and see if you can spot any of the men from the Sentinel.
Huh?
When the police weren't here, I phoned Gunnigan. He got in touch with the delivery crews.
You mean the boys are coming over here?
Might as well have some supporters around. Take a look, Laura.
A pleasure, boss.
Miss Case.
Yes?
My car's out and back. I've got 10 cameras in it. Lowry will bring up any man who can take pictures, and you hand them the cameras.
But the regular cameramen...
You're more than a regular cameraman. You might as well make sure, and I'll want one myself.
And one for little Casey?
Oh, Miss Case, you're staying out of this. Well out of
Oh, but
it.
Mr.
That's
Reed...
settled, understand?
Gosh, I suppose so.
The boys are here, boss.
Good. Miss Case, got the cameras.
I'll be out there.
Lowry, give the boys a high sign. They're to take cameras and get as many pictures as they can. If any rough stuff starts, they know what to do.
Better tell this druggist to stay open, boss. There may be some black eyes that need attention.
All right, Bradford?
Yes, Reed.
You're walking into it, you know.
Somebody's got to.
Okay, let's go.
I'm out to vote. But I want to be sure that they're honest votes. I don't want the kind of votes my opponent gets. I want to tell you...
Careful, Bradford.
Let us on now. Wait a minute. Give it to him. There's a okay for you, Bradford. I want to...
Look out.
Look out.
Miss Case, get that out of here. How'd you get in here in the first place?
should I go on?
No, it's no use, Bradford.
Come on, you guys, break it up. Something coming.
This way, Bradford. Get off this platform.
Oh, it's turning into a riot.
I never saw so many vegetables in my life.
This lake will overwhelm. No use battling this mob. Come on, let's get out of here.
That's where you came from. Get them out. Oh, here come the cops.
Yes, after the damage is done. What about those pictures, Lowry?
Oh, boss, we got some. The boys are in there shooting.
Let's hope they get them back to the Sentinel.
Before those cameras are smashed.
Never mind that. We're getting out of here.
It is a fine job. A fine job. That'll teach Bradford a lesson. Trying to invade the Fifth Ward, huh? Hello? Yes, Commissioner. Take it easy. I don't care whether you like what happened last night or not. I'm still running this town, and that means the police department as well as the rest. So what? No one was hurt. You got there a little late, that's all. What's that? Now, listen, Commissioner, I made you and I can break you. Just cool off and think of that. Goodbye. Make them and break them. That's the way to run a political machine. Well, what do you... it's you, Curly.
Yeah, Harder. How'd I do last night?
Not bad, Curly. You handled it very nicely.
The Sentinel almost pulled a fast one, boss. They had a bunch of their truck drivers down there. Some of those babies are pretty handy.
What's that in your arm, the paper?
I the Sentinel. Haven't had time to look it over yet.
Let's see it.
They had a bunch of photographers there.
You did, eh?
Yeah, but we took care of that. Plenty of broken cameras around there for the White Wings to sweep up.
Well, if they get a picture or two, it doesn't matter. You used drifters, didn't you?
Yeah, some of the hobos were bringing in. Give them coffee money.
Quite a little land the Sentinel's got. All about...
Yeah?
Kelly.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
There's something wrong. Take a look at this.
What?
This picture. Here, you luckhead.
So what? They can't identify anyone.
Good look. You dummy, this is a picture of you.
What?
You fool. Look at that. A picture of you throwing tomatoes. The whole city knows you're one of my men. Why,
Take it easy, Hart.
Take it easy. Did you have to go there?
Well, no, I didn't.
You just wanted to see the fun, huh? Have a good laugh, huh?
Was I to know that spot?
Get out. We're through. Finished.
Now, wait a minute.
I said get out.
And I said wait. Cool off harder. Or maybe you don't want the Fifth Ward vote.
Tell me if you think you can... What did you say?
Get smart harder. All right, I pulled a boner. But you need me. I'm the only guy who can handle those votes for you and your North.
Well, guess I did fly off the handle.
I made a mistake. But I can still deliver those votes. The only thing is I'll have to stay in the background more, that's all.
And what?
Simple, Harder. I got maybe a dozen boys. They can act as go-betweens. I'll give them the dough, they'll buy the votes. I won't even appear, much less you.
All I do is supply the cash, eh?
That's right. Now we can talk about it later.
Mr. Leeds, apartment. One moment, please.
Who is it, Cato?
It's Mr. Lowry, Mr.
Lowry, huh? You already sent that Green Hornet note to Bradford?
Yes, Mr. But I don't understand.
You don't understand why I did it? Well, if the public believes the Green Hornet is allied with Harder, they're more apt to vote for Bradford. Oh, excuse me.
I see, Mr.
Hello?
Boss, I'm calling from Bradford's home. It's a story.
What happened, Lowry? What is it?
Bradford just got a threat from the Green Hornet.
No.
Yeah, I called it into Gunnigan. He's killing a page one.
Well, looks as if Harder has the wrong kind of friends, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I never guessed they were this wrong. Got any orders, boss?
Orders? Yes, Lowry. You might call on Harder and get his ideas about the Hornet just to check up.
On my way. So long, boss.
Good night. Cato.
Yes, Mr. Bailey.
Got the Black Beauty ready. The gas weapon and the mask. Lowry's going calling, and so is the Green Hornet.
That's just the kind of a story the Sentinel would print. I have nothing to do with the Hornet. It's absurd.
Well, I'm just asking, Harder. That's my job.
Well, you've got your answer. Here's the door. You can...
Hey, that car out in front.
Step on it.
Holy mackerel, that's the Hornet car. I guess you didn't know you had company. Now try and say you're not pals with the Green Hornet. You'll read about it in the Sentinel.
Public wars! Green Hornet seen outside political bosses' homes after people's candidate gets threat. Read all about it. Sentinel XP, Trevor!
Great work, Lowry. That story sold plenty of papers. And it's going to influence plenty of votes.
Oh, that was just blind luck, boss. I stepped into it.
False modesty?
No, on the level. I don't mind grabbing all the credit I can. But last night was one of those things.
This ought to help Bradford's chances plenty.
Hey, boss.
Yeah?
I've been thinking it over. Why should the Hornet pull a stunt like that?
Threatening Bradford?
A politician like Harder should know that would throw public sentiment toward Bradford.
Yes, he should.
No use figuring the Green Hornet. He's got angles no one else ever gets.
Possibly, Lowry.
He's a smart apple. Well, even now, the police are no closer to him than they ever were.
Well, there's no use going over that. We're talking votes. Any news of how it looks?
Gunnigan's getting some more dope, boss.
Mr. Reed.
Oh, yes, Miss Case. You spoke to Gunnigan?
He's been getting some of the news from the City Press Association.
Anything on the Hornet?
Nope.
What's the trend on the election? Is it still the same, or does it look as if Bradford were favored?
Well, Gunnigan says it looks as if the Fifth Ward still holds a deciding vote.
Well, that doesn't seem possible. Harder must have lost some support after the Hornet threatened Bradford.
Maybe you haven't seen the Clarion. Harder claims that the Hornet threat was a stunt cooked up to discredit him. He says it's political mudslinging.
Yeah, and the Clarion prints it. Holy mackerel, Casey, that yellow newspaper. Hey, boss.
Yes?
You're leaving, Mr. Reed?
Oh, yes, Miss Case. I have some private matters to attend to.
But, Mr.
If
Reed...
you want me, I'll be at my apartment. You understand what you're to do, Cato?
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Sometime between now and Election Day, Harder's man Curley is going to organize those votes in the Fifth Ward.
Yes?
Drifters, bums, repeaters. He'll be handing out plenty of money to pack the ballot box with votes for Harder. But get this, Cato. After that snapshot of Curley that was printed in the Sentinel, he'll keep himself in the background.
I see.
He'll use other men, go-betweens, ward healers. Now find out when Curley is calling a meeting of those men and let me know, Cato. The Green Hornet's going to take an interest in that meeting.
Hey, Casey, is the boss in?
If you're looking for Mr. Reed, the answer is no, Lowry. He's not in.
Huh? With elections tomorrow? Holy mackerel, Casey, why not?
Because he's got his own affairs to attend to.
Casey, why is it that every once in a while the boss goes off to the track and starts playing the nightclubs and staying away from the office?
Lowry, Mr. Reed's private life is his own.
Okay, skip it. That playboy streak he has, I guess. I got pre-election quotes you want to hear. Hey, where is he, his apartment?
That's my phone, Lowry. I'll get him.
Uh-huh. Missed his voice, didn't you?
What do you mean?
Relax, Casey. You're blushing as red as that lipstick. Nothing against a girl feeling soft about her boss, is there?
You're not a reporter. You're a keyhole keeper.
Yeah, I wouldn't be bad.
Why, Lowry.
Hello?
Mr. Reed?
Yes, Miss Case. How are things at the Sentinel?
We missed you, Mr. Reed.
I'll bet you have.
Lowry wants to talk to you.
What do you mind? I've missed you, too, Miss Case.
You have?
Yes, all of you.
Oh. Well, here's Lowry.
Well, hello, boss. I've been making the rounds. Bradford issued the usual statement. He says he's confident that the voters of the city will toss out the machine and elect him mayor.
I hope so. But
It's not the regular voters we're worried about. It's those drifters.
Yeah, and I also learned that Curly's calling a meeting of the ward healers from the 5th tonight. It's supposed to be secret.
Secret meeting, huh? You got any idea what he plans to discuss at it, Lowry? You know where it is?
It's going to be at his house, 10 tonight.
10 tonight. Let's see.
Yeah, boss. I figured I might be able to crash that meeting. Might get some dope for the Sentinel.
You plan to be there?
Well, if I can make it, how about it?
Why, yes, do that, Lowry. If Curly doesn't organize those repeat votes tonight, they can't do any voting tomorrow.
Sure, they're going to race for the payoff.
All right, Lowry, if you can do it, okay. Why not take a camera?
Yeah, boss. I might get some shots.
Can make it. I'll have to make sure he doesn't. Can't have him breaking in on the Green Hornet.
Mr. Brett.
Was that you, Cato?
I find out about the meeting, Mr. Brett. 10 o'clock at the Curry's house.
You're not the only one who found out, Cato. Lowry learned about it, too.
Lowry?
We'll have to take our chances on that. By now, it's time for us to get busy. Where's the Hornet gun and the mask?
Here in the desk, Mr. Brett.
Good. Bring them along. We're moving out in the Black Beauty as soon as it gets dark.
A few hours later, as darkness mantled the city, Britt Reed and his valet Cato stepped through a secret panel in the rear of the apartment, then walked along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house, which led directly to an adjoining building. Closely abandoned, this building served as a hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, high-speed car of the Green Hornet.
I drive, Mr. Brett?
Yes, Cato, take the wheel. You're going to have a ticklish job taking care of Lowry. I want to be sure he doesn't arrive too soon.
I understand, Mr. Brett.
You got the extra Green Hornet mask?
Yes, sir.
Good. Step on it, Cato. Let's go.
Okay, Harder. All fixed. Yeah, I'm sorting the dough out now for the boys when they show up. They'll distribute it okay. Sure, if they don't, the mugs in the 5th Ward ain't gonna do no voting for nobody. You sure you control the polls? Yeah, okay, just asking. And what about this Hornet business? Okay, if you say so, Harder. Yeah. I won't see you until after elections. It's in the bag. Good night. There's 500 for Joe. That'll take care of 2, maybe 300 votes. And 1,000 for Bucky.
Never mind throwing that money, Curly.
What's that? You're a man.
Get away from that desk.
Stick up, huh? Why, Harder will run you out of... That mask.
I'm taking that money, Curly.
You're the Green Hornet.
Hand it over.
But Hornet, wait a minute. Is this on a level? What's the angle?
Figure it yourself. You know them all.
You mean you're in with Harder?
All I want is that money, Curly.
Oh, all by yourself, huh?
That's right. I'm up for myself, Curly. And get back.
What are you going to do with that gun?
Get back.
Yeah, sure.
Stay right there. And don't move unless I tell you to. I see each of these envelopes is addressed. Who's Joe?
He's going to buy votes. All them guys there. That dough is to buy votes for Harder.
Not anymore, Curly.
But if them guys don't get that dough, we can't buy votes.
That's your tough luck.
But Harder, he'll bust me wide open if I don't feel like he's...
You haven't got much choice, Curly. I'm taking this money, and when Joe and the rest get here, they're going to get nothing but orders.
Orders?
Yes, orders written by you, Curly. Orders telling them not to bother about rounding up votes, that everything's all right.
But that... Harder lose the election, sure. You can't do that.
You're writing those orders, Curly.
I don't get it. What good's that going to do you?
It'll give me time, Curly. Time to make sure no one can trail this money.
Oh. You want to cover up, huh?
That's the idea.
Suppose I say nothing doing. Suppose I don't write them orders. I can refuse to... No, wait.
I don't think you'll refuse, Curly.
You wouldn't use that gun.
That's up to you. You'll write or I'll...
Okay. Sure.
Good. It's still more than 2 hours before those men are due to come here. You can send the orders by messenger.
Messenger?
And you needn't try anything, Curly. When that messenger shows up, I'll be hidden behind the door with this gun pointing at your ribs. Now sit down and get started.
Okay, mister. Delivering this batch of letters will cost you $5.50. Here's your 4 bits change.
Keep it. Go on, scram.
Sure. Okay.
Close the door, Curly.
Listen, Hornet. That busts me wide open. You know that, don't you?
Does it?
Harder's going to get licked in the election, and that means I'm washed up. I ought to get a chance to explain to Harder. You think I'm crossing him up, keeping the dough.
You get that chance, Curly.
Let me call him up. Let me... Huh?
He's already been called.
What do you mean? You didn't call him. You was with me. And I didn't call.
You? You might ruin things. No, Curly, I have a helper. He called. Harder will be here in... Well, any second now.
Huh?
The time for his arrival was set very definitely. Here, put this on.
What's that?
Put it on.
Hey, this thing is a mask. A mask like the one you're wearing.
Put it on. You're going to wear that mask when you open the door for Harder.
Something would have happened. Me hiding here with my camera all set. Fall asleep with some of those guys don't show up pretty soon. Hey, who's this? Holy mackerel, it's Harder. Come on, Curly, answer that door. Baby, is this going to be a camera shot for page 1? Come on, the door. Let's hit.
I get the phone call. The Green Hornet.
Holy mackerel, it's the Hornet. Harder than the Hornet. Hold it. Thanks for the picture. You'll see it now. What the gas?
What's going on here? That man took a picture, and then this man shot him with a gun that made no sound. If you were the Hornet, let's have the answer.
Arthur, I ain't the Hornet. I ain't.
Curly, you.
That's right, Harder.
What the...
Now, don't move. Curly is wearing that Hornet mask because I made him do it.
You made him do it?
You can't blame me for this.
And who's this?
That's my helper, Harder. Keep that gun trained on him.
I will. Boss, I couldn't help it. The Hornet grabbed the dough. I had to tell them guys not to buy any votes. He made me.
What's that? Why, you... I'll lose the election, sure. What's your angle, Hornet?
My angle?
I got it. You're betting on Bradford. That's it, isn't it? You're betting on Bradford winning the election, and you're making sure he does.
I don't bet.
Don't hand me that. Look, I've got plenty of money. I'll pay you whatever you say.
Crooked money, Harder.
That reporter out there, he's got a picture in that camera. We'll have to get rid of that.
You didn't hear me, Harder. I've got all of your money I want.
You mean you won't play ball?
You're licked, Harder. Finish.
So that's the way it is. And there's only one thing for me to do, and that's just... Grab him, Curly. Grab that gun.
Behind you, Honda.
Tackle him. Wheel.
Boss, the little guy.
Oh. No, get your Hornet. You're not asking for it, rat. No, don't you, don't I? Yes. Can't breathe.
Good work, Cato. You got Curly just in time.
Hey, strong.
Not cold. Cato, I want to make sure they stay that way until tomorrow evening when the election booths close. Can you fix it?
It can be done, Miss Wade.
Good. Curly lives alone. Nobody will come in here. We can leave the two of them, lock the door, and they won't be disturbed. I'll take the Black Beauty, and you can drive Harder's cab back in front of the house.
Yes, sir.
Be sure you leave no fingerprints.
What about the police, Miss Wade?
Police, Cato? Well, when Lowry recovers from that gas and the Sentinel prints a picture of Harder with a Green Hornet, the police will think Harder has a good reason for staying out of sight, election day or no election day. The police and everyone else.
The money, Miss Wade?
It's graft money, Cato, but we'll see that it gets to some charity that won't know it's tainted. It'll do more good that way. Now, let's get busy. We've a lot to do. I've got to be at the Sentinel all day tomorrow waiting for the election return. Look at that, Miss Case. Bradford's piling up a tremendous boat. Look at the returns from the Fifth Ward.
The whole city, Mr. Reed. That picture Lowry took last night certainly impressed the voters.
Bradford's got this election in the bag. Harder and his political machine are licked.
It looks that way. But, Mr. Reed, isn't it odd that no one can find Harder?
Would you show your face after being taken in a picture with a Green Hornet?
This election is so important.
Forget it. Harder's voting machine is so disorganized it doesn't make any difference anyhow.
Daily Sentinel, good evening. Yes, just a moment. It's Bradford, Mr. Reed.
Hello? Oh, yes, Bradford. What? Oh, that's fine. Send us a statement, will you? Right, call us back. This case, Bradford is in. He's won.
He has?
Yes, still a few more votes to count, but Bradford has more than a majority already.
Hey, boss, have you heard the news?
Oh, yes, Lowe. You mean about Bradford winning?
Yeah, I checked that on the way through the office, but it's something else. Potter and Curly finally got the headquarters.
They did.
Well, do they have any explanation for their absence or for that picture?
Boss, they aren't talking. But you know, it's a funny thing, that picture I took last night. As soon as I mentioned it, both of them started to swear a blue streak. From the way they sounded, they don't care much for the Hornet.
Perhaps the Hornet wasn't working with Harder after all.
News desk has got... Hello, Gunnigan. Reed talking. Just checked your front page. It's good. Fine. Keep that investigation you're on as the lead for all editions. That's right. Somebody sliced that graft melon, and the Sentinel's going to learn who got the slices. Check me if you get any bulletins. How's it coming, Miss Case?
Last line, Mr. Reed. There you are. Is this going to be the lead editorial for tomorrow's Sentinel?
Yes. It looks okay.
I like the lead on it. The highway that Graft built.
It's not bad, is it?
Not bad. It hits the nail right on the head. Honestly, if the Sentinel hadn't learned how much that highway cost to build, nobody would have done a thing.
A newspaper that doesn't dig for facts doesn't get many scoops, Miss Case. Not only that, there's the name of this newspaper.
Huh?
I can remember when my father founded the paper. He called it the Sentinel. The meaning of that word is to watch and to guard. As long as I run this paper, we're not losing sight of that meaning. We're guarding the public interest with every issue.
Well, I may be prejudiced, but I'd say we're doing a pretty good job of it. Well, this investigation would never have started if Lowry hadn't discovered that somebody knew things ahead of time.
This city needed a superhighway, Miss Case, but the price we paid for it...
Who bought that land ahead of time and boosted the price? The city real estate company.
The city real estate company is just a dummy up front. It's nothing but empty offices now.
What about Carson? He was listed as the president.
So what? Unless he admits that some political grafter gave him inside information on the route of the highway, he can keep on saying it was a lucky guess forever. And no one can say otherwise.
Proof, huh?
Yeah, it's a little word, but it covers plenty of territory.
How's the investigation going?
You know as well as I do. Nothing so far.
Well, they've certainly got plenty of political big shots on the committee, hadn't they?
5, Miss Case. Bennett, Harper, Calloway, Monroe, Evans. Too many.
Why?
Well, the more men, the more chance that strings are being pulled. With just one man, you know who gets the credit or the blame.
He's standing in the spotlight, is that it?
Exactly. Dead center. Yeah, there's nothing like publicity to keep a man honest in this case.
Reed, the investigation started at last.
You been over at the meeting, Axford?
I couldn't get in. You know they're holding it in secret. But I got some friends, Reed.
Sergeant Moran, eh?
Golly, Casey, who told you?
Well, let's have it, Axford. The committee's calling up a witness.
Reed, Moran says the committee's going to subpoena Carson today.
Carson, huh? Miss Case, get Carson on the phone.
Right. Reed, Carson won't give you no statement, not over the phone.
That's not, Axford, but he can't refuse a request for an interview. You're going to see him tonight.
Your phone, Carson.
Calloway, you promised me I'd have no trouble about that highway. I bought that property, and your assurance is if you don't trouble.
None yet, is there?
You're a member of that investigating committee. Why didn't you protect me?
I couldn't ask not to have you questioned, could I?
It's not right.
Take that, Miss Prentice.
Yes, sir.
Calloway, I'm a respected citizen of this town. I refuse to be third degree.
Never mind that line, Carson. You and I worked together to make some extra money.
Crooked money?
Crooked money or not, it still buys the same amount of food. Now stop sniveling. All right, you'll appear before the committee tomorrow. Just keep on saying that you made a guess about where the highway would go.
A guess?
A lucky guess. You stand pat.
Suppose they learn that you gave that advance information, that you told me to buy low and sell high.
Of course.
Suppose they learn that you and I split a profit of better than 500% of the real value of that property. Everyone suspects it already.
They don't suspect me, Carson. Just you.
If I name you...
You won't. You won't have to name anyone. Remember, I'll be at that meeting. I'll steer your course for you. Make sure nobody browbeats you.
But it's not fair. I'm taking all the punishment.
Money is worth risks. You'd have had nothing if I hadn't brought you the proposition in the first place. Don't forget, suspicion never put anyone in jail. Not yet. Well, Miss Prentice?
The Sentinel called Mr. Carson.
The Sentinel? You told them I wasn't in?
What do they want?
Apparently, the Sentinel learned that Mr. Carson is to appear before the investigating committee tomorrow, Mr. Calloway. They want an interview tonight.
But Calloway...
An interview, eh? Carson, tell them you'll see a reporter tonight.
Yes.
But he can't afford to.
He can't afford not to. The Sentinel might make too much of it. Answer the phone, Carson.
Yes.
this is a terrible situation. Terrible.
Green around the gills, Mr. Calloway.
I'm afraid of him.
You think he might talk?
Look at him. I can only go so far tomorrow. After all, if I protect him too openly, I point the finger at my part in this.
You're right. He won't stand up, not under question.
We'll have to do something about this. Oh, quiet. Here he comes.
Well, I've seen the report tonight.
When?
9 o'clock. Calloway...
All right. Stop airing your troubles. Time for me to go.
You'll protect me tomorrow?
Yes. We'll go out the back way, Miss Prentice, the way we came in. Carson, watch your tongue tonight. Be pleasant, but vague. Understand?
Yes, I'll try.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Miss Prentice.
Yes, Mr. Calloway.
I don't like it. Not at all. If Carson cracks, it means my political future is ruined. Completely ruined. I want you to phone Trigger and have him at my office this afternoon.
Trigger? But he's a gunman, a hired killer.
Exactly. At my office this afternoon.
Price is right, Calloway. I'll do the job for you.
I'm sure you will, Trigger.
Meaning what by that?
I've helped you a lot of times in the past. I know a lot about you.
Yeah? It's mutual.
Carson must be removed.
He's as good as gone right now. When's that reporter show up?
9 o'clock. I want it done before then.
Carson won't talk to no reporter, Calloway. You can put your chips on that.
Good.
Yes, Mr. Calloway.
Bring in $1,000 in new bills, Miss Prentice. I've just made a deal with Trigger.
We'll leave the Black Beauty here in the alley, Cato. This is Carson's house.
I'll wait for you?
Wait right here. I'm going to throw a scare into Carson. I want to make sure he talks.
Yes, sir.
8 o'clock. I won't be long. Just 1 hour before that reporter comes.
Your clock is slow, Carson. It's 8:05.
What the? Who's that?
So you'll be on the carpet tomorrow, Carson.
How did you get in here and what you...
Through the window.
Your mask. You're the Green Hornet.
Stay away from that phone.
A gun.
I've got orders to use it, Carson.
Use it? I don't understand.
On you, Carson.
On me? But I told Calloway I wouldn't...
Go on.
Nothing.
It's pretty apparent you'd crack the first time someone tossed a tough question at you.
No, I won't. I mentioned Calloway's name to you because you're wearing a mask. You've got a gun. That's a lot different than just answering questions.
Calloway might not be so certain. Bad, Carson.
He's the only one who knew I was going to be all right.
Just leave one of
Green Hornet's
backbone.
No, wait. Out the window.
Is that you?
You'll talk plenty. Step on it. Get the Black Beauty out of here.
What do you know? The Green Hornet. I ducked back out of sight just in time. Maybe I had to phone Calloway. This might change things, kinda.
Hello?
Calloway, listen. This is Trigger.
Oh, you're early.
I ain't done that job yet. I went there, but...
Why not?
Well, Calloway, I seen the Green Hornet leaving that house through the alley.
What?
The Hornet. I was ducked back out of sight. You didn't tell me the Hornet was working with you.
This is bad, Trigger. The Hornet's not working for me.
Oh, he ain't, huh? Well, what about Carson? Do I still do that job?
It's even more important now. Yes, do it.
Okay, Calloway. I just wanted to know. You'll read about it in the papers.
I ain't going to talk to Carson, not you.
I just came along to observe your technique, Axford.
Nothing better to do. I don't want you butting in.
I hear and I obey.
None of your dirty digs.
I haven't said a word.
You ain't saying nothing, but you're thinking plenty. You can listen, but you ain't interrupting.
Absolutely. But if you should forget to ask the kind of questions that
I won't forget nothing. And don't you forget. Shut up.
There's an answer.
Yeah.
Supposed to be 9 o'clock, wasn't it?
It was. And that's what it is. Just 9.
Dark in there. There's no lights from the inside of the
Axford. Holy crow, them were shots. Get back, Casey.
Axford, don't go.
Leave go, Casey.
Something for the police.
Now we'll see what goes on.
Come out of there, you idiot.
Get the cops, Casey. They're in time for... It come this way. It was here. Hey, you're in that window. No, you don't. Let go. No. Where are you? Where'd the rat go?
What is it? Are you all right?
Casey, get out of here. He clipped me with brass knuckles or something. He was here.
He's gone. Who was it, Axford?
Sorry, I don't know, Casey. It was dark. Switch on some lights, will you? There ought to be some near the door.
I got some. Here's the door. There.
Yeah, he ducked out through the window. Must have had a car packed out in the alley. If I could have get me hands on him, I'd...
Axford, do you think it was Carson?
Who?
Oh, no, it couldn't be. He wouldn't leave his own house. Besides, there were those shots, and... There were those shots.
Casey. Hey, what are you staring at?
Axford, behind the chair. Isn't that someone's hand?
Golly, you're right. Holy crow, it's Carson.
He's holding something in his hand.
Yeah. A piece of paper.
We'd better get him to the hospital. He's badly hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, them shots. Casey.
Huh?
Casey, that guy. Look at this paper. It was the Green Hornet.
Seen Axford by this time, Cato. I can just see that headline rolling off the presses.
You sure he told?
Well, that's why I went out as the Hornet to stir him into talking. Steady. Someone at the door. Put the Hornet mask and the gun away.
Yes, Mr. Baker. Oh, Reed. I figured you might be asleep. Reed, I got news.
Good, Axford. Who was it, Monroe or Calloway?
Well, I'll tell you about that, Reed. There were shots when me and Casey got there and...
Shots? When you called on Carson?
Yeah, Reed. It was dark, so I couldn't see the guy. But it was the Hornet.
Oh, I'll get to that later. What about the highway graft? Who did Carson name?
Nobody, Reed. Carson died at the hospital. After the Hornet yard?
I'll see you forever the police, actually. I want every man in this newsroom to bear that in mind. Sure, I know it's more exciting, more dramatic to go after the Hornet, big-time crook, man of mystery. But we're still trying to dig up the scandal in the purchase of highway land. Hunting a criminal may be good for headlines. But this political racket took more hard-earned money out of the voters' pockets than the criminal ever did.
So Reed, the Hornet must have killed Carson.
That's beside the point, Hawk.
Reed, the Hornet must be right in the middle of this mess. Suffering snakes, what about the Hornet seal I found on Carson?
All right, if we got this story, if we found out what political grafter was working with Carson, and... Well, if the Hornet gets trapped while it's being done, all well and good. Just remember, it's the racket we're after.
Mr. Reed.
Yes, Miss Case, what is it?
There's someone waiting in your office. It's Calloway.
Oh, yes. We mustn't keep an important politician waiting. Let's go.
You wait, Reed. Just wait till I nab the Hornet.
As long as you keep after the story, it's okay. And that goes for all the men, Gunnigan, all of them. What's Calloway want, Miss Case?
He didn't say, Mr. Reed. He seemed rather nervous.
Nervous? Oh, perhaps he's mixed up in this, Miss Case.
Calloway?
Why not?
That's impossible. He's a big man, Mr. Reed. Besides, this is murder.
Yes. It must be nice being able to read character the way you do. Even big men get mixed up in murder sometimes in this case. Well, Calloway, what can the Sentinel do for you?
Oh, Reed. Too bad about poor Carson getting killed.
Murdered. On a newspaper, we like to be accurate, Calloway.
Yes. Too bad for the investigation, too. With Carson gone, no one will ever know if there was political connivance on that highway matter.
Why do you come to the Sentinel, Calloway? We've never given you our support.
Oh, but that, forget it. After all, the Sentinel's a public-spirited publication. You've done a great service by causing this investigation to be started. It's only right you should learn what the committee has done before the others.
Well, what has the committee done?
The investigation is dropped by a vote of the members.
Did you hear that, Miss Case?
I hear it, but I don't like it.
It would only waste the taxpayers' money. There's no one to question.
When you have a murder, Calloway, there's always a murderer.
Yes. This Green Hornet. Tell me, Reed. Your reporter was Johnny on the spot, wasn't he?
A minute sooner, he'd have been crowding the spot Carson was on.
Why? Well, I was wondering, didn't your reporter have any idea of the man's appearance?
Well, that's just it, Calloway. I'm sorry. That's the secret we're keeping in the Sentinel.
Oh, yes, I see, of course.
Well, glad to have seen you again, Reed. Goodbye.
As sure as we're standing here, that reporter knows more than the newspaper story admitted. I'm certain he caught a glimpse of Trigger, enough to make him dangerous.
You spoke to Mr. Reed, Mr. Calloway?
Naturally, Reed didn't come right out and say the reporter had seen Trigger. As a matter of fact, he tried to cover it up. But not before I got the drift of things.
I checked on that reporter's name, Mr. Calloway. The byline over the story says by Michael Axford.
Axford?
He's a big man, isn't he?
A bullet doesn't make any exceptions, Miss Prentice. Trigger will have to do another job, but this time he won't be paid. He'll be saving his own neck. What was that?
What is it? I didn't hear anything.
Sounded like a door closing.
There's no one out here.
Oh, I guess I was mistaken. Call Trigger, Miss Prentice. The sooner he gets this over with, the better.
That you, Mr. Bates? Yes, Cato. It worked.
Yes?
When a man has a guilty conscience, he imagines a lot of things that aren't so. In the office this afternoon, I deliberately covered up when he asked me if Axford had seen the murderer.
I see.
Miss Case didn't notice a thing. But Calloway left in quite a hurry.
You're up to his office tonight, Mr. Bates?
The next room, Cato, wearing the Hornet mask. Cato, the man who murdered Carson is Trigger.
Trigger?
Calloway paid for the murder, and Trigger carried out the assignment. Prove that, and the highway graft is cleaned up. With both of them behind bars.
I see.
I heard Calloway tell his secretary to call Trigger. As long as Axford is safe in the next room, or we can keep an eye on him.
What you did? He's up there.
What? Axford's not there. Well, Cato, where is he? Where'd he go?
We go to Carson's to look around.
Carson? Cato, he's in danger. I plan to stay with him every minute. Come on, we're going out in the Black Beauty. If anything happens to Axford, it's my fault. Mine. Swiftly, Biff Reed and Cato, his valet, raced through the secret panel in the rear of the apartment. Then along the narrow passage built within the wall itself, which led directly to the adjoining building. Supposedly abandoned, this building served as the secret hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty high-speed car of the Green Hornet. Cato, keep the Hornet mask and a gas weapon handy.
Yes, sir.
We're trailing after Axford, and we're going as the Green Hornet.
Maybe I shouldn't have phoned Casey and told her to meet me near Carson's place. I got a kind of funny feeling like there's somebody following me. There he goes. That's the guy that I slugged last night. Axford, that's his name. But, pal, in a couple of minutes, the only place I'll use your name is on a tombstone. Hey, what the...
In the alley, quick.
Say, what is this? Who is
in the alley? I'll keep your mouth shut when I take my hand away. The gun goes off.
You're the Hornet.
Trailing that reporter, weren't you?
What's your angle, Hornet? First you call on Carson and give him a shot at gas.
Oh, you know about that, huh?
I seen you. And Carson did some talking.
Before you murdered him?
Sure. That's my business. You done plenty yourself.
Drop it. I'm going along with you, Trigger.
What do you mean?
Calloway wants to make sure of this job. You bungled the other one.
Nuts. I clipped Carson like nobody's business.
And almost got trapped by that reporter.
Hey, what gives?
First, Calloway says you ain't working for him, swears you ain't. And now you show up Johnny on the spot. There's something screwy going on.
Don't be a fool. You think I want Calloway to advertise at the Hornet with him?
I know it now, don't I?
It's necessary now.
Yeah. Well, if we're going, we better get moving before that reporter gives us the slip.
Right. Carson's house is empty. We can work our way in the back and wait for him. Come along, Trigger.
Been waiting long, Casey?
No, I just got here, Axford. You're not going to that house again, are you?
Sure I am. Golly, maybe I can pick up a clue. Didn't I used to be on the force?
Police have gone over the whole house. They didn't find a thing.
But I at them guys. They couldn't find a 10-pin in the bowling alley. Casey, I'm going to get a scoop and crack this racket murder wide open.
Pipe dreams. Besides, the police locked his house up.
I told you I used to work in the force. Do you see this?
Where did you get that?
This morning over to headquarters. It's the key to the front door. I sort of borrowed it, Casey.
Don't go in there, Axford, please.
Lightning don't strike twice, Casey. Now, you stay out here on the sidewalk. Just keep watching for cops or anybody.
Be careful, you big Dave.
Sure, Casey. I'll be seeing you. Wide open. Better leave the door open just in case. Now, let's see. Which room was Carson's body in? Must be open. What the? Who closed that door? Who closed that? Holy claws, the Hornet is out. Gas. Can't breathe. I can't. Casey. Get out of here. Get out of... Oh. Hey, what's the idea, Hornet? You plugged in.
Oh, what? That's what you were going to do, Trigger?
I was all set standing behind the door in the dark.
I'll take that gun, Trigger.
Then I'll take your gun. Hey, what's the idea? Give me back that gun.
The gun has your fingerprints on it, Trigger. I'm wearing gloves. When the police got here, they'll check your fingerprints. They'll check the bullets from this gun. They'll know you murdered Carson.
What are you getting there? I ain't leaving that gun here.
No, Trigger, but I am. I'm leaving the gun and you.
Yeah, come on, let's get... What do you mean by that crack?
You're getting the same thing Carson got, Trigger.
Now, listen, I got protection. Calloway
would be a lot safer with you out of the way, Trigger.
Nuts, I know plenty about that lug.
Dead men don't talk, Trigger.
So that's why you're here, huh? I finished off Carson. Calloway figures I know too much.
This way, the murder is solved. There's no chance that Calloway will be dragged into it. All right, Trigger, this is your...
Don't give me that...
It's me, but this time I won't take it, you rat.
Oh, you can't get that... You shot me, gas.
All right, Kato, they're both hot cold. I didn't like the gas action, but it won't do him any harm.
Why did you fire the other gun, Mr. Bill?
Why? In just a moment, Kato. There it is, Kato. That's why I fired a shot.
Miss Case.
There she goes, Kato. She must be getting the police.
That's why?
Yes, I knew that shot would bring Miss Case running. It's a good thing we saw her outside with Axford.
What do we do now?
Now we're calling Calloway, Kato. I want to make sure he comes over here fast.
Yes?
Let me talk to Calloway. This is the Green Hornet.
What's the matter, Miss Prentice?
It's Calloway. It's the Green Hornet for you.
Hello. How much do you know and what do you want? Ever since Trigger saw you, I've been expecting this.
You'd better get over to Carson's house before the police do, Calloway.
What?
I have Trigger here. I phoned him when he went after that reporter. Now I can see that the police get him, or you
How much do you want?
Get over here, Calloway, fast.
Hornet, wait. Oh, hung up. Stay here, Prentice. I'm going.
What's it about? Where?
No time now. The Hornet's threatening to turn Trigger over to the police. They'll arrest him for murder.
Trigger was glad about you and tell all he knows.
And that's plenty. I'm going over. I'll talk money with the Hornet. I've got to.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Moran talking. Huh? Who is this? It's Case. Huh? What's that about Axford? Yeah? He went into the Carson house looking for a story, and there was a shot, and then... Wait! Holy mackerel, don't go near that house, Miss Case. Stay away. I'll be right over.
Oh, Michael, are you all right? Are you sure? When I I heard that shot and I found the door locked.
Sure, Casey. Golly, it was just some of that gas the Hornet uses. I'm okay. Him and Trigger must have been waiting inside the door.
Gosh, you are crazy to do it, Axford.
Never again, Casey. Not for me. Trigger's coming out of it. Yes, huh? Yeah. Listen to him.
Give me my gun, Hornet. That's the rod that killed Carson if the cops check on it.
Carson's murderer.
Holy crow, we got something. Right down.
Where am I? What's going on? What's that? Sergeant Moran.
Yeah. We missed seeing you in the lineup for a long time, Trigger. Now, come on, give.
I don't know what's going on. I ain't talking.
Recognize this?
The gun, he left it here. It ain't mine.
Quit stalling your ass. We're checking these prints later, and they'll match yours. You murdered Carson.
Okay, you got me. Besides, that gun's registered in my name. I couldn't fly out of this rap no matter how. But I'll get even with Calloway.
Huh? Calloway?
Good grief, what's Calloway got to do with it?
Plenty, sister, plenty. Calloway paid me to bump off Carson. Calloway was running that highway grab.
Holy crow, Casey, you hear that? We got a story from the Sentinel.
But hold it. Put out that flashlight.
Huh?
Put it out.
Gosh, there's someone walking along the alley. Coming around to the front entrance.
Yeah, I heard it. This place quiet now. Expert, here's my gun. Keep it in Trigger's ribs. I got some around.
They ain't moving. I must be the Hornet coming. Is he going to get surprised? Is he going to kill both of us?
Yeah, you're right. I'm proud of being paired up with you on anything.
Quiet, he's coming up the steps.
Give me that flashlight.
Here it is.
Okay. Stay back out of the way, Miss Trace. I'm going to put this light right in his face as soon as he comes in. Quiet now.
Who's that? That light in my face, I can't see. Is that you, Hornet? I came over, as you can see. I'll pay anything. Anything. Just don't let Teddy talk to the police. Hornet.
You're under arrest, Mr. Calloway. Police, no, you don't. Don't go. You see, the cops already got Trigger. Yeah, we got him, he's talking. Ain't you, Trigger?
I'm talking plenty.
You're under arrest, both of you, for murder.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America.
With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Smash away for a racket.
As the whistle in the great factory blasted out, the mob, wandering aimlessly outside the fence, slowly drifted away. Two reporters from the Daily Sentinel looked at each other and nodded gravely.
Strike. Yes, Lowry? Sure is. It's a strike.
Okay, expert. Hop back to the Sentinel and get it to the city desk. I'll stick around.
Hey, wait a minute now. Suppose I stick around and you take the news back to the paper. How about that?
Now, listen, expert. What I'm saying...
Super snakes, Lowry.
Besides, you can talk to the boss better than I can.
Huh?
Sure, he'll want an eyewitness account of this. It's important. Maybe you'll get a byline, expert.
Ah, byline. Hey, what for you handed me the Blarney? This one has said Lowry handed someone else a chance to get a story.
Oh, help me, expert. I'm on the level.
Yeah, like a roller coaster.
Okay, then. You cover the street here. I'll go to the Sentinel.
Oh, not so fast. I'll go.
Never mind.
I said I'll go. Holy crow, no matter what I do, I'll still be suspecting I've done the wrong thing. So I'll go. Be seeing you at the Sentinel.
Yeah, sure. Not for a while yet. I'm always too smart for you, Mr. Expert.
Right.
Those strikers look like they mean business. But the one guy I want to see is right on this corner.
Yeah? Oh, it's okay. I'm a reporter. Here's my press card. What I am? Oh, now, wait a minute, Bud. I'm from the Daily Sentinel. This strike is just a story to me. All we do is report the news. You make it, we report it. Strictly neutral, see? Ask Carter, ain't you? It pays. Now, how about the lowdown? What's the strike about? Who's after what and what's going to happen to who? What's your name? Carson. I mean, Crabtree. Crabtree? All right, just hold that. Hey, wait a minute. What's the matter? Didn't you ever see a camera before? We use you as human interest right on page. No, you don't. No picture. I figured you'd do that, pal. So you think you're fooling me, do you? The first name is the right one. Your name's Carson. The way you said it first. Crab Carson, I've seen you at a dozen strikes before this one. You're a professional striker. For all I know, a professional crook. Why, you... Yeah, you rise like a trout. That's why you didn't want your picture in the papers, huh? You're on the police wanted list someplace. You reporters get around a lot, don't you? Have to spot a phony when we see one. Now, there's more to this than just a strike. What's your racket? Who are you working for? Come on, give me something for the Sentinel.
Without looking up, I can tell that's expert.
Johnny Casey, how can you tell for sure? Lowry slams the door, too.
Long years of practice, expert. He slams it, but it's a different slam.
Okay. Casey, I got to see Reed. He's inside?
If you please, Mr. Axford, I too wish to see Mr. Brett.
Well, Cato, tougher than snakes, I didn't see you. What are you doing down at the Daily Sentinel? You ought to be back at the apartment cooking dinner for Reed.
Mr. Brett sent for me.
Well, you'll just have to wait till I get through. I got important news about the strike at the Beavers plant.
Maybe Mr. Reed ought to decide that. I'll tell him you're here, expert. Oh, here he is now.
This guy's got me a copy of yesterday's Sentinel.
Yes, sir.
One side, Cato. Reed, I got important news. The strike started.
I know.
I just give it to Gennigan on the city desk and... What did you say?
I know about it.
Either I'm hearing wrong or you're talking wrong. I just brought the news.
I already have it, actually.
But golly, how?
Yeah, we're just talking to Faraday on the phone.
Faraday?
Was Lowry with you, actually?
He stayed to do some more reporting, Reed.
Have him come in when he shows up, Miss Case. All right, Cato, come in.
Yes, sir. But Reed, Holy crow, who is Faraday? How could he know about the strike?
Well, he ought to, actually. He's the federal conciliator in charge of it.
Cheer up, Baxter. You came in second.
All right, Cato, what'd you find out?
There's a man named Sluter, Mr. Brett.
Sluter, yeah. He's running a strike racket, using his hoodlums to stir up unrest in various industries and then stepping in to stop those same strikes his own way.
That is so, Mr. Brett.
But the Sentinel's reporters would dug up that stuff, Cato. What else have you got?
I regret that is all, Mr. Brett.
You've been trailing Sluter for a week, and that's all?
I regret that is so, Mr. Brett. I even used Green Hornet's car, but Mr. Sluter, very slippery.
So's a snake. Cato, there's someone behind Sluter. He's not the brain.
Yes, sir.
Super criminal. Mr. X.
Are you certain there is such a character, Mr. Brett?
I'm certain. I'll show you something, Cato. Recall that bank robbery 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
The crooks were caught. The Sentinel scored a scoop on that yarn.
Yes,
In fact, reporters from the Sentinel broke that arrest, made it possible.
I see.
Now, look at this note, Cato. It came to me right after that front page story.
Mr. Brett, that is threat.
Yes, Cato, a threat. The Sentinel got too close to the top man, and he didn't like it. He says, stay away from me, or you'll push up daisies. Signed, Mr. X.
Mr. X?
Looks like the Green Hornet's got a rival, Cato. A rival... Yes, Miss Case?
Mr. Reed, there's a phone call for you. A man. He won't give his name. Shall I brush him off?
Well... No, Miss Case, I'll take it.
Yes, sir. It's on line 4.
Thank you. Hello?
Is this the big shot?
This is Brett Reed talking. Whom did you want?
Sentinel's got a reporter named Lowry.
Well, yes, we have.
Well, you won't have long. We're going to take care of you.
What? Who is this?
You've seen the reporter for the last time, Mr. Reed. This is Mr. X. Goodbye.
Hello?
Cato, he hang up, Mr. Brett?
Yes. It was Mr. X, and he says I won't see Lowry again. Cato, I mentioned that the Green Hornet had a rival. Well, the Hornet's going after that rival, starting right now.
No, Reed. There ain't no news of Lowry. I've been over to the Beavers plant. There ain't hide nor hair of him.
What about the Sentinel?
I'm going back there now, Reed. Gunnigan says there ain't nothing new, no place.
Police are on it?
Ever since you got that phone call this afternoon. Golly, I wish I hadn't let Lowry talk me into leaving. I could have stopped him hoodlum.
What hoodlum?
Why, that Mr. X guy.
Sure, and just who is Mr. X?
Reed, I got a theory about that. Just between you and me and Sergeant Moran, I think Mr. X is nobody but the Green Hornet.
What?
Why not? Ain't they both mysteries? Nobody knows who they are, so why can't they be in the same guy?
Axford, if you don't... Never mind.
You don't think my theory's so hot, huh?
All I want is to get Lowry back.
Maybe Lowry ain't alive no more, Reed. Maybe...
With that, he's alive, he's got to be. Now move, on your way.
Okay, Reed. If I hear anything, I'll phone you at the apartment here.
No, I'll phone the Sentinel. You're a reporter.
Well, if you say so. Good night, Reed. It won't help us none to worry.
Cato. Mr. Axford is gone, Mr. Bleak? Just left. Everything's ready? Yes, sir. Here's your Hornet mask and the gas weapon. I checked Black Beauty, sir. All ready to drive. Okay. Open the secret panel. We're going out.
Whit Reed and Cato stepped through the secret panel. Then along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. A passage that led directly to the adjoining building. Seen from the street, this building was deserted-looking, abandoned. No one would have guessed that it concealed the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, high-powered car of the Green Hornet. Take the wheel.
Yes. Where should I drive to? We haven't a single thing to go on, Cato. All we know is the voice that spoke to me on the telephone. That was Mr. X. We said it was Mr. X, but we won't know till we locate him. How can we locate him, sir? Cato, you think it's something? Let's strike. Who's the head of the strikers? He is a man named Gerber, Mr. Blake. Gerber, that's it? But I do not understand. Gerber cannot be a racket man. He is honest. Yes, he's honest, Cato. But if anyone knows where the racketeers are muscling in, he will. And he's going to tell the Green Hornet. Let's go. Left at the next corner, Cato. The lights turn red. You can make it before that. Cut past that trolley car. We're moving so fast that policemen won't have a chance to know this is the Black Beauty. Like a glittering black comet in the darkness, the car of the Green Hornet whipped through the city streets. So fast was it, and yet so easily did it handle that the Black Beauty could make twice the speed of ordinary cars with more safety. Into that alley and across. I understand, Mr. Briggs. Straight ahead. That's Gerber's house. We'll pull up behind it.
Hello? Oh, just a second. For you, Ralph.
Who is it?
It's a man named Axford from the Daily Sentinel.
I'm not in.
But he's a reporter, Ralph.
I'm not in.
Oh, he's called so many times. All the papers have called. You can't put them off forever.
But I... Well, tell him to call back in 5 minutes.
All right. Hello? Call back in 5 minutes. Yes, he'll be here. Yes. Ralph, you've got to make up your mind. Look what happened to that man Lowry.
He's still missing.
What are you going to do about it?
What am I going to do about it? Mary, you make it sound as if I'm a crook, too. Like
Carson.
I'm an honest workman. I'm a union man, a good union man. Carson and the rest of those guerrillas aren't real union men.
They control the union. It's the same thing.
What do you mean?
You're tarred with the same brush. As long as those criminals are allowed in the same union with you, you're just as bad as they are.
Allowed? That's funny. Try and get them out.
Did you and the rest of the men want this strike?
Well...
Of course you didn't. It's Carson and the rest. They kidnapped this reporter, and the one who's behind it all is Mr. X.
Mary, not out loud. Mr. X, he...
Who is Mr. X?
I don't know. Nobody knows. Well, he's just the power behind these hoodlums. A super criminal with his finger in every racket there is. We won't talk about him.
You're afraid, Ralph.
Yes. Maybe I am.
You're all afraid. The whole union.
Okay, so what? What about it?
You used to lead those men. Why don't you call them together? Tell them to stop this strike.
There's a meeting tomorrow night.
Oh, a meeting. A lot of good that'll do. You'll all sit mum while Carson and the rest run things their way. You'll never...
Leave me be, Mary. Answer the door, will you?
I'm sorry, Ralph. It's just... I want to be proud of my husband.
Proud of her husband? I want to protect her. That's why I'm acting like a coward.
You know a lot more than you say you do, Gerber.
What? A mask. A green mask.
You shouldn't tell all you know. You shouldn't tell anything of what you know.
You're the Green Hornet.
Filling your lip about Carson, huh? So you tell your wife Carson took the reporter and Never mind. You mentioned Mr. X.
I didn't mean to, honest.
Skip it. Gerber, you're going to get...
No, that gun, put it down.
Get back or I'll pull the trigger.
Listen, you. I may be afraid of Carson and Mr. X, but not you, Hornet. So I'm going to come after you. You fool! Give me that gun.
What's that? Hold it, go. It's the Hornet. Hold him. I'm coming.
Take it, Gerber.
Now's my chance. Get him.
Help, you're all right.
No, what about it? I'll be seeing stars for a month.
Help me. He shot my husband.
Never mind your husband, lady. The Hornet just used his gas. But get on that phone and call the Sentinel. Tell him I'm going after the Green Hornet to get Lowry back. I'm going after him if I have to fly.
Before we continue with our adventure, the whole city was aroused. While the newsboys yelled the Sentinel headline on the street, ink not yet dry on the front page, the police of the city instead had all men out looking for the Green Hornet. Michael Axford was out looking too, but all in vain.
Ah, Moran, I tell you that Hornet's got wings. You might just as well call back the cops.
Leaving all pursuit behind, the great black car sped through the night, its wheels flashing as it raced out of town.
Get away just in time, Mr. Bliss. Lucky thing you were waiting for me and kept the motor running, Cato. And it looks as if we've shaken off the police at last.
You hit Mr. Axford pretty hard, Mr.
Just hard enough to make a getaway. You must have phoned Gerber from around the corner, Cato. I never expected him to walk right in.
Did you learn anything about Mr. Lowry, sir?
That's why I took the wheel. You notice where we're going?
I had not. Mr. Bliss, we leave city, yes, Cato.
Gerber mentioned two names. First, he mentioned Mr. X.
You know?
Gerber hasn't any more idea who Mr. X is than I have. But then he mentioned the name Carson.
Carson? It does not refresh itself in my mind, Mr. Bliss.
Well, I thought you Filipinos had marvelous memory.
Oh, yes. Only this once. Oh, now I have him. Carson, that was the one who was released in that big robbery, Mr. Bliss.
That's the one.
He was crooked, but evidence was sadly lacking.
You've got him.
Really bad. We go after him, Mr. Bliss?
With both barrels, Cato. I happen to know that Carson has a little hunting shack out this way. When we get there, we'll find out a lot more about Lowry, and if anything's happened to him, well, I won't be responsible for my actions.
Now, that's all. I want to show you that target, Mr. Lowry. If you get any screwy ideas, don't. I still got 3 bullets in this automatic.
Listen, you tin-horn trigger man,
Button that lip and look.
I can make a better score with my typewriter.
Bullseyes, every one.
Yeah, but can you spell cat?
C8. There, you wise guy. Shut up. Twist this collar 3 times around your neck.
Hey! I thought you were supposed to be getting my goat.
I don't know why I don't shoot you.
Because you got orders.
Yeah. And you better spill, Bright Eyes. How much does that guy Reed know about that fake strike?
Mr. Reed to you. And what color are your eyes?
Now, look. Mr. Rex gave me the office to make you talk, see? But I got a temper. Maybe I'll forget, see?
Oh, no. You're scared green. You're scared of Mr. X. Confidentially, Carson, who is he? You talk like somebody out of a zoo.
Chum, for the last time. What's Reed got on us?
For the last time. I'm not telling. And you better take these ropes off and let me go. The police are looking for me. And
they won't find you alive, Chum.
Look, I promise not to mention this, Carson. You let me go, I'll keep it dark. Not for publication. Besides dope, those shots you fired must have been heard.
It's a shooting country up here. Plenty of hunters. Nobody notices shots.
Well, Carson?
Hey, stubborn, boss.
Don't call Bryce the boss, Carson. He works for Mr. X the same as you do. Don't you, Bryce?
You're dumb, pal. Get smart.
How is it being a muscle man in an honest union, Bryce?
I'm head of the union.
Yeah, how much of the union money do you have to kick into Mr. X? You can't keep it all. Well, maybe you're Mr. X. I never thought of that.
Very funny guy you are. Too bad you won't last very long. And there ain't no Mr. X. Come out here, Carson.
Okay, boss.
How about it, Bryce? How are you, Mr. X?
Close the door.
Yeah. Yeah?
You got nothing out of him?
A lot of words, no information.
Okay. We got to go to that union meeting tomorrow night. That means we got to get back to town.
Yeah.
Bump Lowry off.
Huh?
Give him the business, get rid of him.
But Mr. X...
I was just talking to Mr. X, Carson. He gave the orders.
Yeah. Well, I ain't never seen this, Mr.
Neither
X.
have I. But he stood right in that window and told me. His face was in the shadow.
Oh, so I take your word, huh?
Well, he ain't there now, and maybe I'd bet... What the? That came right through the window.
An arrow tipped with a suction cup.
It come through the window. Pull it loose.
Yeah, there's a message attached to it.
Well, I'll be. Look, Bryce.
And get this, Carson. It's to you, and it says to do a job on the reporter.
Yeah. Signed with an X. That's all I gotta know. I'll be right out, Bryce.
Do not move, please.
Who's this little squirt?
You drop gun, right, pull trigger. Now. That is better, please. You walk back now.
Yeah.
Carson, jump to one side. Now, little man with a big mask, stand still. Pick up his gun, Carson.
You're so very fast. I make mistake not shooting at
He used to pitch for the miners. Hey, this is some persuader. Ain't like no gun I ever seen before.
Carson.
Yeah?
Take his mask off.
No.
Take it off. Can't you see he works for the Green Hornet?
Okay. Stand still while I...
What the window? Look out, it's the Hornet. Take it. Pull the trigger. Shot me.
Got me.
You'll wake up later on, much later on.
Mr. Britt, you come just in time.
I saw it from the window, Cato. Where's Lowry?
In the other room, please. Behind closed door.
I see.
Did you find mysterious Mr. X?
No, Cato, I lost him in the dark outside that window right after we saw him shoot that arrow in here.
This is it, Mr. Britt.
Rubber tipped with a message attached. We'll keep this, Cato. We'll need it later on, the next time we see Mr. X.
What do we do with these men, Mr. Britt?
I've got it all planned. What time is it now?
It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Can you keep these men unconscious until, say, 8 o'clock tonight?
Very simple, if you please.
Good. Can you do the same thing to Ed Lowry?
Huh?
I want Lowry to be unconscious as well as these two men.
Oh, I see. Cato can do, Mr. Britt.
All right, now follow me. I hate to do it, but it won't hurt him.
You give Lowry some gas?
Yes, quiet.
Hey, what's going on out there? Bryce. Carson, you ugly gorilla. What about... Well, that'll be a second-rate hawk show. The Green Hornet. So you're Mr... Hey, put down that prop gun. Put it down or... You didn't put it down. You shot me.
That's it, Cato. Now get busy. I'm going into town for today, but tonight the Green Hornet's taking these three to that union meeting, and it's going to be a complete surprise to everyone.
Very good, Mr. Britt. They all three in Bryce's car.
Okay, you know where we'll meet?
I understand.
There's a dark alley 1 block away from the union meeting place.
Yes, sir.
I'll be there ahead of you because I'll drive the Black Beauty. Now go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Britt. Be careful, Mr. Britt.
The meeting should be starting any minute.
Everybody and his brothers here, actually.
You got him pardoned into the hall, Casey.
I guess I better go in, too.
You going to do any talking, Gerber? Or ain't you made up your mind yet about this wildcat strike?
That's my business.
Yeah. Trouble the snakes. Are you guys going to keep right on being yellow just because some...
Shut up.
But, Casey, he's
Mr. Gerber makes up his own mind. It's his own decision. Ralph, you better go in now if you want to get a seat in the speaker's platform.
Yes, Mary. We'll see you later.
Is Reed going to be here tonight, Casey?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
Maybe you shouldn't be here either.
Oh, it's an open meeting. There are lots of interested spectators. Why not me? Are the police all around?
Casey, they got the whole building surrounded. I got a theory that if the Green Hornet figures he's going to show up here and surprise everybody, he's going to be surprised himself. The Hornet ain't getting away tonight. We'll get him sure. Oh, come on. Let's get inside and watch the fun.
About to start. You take Lowry and I'll carry Bryce and Carson.
Yes, sir. We must be careful, Mr. Britt.
Never mind the police. We've always gotten away before.
Maybe this time we're not too lucky.
Stop that kind of talk. Now, follow me. We're dropping these three right on the speaker's platform.
Gerber's made up his mind one way or the other. He's going to speak.
I ain't interested. I'm watching for the Hornet.
You think he's in already?
Golly, why not? He might be. Maybe he ain't wearing his mask.
But the police are...
Hey, let him get in, Casey. Then they nab him.
They're starting to talk.
I'm not a smart guy. It takes me a long time to make up my mind. But now I made it up, and I want to do my talking to all of you. I see the big shot. Mr. Bryce ain't here yet, but I can't wait. I say call off this strike. It's wildcat. Call it off.
Gosh, Axel, look. They're all scared. Well, they want to, but they're afraid.
He's wasting his time. Aren't you listening? Haven't you guys got any nerve? If we all stick together, we can win. I tell you, Bryce is a racketeer. He's exploiting the Union. You all know it now.
Holy crow, Casey. Look over Gerber's head. There's a trapdoor to the roof.
It's the Green Hornet, Axel. He dropped a ladder.
He's carrying two bodies. Hey, Gerber, it's the Hornet. Grab him. Get the cops, Casey. We're going after him.
Axel, look out. He's using pump. No! Where are you?
Gerber, where's the Hornet? What? Oh, no, I can't. Don't me, Axel. I'm not the Hornet. I'm Gerber. Holy crow, the smoke is getting thicker and thicker. Where's the Hornet? Say, did you hear that? Sounded like a trapdoor. The Hornet must have got away. Yeah, the smoke is clearing off. We're stuffing a snake. Look who's lying on the floor. It's Bryce and that hoodlum up here. Holy crow, this one's Lowry. Lowry. It's Axel talking. Lowry, can you hear me? Hello, Axel. Shut up, you guys. Shut up, everybody. I got to hear what Lowry's saying.
Axel, the Hornet told the police. He came over the roof from the next building and he got away. Gosh, it's... Lowry, it's you.
Hello, Casey. Call those cops in and have Bryce and this mug arrested. They kidnapped you.
They kidnapped you, but they
don't... Your hat not so loud. You want the Sentinel to lose the scoop? Keep your voice down. I don't want those other newspaper men to hear this. And you can tell Gerber to talk to the Union men. I've been talking already, Mr. Oh, hello, Gerber. Listen, start talking again. Bryce and the rest are heading for jail. You can take that Union back to work again. Okay, Mr. Lowry. But listen, don't start talking until we phone the story into the Sentinel. You get it? All right. Come on, Axel. We get a phone and... Holy mackerel. Are you crying?
Sure I am, you little pest. You had us worried. I hate to admit it, but for once I'm grateful to the Green Hornet. He brought you back.
Well, Miss Britt, it's all over. Crooks go to jail, and the Union will be good Union once more. We take draft duty back to hiding place?
Yes, Cato, but it isn't over yet. Remember, we still have to get Mr. X.
Reporter returns with kidnapped story. Union racketeers confess. Green Hornet bodies. Green Hornet evades police trap. Green Hornet still is live. Traps the Lexi.
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight, but a sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again. Hurry, Cato! We're out to strike the racetrack racket. Baby. We're up in front, we're in the back. Hold it, boy. Right.
Let it out now. You got the whole fetch their ambulance. Pick him up and lay him down. Come on, Firefly. Come on,
It was just past dawn at the hillside racetrack. The morning mist still hung heavy across the paddock and the stables. Stretched in level layers across the track where the horses were getting their early morning workout. On the rail, a jockey perched a little distance from a heavy-set man.
They're coming around the backstretch now, Jerry. They're coming.
Don't forget to clock him.
That's Firefly in front.
Can't see in this mist.
I know how he sounds when he runs. That's Firefly. Come on, Firefly. Come on, boy. Pick him up, baby. Come on. Come on, Firefly.
Talking to me?
The name Jerry?
It might be.
It's okay. I'm from the newspaper.
Oh, okay.
Where can we talk?
Well, what's the matter with right here?
The kid. We don't want any leaks. Want to keep this story exclusive, get it?
Okay. We can go over toward the stable.
Right with you. Plenty foggy, ain't it?
Here they come. Here they come. I got the clock on Firefly. Got it. Jerry, I got the clock. Firefly did a mile in one. Jerry. Gosh, he ain't here.
Okay. Guess there's nobody to listen now.
I didn't expect you so soon.
The newspaper goes to press. Boss didn't want any story to miss the first edition. This better be good. I ain't used to getting up so early. Shoot.
Oh, mister, I like horse racing, see? I've been around racetracks since I was old enough to stub my toe on a horseshoe. I worked as jockey, trainer, handler, starter, groom.
Yeah, never mind the personal history, huh?
I don't get you.
Just give me the facts.
Well, mister, Firefly is a favorite to cop the big race.
The Centralia Stakes?
Yeah.
Is that your story? Everybody knows that.
Oh, wait, will you? You're beating the start. Firefly's the favorite, but there's going to be some dirty work.
Go on.
I got it straight. The race is going to be fixed.
Fixed, huh? Don't Wallaby own Firefly?
Oh, Wallaby's as straight as a string. I don't mean him. He never done anything crooked in his life. I mean professional gamblers. That's why I call the paper.
You know a lot, don't you?
I've been around. You don't talk like a newspaper man. How do I know you're from the Sentinel?
Where else would I be from?
I don't know. Got one of them press cards?
I left it home. Now, come on.
Hey, maybe you ain't a newspaper man at all. I tell you, you get your press card, then I'll talk.
Don't be nuts, I tell you.
What in... Who's that?
I'm called Mr. X.
Mr. X? I thought that was a gag. The Sentinel carries stories about Mr. X, but I thought...
Tell us what you thought, Jerry. Tell us everything. Hear that car coming along the road? There'll be more people around soon. The sun will burn away the fog. Tell us everything.
This fella, he ain't a newspaper man. He ain't a newspaper man at all.
Better watch where you're driving, Reed.
I wish I could, Axford. This fog is still very heavy. You're the one who got that phone call last night?
Yeah, Reed. I was sitting in the city room when the phone rings. I picks it up and says it's the Sentinel. This fellow whispers to come to the track around dawn and ask for Jerry. He says he wants to tell us about a racetrack scheme, a crooked scheme.
Just ask for Jerry, huh?
That's all, just Jerry. Golly, Reed, you could have knocked me over with a feather bed when you said you'd come along with me this morning. And so early.
That's nice this time of the morning, Axford.
It will be when the fog lets up. Hey, slow down. That looks like something up ahead.
Yes.
It's a string of horses.
Coming in from exercise. Hello.
Hello. Is that you, Jerry? Oh, I thought you was Jerry.
No, son. We're looking for a man named Jerry. That's a fine-looking horse you've got.
That's Firefly. Jerry and I were watching him do a mile, but when I turned around, Jerry was gone. First time he ever walked right away in the middle of a timing.
We're from the Sentinel. He was expecting it.
Oh, that's odd. You don't know where he's gone?
No, sir.
He just wandered off?
Well, I had a kind of feeling someone was talking to him, but I was so excited clocking Firefly I didn't notice. Firefly worked a mile in 1:38.
I see. Well...
Look up. Steady, Firefly. Please, holy crow, don't go shot.
Over this way.
Come on, Axford. Firefly, stop that cut now. Stop it.
Who'd be shooting this time of day?
Over this low fence, Axford.
This doggone fog.
Spinning out, Axford. We...
Suffering snakes.
Axford, this man's been shot.
Lying on the ground.
Roll him over so he can see his face.
Golly.
Poor fellow. He's dead, Axford.
Firefly was nervous. I came as fast. Mister, that's Jerry.
about it, stay out. Go on about your business. Stay out.
Came as soon as I heard the terrible news. You must be Mr. Reed. You're Wallaby? Yes, sir. Bobby, I reckon you best get down to the tack room, eh?
I can't do anything now.
Well, of course you can. You took Firefly back to his stall, didn't you? Brushed him down and fixed him up fine. I want somebody to check over his saddle and stuff.
Jerry's dead. Murdered.
Yeah, Bobby. There's nobody I can trust now except you. You understand?
I'll do it.
Yeah. And he'll feel a heap sight better without something to do.
Mr. Wallaby, how was your groom killed?
Was it murder?
He called the Sentinel last night. He said the Centralia's fix is fixed. He'd give us the inside story.
Fixed? Oh, it can't be.
So he couldn't learn a thing over the phone.
That's impossible. Firefly is a favorite, and there's not a chance of them losing. It couldn't be fixed. Jerry must have been killed in some private quarrel.
I sent my reporter back to the paper. There wasn't a single clue to the murderer.
A fixed horse race. The racing commission investigates everything. It's not possible.
Well, that might be for me.
Ooh. Hello? Mr. Reed? Oh, just a second. Here you are, sir.
Hello?
Hello, boss. Lowry talking.
Lowry? Is Axford there?
Just came in with the news, boss. He said you wanted me to call.
Anything stirring?
Jerry, I'm talking to the police department right now, Lowry. I got him on this other phone.
Okay, Axford. Boss, Axford's got the police. What about a headline on that? Gotta get a scoop penciling the copy.
Hello, man. How about it? You ain't even got a clue. Ah, suffering snake. What's the police department for? Can you beat that, Casey? The cops don't know nothing.
Do you?
Huh?
I'll admit it happened almost under your nose.
Golly, we couldn't see nothing. There was a fog, Casey.
Sure, and you have a fog in your mind, too. How do you expect the police to dig up news when you couldn't?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Boss, what do you mean this is John on Jerry? Get off my desk, Axford. To start spilling, Axford, while I set up page one.
All right, what's lit a fire under you? What did Mr. Reed say?
Did you ever hear of Mr. X?
This murder?
The boss said it's not for publication because it can't be proved yet, but he told me the Rossiter gang's behind that killing.
Racetrack gambler?
Yeah, it's as good a guess as any.
But you said Mr. Rex was...
Why not? The boss figures the Rossiter mob, and he figures Mr. Rex is behind the Rossiter mob. And, sister, my money says he's right. Come on, Axford, stop mumbling, give.
I can't play no cards. Hear me out.
Satan here. Hey, come on, you guys.
Logan, here, Rossiter. I see you give me the high sign.
I'm in my office. Just got a phone call from the head man.
Who is this Mr. X, Rossiter?
He says he talked to you when you killed Jerry this a.m.
Yeah.
You didn't see him?
No, too foggy. He gave me the office to pull the trigger.
Okay, forget it.
Oh, yeah?
No cracks. It don't pay to keep thinking about Mr. Rex, see?
Listen, Rossiter, let me ask you one thing. When you came out of the state pen, right away you built up a gang. You went into prison broke, but you had plenty after. Did you get that dough in prison? Did you get it from Mr. X?
Make your own answers. You don't get any from me.
Listen, I done murder. I got a right...
You're getting paid. Shut up. Now, you ready for orders?
Okay.
Who knows that Firefly horse?
Jerry did.
Jerry's dead. Jockey?
Bringing a new boy on from the coast. Won't see Firefly till he gets the boot up into the saddle before the race.
Yeah, which is the day after tomorrow.
So?
The Sentinel and all the rest of the newspapers call that murder a personal quarrel, Logan. That doesn't say nothing about maybe it's a gambling syndicate job.
It's the anger, Rossiter. Just have it.
We got a whole room full of phones behind this other door, Logan. I just give all the boys orders. Listen.
Hey, Chicago, play 10,000 on the nose. What have you got again? Number one, make it 5G. All right.
You get it? The boys are laying the bankroll on Stingarita Cup at Centralia Stakes day after tomorrow.
Rossiter, you gone nuts? Race stewards will be watching. Stingery can't come close to Firefly.
We ain't using dope.
You better not. They'll spot it fast.
Firefly won't be in that race. Huh? Come on, we'll go down to the garage. I want to show you something. Mr. Rex told me to do it tonight. That means just you and me. That way there won't be no slip-up. Good thing I had you planted at the racetrack, watching all of them. You might never have spotted Jerry making that phone call.
We're doing what tonight?
Take a gander, Logan.
It's a horse race?
Yeah, with a horse in it.
Well, Rossiter, that horse. That's Firefly.
No, it ain't.
It is Firefly.
No, it ain't, Logan. That's Firefly's brother. Dead ringer for him, huh?
Well, I swear it was the same horse.
Sure. So would everybody that sees him in a big race. Firefly's a sure winner, Logan.
But this horse can't run worth a lick. Now, with him in instead of Firefly, Stingaree wins in a cakewalk. That's what we're fixing tonight. We're going out to the racetrack tonight. We're leaving this horse and we're taking Firefly away. You get it?
Mr. Britt, you sure we do wise thing? It's very dangerous coming here to racetrack.
And it's dark. We can stay outside. Stable's dark. We leave the car here. Take a look. Cato.
Mr. Britt, what is horse walking for this time, man?
Look, over there.
They've taken in the truck. Mr. Britt, something very strange. We must go after him.
No, Cato.
But Mr. Britt,
This way.
But this way goes to stable, Mr. Britt. What about truck? What about horse?
I want to see Firefly stall.
I don't understand. Oh, it's all right, sir. There's Firefly. He's not been taken away. I'm so much relieved.
Wait a minute, Cato. There's something else.
Sir, I told you somebody was at Firefly stall. I see him. He's wearing a mask.
Cato, quick, back to the Black Beauty.
No, they can't get him. Firefly. Firefly, you all right, boy? Did they do anything to you? Stop that car. Stop it. It's the Green Hornet. It's the Green Hornet.
Now to continue our story. In spite of the appearance and the narrow escape of the Green Hornet at the racetrack, the gamblers made the substitution of the horses and got away with a favorite, Firefly. The following morning, at a hideaway far from the racetrack,
Big raw-boned ape. Kick at me and I'll bust you across the muzzle with this whip again. Logan, hey, Logan. Rossiter. This horse gives me the willies. He's tough.
He don't like it. But what's the difference?
I have a clip.
I know you don't. You gotta put him back after his double loses that race.
Orders from Mr. X, I suppose.
Yeah.
Why not get rid of the nag?
Don't be a dope. Someday they'll find out about that switch. I might call off all bets, start an investigation. Now, this way's better.
The dough all placed.
150,000 so far. Spread all over the country. We'll clean up.
You called on the phone?
Yeah. And you know all that shooting we heard? You know what it was?
Wasn't it us? You were already on our way.
It was the Green Hornet.
Huh?
Yeah, the Green Hornet. He showed up at the stables. They fired at him, but he took a powder.
What's the Hornet mixing in this for?
I don't know.
Is he a pal of Mr. Rex or what?
Search me. But I think I better head for town. I gotta be on the spot in case there's more dope.
You mean I gotta stay out here?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, but I don't like it.
Oh, it's only for a day and a night. Not until tomorrow.
What? Rossiter, that door was open.
It must have been the wind slammed it shut. Nobody out here.
Yeah, nobody now. But I could swear I saw somebody looking in that door. A little guy with a dark skin and wearing a mask. I tell you, Casey, my theory is that the Green Hornet done that racetrack murder.
Prove it, expert.
Holy crow, I'm going to. Just because the police can't get the answer, that don't mean Michael Arch would. Excuse me, Mr. Pitt.
Hello, what are you doing, Mr.
Yeah.
He is in? Oh, yes, but he's had you.
Hey, wait. You can't go into Reed's office. He's talking on the telephone.
No, Commissioner, the Daily Sentinel will give you all the help you need.
Mr. Pitt, easy, please.
I'll call you back, Commissioner. Cato, you trailed the band?
That is true, yes. Like you say, I trailed down in Black Beauty. Then I come back this morning early and put car in hiding place. Mr. Pitt, you correct, sir. Gamblers, they steal horse named Firefly. Tonight, we get busy, yes? It's 8 o'clock, Mr. Britt. Now it's time for us to go, yes?
There's been a lot of money bet on the second choice horse in tomorrow's race, Cato. Undercover money.
Horse named Stingaree?
Yes. If Firefly doesn't run in that race, Cato...
Yes, Mr. Britt. It make much money for crooked gambler. Is it not so?
We've got to put Firefly back in that race.
I understand, Mr. Britt. And we must do it without gambler know about it, yes? If not so, then they withdraw all their money.
The cars below.
Black Beauty ready to travel. Should I open sliding panel to go hiding place of car?
The sliding panel opened. Carrying the Hornet mask and the gas weapons, Britt Reed and Cato stepped through. Then went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. A passage that led directly to the adjoining building. Seen from the streets, this building looked abandoned, deserted. But within stood the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed crossed the concrete floor, swiftly seated himself behind the wheel of the huge auto. Cato slipped in beside him. The doors slammed, the motor roared. As the great car leaped forward, a section of the wall slid up on oiled hinges, and the Black Beauty rushed into the darkness and the night.
There's place, Mr. Britt.
No legs.
Perhaps one called Rogan has retired for night.
Where was the horse kept?
Barn over this way. The van was inside.
Oh, let's see if...
Mr. Britt, door to stable is wide open. Van is gone. I think when I leave here that maybe I was seen. Perhaps Rogan gets nervous. Perhaps he go away fast. Gone. The horse was here. He also gone. What shall we do?
Cato, look, tire tracks. Back to the car. We've got to trail that van. We've got to locate it. Hurry.
Heading west, Logan.
Look, Mr. X. Rochester told me to stay there, but I know I've seen someone looking in this morning. If you hadn't dropped around, I might have taken that powder anyway.
5 miles further, there's an abandoned farm. Use that.
What about Rochester?
I'll let Rochester know. Careful, you fool. Don't waste time stealing glances at me.
You've got your head pulled down, your coat collar turned up. I can't get a good look at you, Mr. X. Here, there's a car. Way behind us. They're coming fast.
The car?
Hey, what's the idea?
Getting off here, Logan. I can't afford to be in any trouble.
No,
With your brakes off, get rolling. Lose it. Green Hornet.
Lose it? That's all I got to do is sense. You got something to listen. Hey, is that the Green Hornet? The Green Hornet. I got to find a place I can turn off the road. Drive with no lights. I got coming like a street. I can't get any place. Stop. Knock it out. Since the Rex can do it, why not? Hey, end of the line, Logan. Don't lose it. You jump right to the truck. Slow down. I'll knock that mask off.
You're asking for it?
I got it. Yes, the wheel. Mr. Britt, that's very narrow escape. Truck go very fast. I see you give him gas.
Take a look at the horse. Firefly, easy, boy. We're taking you back where you belong.
What do we do with Crook?
Roll him off and leave him at the side of the road.
Yes, sir. Mr. Britt.
Well?
Mr. Truck go very fast. Horse bounce around inside. Maybe when we get him to race, him not so fast anyway. Maybe him lose race anyway, yes?
We've no time to waste. We got to get working fast.
Hiya, Casey. What's this?
Just work, Lowry. Just plain old-fashioned work.
I don't suppose the boss is in.
This early in the morning? Don't be silly.
Oh, it's too bad you're slaves of that typewriter, Casey. Sun is shining, the little breakers are breezing, and your pal Lowry is off to the races.
How come? You're supposed to be a reporter.
The best.
I thought a reporter worked. When do you play the horses instead of the news?
For once they go together. Here, my ducats. Free passes. And that's my assignment. Gunnigan gave it to me just now. I'm covering the Centralia stakes for the Daily Sentinel.
I'll bet Axford is burning.
He will be when he finds out. You know his job? He's supposed to be watching Rossiter. He covers the triangle, and I cover the race. I'll tell you all about it, Casey, when I get back.
You won't have to, Lowry.
Oh, boss.
Mr. Reed, good grief, what are you doing in so early? Or didn't you sleep?
Yeah, you do look sort of washed out, boss. You've been out all night.
Lowry, you have 2 tickets. Who goes with you?
Well, I haven't asked anyone yet, boss. I just got him from Gunnigan.
Okay. I'm giving you the day off, Miss Case. You're
going to the races. Yes, Cato. Keep talking. I'm alone.
At the racetrack, Mr. Benny. I watched Rochester very close.
Does he suspect?
I believe nobody suspects we change horses back to original form, if you please. However, there is still 1 hour before race begins. What can happen?
Logan?
Logan did not yet arrive at the racetrack. It's a long walk from country, yes?
Fine, Cato. Stick around and see that things are going.
Reed, come around.
Goodbye, Cato. I'll see you later.
You won't have time to see nobody later, Reed. You got to come out to the racetrack. I was just talking to Mr. Wallaby, and I come right in for you.
I thought you were watching Rossiter.
Rossiter. Suffering snakes. Who gives a hoot about that hoodlum? Wallaby just got to town. He took one look at his horse Firefly and hit the ceiling. Reed, he said it ain't the right horse.
Mr. Reed, I could swear this horse in Firefly stole is not Firefly. Look, he's got a bruise across his muzzle, a mark from the butt of a whip. I'm positive no one hit Firefly.
That's right. He didn't have it yesterday.
What's the matter, Wallaby? You backing out? You scared your horse won't make a good showing? Anybody can see that's Firefly.
Rossiter, I've heard rumors that you plunged heavily on this race.
Sure. I bet on Stingaree. I think he's going to take it.
This horse couldn't be Firefly.
Looks the same.
Yes, but Firefly had a brother, the same sire and the same dam.
Gosh, maybe this is that other horse. They look just as much alike as two peas.
Fixing your alibis ahead of time, huh, Wallaby? Come on, Wallaby, scratch your horse. Either way, I win.
If this horse isn't Firefly, it doesn't stand a chance. Why should I put my jockey up on a horse that can't run for...
Seventh race, Centralia Stakes. We have 10 more minutes before the mutuals close.
Mr. Wallaby, what are you going to do? We're going to race him, Bobby. It's too late to do anything else.
Firefly was never nervous.
Gosh, Axel, I can't look.
They're ready. They're ready. They're ready.
Get on!
Keep your eyes on Stingaree, Wallaby. Your nag hasn't got a chance.
Get out of here.
Sure. See you at the finish line.
What's the first? Too late.
Hello, Logan. We come down. Hey, what are you doing here?
That's Firefly out there.
What? Are you batty? Firefly's upstate.
Oh, no, Ames, no Hornet got him. He gassed me. I'm on my way to town. You got to call up those beds.
Call them off, will you, dummy? They're at the half already.
At the half, it's War Cry by a head. Jekyll in second place, right ahead of Stingaree. Then Black Abbott fourth, and Firefly in fifth place.
Well, it was that Firefly. I admitted that horse out there is Firefly.
Get out of my hair, Logan. Check them out. When this race is over, we'll go out behind the stable. I want to talk to you. Yeah, I want to talk to you. Win, lose, or draw.
At the three-quarter post, War Cry still in front. Stingaree moving up fast to the inside. Stingaree takes the lead. Stingaree, War Cry, Black Abbott, Firefly, punch to the turn.
Expert, Jerry. Remember, you're watching Rossiter. Okay, I'll keep one eye on him and one eye on the race. Come on, Firefly!
Coming up fast, Stingaree has the rail. War Cry is, here comes Firefly. He's coming up on the inside. He's coming fast on the inside. Stingaree got the whip. He's driving, but Firefly is closing in. Closing in. Stingaree done. Stingaree done. It's Firefly. Firefly opening again. 2 lengths, 3 lengths. Into fourth the finish line.
The race is over and Stingaree lost. Stingaree lost and I lose my $150,000. Taken to the cleaner. Ain't that what was it? Leave Mr. X out of this. Logan, I'm sunk, I'm licked. I had a good mind to tell a cop it was you that murdered that groom. You'd go to the tail.
No, you can't. You go with me. You gave the orders. Listen, I couldn't stop the Green Hornet. He's out after Mr. X. That's
This
why...
is between you and me, Derek. The Hornet won't ever get Mr. X. Forget that. But I'm going to choke you within an inch of your life. You're all right for wiping that bum's right, Jerry, but when it comes to a job with brains...
We heard everything. The law can take care of you now.
You two rats are under arrest for murder.
Perhaps you were listening.
Yeah, mister. You talk too loud. You both talk too loud.
Hey, Casey, you got a camera? I want to take a picture of those two skunks. It'll look good on page 1.
I brought my camera, Lowry, but don't forget the credit for this story goes to the Green Hornet. Remember that when you write the story.
structure of the adventure, murder, across the board. These exciting dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit and are sent to you every Saturday at the same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Myron Wallace speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This case, I want you to get... Well, anything wrong?
No, not a thing, Mr. Reed.
Oh, wait a minute. That letter can wait. When I came in here, you were typing that letter in slow motion.
Sorry, Mr. Reed. I guess I was daydreaming.
About what?
Well, I've had an offer from the Clarion, and I was thinking about it.
Clarion? This case, that scandal sheet? Why be a secretary there when you can be a secretary here?
This wasn't a secretarial job. The Clarion wants me as a reporter. Oh, good grief, Mr. Reed. I'd give my new summer dress to be a reporter.
Oh, I see. Well, perhaps you will be a reporter in this case, but if you are, you will work for the Sentinel. Now get that lawyer and have him follow up this phone call. Here, give him this note. Well, get moving. All I said was perhaps.
Gosh, Mr. Reed, I could kiss you.
Hey!
With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Construction racketeer.
The city room of the Daily Sentinel buzzed with activity. Rewrite men pounded their typewriters. Copy boys carried blue-penciled news hurriedly to the linotypers. The Sentinel was going to press in half an hour. The door case, Britt Reed's secretary, darted into the room, took one quick glance around, and made a beeline for Ed Lowry.
Lowry? Real arm, Lowry.
Well, Casey, what are you doing in here?
I'm looking for you.
For me? I thought the boss was your heart problem.
Mr. Reed, out of this. And I hate to admit it, ugly mug, but you're not my ideal.
I'm not attractive?
Yes, attractive in a repulsive sort of way.
Hey, what's your idea? I always sit with my feet on my desk.
Not when you've got a job. Didn't you hear me say 3 alarm?
No.
Yes. Mr. Reed got a phone call. Here, he wrote you a note. Here it is. He wants you to see Donald right now.
Donald? Is it about that housing contract bid?
He's going to talk, and he wants a reporter.
Hey, where's my hat?
And make it snappy. You can get there in 15 minutes. Mr. Reed wants this story in before the deadline. The Sentinel wants a scoop.
15 minutes. I'll be there in 10. I've been 9 minutes. Man, I ought to be driving a racing car. What's that house number? 917. This is it. So Don's ready to talk to the Sentinel. When I think of the stuff he could tell her, come on, get this door open. If I don't see him, the deadline's gone. Well, it's about time. Oh, pardon me. You're Mrs. Donald?
I thought you were my husband.
I'm Ed Lowry, reporter for the Daily Sentinel. Your husband called it. What's that? You thought I was your husband, but he's expecting me.
He isn't home.
Huh?
And he's late. He's usually so punctual.
Now, wait a minute. Let's clear this up. He hasn't been home?
No.
But he called the Sentinel. Well, maybe he called from his office.
I just called his office. He's not there.
Something cooking.
What's that?
Oh, nothing.
You said something. You're a reporter. Do you think anything can have happened to my husband?
Oh, now, Mrs. Donald,
I'm serious. If he called your newspaper and said he'd be here...
Yes, he did.
Then he should be here. And if he's not...
Oh, holy mackerel, stop imagining things. Just because a guy wants to tell a newspaper reporter something doesn't mean that... What's that?
It's a car.
This way, but fast.
Do you think it could be about my husband?
Yeah. Come on, lady. Let's get down to the curb.
They're throwing someone.
Holy mackerel. Hey, are you all right? Oh. Miss Case, take that phone Lowry's on it.
Yes, sir.
I've got this one. Hello, give me Gunnigan.
Lowry's talking now, Mr. Reed.
Keep listening. He's talking to a rewrite man. I want to know what he's saying, but I haven't time. Oh, hello, Gunnigan. Reed talking. Is the paper going to press yet? Well, then hold it. Lowry's got a story. He's giving it to rewrite this minute. No, it's not the one we expected. Ross Donald didn't talk. He can't talk. He's been beaten up so badly, he may not live. That's fine, Bender. You did a very fine job on Donald. Very fine and very artistic.
I used brass knuckles.
Yes. I saw the pictures in the Morning Sentinel. The story says Donald is at General Hospital. He'll live, but I don't think he'll talk.
Hey, Bender? Sure he won't. They won't put in any bids on them city buildings either, Mr. Randall.
You guessed it, Bender. He won't. And the other building contractors are also, shall we say, persuaded.
Persuaded. I like that word. Persuaded. Sounds good.
You're a good persuader. Yes, they're persuaded either to refrain from bidding or to take my orders about how high they shall bid.
Higher than you, huh, Mr. Randall?
Naturally higher than I did, Bender. Naturally. That's how I get the business. You'd better see who that is.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Randall, it's a dame.
Yes, and I want to talk to
Well,
you.
Mrs. Donald, how are you? I've been reading about that terrible accident to your husband last night. Terrible thing.
Would you call a beating an accident?
No, of course not. How is it?
He's in the hospital.
Yes, I know. The Sentinel story said something about Donald promising to talk about a bid. Now, why should he want to talk about something as silly as that?
You can stop lying. I know why my husband's in the hospital. You put him there.
I put him... Bender.
Yeah, Mr. Randall?
Mrs. Donald and I would like a drink.
No, thank you.
Well, I want one. Go ahead, Bender.
Okay.
Now, just what did you mean by that?
It's necessary to pretend.
You must be overwrought.
Overwrought? Why shouldn't I be? I saw my husband hurled from a speeding automobile. He's in the hospital now, beaten and battered and almost dead.
Excuse me, he's delirious.
He hasn't accused you.
Oh, of course he hasn't. It's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. You have your own methods of getting business, Randall, and none of them are clean. You had my husband beaten up to make him keep his mouth shut, to make him stay out of the bidding. Laugh all you want, for it's still true. But you can't beat me. I'm putting in a bid on that city building job.
You're what?
I'm bidding.
You mean for your husband? Are you a member of his firm?
No, I'm not, but that's
ridiculous. Why, of course, Mrs. Donald, if you want to. What's to stop you?
Nothing will stop me.
You say that as if I were the trouble. I'm not a drag.
Hey, Mrs. Donald around? Oh, hello, Randall. I would have knocked, only your door was open.
Perfectly all right. You're a reporter, aren't you?
Yes, from the Sentinel.
What is it, Mr. Lowry?
The maid at your house told me you were coming over here. How about that interview?
Interview?
Yes, with Mr. Reed, my boss. Hey, you're still upset. Don't you remember? You promised to talk to him.
Oh, yes, that's right. How silly of me to forget.
Maybe we ought to forget, huh?
No, not at all. We can go right now.
Oh, well, so long, Randall.
See you in jail.
Goodbye. Smart reporter. He needs a lesson. But Mrs. Donald needs a lesson first. Putting in a bid against me. Bender! Bender! Bender, what's the matter with you? Can't you hear me calling? Bender, why don't you... Bender.
Mr. Randall, I've been shot at.
Oh. That seal. The Green Hornet.
I'm your mask no longer. Now I run. Find telephone, call Mr. Britt. I call Mr. Britt. Tell him what Cato found out. I call him on private phone in his office.
Yes, Kato, you can keep talking. It's all right. I'm alone in my office. That's what Mrs. Donald said to Randall, right?
Yes, sir. I go far, huh? Like you say.
She's going to bet against Randall. I wonder how.
What you say, Mr. Britt?
Skip it, I'm just thinking out loud. You use gas on Randall's servant?
That is correct. I got him and the Green Hornet thief.
All right, Kato. You can... Hold it, Kato, just a minute. Yes?
Mrs. Donald is here, Mr. Reed.
Show her in just a moment, Miss Case.
Yes, sir.
Kato.
Yes, Mr. Britt?
Hang up and get back to the apartment.
I understand.
I'll see you tonight. And I have a hunch the Green Hornet is going to get busy. Cato.
You are too late. I keep your dinner warm.
We're alone?
Yes, sir. Mr. Axford, he's out.
We haven't any time to lose. Those sealed bids for the city job are being delivered tomorrow morning.
Yes?
Randall will put his bid in, and Mrs. Donald may put in a bid.
Oh, that's very dangerous.
I wasn't able to persuade her not to, Cato. She's positive it was Randall who had her husband beaten up.
I see.
What do you think?
I agree, Mr. Britt. I'm not right, Mr. Randall.
Randall's a slick operator who's gotten away with plenty. Up to now.
Up to now?
Up to now. But this time it's going to end. Got the Hornet mask and the gas weapon. The Green Hornet's taking a hand in this.
A few moments later, Britt Reed and Cato stepped through a secret panel in Reed's bedroom closet. Then along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. A passage that led directly to an adjoining building. Seen from the street, the building looked deserted, empty, abandoned. No one could guess that it served as the hiding place for the Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Randall's at his office checking over his bid. A secret bid, Cato, but we're going to learn that secret. Step on it.
Randall office at the top of the building. It's very hard to get there.
Fire escape. Quick, up on my shoulders and grab the ladder.
I have it, Mr. Britt.
Okay, yank it down.
I cannot lift it. It's stuck.
Climb up.
What about you now?
Up you go. Up.
Now, what do you do now?
I'm jumping for it. Stand back.
There. Oh, very good, Mr. Britt. Very wrong jump.
As long as I've made it, that's what matters. Randall's up there. Let's go.
Oh, this lock is open.
Randall must be in the other room. Follow me.
Yes, sir.
Watch your step. It's dark in here. When I open that door, be ready. We'll go in fast.
I understand.
I have the gas weapon. I may have to use it fast. If not,
what is it?
Nothing. For a moment, I thought I heard a step behind us, but there's nothing. All
Already, here's the door.
Yes? No. All right, Randall. Don't move. Just sit right where you are and you won't get hurt. Don't move, Mabel. What do you want? Just looking, Randall. Working late, aren't you?
I've been expecting you, Hornet.
Yes?
Yes. Ever since you started up that fire escape.
Where's your servant?
Bender? Oh, he's around. Didn't you hear me, Hornet? I said I knew you were coming up that fire escape.
I heard you.
But you don't know that I've called the police.
Police?
Yes, the police, and they should be here any...
There. Hear that? There they come. Okay, Randall. It's just time for me to do
Get
it. Look out! What's that? Don't move, Hornet. Stand still or I'll get you before the police do. If you try to struggle, you'll get shot. You'll get us, not without a fight. Take it. Yeah!
In his place? Yeah, Lowry, and we'll find out soon enough. Here we are.
Now to continue our story. Trying to learn what Randall's bid on the city job will be, the Green Hornet and Cato climbed the fire escape to Randall's top floor office, only to run into trouble. They had been seen, and Randall had phoned the police.
Quiet down, you guys. We're almost at the top floor. Now keep your guns ready and follow me.
Right, Jerry. They have the building surrounded?
Yes, Lowry.
There's Randall's office.
I don't hear a sound.
The door's open.
After me. Well, I'll be...
Holy mackerel, what hit this joint?
Oh.
Hey, here's a woman, Sergeant. She's been gassed.
Randall's lying across his desk. Out cold.
Hey, here's someone... Wait, Bender. What happened?
Where's the Hornet? He shot me. Randall shot him and missed. The Hornet got away.
There's no way out. He couldn't.
We came in through the hall. This holy mackerel ran the elevator. Well, I'll be... It's gone. The elevator's on the way down.
Yeah, the Hornet pulled a fast one.
As we got out of the elevator, he got in. He must have been waiting in the car.
A lot of good that does you.
Well, we'll get him. Where are the stairs?
Too far. What about the fire escape?
The fire escape it is. Come on, you guys.
Faster.
Watch your step.
Moran, if you've got a whistle, blow it. You say this building is surrounded, let the other cops know something's going wrong.
Blow a whistle, Lowry. For Pete's sake, I'm having all I can do to hang on to this dizzy fire escape. I ain't no steeplejack.
Hey, Moran, look down.
Look down, no, sir, not me.
Down, right below us. It's the Hornet car.
The Hornet? Golly, so it is. Let him have it, boys.
You can hold your fire, Moran. No use wasting cartridges. There goes the Hornet.
Very close, Mr. Blake.
Too close for comfort, Cato. If you hadn't used jujitsu on Thunder, we'd be on our way to jail right now.
It's very lucky we get elevator, yes?
The police were in such a hurry they didn't stop to guard it. I have my fingers crossed.
What we do now?
Back to the apartment, Cato. But first, I've got to make a phone call.
Yes?
We had a few minutes before the police came. I was able to get a look at Randall's bid. Cato, I have a hunch that his bid won't be the lowest. Not for this job. Miss Pierce,
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Any more news?
About the Green Hornet showing up at Randall's place last night?
Well, yes. That and the bidding for the city job.
Nothing new on the Hornet. He made a clean getaway. He always does, doesn't he?
Pretty close last night, though.
Yes, I'll bet Sergeant Moran's still beefing about it. But at least the Sentinel had a scoop on the story.
What about the bidding?
I don't know why they bothered to go through with that farce, Mr. Reed. Randall's sure to win the job. There's no one else putting in a bid.
That isn't public yet, is it?
No, but there never is. He's so unscrupulous and vicious. Look what he did to poor Mr. Donald.
Careful, Miss Case. Don't say what can't be proved.
Doesn't have to be proved. I can just feel he's crooked.
You sound like a sob sister.
Huh?
There's an idea. You said you'd like to be a reporter, Miss Case.
A reporter? Me?
Or would you rather be a secretary?
You mean a sob sister? Like the woman's angle on stories? Oh, good grief, Mr. Reed. Oh, I'd love it. When can I start?
Yeah, slow up. It's just a thought.
Oh, it's a swell thought. Honestly, I could do a grand job.
Well, remind me in about a month.
Oh.
Well, that's not so long.
Okay, I can wait. After all, I've been waiting for years.
Hey, boss, he's gone haywire.
Oh.
Randall, he's burning up. I just came from the city hall. Randall didn't win that city job.
He didn't?
No. Sounds impossible, doesn't it?
Laurie, are you sure? I didn't think anyone was betting against it.
Yeah, that's what he thought. But there was another bid. And get this, boss, it was just a couple of bucks under Randall's bid. Who was it? What gets me, boss? It's a new outfit, the Bolton Building Company.
I've never heard of it.
And neither has anyone else. But the bid was there. What puzzles me is the price.
Right.
Yeah, just a couple of bucks difference between the bids. It almost looks as if the Bolton outfit knew what Randall was going to bid beforehand. But it isn't possible.
Yes. Who could have known?
Who could have known about what, Mr. Randall?
The amount I was going to bid for that city job.
How much difference was it?
I told you $20.
$20? That's splitting it awful close, ain't it?
I tell you, whoever put that bid in knew what my bid was. Knew it ahead of time.
Don't look at me, boss.
No. No, you're loyal.
Sure.
Besides, you haven't enough brains. Never mind that. Try to figure out who it was.
Well, it couldn't be Ostrander.
Ostrander didn't bid.
Yeah, that's right. We didn't stick to orders to lay off.
Say, maybe it's Bender.
Huh?
Bender, I'm a fool.
You, Mr. Randall?
Yes, I. That Green Hornet trouble last night drove it completely out of my mind. The Bolton Building Company. Bolton.
I don't get it.
She was here that morning. She threatened to bid against me.
Bolton? I don't know no Bolton dame.
Mrs. Donald, you dummy.
Donald?
Yes. Her maiden name was Bolton. Her father was Silas Bolton, the builder. So she meant what she said.
Good.
And now she's formed a new company just for the purpose of bidding against me.
What a way to act. Things are unscrupulous, boss. After me giving the brass knuckles to her husband. What business has she got butting in?
Quiet.
Yeah.
We'll have to persuade her to withdraw that bid, Bender.
Persuade her to withdraw? She already got it.
Yes, but she can still withdraw. She can say her company isn't equipped to handle so big a job. Give me that phone.
The phone? Who you calling, Mr. Randall?
I'm calling Mrs. Donald.
Her?
Yes. To persuade her to drop out before we make her drop out. And I think I know how she managed to underbid me. She's in league with the Green Hornet.
No, Mr. Randall, I can't tell you a thing. The Bolton Company? If you think that's my company, you can think for yourself. I neither affirm nor deny it. And please, What? What was that? What did you say? Oh. He knows. He knows the Green Hornet called me last night. What am I going to do? I need help. Operator, I don't know the number, but please, I want to call the Daily Sentinel. It's very important.
Well,
of just now, Casey. Who's the boss talking to?
Mrs. Donald. She sounded plenty worried.
What for? Her husband's doing okay.
Is he?
Well, sure he is. Nobody knows who slugged him, but he's out of danger.
Oh, I don't know what it is then, but she's not feeling very chipper. I can tell you...
Hey, what a way to treat a typewriter, Casey. You slammed 10 keys at once.
Lowry, I've got it.
That letter's wrong. You better start again.
Well, that Dickens with a letter. I know what she's worried about. You ought to know, too. You told me so yourself.
Are you crazy?
Oh, wake up. Didn't you barge in on her the other day just when she was talking to Randall?
Yeah, at his place.
He said she was going...
Paints the picture.
We checked the file.
Well, that'll be... Casey, that dame's got nerve. I never thought she'd do it. This case is Lowry calling me, boss? Oh, Lowry, I just spoke to Mrs. Donald. She's the Bolton Building Company.
Just figured that out, Mr. Reed.
Oh. Okay, get over to her place tonight, Lowry. Huh? She had a phone call from Randall. He did a little figuring on his own hook, and you know Randall. He's going to make her back down? Get over there tonight.
Mr. Reed, what about me?
You, Miss Case?
You said I could become a reporter sometime. Well, Mrs. Donald is a woman that... How about right now?
Well?
Oh, please.
Don't worry, boss. If Randall tries any rough stuff, I'll look after Casey. Okay, you can tag along with Lowry. Lowry and Sergeant Moran, Miss Kate.
Moran?
Well, how come, boss? How do you suppose Mrs. Donald was able to underbid Randall by such a narrow margin? Hey, you mean she had inside information? She just told me she got a phone call last night telling her exactly what Randall was going to bid. A phone call from the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? Good grief.
Yes, Miss Case. So just to be on the safe side, the police will be there, too. You never know when the Hornet's going to show up. 9 o'clock. Peter ought to be along soon. He's got to be. Lowry in this case with Mrs. Donald. Man with... There he is. Okay. Step on it, Pedro. You get inside the car, Mr. Reed. Step on it. I can make it while you travel. Okay. The mask and the Hornet weapon? It's in the compartment. Good. Head straight for the Donald place. Yes, sir. As you order, I keep watch on Mr. Lambert. He just read the call of Mrs. Donald himself. Alone? He has with him that Brenda. Good. Both of them. We got the Mrs. Donald at least 10 minutes ahead of them. But I'm worried. Suppose something go wrong. We've got to see that it doesn't. There are many police there. Never mind the police. You drive right past them, drop me off, and keep going. Then policemen follow me? They'll follow the Black Beauty, or I missed my guess. After they got close last night, what they want's the Hornet. That'll leave me alone there waiting for Randall and Bender. You understand? I understand. Now I go fast. At this car. I'm going after him. Hey, in your car!
Moran, don't!
I can't stick around here in this space. I got them alcohol. Get those sport cars rolling. No, they won't catch him.
Where are the police?
They went after the Hornet, Mrs. Donald. It's my tough luck. I have to stick around here. There won't be any excitement or anything else doing.
Won't you come in the house? Yes, of course. Don't be nervous, Mrs. Donald. Well, as long as the Hornet isn't here, you're safe.
Sure. Here, I'll open the door for you. You go ahead and...
Gosh. Why, that car stopping out in front. Isn't that Randall? Oh.
Casey, get back in the shadows. Stay here, Mrs. Donald. Miss Casey and I'll be back out of the way. We'll hear every word. Just act as if you're all alone.
As if I'm all alone. It's just how I feel.
There she is now, Mr. Randall. Good evening, Mrs. Donald.
So you had enough nerve to come over, didn't you? Well, I'm not withdrawing my bid.
She's acting tough.
One moment. Mrs. Donald, we're alone here. Don't be a fool.
My bid stands. My husband's company can do the work.
Your husband is in the hospital. I don't like to make threats, especially against a woman.
You admit you put my husband in the hospital.
Don't be so amazed. As long as we're alone, I admit everything. I used force, and I'll use it again. Back out before you get hurt, badly hurt.
Casey, we got it.
What's up?
We heard that, Randall. Casey, you'll make him spread this high, wide, and handsome. Randall, you're cooked.
So I wasn't alone.
No, mister, and we heard you. Mrs. Donald, you needn't worry about a thing.
Perhaps all you better worry. Bender. Yeah, Mr. Randall.
Hey, what are you talking about? Hey, put away that gun.
Sorry, but I intend to stay out of jail.
even if I have to have Bender shoot you.
Oh, the cold-blooded. It isn't possible.
Not only possible, but probable.
Any time you say, boss.
Well, there's no hurry. There are no witnesses. But I guess you might as well.
Take this.
What the man? The Green Hornet.
Don't shoot Hornet.
No, this is where did you see that? It was the Green Hornet. He saved our life. He shot them, but I didn't hear a sound.
Sure, we used gas, not bullets. Casey, get to a phone, will you? By the time Sergeant Moran gets back from his wild goose chase, we'll have this plastered right on the front page.
Sure, with a byline by the North Cape.
Okay, sob sister, but make it short or Blackie go to pounding a typewriter instead of the pavement. Now get that story in.
With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure in the story, Reservoir for Murder. The Green Hornet strikes again. Reporter of the Daily Sentinel smelled trouble the moment he arrived at the location of the new city reservoir. As he walked across the cluttered ground toward the concrete abutments, he noticed that the men seemed to be especially busy with one section of the retaining wall.
Looks like something's cooking over there, and it ain't good. Hey, buddy.
Well, you better not go any further, mister. That section
It's okay. I'm a reporter from the Daily Sentinel. Here's my press card.
Sure, only
Forget it. My insurance company says I can take all the risks I want, and they'll pay all. So why should I worry? Where's the phone around here?
the only ones in the construction shack.
Never mind, buddy. You warned me. You did your duty.
Hey, wait.
Time, reporters wait for no man. I'm climbing that scaffold. I want to see this with my own eyes. They built this reservoir with knitting needles instead of P-squares. The Sentinel's going to hear about it. Hey, what's happening to that scaffold? The whole section's going to cave in. You can see that? I see it. Holy mackerel, there's a piece of concrete as big as a truck. Gangway, I got to get that pole.
Sentinel Publisher's office.
Casey, this is Lowry. Where's the boss?
What's the matter, Lowry? You sound
The
excited.
reservoir. Give me the boss. It's coming down around my ears.
Case, is that Lowry?
Yes, it's Lowry, Mr. Reed.
All right. Hello, Lowry.
Boss, that's it with the McCoy. One section is caving in.
The reservoir going? This case got Gunnigan.
Yes, sir.
Gunnigan.
Here he is.
Gunnigan, Reed talking. I've got Lowry on the phone. Construction wreck at the reservoir. Have a rewrite man cut in. You got it?
Got it.
Okay, Lowry, you give it to the rewrite man.
Okay, boss.
Can you see what's going on?
Sure, I have a ringside seat up at the construction shack. I can see from the window. Okay, Mr. Reed.
All set, Lowry. The rewrite man's listening. Go ahead. I'm about 200 yards away from the concrete walls. They've been shoring up one section because it had a crack in it, but it isn't a crack anymore. Hold it. There goes another chunk. You hear that? Man, it's a lucky thing there wasn't any water in that reservoir yet. Half the people in Maple Valley be getting their feet wet up to their ears. The rest of the concrete seems to be okay, but that one section, yeah, they're pulling the men away from it. Guess it's going to cave. They're running like ants. Looks like it's going to be more than 1 month before the governor dedicates the Maple Valley Reservoir project after all. There'll be an investigation. Hold it. Here comes the big one. 150 tons of concrete. Going now! hours later, darkness had fallen over the wreckage of the reservoir wall. Powerful lamps poured cones of light down as men worked to clear away the debris. And slipping quietly and unnoticed among the working men was Ed Lowry. He stayed out of the lighted areas as much as possible, but his sharp eyes saw everything there was to see.
Maybe I can dig up an angle on this. Concrete walls just don't fall down and go boom without a reason. Concrete's solid enough. Certainly feels that way on my feet. Hey, what's this? One of the steel supports that was buried in it. Feels funny. It's got a sharp edge. Lowry, my friend, maybe you're onto something here. Now, where did I put those matches? Let's have a look at the edge of this girder. Come on, right. Come. Well, plastered on the front page. No wonder that concrete wall caved in. Holy mackerel, this girder is... Hey, let go of me. What are you doing? What are you trying to do?
So you've been walking into doors again,
Ha, very amusing. Where's the boss?
Oh, I knew you'd try to fight somebody bigger than you someday. Or was it a whole gang?
Not Casey. It was one guy with a 10-ton blackjack in his fist.
Well, Lowry, so that's why you didn't come back to the office last night or phone in. Fighting, huh?
Holy mackerel, what kind of a reception is this? So help me, boss, I got this while I was on the job.
You did.
Sure, I was checking over that reservoir after dark. And just when I find something good, blam, some monkey jumps me and sends me to dreamland. Didn't wake up till this morning.
Hey, you found something good. What do you mean?
What I said, boss. I found enough to prove that crash was no accident.
Good grief.
No accident? No, sir. Not when the steel supports that are supposed to be embedded in that concrete are sawed halfway through.
What?
Yeah.
Gosh, Mr. Reed, and the whole state is blaming Jeff Thorndyke, saying that he's responsible.
Not if that concrete was deliberately weak.
It was, boss.
Lowry, you're going back there. Miss Case, get a photographer to go back with Lowry and take pictures of that damage. Call the police.
Whoa, boss.
What?
No dice. You'd be wasting your time.
Don't be silly, Lowry. Why would make a front-page story that would scoop the town?
Hold it, Miss Case, just a moment. Go on, Lowry. We'd be wasting our time. Why?
Because the steel girders aren't there anymore.
Go on.
When I woke up, I started to look again. Boss, somebody cleared those girders out of there like Lewis took bear. What good is a story without proof?
We'll see you now, gentlemen. This way, please.
Okay, Thorndyke, keep your chin up. I'm glad you're here, Reed. It's good to have someone backing me up. Senator's got the axe out for me. Can't say I blame him. Cave-in wasn't your fault, Thorndyke. Yes, I know the Sentinel said, but someday we'll prove it.
I doubt very much if you can prove that, Reed.
Hello, Senator.
Hello. You may go, Miss Darcy.
Yes, sir.
Well, Thorndyke, as engineer in charge of that construction job, you've managed to put me in the soup. There's only one way I can satisfy the public. Come right to the point. Did you bring along your resignation?
I can't understand what went wrong.
I'm not interested in alibis. I'm interested in results. You didn't get them.
I understand. Here's my resignation. Now, just a minute.
Yes?
The rat deserts the sinking ship.
If that's aimed at me, Reed.
It is?
I hate this department. I'm responsible for what happens.
You're also responsible for the men under you. Yet you're making Thorndyke the ghost.
I'm putting the blame where it belongs.
You read the Sentinel. There might be some doubt that what happened was Thorndyke's fault.
Poppycock. The story cooked up to make speculation. You know, General...
Not from the Sentinel.
There's no proof. Your reporter made that story up, and you believed it.
I believed him, yes. But he didn't make it up. I know my reporters. And get this, Shevlin. The public has faith in the Sentinel, too.
There's no time for...
Which is just what I said. You're yapping about the interest of the public. Well, get this, Shevlin. The Sentinel has a circulation that's almost as big as all the others combined. And this morning, after our story, our switchboard was flooded with phone calls.
Phone calls about what?
About the cave-in at the new reservoir. Shevlin, if you're interested in public opinion, you might be interested to know that the public does believe that story in the Sentinel. At least enough so that they don't blame Thorndyke.
That's true.
You want a record of their names and addresses?
No, I don't doubt you. Thorndyke, this puts a different complexion on things.
Shevlin is always sensitive to public opinion. Aren't you, Shevlin?
Yes,
Senator, do you mean my resignation?
Yes, I'm not accepting it, Thorndyke. There, in the wastebasket.
I don't know what to say.
Never mind. Just go ahead and make sure the job is finished. And finished right.
It'll be done right. I'm still puzzled about why.
Jeff,
let's go. Can't you see the senator wants to be alone, to eat his own words? Goodbye, Shoveling. Next time, don't be too anxious to throw out a good work.
Goodbye, Senator. It'll be done right. I'll make sure it's done right. Goodbye. Go ahead and finish that job. When it's done, I'll make absolutely sure Thorndyke loses his job. I'll make it positive. Bender.
Senator, what are you doing here? The story.
Why can't you fool? I don't want to be seen. You've heard Thorndyke is going ahead with the construction work.
Yeah.
Thorndyke is too good a man. If he keeps going, he'll end up with my job.
Yeah.
That puts it up to you, Bender. This time, I win a big accident, you understand. Big enough so that not even the Sentinel can keep Thorndyke in his job.
I'll be finished with the construction in 3 weeks, Senator. The water will be piling up behind the dam. A whole lot of water, Senator.
That's it, Bender. I think you understand.
Yeah, I understand.
If the water should break that retaining wall and flood the valley, there'd be a lot of damage. Thorndyke couldn't explain that.
Yeah, Senator. And besides, there wouldn't be any evidence. The water would wash away every sign. Okay, Senator, you can count on it. There's going to be a flood.
During the following weeks, while the damage was being repaired and the dam completed, Ed Lowry made frequent trips to the Maple Valley construction job. And his reports back to the Sentinel were all the same. He saw no sign of trouble. But he wasn't the only one on watch. When darkness fell each night, a small man, inconspicuous and slight, prowled around the reservoir. That man was Cato, Britt Reed's Filipino valet.
Yes, Mr. Britt. I observed Maple Valley Reservoir at night, as you direct.
You weren't seen, Cato?
No, sir. Back home in Philippines, I learned how to move silent, like jungle cat.
What did you find out, Cato? Is there anything wrong?
No.
Why do you say it that way?
I'm not certain, Mr. Britt. But there's one man. I observed him at night. Act very strange.
Strange?
Nothing very definite. Only he acts like a man who's doing wrong. A man named Bender.
Bender, eh?
Name is familiar?
Yeah, he's the man who told Lowry to stay away when that section of wall fell. I wonder.
Yes?
I wonder if he's the one who could have knocked Lowry out that same night.
Oh, it's possible, yes.
Keep watching, Cato. Pretty soon that job will be completed. We don't want anything to happen.
The job is done, men. Thanks for your work. The Maple Valley Reservoir is a project you can be proud of. Senator Sentinel, when you close the water pipes, it'll take about a week to get the water high enough in the reservoir to start using it. That's the way the weather is, Thorndyke. It's raining up in the mountains. Fill the reservoir fast. I just press this button? Yes. Senator, and thanks for letting me finish this job. Yes. Well, here comes some rain. You'll excuse me. I'll get to my car.
Senator Shepard.
Yes, what is it?
Everything's set. This rain ought to speed it up, too.
Not so loud.
Oh, there's nobody to hear. Just a couple of more days and it'll be Thorndyke's finish.
He's riding high.
It'll be his finish.
It better be.
Yeah, the rain ought to fix everything. What's there? Fix
Excuse, please.
You were on the other side of the senator's car. Who are you?
Excuse, please. I'm very sorry. Mr. Britt, I come back to apartment at once. I tell you what I hear.
You don't know their plan?
No, sir.
Rain will fill up that reservoir pretty fast.
That is true. The rain continues. I think...
Hey, we've got to find out. Check the gas weapon in the Hornet mask.
It rained very hard, Mr.
That doesn't matter. Rain or no rain, the Green Hornet's going out in the Black Beauty.
A few minutes later, Britt Reed and his Filipino valet Cato stepped through a secret panel in Britt Reed's bedroom, then along a narrow passage built within the wall itself, down narrow creaking stairs that led around a corner and connected directly with another building on a little-used, dead-end side street. Seen from the street, this building looked deserted, empty like all the others. No one could guess that within its bleak walls stood the supercharged Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Go ahead, Cato. We're going to find this man Bender. We'll get the answer.
Cato flipped on the headlights. A photoelectric cell registered the beam, started a small electric motor, and silently a huge section of apparently solid wall swiveled upward. The sleek black car rolled into the street, turned and headed north toward Maple Valley. And behind it, the wall once more dropped into place.
You'll never know, Joe. Good night.
Pretty wet out.
Yeah, it'll be a lot wetter, too. A lot wetter.
Just a minute, Bender.
Hey, what's the idea of bumping into a guy this way? Dark enough to black out it?
This is a gun in your ribs.
Hey, what is this, a stick-up? Who are you? That's masked. With the Green Hornet.
Come with me, Bender.
What do you want?
Come with me. You're going to answer some questions.
It's raining even harder upstate than it is here in the city, Senator.
Yes, Miss Darcy. I won't need you anymore tonight.
Yes, sir.
What's the matter with Bender? He's supposed to call me on my private phone. Water should be pouring into that reservoir. I want to know. I tried to get him myself. He isn't home. Private phone, that's it. Hello, is this you, Bender?
Hello, Shevlin.
Who is this?
You were expecting a call from Bender, weren't you?
Bender, what? This number is private. You're making a mistake.
Bender's right here. It's no mistake. I know all about it, Shevlin.
About what?
The Maple Valley Reservoir. I want $10,000.
Who are you?
This is the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet?
10,000, your scheme blows up right in your face.
You can't bluff me.
Not a bluff. Remember, I've got Bender here. It wouldn't be hard to get him to talk. Now make up your mind, Shevlin. 10 grand
All
or
right.
have it.
All right. At least I'm willing to talk to you about it.
That's polite. Play nice, and your apple cart may not be tipped over, huh?
I'll meet you in the valley about a mile below the reservoir, where Route 22 and Highway 16 split.
I know where.
Tomorrow night at 11. Be there, Shevlin. Don't forget.
You make phone call, yes?
All set. Tomorrow night at 11. Where is Bender?
You give him gas from gun, Mr. Britt. He in his car, unconscious. What do we do between now and tomorrow night, please?
You take care of Bender?
Oh, I keep him unconscious till then, yes.
Good. I'll take the Black Beauty and head back to town. I want to be at the Sentinel tomorrow. I'll meet you at 11 in the evening.
Oh, where is meeting?
The junction of Route 22 and State Highway 16 in the valley here, Cato. And take care of Bender.
The end of another day. Hey, what time you got,
Casey?
5:30. Will you come along, Mr. Thorndyke, to Mr. Reed's office?
Oh, yeah. Nice guy, Thorndyke. I like him.
I wonder if he'll get shovels down.
Well, I hope so. Somebody ought to. Still raining.
All day and since yesterday.
This rain has me a little worried, Reed. Maple Valley Reservoir.
Don't be foolish, Thorndyke. You have men up there, haven't you?
Well, yes, but if something unforeseen occurs...
forget it. Say, Lowry.
What gives, boss?
I've got to head for home. I have an appointment tonight. Oh, will you and Miss Case keep Mr. Thorndyke from getting the jitters? Now that his work's done, he has plenty of time for worrying, so keep him occupied. You might show him around the Sentinel. Perhaps he's never seen a great newspaper at work.
Well, Mr. Thorndyke, you've seen everything from the
Listen to that thunder. Still raining.
Give up, Casey. The guy's hopeless. Here it is, 10:30 at night. Outside of eating dinner, we've been giving him a conductor tour of the Sentinel, and all he thinks about is the weather. I tell you, Casey, that...
Oh, Mr. Thorndyke, I've been calling you from Senator Sheldon's office all evening. I couldn't get you, so I finally came over.
Miss Darcy, what's the matter?
Oh, I don't know exactly. A phone call came for the senator. It wasn't on his private line, so I took it. Mr. Thorndyke, it was a man reminding the senator to be at the junction of Route 22 and Highway 16 at 11 tonight.
The junction in the valley?
Yes, and to pay $10,000. But the senator was gone already. I couldn't tell him.
Oh, sister, calm down. You're all excited.
Oh, why shouldn't I be? The man who called was the Green Hornet. The Hornet?
Holy mackerel, this is a case for the police.
The police?
Joel, hold on the fort, Casey, and tell Gunnigan to get set for a page one scoop. 11 o'clock, huh? We might not make it by 11, but we'll be there soon after. Come on, Thorndyke. Don't shoot me. Where am I?
In there. How did you get here?
Phil Shevlin. I brought him.
The Hornet.
I'm in the back seat. Got a gun. How about that 10 grand, Shevlin?
Oh, Hornet. It's talk me soon, but...
Go, Shevlin. Money talk.
Yes. Yeah, here you are.
Thanks. You doctor count, but if it isn't all here...
It's there.
Good. I told your secretary...
What's that? My secretary?
Yes, I called this evening. Just wanted to remind you. I got no answer on that phone.
She doesn't know I'm mixed up in anything crooked. You ruined me.
Oh, no, isn't that too bad? Now that I think of it, she was a little surprised. But that's your tough luck, Shevlin. I got the money in that car coming.
The car. What's this, please? Get out of here. Get out.
I will, Shevlin, but first...
No, don't shoot me. Don't
get right. This for you, Thunder, or just use my fist. This kiddo. Don't keep to the police or I. Remind me to send this 10,000 to the Red Cross, will you? Let's get to the Black Beauty.
But, Mr. Britt, I don't understand.
I don't understand what, Tito?
Even when police get here, even when they find those two, what good is that? It's not possible they prove they are criminals.
Don't worry about that, kiddo.
But I do worry. How police know unless Senator or Senate talk? They not talk.
I said don't worry. Let's go, Cato.
Shevlin's car. It must be him.
How easy you start. Let me in there first.
How about some light, Flannery?
Say, here, Lowry. Hey, the senator's out cold. I guess the Hornet beat us to the punch.
That's just right. He clipped
Bender, what are you doing here?
Hello, Mr. Thorndyke. I ain't doing nothing. Nothing. We come all the way out here into the valley to catch the Green Hornet, and what happened? Nothing. The Hornet was here, mister. He was here. What did you say? Are we in the valley? Yeah. Right below the Maple Valley Reservoir?
Of course, Bender.
How long's it been raining? Since yesterday, coming down in buckets.
What's the matter with you, Bender? Oh, poor fellow must be out of his head.
Since yesterday. We'll be drowned. That concrete wall is in a cave any minute. Now let me out of here. Yes. So it's true, I tell you. If we stay here, we'll be drowned. Mr. Thorndyke will drown. Now listen, you gotta believe me. I was being paid by several, and I saw them steal support.
You what?
Yeah. I saw it, all of them. Then I poured the cement in so it wouldn't be seen. That dam won't hold, I tell you. You'll get jailed for this, mister, and Kevlin, who cares about jail? Well, I'll drown, I tell you. Now let me out.
Good Lord, Lowry, he knows what he's talking about. We've got to get to the dam. We've got to open the emergency sluices and drain the water off. If we're too late, the whole wall will go. The valley will be flooded. People will die in their sleep. Women and children in the town. We've got to get there at once.
Yeah, mister, it's all right. I've been trying to get loose for 10 minutes. Can you imagine? Some guy comes busting here wearing a mask. I tried to stop him, but he opened all the emergency sluices.
Did you say he opened the sluices?
Yeah. The water's dropped 2 feet already.
Davis, that man saved the valley. The concrete wall would have caved any minute.
Huh? You mean he was wearing a mask? And that note, he left that note on the table. All it says is...
I got it. Thorndyke, it says, I may be a crook, but I don't go in for mass murder. It isn't signed, but it doesn't have to be.
Lowry, listen. It was the Green Hornet.
Calvin confesses crime. Thorndyke appointed head of waterboard. Read all about it. Green Hornet still advised. Sutton Gillespie, power!
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. In the interest of our government, the King Trendle Broadcasting Corporation asks you to accept Uncle Sam as the sponsor of the Green Hornet program. Young men and young women, boys and girls, you can help win this war. Millions of you are leaving school in the next few weeks. Do you know what you can do to help? Ask your local United States Employment Office. That office can tell you where you can join the Army of Workers, where you can help produce materials of war, where you can help produce food for our fighting forces, our allies and ourselves on a farm or ranch, where you can get free training that will fit you for a war job. Register for service to your country now at any United States Employment Office. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Invasion Plans for Victory. The Green Hornet strikes again.
This Mr. Britt Reed's apartment?
A phone call. A simple thing like a phone call started Britt Reed on an adventure that was to bring him face to face with sudden death and cause new cries of "Get the Green Hornet" to blaze across front pages.
For you, Mr. Britt.
Well, thanks, kiddo. Hello.
Axford lounged in the living room as Cato entered.
I heard the phone ringing, Cato. Was it for me?
For Mr. Britt. I take evening paper, please.
But hold on. Got to read the latest news and find out who I should be mad at.
Mr. Britt want paper in bedroom. I'll borrow, please?
Oh, all right. Then if Reed wants it. I don't know why it is that with Reed, the owner of the Sentinel, we don't get but one copy of it here at the apartment.
I'll check on it and see you as soon as I can get there. Goodbye.
Here's newspaper.
Thank you. Classified. What's Axford doing?
He was reading paper.
Oh, here we are. Personal column. That's a funny thing, Cato, how people can conceal things by printing them for everyone to see.
Yes, sir.
Well, here's the ad I'm looking for. Johann Kinder. Very important that you call on Mother tonight.
Oh, is there a special meaning in small ad?
Yes. Cato, you've heard me speak of Jack Mercer.
Oh, yes, many times. You friend in college.
Well, Jack Mercer's been flying planes. It was he who just telephoned. He wants me to go to his home in the suburbs right away. He spoke of this ad.
I drive car for you?
Yes, but not the Black Beauty. We'll take the convertible. I don't like the way Jack spoke. He sounded worried, and he's not the worrying type.
What he say about ad?
Well, he couldn't talk over the phone as much as he wanted to. He just told me to look up the ad and translate Kinder. Then he said he thinks that Mother means himself. I don't like the way he said it.
Get that ad, Britt. Translate Kinder. Mother means me.
Get the car, Cato. I'll tell you more about Jack Mercer and his work while we're on our way to his home.
Very well.
While you're getting the car, I'll find a way to get Axford out of the apartment so he won't be too curious.
Okay, Reed. I'll hang around the cops' headquarters just in case there's a new development on that case me and Lowry were handling.
Thanks, Axford. I'll be more at ease with you on the job.
Good night, Reed.
Good night. I don't like the way Jack said it.
Get that ad, Britt. Translate Kinder. Mother means me.
Car's ready.
Oh. All right, Cato.
Translate Kinder. Mother means me.
I wonder what he's worried about.
Translate Kinder. Mother means me.
Cato.
Yes, sir?
I think Kinder is the German word for child.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Johann Kinder. Well, that would mean John Child. Possibly Childs. John Child. There's something familiar about that name.
I never heard it.
We'll soon be at Jack Mercer's home. I didn't even know he'd reopened it. He sent his family to Florida when he left a few months ago on a secret flight to an undisclosed place.
You were to tell something about him.
Oh, yes. Well, he was working on a report for the government. Few people knew it, but the fact that I knew it makes it possible that enemies also knew what he was doing.
That is true.
He knows that someone's watching his house. He thinks it's a man called Johann Kinder. Now, there was an ad addressed to Johann Kinder in tonight's paper.
I see.
Well, Jack is under the impression that Kinder was formerly a crook who went under another name. He thinks Kinder took the German translation of his name, and he asked me to find out what I could. In the meantime, he asked me to go to his home.
Oh?
You see, Cato, Jack made some aerial photographs of enemy country that he was familiar with. He's marking the photographs to point out places where our big bombing planes can land when the invasion begins.
Oh.
He asked to deliver those pictures tonight. And he wants me to go with him, just in case this fellow Kinder wants to get rough. He thought there was more than coincidence in the ad and the Sentinel. Oh, Cato, turn to the next drive to the right. Stop here. No one around here now. Cato, you come to the door with me.
agents got their hands on Mercer's photographs, the job would have to be done over again. I want you to stand right by the door until Mercer's in the car with me. And I'll keep watch till you join us.
Yes, Mr. Britt. Did you ring bell?
No, I thought he'd be waiting. Oh, the door's unlocked. Well, you wait here. I'll go in and get him. Close the door behind you.
Yes, Mr. Britt?
Yes.
Oh, it looked like suicide.
It's been made to look like suicide. There's a note in the gun. But Jack Mercer wouldn't shoot himself.
No, sir.
Where's the envelope? He told me he'd have it all addressed and ready to mail. It should be right here in his desk.
It is not.
No. Good old Jack Mercer. He suspected this. He tried to tell me something.
Police will call it suicide. Case closed.
No, they won't. This is going to be a case that the police will investigate with every means at their disposal. Thank goodness for the hunch that made me bring the Green Hornet's equipment. Cato, take that suicide note.
Yes, sir.
Leave the gun, but move it a few yards away from him.
Very well.
I'll leave the emblem of the Green Hornet here on the desk. I'll guarantee that'll make the police use a fine-tooth comb in hunting for clues.
Wait. Car stopping in front.
Car?
Men are coming from it. They are police.
Police? Cato, we've got to get away from here. I can't be detained for questioning now. I've got to find out who put that parcel in the Sentinel.
Police have not yet seen the car and driveway.
Come on, in the side window. The car. Get in, I'll drive.
Hey there, wait.
Hang on. We're going straight through that fence in the rear.
Something in the law.
Didn't get the license. Didn't you shoot him? I went too fast. I didn't think you'd get away like that.
Hey, Flynn, door. Find out more about the guy across the street and report a shot being fired.
What's inside the house?
It's homicide, and the guy that did it is the Green Hornet.
Hello, Sentinel. Give me the desk.
Hello. Give me a rewrite. Jack Mercer's been killed by the Green Hornet.
Mercer shot by Green Hornet.
Hornet strikes again.
Green Hornet eludes police.
Speed King of Air, latest victim of the Green Hornet.
Get the Green Hornet.
Hornet strikes again.
Get the Green Hornet.
Dead or alive, get the Green Hornet.
Get the Green Hornet. Dead or alive. Get the Green Hornet.
Good morning, Reed.
Oh, hello, Axford.
By golly, I've been talking to the boys at headquarters. They were all wondering about why I asked so many questions.
Well, it took you long enough. It's nearly 11 a.m.
But you said to find out all I could about Jack Childs.
Well, what did you learn?
The cops don't know where he is. The last they heard, he's gone out of the city.
Oh.
Did you look in the files, the morgue?
Yes, Axford, but there's not much there. He seems to have been generally known as a hoodlum, but he was never convicted of anything.
I know he wasn't. Now, Reed,
He was indicted several times, a couple of times on homicide charges, but never convicted.
Why do you want to know about him?
I just wondered about him, that's all.
Now, Reed,
Has Gail returned to the office?
No, not that I know of. Reed, if it's all right with you, I'd like to go after the Green Hornet.
It might not be a bad idea.
Yeah. I know how hard you were hit by the murder of Jack Mercer. He was a pal of yours in school, wasn't he?
How'd you know?
Cato was telling me, and so was Casey. By golly, that's an awful thing. I wonder why he'd be bumped off like he was.
Well, there are quite a few people that want to know that.
To think of him getting tangled with the Green Hornet. Suffering snakes. Oh, if only I could get me hands on the Hornet. That's all I want. Just to get me hands on him once.
Yes? Oh, send her in. Well, that'll be all for now, Axford.
Okay. Then I'll go and see if I can get some new leads on the Hornet.
Mr. Reed, do you think it's fair to send me chasing wild geese?
Oh, good morning, Gail.
Hello, Michael.
See you later, Axford.
Oh, but I'm not in a hurry about starting. I could wait around for a while if you think you'll be needing me.
I won't.
Well, all right, then. If only I was 20 years younger, suffering snakes.
Gail, what's this about wild geese?
It's not fair. You just won't take me seriously. And I do so want to make good.
Oh, wait a minute. What do you mean?
Well, you told me to find out who placed this personal in the Sentinel yesterday.
Well?
Sent poor little me tracing away out in the sticks to call on Pemberton Q. Graves.
Our records indicated that a man named Smith paid for that ad.
Smith? Mr. Smith is Pemberton Graves. And it took more than a little work to find out that much.
Well, who was Pemberton Graves?
Oh, a writer of trash, tripe, and spinach.
I beg your pardon?
He writes under half a dozen names for the detective magazines, and his own name for Slicks. Oh, he's done no end of stories about conditions in Europe. He came from there a couple of years ago.
I see. Has he any relatives in Europe now?
Oh, I couldn't find out everything about him and get back here by noon like he said.
But you are sure that he's the man who placed that ad?
Well, he didn't say so.
Oh.
Fact is, he laughed at me and asked why he'd be putting in that sort of an ad. Oh, I couldn't answer that because I didn't know of any reason for such an ad.
But you did feel that he's the man who came here as Mr. Smith?
Oh, sure enough.
Very well. Thank you, Gail.
Now, you just hold your horses. Don't brush me off like that. Why would Mr. Smith or Mr. Graves run that ad?
I don't know.
Well, I'm going to find out.
You take that up with Axford, Gail. He has the deductive brain.
That's his own appraisal.
Well, you learn more about Mr. Graves.
I'm trying to, but, well, you just simply won't talk.
I can't talk because I don't know. Now, you go ahead and show me how good a reporter you can be.
But I've already traced your Mr. Smith to Mr. Graves. Now, isn't that something?
Elementary, Gail, elementary.
All right, then. We'll see what Michael Axford can turn up.
Yes?
Mr. Reed,
Speaking.
you inquired about a certain envelope of photographs.
Oh, yes. What about it?
It was received in this morning's mail.
Was?
That's right. But it's not for publication.
I understand.
This is one time the Green Hornet didn't get what he was after. He's killed Jack Mercer for nothing.
Thank you. Well, that does it. Now the Green Hornet must really act. I spent the whole afternoon making sure that Mr. Jackson really had the envelope of marked photographs.
He does have them?
Yes. The authorities think Jack Mercer mailed them before he was shot. But I know differently.
Yes, sir.
I know that Mercer marked those photos to show where planes could be landed and then telephoned me. He was not going to leave the house until I joined him. The man who murdered him mailed the pictures.
But why did he?
Well, if the pictures were stolen, the authorities would find new points in enemy country to set planes down. They know that the places Mercer selected would be guarded. But as it is, our planes will be landed where Mercer indicated, and they'll be trapped there.
I see.
The enemy has seen the pictures, probably copied them.
And you cannot tell authorities of this?
No, not without revealing myself as the one who left the mark of the Green Hornet at the scene of the murder. There's just one thing to do, Cato, and the Green Hornet has to do it. Is everything ready for action tonight?
Yes, sir.
Then I'll telephone Mr. Jackson.
He has pictures now?
At his home. Cato, I'm going to make an appointment to meet him at my office.
Tonight?
Right away. And while he's there, you'll have to go to his home. The odds are against us tonight. And if we fail, it's the electric chair for the Green Hornet.
What's Britt Reed going to do to prevent the capture of untold numbers of heavy planes when America starts the offensive drive into enemy country? We'll hear in just a moment. But first, a message from your government to young women who will soon be graduated from high schools and universities throughout America. Would you like to help win the war? If so, you are urged to consider entering one of the most respected of professions, nursing. Thousands of registered nurses have joined the armed forces of the United States. Thousands of student nurses are needed to replace them. If there's a school of nursing near you, it can supply you with information. If there's none in your neighborhood, apply at the nearest office of the United States Employment Service or write the State Nurses Association. Enroll now as a student nurse. Not only will you be doing your part to help win the war, you will be learning a profession which will enable you to serve humanity throughout your lifetime. Now to continue our story. It's evening. Britt Reed is in the large lobby of the Sentinel building with a man named Jackson.
I didn't know whether the information would be of any value to you, Mr. Jackson.
It might be, Reed.
It seemed like more than coincidence. The name Johann Kinder translates to John Child, and there was a murderer, or at least a suspected murderer, named Child.
I'll have the file of clippings you gave me on Child's gone over.
Very well.
As you say, there might be something to it. There's a strange coincidence in the fact that the murder took place on the night this fellow Kinder was to call Mother. Can I take you home?
My car's just around the corner.
No.
Oh, by the way, Jackson, I'm not at all certain that Mr. Pemberton Q. Graves is the man who inserted that ad.
We'll have Mr. Graves watched and see if we can't get a line on Jack or John Childs.
The murder of Jack Mercer hit me hard. I want his murderer captured.
We all do. This Green Hornet...
Maybe John Childs is the Green Hornet.
Oh, Reed, I have doubts about that. Well, thanks again, Reed. We were lucky that Mercer's work wasn't stolen.
Jackson, are you sure the murderer didn't see it?
Well, how could he? Mercer mailed it before he was killed.
But you're not sure.
Well, the Hornet wanted those pictures. If they'd been anywhere else but in the mail, he'd have had them. Good night, Reed.
Good night.
Driving his convertible, Britt hurried to his apartment. He dashed to his bedroom and then stepped through a panel hidden in a closet. A narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself led down creaky stairs, connected with a building on an adjacent side street. The building was run down, windows boarded up. No one could guess that behind those walls was the hiding place of the Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Cato was already in the car.
A mask, Cato.
Here.
Move over. I'll drive now.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Did you get to Jackson's place?
Yes, sir. On that sticker, as you say.
Good. Now to get there before Jackson does.
The headlights flicked on. A photoelectric cell intercepted the beam and started a small electric motor. As the great car rolled forward, a section of solid wall swiveled silently up. The car rolled through, turned into the street. Behind it, the wall settled into place. The Green Hornet was in action. Jackson reached his home and went directly to his library. He turned on the lights and moved to his desk to study the material Britt Reed had given him. Then he stared at the top of the desk with a look of shocked surprise.
The mark of the Green Hornet. Been here while I was out. Wonder if you found the place where I had the envelope concealed.
Oh. Go ahead, Jackson. Open the panel in the wall.
Face to face with the Green Hornet.
I'm surprised that you fell for that old trick.
Stupid of me. I suddenly remembered that it would be like you to leave your seal here. To make me think you'd already gotten what you came for.
You didn't remember quite soon enough. You'd already reached for that panel to see if the envelope was gone.
I realize that.
Jackson, in your position, you can recommend that the Mercer plans be followed or discarded.
Well, obviously, they'll be discarded if you steal them.
Open that panel.
If I don't?
I'll gas you and open it myself.
Of course. There it is.
I'll take the photographs.
They'll be worthless to you?
Oh, you're wrong. They'll be worth a lot to me. They'll clear me of a murder.
What?
Jackson, the morning edition of the papers will be on the street in 2 hours. News of this robbery by the Green Hornet can make those papers. It will also make the radio newscast this evening.
Surely you're not doing this for the publicity.
I've got to use the publicity. And if you're as keen as I think you are, you'll use it to greater advantage than I.
I don't follow you.
I'm going to remove the marks Jack Mercer made on those aerial photos and make marks of my own. I'm going to talk to you for just 3 minutes, and then you can report this robbery to the police. Now, here's an address. Take it. The man's name is Kinder.
Snakes. The Hornet has struck again. He stole confidential plans from Jackson's home.
Sentinel Extra, paper!
Green Hornet struck again. Once more as the signal.
Wasting his time. What can the Green Hornet hope to accomplish by a robbery of this sort? Read it, Snyder.
I heard it on the radio a few minutes ago. Graves, I do not like it.
What difference can it make?
Graves, you are a fool, an utter fool. And for one with a fiction writer's imagination, I'm surprised.
Well,
now the plans are stolen. Jackson knows they're stolen.
True, but...
So, do you think those plans will remain unchanged? Of course they won't. All our work is gone for... What's this? Good evening.
You, that mask.
The Hornet. The Green Hornet. I knew it'd come, didn't I? Here, Graves, there's something I brought for you. Open that envelope and look the contents over.
I know what's inside.
Open it.
You were active last night.
Yes. I've been taking the blame for a murder. I don't mind that if I'm paid for it.
Pay?
I think I've proved that I can deliver the goods. And when you deal with me, you get what you pay for, and not something phony.
Something phony?
You birds give me a pain. You think all you got to do is line up some cheap underworld hood and pay for what you want. Don't you realize that there's no way to be sure you've got the real thing until it's too late?
Snyder.
What's the matter, Graves?
Look here. What came from Jackson's home. And then look what we bought and paid good money for.
What's the matter?
Matter enough.
Talk it over and we'll meet again. Next time I call, you might have an interesting proposition for me.
Wait.
I'll see you again, Graves.
Stop a moment. I want to talk. I was right at the window. He's gone.
But he'll come back. Now I see what has been done.
The cheap crook, that double-crossing rat, he swindled us. $5,000 we paid him for nothing but pictures he sketched to suit himself.
In no ways like the real ones.
And already they put the pictures he gave us into the hands that would deliver them home. And he's learned what a blunder we made.
Come. We'll deal with him.
In the only way. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. But first we will get back the money we paid. Come, Graves. A car is outside.
Who is it?
Open the door, child.
Oh, you. What's up, Graves?
Stand back, you rat.
What's the idea of the rod?
You will learn.
Crossing rat.
Oh, you big
Stand
lug.
still. Where's our money?
What's the idea of busting in here with a gat like this?
You know the idea. We've learned the truth. You sold us plans which were worthless.
You're
It was
crazy.
the Hornet that killed Mercer, just as the paper said.
What the...
The Hornet killed him. You tried to make us think you had been there.
I tell you I was. The Hornet got rid of the suicide note I left.
You never even saw the original plans. You made sketches from your imagination.
That's a lie.
It is you who lies. There's the money we gave you.
If you think I'm going to give it back,
You will do so now.
Now, look here, Graves. Be sensible about it. The Hornet got there after I did. I don't know how he knew about Mercer. He took the suicide note to make it look as if he had done the job. I gave you the real plans. I swear I did.
Liar, crook.
I did, I tell you. I'm giving it to you straight. It's a Hornet that's doubling on you. He's trying to steal my stuff. He's trying to put me in bad with you.
The Hornet killed Mercer.
He didn't. I tell you he didn't. I got the real plans. The Hornets are the phonies. I got you the real ones, and I killed Jack Mercer.
Jackson, Shoot!
You know, take a voice.
I'll get him.
No, don't shoot.
That does it. All right, line up there, the three of you.
Wait, there's a mistake.
No mistake. We heard all of us said.
Oh.
We heard your convincing story that you murdered Jack Mercer. We heard that these two paid you for it. Well, that's enough.
It's the Green Hornet. He's the guy. Oh, you two fatheads, you thick-skulled saps. You fell for the Hornet's trap. You took the bait, hook, line, and sinker.
We are not yet beaten.
No? Well, we'll see about that.
Hey, Jackson, there's a car outside. It looks like that one we heard about. There it is. Hear it?
The Green Hornet. Boys, I'm sorry. The truth can't be told.
Why can't it?
Well, the less said, the better.
We've captured 2 men of the Gestapo, Snyder and Graves. Graves has relatives in concentration camps. He was forced to obey Snyder's orders by threats of death to his relatives. But we're going to let the plans go back to Europe. Let our enemy think they know where our big planes will land. We'll change our plans accordingly.
I see.
For obvious reasons, it must not be known that Graves and Snyder are captured. Men will take their places. Men who are on our side, who will gather vital information on other spies.
But that means that the Green Hornet...
Yes, gentlemen. It means that I'm relying upon you leading men of the press to cooperate. It means that the Green Hornet will have to take the blame for the murder of Jack Mercer and the robbery of the plans from my home. I'm sorry, but that's the way it's got to be.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
The Hornet's been blamed for so many things. I don't think you'll mind being blamed for 1 or 2 more.
No, I don't think you'll mind. You know, sometimes I wonder about those other, shall I say, crimes of his.
America needs young people in this war. If you are 16 or over, you can help grow the nation's food, or work in a war production plant, or get free training that will fit you to help in building planes and ships and guns for the Army and Navy. Learn where and how you can best serve your country at your local United States Employment Office. Learn about free training courses, about summer farm jobs for both boys and girls. Register now at the nearest field office of the United States Employment Service. You have just heard the adventure, Invasion Plans for Victory. These exciting dramas are sent to you each Saturday at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. This program has come to you from the studios of WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. In the interest of our government, the King Trendle Broadcasting Corporation asks you to accept Uncle Sam as the sponsor of the Green Hornet program. Have you ever worked on a farm? Do you want a farm job? Then you are needed to help produce food for victory. America must plant, grow, harvest, and process more food than ever before. Food for our armed forces, food for our allies, and food for our army of war production workers. If you have ever worked on a farm, you can help win the battle of food production. If you've ever worked on a dairy farm, there's a job waiting for you, especially if you know how to operate a milking machine. Register now at your nearest United States Employment Office. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs. Risking his life, the criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in a thrilling adventure, A Slip of the Lip. The Green Hornet strikes again. city was dimmed out. Along the riverfront, when gray troop ships and merchant vessels tied up at dark piers, there were no streetlights. Everywhere, on telegraph poles and the walls of buildings, were terse signs. A man just lately off a supply convoy cupped his hands around a match as he lit his cigarette. He read one of the signs by the flickering light.
Serve in silence. Slip of the lip may sink a ship. Yeah, boy, but they didn't sink any of ours.
Hey, give me a Daily Sentinel.
The guy's 2 sheets to the wind.
Hey, what's the matter? Didn't you hear me? I want a newspaper. Give me the Daily Sentinel.
You got the wrong guy, buddy. I don't sell papers.
Oh, you don't, huh? Sure, you're not a new boy. You're too big. Guess I made a mistake. Say, you're a sailor man. That's what you are, a sailor man.
How'd you guess it, mister?
I can always tell. Always tell. Hey, you know how? Because I can smell the salt air. Besides, I can tell the way you're dressed. Say, how about you and me going in and celebrating, huh? Come on, it's on me.
Well...
Atta boy, that's that stuff. Celebrate. Right in here. That's right. Arm in arm. Hey, what ship are you off, sailor man?
Well, the name doesn't matter.
The name doesn't? Oh, sure. You mustn't talk. A slip of the lip may sink a ship. Sure. Come on, we'll celebrate.
A slip of the lip may sink a ship.
Dennis. That's his name, Dennis. Just got off the ship.
What's in the package, sailor man?
Oh, it's nothing. Just a camera and some stuff.
Taking pictures is nice. Real nice. I like to take pictures.
Oh, I got some pictures of the ship. Some pictures of my pals.
Pictures of the ship? Well, that's nice.
Hey, come on, let's drink to your ship. Here we are. Drink to the... Broke the glass.
Hey, what's that? That's a fight. There are war fights in this place.
A fight? Yay, boy, a fight. Come on, let's get in it. I love fights. Hey, where's the man? Put that chair out. It's too late. I already threw it. Hey, who swiped that river from my typewriter?
What's the deadline on the story? Oh, I wish they'd give me more time. It's so silly to hear. Hello? Daily Sentinel?
Hold it out, coming. Phones. Hello. How's the guy going to pound out a story for the early edition if he's got to be... Oh, it's you, Casey. Well, how are you, sweetheart? What gives you the boss? He does? No, I've got no objections. He's the guy I work for. Sure, I'll see him. What's it about? Oh, won't talk, huh? The same to you, dearie, and bingo.
Oh, yes, I think that's terrible.
No, what I think you should do is talk to a policeman. Aunt Sue doesn't handle that kind of a problem. Oh, man, perhaps he just wanted to do a little celebrating. How old is he? Oh, why, of course. And just off a boat? Yes, ma'am, that's what I'd do if I were you. Of course, you might put an ad in the personal column. Yes, ma'am. You're welcome.
They're ration sugar.
Oh, I wish Mr. Gunnigan hadn't given me this job. I don't want to be Aunt Sue.
Somebody's got to be tagged with Mabel Brownlee on vacation. I think you do just dandy. Now, look, come on.
Come on where?
Miss Kay's just called. Mr. Reed wants to see us.
Us? Oh, I bet I've done something wrong.
Don't worry, Gail. Maybe the boss will let you be Aunt Sue permanently.
Oh, no, Lowry. He couldn't do that. I'm a reporter.
You never know. You never know.
Mr. Reed, how much longer do I have to write that column of advice? I'm just sick to death of
Don't
it.
listen to her, boss. She loves it. She's got the sympathetic touch.
Lowry.
Oh, no, hold on, you two. This is neutral ground. You are doing a swell job with that column, Gail. But don't worry. Miss Brownlee will be back tomorrow, and you're back to your regular reporting.
You two got to report it a waste. I just wanted to commend you on the column, that's all.
Boss, did you say commend or condemn?
Oh, it sure is a relief to know I don't have to be Aunt Sue anymore. Well, just imagine the silly questions people ask. I was just talking to some woman named Dennis, and she's all upset about her son not showing up at home after he called her from the city. He's a deckhand on a ship.
Yeah, you gave the old doll a brush off fast. Told her that Sonny Boy might be celebrating or that you should call the police. Is that a way to talk to a nice old lady?
Oh, she should call the police.
Okay, that takes care of that. Now, Lowry, you answered a police call last night, didn't you?
Police call? Oh, yeah. Down on the waterfront, a brawl in some cafe.
Well, I've got it right here.
This morning's paper?
Yeah, it's right on
page 3. Burying my stuff.
Well, there wasn't anything important about it, was there?
Nah. That's why it's on page 3. You know those waterfront spots, boss? They're always having brawls.
Yeah, especially that one. The Tidewater Inn.
It's a fancy name, but it's not so fancy. What do you mean, especially?
Well, I thought I remembered the name, Lowry, so I had the back files checked.
Hmm?
Well, here's an item from 2 weeks ago. Waterfront fight at Tidewater Inn. 2 arrested. Now, this is 3 weeks ago. Proprietor of Waterfront Dive, question. Tidewater Inn, so on. Hired 2 more.
That's awful regular, Mr. Reed.
Well, I talked to the police. They say there's always a lot of noise in these places, but they're watching it. Now, that whole area from Water Street down to Spruce and from 10th to 2nd is
Wait,
just a...
that's odd.
What, kid?
Well, this woman I was just talking to on the phone. Her son called her from Water Street and 2nd. His name is Dennis, and he
Water and 2nd. That's where the Tidewater is. Maybe the kid got picked up when the police raided that place.
Perhaps. Gail, call the police and check on it.
Yes, sir.
Lowry, I'll talk to Gunning and see if he'll give you a roving assignment. I want you to cover the waterfront for a while. Maybe there's something going on there.
Right, boss.
I'll call this instant, Mr. Reed.
Be seeing you, boss. Here, let me get that door, Gail.
The Tidewater Inn. The Tidewater Inn. Miss Case, cancel my appointments. I'm going home for the evening. 2nd and Water Street. The Tidewater Inn. Cato.
Is that you, Mr. Britt? You'll come back to the apartment early.
Cato, it's dark outside. Get the gas gun and the Hornet mask. Mr. Britt, step on it. We're going out in the Black Beauty.
Place ready for the cops again tonight.
Business was booming at the Tidewater Inn. The tables in the bar were crowded. As the burly owner lounged near the rear door of the place, a little dark-skinned man with a cap pulled low over his eyes slid up to him.
Excuse me, sir.
Hey, what you taking him asleep for?
Please, you not talk so loud.
Most strange settlement in this port town I ever seen before. What are you? Milan, Indonesian, Polynesian, or what?
Please, not so loud. If you are owner of this place, I ask you to come outside.
Hey.
I have plenty of money. You look.
Listen, $20 bill. Who's out there?
Someone wished to talk to you.
For $20, I'd talk to you. Where outside?
In the alley.
Okay, give me that 20. In the alley, eh? Lead the way, bully boy. Submarine. Where is he?
This way.
I don't want to be going too long. That crowd in it. Where'd that car come from? Whose car is that? Listen, you little bilge water the cab. If that money was phony, I'll...
Let him go.
Yeah, sure.
Money was good. What's your name?
Sherlock.
You run this place?
Yeah.
There's a man missing, Sherlock. A deckhand named Dennis.
Deckhand name? I don't know what you're talking about.
He was in your place last night. He's missing. Now, who shanghaied him, Sherlock?
Listen, I don't know what goes on in my place. Some punk deckhand gets in a fight.
Everybody goes to Sherlock. You're bigger than I am, but I'm going to make you talk with my fist. I'll put you down to my size, then I'll make you talk. Now, put up your hands. Put them up. this road, Cato.
Road very bad, Mr. Briggs.
Yeah, marshy swamps. Out on the island, Cato, close to the sea. Sherlock gave me two names. A man called Tallman and a woman named Sampling.
Why did they take Dennis?
Well, it's a cinch. It wasn't to get him a pink key. Cato, turn off the lights. Look ahead, in the moonlight.
Mr. Briggs, there's house.
Yeah. That must be the place. Follow me, Cato. From here on, we travel on foot. Mr. Briggs, Cato, that was a gun. Come on. Cato, they got away.
Look, in the wall. There's light on the door.
Okay, get set. Here we go. Look, the chair. You're tied up. You must be Dennis.
My name's Dennis. They got me here. Made me talk. Pictures. They know my ship from the pictures. I told them the sailing time.
You're wounded.
Yeah. Yeah, they got a phone call. They shot me before they left. Let's hurry.
Bullet in the shoulder. Maybe we fix his?
Spies. Sabotage. They'll sabotage the ship. I'm weak. I'm gonna pass out.
Dennis, what ship? What's the sailing time? Dennis, what's the name of your ship?
Yeah. You can stop them. My ship is... You're wearing a mask. You're the Green Hornet.
I'm your friend. Tell me.
No, you're a spy like them. No.
Mr. Briggs, he has fainted.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. But first, a message to Americans. This is a war between two worlds. Ours is a free world consisting of free peoples. Put yours to work for the defense of freedom everywhere by buying defense bonds and stamps every payday or every week. If you need your money before your bonds mature, you can cash your bonds anytime 60 days after purchase. For our own savings, to help our country to victory, let's put our dimes and dollars into the nation's war chest. Now to continue our story. Dennis was still unconscious after an hour. Britt Reed and Cato had bandaged his wound and were trying to revive him.
Not much hope. We've got to try. That ship might be sailing at any time, perhaps even tonight. Dennis. Foreman. What about Foreman?
Foreman? Tidewater. Wet Tidewater.
He's very weak. Better for him to get some sleep and a good doctor, yes?
Well, he's in no danger, but... Well, yes, we won't be able to learn any more. Here, we carry him.
What do we do?
Well, we carry him to the Black Beauty. We pass through a village coming out here. You leave him at some house and ring the bell before we go. Sure to get care that way.
But then what we do, Mr. Briggs?
There's no use getting to talk anymore. I was afraid of this mask. The only words he did mumble were...
Yes, tidewater. Maybe it's about ocean. Tide come in, perhaps. Maybe that's where Foreman go.
Yeah, it might be, but... I don't know. Tidewater. What... Cato, that's it.
The ocean?
No, right back where we came from, the Tidewater Inn.
What? But that is so, of course.
Well, the faster the better. You take the wheel, Cato. I'll handle Dennis. Okay, now turn around. We'll leave him at some house and back to the city. Fast, Cato.
now. Calling from the soft drink and hot dog stand. Yeah. I was in that joint a couple times. Yeah, the Tidewater.
Hello, Larry.
What? Oh, hello, Cavanaugh.
Spill it, Larry. When a Sentinel reporter sticks his nose into a phone and talks in whispers, there's something buzzing.
You're just the guy I'm looking for, Cavanaugh. Hold the phone, Gunnigan. There's a cop here now. Look, Cavanaugh, it's this way.
Easy. Hey, George, this is private. You got something to do at the other end of your counter, ain't you?
Huh? Oh, I catch. You're all alone.
No.
Cavanaugh, I got a nose for news.
Look, chum, we ain't talking about your features.
What kind of a place is that?
The Tidewater? Well, it ain't savory. I see what you mean about the nose.
There's something cooking, Cavanaugh. Sherlock's been in a fight. He's acting as spooky as a rat that's afraid of a cat.
Yeah? That's not so good.
But why?
That joint's got more exits than the whole subway system. It's a rabbit warren. Dozens of ways in and the same going out.
Then maybe you better call headquarters and get some help.
Why?
Here's why. Listen while I tell this to Gunnigan. He hasn't heard it yet. Gunnigan, hold on to your hat. Well, put one on and then hold on to it. I found something in the alley behind that dive. What did I find? Oh, nothing much. Just a green Hornet seal.
A green? Holy cats, give me that phone. A green Hornet.
Okay, it's me.
No trouble,
Nice and quiet.
Quiet. With that racket downstairs?
That noise is good. It's a good front.
Exactly. How do I look?
Oh, wait, I need a stronger light.
Look at the mirror.
Foreman. Why, you're a dead ringer for Dennis.
No, not dead, Sherlock. Dennis is dead. I'm alive.
Boy, you sure look like him.
Oh, he's got to. He's going aboard the ship, isn't he?
How'd you do it?
Santley's pretty fancy with a makeup kit.
Yeah, I can see. Hey, wait a second. Won't work, Foreman.
Won't work.
What won't work?
You can't stay aboard that ship. Sure, you can get by for a couple of hours, but staying on for days, well, them seamen know Dennis right down to the ground.
Don't be a sap. Who said it was staying?
Well, you said...
I'm not staying. A couple of hours and I get off again.
Wait a minute. I don't get it. That ship's going out before dawn, ain't it?
Yeah.
It's going to be part of a convoy, ain't it?
Yeah.
Well, then ain't it going to be your job to go out there with it? When you get to the submarine zone, you flash your light over the side at night so the subs can spot the convoy.
That's the way it used to be, Sherlock.
I'm no fall guy.
What do you mean?
Listen, too many of them U-boat commanders don't bother to steer clear of the boats us agents are riding on. They torpedo that ship just as well as any other. I don't like a watery grave, Sherlock.
So what's the answer?
This is the answer.
Yeah, well, that's just a package.
Sure, and we'll get by the guards. It's nothing but some clothes to use aboard ship and Dennis's camera and so on.
I still don't get it.
Only this ain't really a camera, Sherlock. It's a container for nitroglycerin.
Nitro?
That's right.
Boy, it ripped the hull right out of that boat.
I'll never figure what did it. Deep in the hold. They'll think maybe it was a torpedo. Them destroyers in the convoy will be racing around like bloodhounds, dropping death bombs all over the water. Men swimming around, drowning. Cargo going to Davy Jones.
It's 1:15, Farmer.
1:15. Okay, I gotta get moving. I want to be through them gates and on the ship while everybody's busy. I'll be back in a couple hours.
Now, wait a minute.
Huh?
Go this way. Let you out a block away.
Careful.
You're telling me. So long. Be seeing you.
Close it.
What do we do now?
We wait.
You're nuts, Larry. I said you're nuts. Are you sure the Green Hornet...
This is a seal, Cavanaugh. I know what I'm talking about.
And I know I'm getting tired waiting and watching.
Well, it's a break for you. You're standing still, aren't you?
No cracks.
What about the other cops? Aren't they ever going to show?
I don't know. The department's short-handed, Larry. There's a couple of ships leaving on the early tide. Get what I mean?
Oh, transports?
Lend-Lease cargo stuff. A lot of cops been assigned to patrol the area around so there's no sabotage.
Well, okay, then. It's you and me, Cavanaugh. But if we have... Cavanaugh.
Huh?
Look. That man, look close to the wall. He's going through the back door.
Yeah, I can't see him so well. His head's pulled down.
Cavanaugh, it's him. I caught a glimpse as he slipped inside. He's wearing a mask. It's him. Come on.
Sentry. Just make sure everything goes right. I'll be back.
You'll get back right now.
You? Why, he's the Green Hornet.
You fooled me. I will talk and talk fast. Where's the other one? Where's Paul?
Don't shoot. He's going to the Black Star.
Thanks. The Black Star, is it? That's the name of a ship.
If you want to see him, why not wait? He'll be back soon. You can talk to him and
What's
find
that?
out what you...
A makeup kit. Come on, what's the gag? Who's he doubling for? Talk to this gun, Will.
I tell you,
maybe you don't have to. I can add it up. He's going to the Black Star. That man that was shot was a seaman. Now Foreman looks like him. Thanks. I can read it in your face. Thanks. Police.
Police, I gotta get out. Hornet, we'll talk about this later. We gotta get out.
I'm not getting out. You're staying right here, but thanks for showing me the way.
No, don't
take it, Bats. Goodbye.
Please.
I'll tell.
Out the door, Cavanaugh.
Holy mackerel. Come on, Sherlock. What happened to the game?
It wasn't me. The Green Hornet was the Green Hornet. Get him. I don't care about nothing. He shot me. I'm dying. Get the Hornet. I went to a ship, the Black Star. The Black Star.
That dumb sap, he isn't dead. Don't he know the Hornet used gas on him? When he wakes up, he'll be behind bars, ready for a long
Cavanaugh, for Pete's sake. Huh? Did you hear what this lug said? The ship he mentioned, the Black Star. Isn't that one of the boats that's going to head out on convoy?
The Black. Laurie, you're right.
It's sabotage. Call the chief, Cavanaugh. They got to watch out for the Green Hornet.
The Hornet had already traveled a few short blocks to the waterfront, near the wharf where the Black Star was getting ready to sail. Cato waited further along the waterfront in the bar as the Hornet went on alone. By the time the police were warned and the guards at the gates were doubled, a wet figure was already climbing up one of the lines that held the ship to the pier. His clothes were sodden from swimming. Water dripped from his shoes and his hat. It was dark, pitch dark. No one could see him or the mask that he wore over his face. The mask of the Green Hornet.
Toss a cigarette, mister. This ship stays blacked out.
Sure, okay.
In the darkness, the Hornet moved swiftly from deck to deck, unnoticed by the busy men. Only inside and below decks, where a few lights burned, did he have to be careful. He skirted the lighted areas, his keen eyes watchful and alert.
There's someplace. I've got to find him. I've got to. I'm looking for Denny.
Denny? So I'm heading forward, number 1 hatch.
Oh, thanks.
Come on, you guys. We shut off in an hour. About time.
Number 1 hatch. Number 1 up forward. Computer travel fast. Almost just got here. Number 1 up. Hello, Fallman. Who are you? I'm Denny. That was a shot in the dark, mister, but it worked. You're Fallman. I've been looking for you.
The Green Hornet.
That's right. Now there's one more.
Stand back. I've got nitroglycerin. Stand back or I'll blow us both to bits.
Nitroglycerin? I'm taking it, Fallman.
Stay away.
You wouldn't dare, Fallman.
Get back. Get back, I tell you.
You're yellow, Fallman. You're yellow clean through. You're afraid to drop that nitro. You're afraid. I got it.
I couldn't. I'd have killed myself. I couldn't.
Hornet, listen now. Let me. Shut up. Hear those whistles, that noise? That's a police foreman.
The police?
Yes, you're right. They're going to see what you really are with this makeup on your face. Now, this is for you, you rat.
No, don't shoot. Help! Help!
Take it.
Up forward! Up at the bow! It's up that way! Never mind the blackout! Searchlight! Swing the searchlight toward the bow!
The searchlight flicked on, the beam etching the Hornet against the bow of the ship. But even as the men shouted, Rid Reed's arm swung back. With all his might, he threw a package far, far out toward the dark water.
He's running out of the middle of the river. What place this could be?
Never mind, he's going to dive over the side. Let's get him before he gets away.
What the? Holy mackerel!
It didn't do any harm. It landed way out.
Here's all that's left. The Hornet's open to the water.
That's Denny, one of the deckhands. Well, smash my bulkhead. It's not Denny. No, mister. This is the man who shot Denny. His name's Fallman. He's a saboteur.
Shot Denny? Is he? Relax, Mr. Denny's okay. He's just wounded. He's in a house out of town a ways. He called up just before we got here. He'd be glad to know that gang was rounded up. That is, except for the Green Hornet. The only way we catch that crook is in the headlines.
Green Hornet still at large. That's the Rat Sea, fellas!
month or next? Are you taking a summer vacation? Then you'll want to do your bit in this all-out war for freedom. Young people, boys and girls, are needed to help in war production, both in factories and on the farms. Learn now to serve your country on a war job. Free training and sometimes pay while learning is offered young men and women with a knack for machine work. For full information, to learn how you can best serve your country, to learn about free training courses and jobs in factories and on farms, go to the nearest United States Employment Office. The address is in your phone book, or ask your post office. You have just heard the adventure, A Slip of the Lip. These exciting dramas are sent to you each Saturday at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious.
The biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. In the interest of our government, the King Trendle Broadcasting Corporation asks you to accept Uncle Sam as the sponsor of the Green Hornet program. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Murder Trips a Rat. The Green Hornet strikes again.
I told you I was going to the police, and I meant it. Now get out. Get out.
Yeah, that's right. William Stockman, deceased. Sure, that's why I called you, Sarge. Is it on the level that he called the police and said he was coming over to spill something? Well, we just got a rumor about it, Sarge. Don't ask me where. Oh, it is true, huh? Well, the boss, Mr. Reed, asked me to check on it. What was he going to spill about? Maybe there's a follow-up story for the front page in it. What's that? What? Oh, rats with long tails, huh? Okay, Sarge, thanks. Come on, beautiful.
You all mean me, Lowry?
Nobody else, Sugar Plum. We're going to see Mr. Reed.
You said rats with long tails. What does that mean?
One of the nastiest words in the English language, Gail. Racketeers. What's the matter, boss? You're not impressed.
I guess you didn't hear about it, Lowry.
Hear what, Mr. Reed?
The police commissioner just phoned. They found Stockman's murderer.
What?
Yeah. Walked right in and admitted it. The murderer is a woman by the name of Robinson.
She won't talk to me, Gail. But she says she will talk to another woman. You dames stick together, don't you?
I reckon it's up to me then, Lowry.
Yeah? Well, don't mess it up.
What in the world do you mean?
I mean brains. don't know how much you've got, but for the sake of page one, use them, will you?
Are you calling me dumb?
Do I have to?
Miss Manning,
Yes.
this way. You can talk to Miss Robinson.
Go on. Here, take this list of questions.
I declare, Lowry, don't you think I know my way around?
Yeah, on the dance floor. Now, here, take it. The list of some of the questions I was going to ask. We got to get something out of this interview. James. Why wasn't that murder of a man?
That's her waiting in the third booth. You can talk through the wire screen.
Hello, Miss Robinson. I'm Gail Manning. I'm a reporter for the Daily Sentinel.
Hello.
You're in an awful jam. You don't look like the murdering type. Honest, you don't. I've got some questions I'd like to ask you.
Are they written on that piece of paper?
Huh? Oh, shucks. I didn't know I was still carrying this. Don't pay it no mind. I'll ask my own questions. Say, that ring you're sliding up on and off of your finger there. I see it's an engagement ring. Is that why you shot him?
I told that to the police.
Shucks, Miss Robinson, that won't do me a bit of good. But I want the stuff you didn't tell the police. You know, real exclusive news. Now, come on, fess up. You've got some other reason, haven't you? You all whispered right here in my ear,
What's that? Oh, boss, I tell you, she's nuts.
I am not.
Why didn't you ask the questions I had written down instead of trying to do things your own way?
Golly, Lowry. Girl's got to stand on her own 2 feet.
Never mind, Lowry. You couldn't get in to see the prisoner, and Gail did. She's got her own road to hoe. There's no reason why she should just be a mouthpiece for your questions.
But she didn't think of a thing, boss. Why, listen, if I talked to that dame, I'd have gotten an exclusive life story signed, sealed, and ghostwritten for the Sentinel by yours truly.
I didn't even think of that.
Well, why not?
I reckon I was more interested in whether she was innocent or guilty, Lowry.
Oh. Well, maybe I would have been sort of hard-boiled.
She didn't say much of anything, Mr. Reed. Just kept repeating she shot him, that's all.
That's pretty good evidence, especially in murder, Gail.
There's no doubt the gun she brought into the station house was a murder weapon.
Well, sure. They checked the markings on the bullets.
But I still don't believe she did it.
Yeah, so I gather.
I've been thinking about going over to the place where she lived, Mr. Reed. But I don't know. I guess the police have gone over there pretty thoroughly.
Did you get any idea of what the racket connection might be?
Gosh, I didn't even ask.
Well, I did, boss. Good thing one of us is a reporter.
Well?
No dice. The only time racketeering was mentioned was when the late William Stockman phoned the police and said he was coming over with information about a racket. And before he could go, bang. Goodbye, Mr. Stockman.
Okay. Gail, how can you believe the woman is innocent? She had what appears to be a perfectly good reason for killing Stockman, didn't she?
Well, she said it was jealousy.
That's one of the best.
Sure, this dame was engaged to Stockman. He decided to give her the gate. She wouldn't take it. So, before he could slam the gate, she slammed him with a little gun.
Well, I still don't think she did it.
Are you sympathizing with her?
Of course I am.
You've got one good reason.
Feminine intuition.
Just one, Gail.
Well, I told you about that engagement ring, didn't I?
Yeah, she's wearing it.
She said she'd been wearing it for a year, but I think she was fibbing.
More feminine intuition.
What is it? Here, look. See this ring on my right hand? I've been wearing it for 8 months now. I haven't done anything special or been out in the sun more than usual. But when I take it off, you can see that there's a mark from the ring, can't you?
Yes, Gail. What about it?
Nothing, Mr. Reed. Only, if Miss Robinson had been wearing that engagement ring for a year, like she says, how come there's no mark on her finger?
Manning isn't as dumb as she acts, Gail. She's a smart girl.
That's very observing. What she said this afternoon at Sentinel office about engagement ring. Yes?
Yes. Gail, there's a mystery here someplace. I don't like mysteries. The sooner it's cleared up, the better.
Police believe Miss Robinson shot gun.
The police may be wrong.
That is possible. You think perhaps Green Hornet?
Why not? At least we can try, even if nothing happens.
Maybe something happened to Green Hornet.
We've taken chances before.
Man who continues gamble, not always lucky, Mr. Britt.
Sorry, Cato. We could play it safe. After all, the woman did confess. To all intents and purposes, that murder is solved. And yet?
Yes, I understand. It's growing dark outside, Mr. Britt. You want Hornet's mask on the gun?
Yes. We're going out in the Black Beauty.
Very good, Mr. Britt.
Oh.
Where do we go?
To Miss Robinson's apartment, Cato. I want to take a look at her place. Come on.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt, Reed, and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
You drive, Cato. I want to check on the gas weapon, make sure it's ready if we need it.
Very good, Mr. Britt. Where is the apartment?
Here's the address. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Cato pressed a button. The great car roared into life. The section of wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the night.
Mr. Britt. Keep driving. Around the corner. Into the alley. We'll park there.
Already?
Yeah. We can't go in the front way, Cato. Most likely the homicide squad's detailed the policeman to guard Miss Robinson's apartment. They'll be right outside her door.
So, then we use fire escape, yes?
And there it is, waiting for us. The windows will be locked, but we can take care of that. Once we're inside, we'll look around carefully.
I understand.
There's one thing more. Here in the glove compartment.
What? Mr. Britt, you bring a camera.
Yes, loaded with infrared film. It can take pictures in the darkness, and no one will be the wiser. There's plenty of film. Okay, let's go. We'll be working on that window inside of 2 minutes. Slide it up, Cato.
Yes.
This is the bedroom. There's another room up front. Flashlight, Cato.
Here's a picture on dressing table, Mr. Britt.
Yeah. To Mabel with love. And Bill.
That is picture of dead man, yes?
Yeah.
So far, it appears that engagement was authentic.
Does it?
Yes. Picture been here for a long time. Notice scratches from picture frame on surface of dressing table.
Those scratches prove just the opposite, Cato. This picture's new.
What do you mean, Mr. Britt?
Some other picture frame made those marks, Cato. Look at that frame. Look at the bottom.
Huh? Oh. Bottom of picture frame covered with felt pad.
That's what I mean. This frame couldn't make those scratches in a million years. Miss Robinson or someone else substituted Stockman's picture for another one. But they overlooked that one detail. I wonder whose picture it was.
Yes. Perhaps that might be key to mystery. Where you go, Mr. Britt?
We'll take a look at the front room. Put out that light. The policeman will be in the hall. He might notice it under the door. That's it. Quiet now.
Very dark.
That's fine.
Look there. Light comes through on the hall door.
Yeah. Stuck in one place. That's the policeman, Cato.
This is very dangerous.
Can't be helped with.
Who's that? Policeman not move. Somebody else.
Coming this way toward the hall door. Listen.
Far enough, mister. Is there something you want? Oh, well, then, curiosity. When you're wasting your time. You're not a cop. You're not a reporter. You have no written permission.
Mr. Britt, look on the door. Shadows move around. They fight.
It's over now. One of them's down.
Yes, but which one? What is it? Stand still, Cato. Whoever it is coming in, don't move. It's dark. Maybe a policeman in. Quiet.
Got it. Don't worry about now. Not anymore. It's cold. A fire will take care of it.
The police. Why did not stop him? Tell me if he opened the door and took something, didn't it, Cato? Yes, yes. What did the man mean about fire take care of policemen? I don't know. Have you ever seen him before, Cato? No, sir. Neither have I. Dr. Miss Robinson has. He's waiting up. We better get a powder, Cato. Just like that mysterious bridge do. What's matter, Mr. Britt? Cato, do you smell something? Smoke, Mr. Britt. It smells smoke.
Sir, we can match the flame. Close that door.
Mr. Britt, we must get out.
Yes, sir. But wait, what about that policeman? We can't leave him here. Come on, Cato. We've got to get him out.
With the halls of the rooming house choked with flame and smoke, and an unconscious policeman on their hands, Britt, Reed, and Cato were still able to get away. And 20 minutes later, when Ed Lowry arrived, he learned that the Green Hornet had done something else besides saving the policeman.
Why, that? He went to the house knocking on all the doors.
I was sound asleep. Could have burned alive.
Hey, Jane, are you all right?
Hey, what is, Hanson? The Green Hornet turned Boy Scout?
That's what they say. I can't figure it out.
Imagination, I guess.
Yeah, the smoke must have been too thick for him to tell. Besides, that guy didn't look like the Green Hornet. He wasn't tall enough.
What guy?
The guy who slugged me when I was standing watch outside of the Robinson dame's room.
Slugged you? You mean that lump on your forehead?
Well, what do you think? I was shadowboxing with myself.
No. I figured you got it helping those people out of the building.
I don't know how I got out myself. I was out cold. Somebody must have carried me out.
Yeah. You weigh over 200 pounds.
All I know is I woke up outside. Say, Lord, do you think maybe I get a walk without an Hornet?
I don't know. You say some guy slugged you to get in that dame's apartment?
Search me. I don't know from nothing.
Could have been that, though.
It might have been.
Who was he?
I don't know.
Oh, for Pete's sake, what do you know?
Nuts, there was only one light on that floor. It was over our heads. He was wearing a hat. There was a dark shadow over his face down to his chin.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, I'm laughing.
Why would anybody want to go in there? What was the guy after?
Look out!
Oh, hold it. There was a wall. Well, that's that. Nothing left but a heap of bricks. You'll never find out now.
Lowry. Ed Lowry.
Oh, go away, Gail. I'm busy.
It was arson, Lowry.
Will you stop bothering me? I'm trying... What's that? Arson?
Yes.
Yeah? Well, how'd you find out?
Well, I asked the fire chief. He said they found a pile of kerosene-soaked rags underneath the steps on the first floor where the fire got the better of them. I reckon that means somebody set the fire on purpose, doesn't it?
You said it, baby. That's what arson means.
I guess that guy was after something, huh?
Yeah, and he covered his tracks. And I mean covered.
The fire chief found something else, Lowry, or one of his men did.
Yeah, what?
Be careful. Half of it's burned off already.
Well, come on, give.
Here. Isn't there something familiar about that?
Familiar? Holy mackerel, I'll say there is. You must be slug nutty, Hanson. I thought you said that guy was too small.
Too small for what?
That was the Green Hornet. Look, here's his seal. What in the world has the Hornet got to do with that murder in the first place? Answer me that.
Golly, I don't know, Lowry. Where do you think he is now?
Here, Cato. Hang this film in the dryer.
It's very dark in here. What is film?
Oh, I have it. Careful. I don't want to spoil these.
They dry very fast with new fan, yes?
Oh, Mr. Never mind. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, that's you, boss?
Oh, Lowry. Sort of late for a phone call, isn't it?
Sure, but Doggett wanted you to know, boss. Maybe there is something to what Gail Manning said about that Robinson dame.
About Miss Robinson being innocent?
A lot of peculiar things have been happening. A house burned down.
Whose house?
The Robinson dame's house. The cop on guard there got slugged. The house was set on fire.
Wait, slow down. I'm a little tired. I can't...
Oh, you've been asleep, huh?
Not exactly. The house was set on fire. Who did it, Lowry?
Looks like it was the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? No.
Yeah. What's he got to do with this shindig?
Maybe Miss Robinson can answer that one, Lowry. Where are you, at the police station?
No.
Well, why not? Somebody ought to talk to Miss Robinson to find out...
Somebody's going to, all right, boss. You know who.
Somebody besides... Oh, yeah. Well, after all, Lowry, Miss Manning talked to her before. I guess she's the logical one. I might drop over there myself.
What's that, boss?
Thanks for the news, Lowry. Good night.
Mr. Britt, I look at negative under light. Picture very clear. I think perhaps print will show face of man very well, yes?
Better than we saw it in the room?
Oh, it's much better. Infrared, very excellent.
Okay, let's print them and quickly. I have a special reason for hurrying.
I don't know anything about the Green Hornet.
That's mighty peculiar, Miss Robinson. Don't you think so?
Oh, please.
You're awfully nervous about something. Now, honestly, you didn't commit that awful murder, did you?
I said I did, didn't I?
You be careful how you try to protect someone else. You'll find yourself in an electric chair.
Oh, no, I won't.
You didn't kill that Stockman fellow, did you? Who did it? You can tell me.
Stop that. Stop prying at me. I've said all I'm going to. I did it. I did it. I did it. I did it, I tell you.
Why, you're just as nervous as a hound dog looking for a fart.
Here they are, Mr. Reed.
Well, I declare. Mr. Reed.
Hello, Miss Manning.
What are you all doing around here?
Lowry called me and gave me the dope on the phone. This is Miss Robinson, I take it.
What is this, a pink tea?
Oh, you know how newspapermen are, Miss Robinson. When it comes to asking questions, they're worse than police. Ask Hanson, he'll tell you.
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure.
I hope you've listened to Miss Manning and decided to change your statement, Miss Robinson. After
all, nothing. I'm standing on my rights. Put me back in my cell. I'm not going to talk to these charges any longer.
What the? It's all right.
Listen, Rabbit.
Out of a monkey wrench.
You shouldn't have touched that, Mr. Reed. Fingerprints.
Sorry, I forgot.
Mr. Reed, that car sounded like the Green Hornet.
Did it? I didn't notice, Gail.
What's it all about?
Hey, this looks like a photograph or something tied to the wrench. Just a man's face cut from the rest of the picture.
There's something written on the back.
Yeah. If you want the whole picture, find this man. Huh. Say, Hanson, show that to Miss Robinson.
Yeah. Take a look.
Do you know him?
I never saw him before in my life.
You're not very good at lying, are you?
Say, I know this lug. That's Spade Conroy. I got a good idea where to find him, too.
Well, I declare, Miss Robinson fainted.
What's this all about?
You find Spade Conroy, Hanson. Maybe you'll get the answer.
We sure will, Mr. Reed. You coming with us?
I'd like to, but I'm too tired. You go ahead, Hanson. I'll read about it in the Sentinel tomorrow. I ran as soon as I turned the corner into the police station, kid. Where's the Black Beauty?
In the alley, over there.
Good. Come on. Gotta beat the police to Spade Conroy. We know where he is. They'll have to look in on several places.
Did photograph arouse reaction from women, Mr. Britt?
Yeah, she fainted. I wonder how Conroy will act.
That's everything, Link. Let's blow this town.
What about them printing presses? Them engraving plates, they're worth dough.
Yeah, they're worth a long jail sentence, too.
What do you care about that? You rubbed out Stockman.
Sure. I was going to squeal.
No, what I mean is if they nabbed you, you're up on a murder rap. That's bigger than counterfeiting any day.
Don't ever pin that rap on me. The dame is going to take it.
Hey, you mean you're double-crossing her?
That's right.
But you said you was going to see that she got clear once you were able to cover your tracks.
But the best way to cover my tracks is to pull out. The only reason it didn't blow sooner is I had to go to her apartment and get my photograph out from behind her bookcase. That would have been the payoff.
Yeah, that's right. They'd have known she wasn't engaged to Stockman then.
But she ain't engaged to me, neither.
What do you mean? You gave her a ring?
Why, sure. So she did what I asked her to. Go in and say she bumped Stockman off, see? She's nuts about me.
When she hears you're gone and that you didn't arrange your alibi, she'll talk. She'll talk plenty.
Yeah, so what? They'll never find me. Besides, she can prove easy she was in Kansas City when Stockman was shot. She won't face trial.
Yeah? She'll face it all right. She'll be an accessory after the fact.
Well, you ought to be a lawyer. Come on.
Oh, okay. Okay, but
What are those cars? They look like police cars.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, we spotted them just in time. I told you we had to beat it. Now, come on. We can go out the back way before they get here. Come on. Linker is free as the breeze. Well, look at us. Traveling easy. We'll be a couple of states away before you know it. And when I think of them cops checking over them engraved plates and that printing press, it's funny. Go on, laugh. I said laugh.
Say, there's a car pulling up on us.
I told you to...
That car, it's catching up fast.
Wait, it can't be the cops. Who is it? Holy cats, it's a Green Hornet.
It's no use. He's behind us. Look out.
Here he comes. Use that gun. Use that...
No, you don't. Take it, you rat. And this. You've been going for a ride, Conroy, but you were heading the wrong way.
What's going on here? Did I miss anything? Hey, Gail, what gives?
It's a counterfeiting plant, Lowry.
Yeah, the whole way out. But we didn't catch anybody. We was looking for Spade Conroy to ask him some questions, but he was gone when we got here.
Spade Conroy? Well, who's that out in the alley?
Out in the alley? There's nobody out in the alley.
What are you talking about? I ought to know. I fell over them as I came in. Two guys out cold, and one of them is Conroy.
Well, I'll be... Come on, you men.
There they are. Turn your flashlights on them.
Well, doggone everything.
Hey, what's that on his chest?
It's a photograph. Hanson, I declare. Isn't this the same one Conroy's face was cut from?
Yeah, that's what it is, Miss Manning. It's... am I seeing things? Lowry, he's pulling somebody along. Look, who is it?
Why, it's you, Hanson.
Me? So this is the lug who socked me. This picture was taken last night in that Robinson dame's apartment.
Holy mackerel, that's real evidence, Hanson. I'll bet the slug will talk plenty when he wakes up. And if he doesn't, the other guy will, and so will Miss Robinson.
Hanson, I reckon you all just solved that murder.
Well, what do you know? What do you know? But say, how'd they get here? Who took care of them?
That's easy, Hanson. The one crook who never gets caught. The Green Hornet.
Dramas are sent to you each Saturday at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. This program has come to you from the studios of WXYZ in Detroit.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet.
his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Torpedo on Wheels. The Green Hornet strikes again. All night long, heavy trucks lumbered along the trunk highways outside the city, moving with their loads of vital material. From a hill several hundred yards off the road, two men squinted through the darkness, checking the lights of each truck as it lumbered off the stiff grade.
Is that it? Watch as it comes near the crest of the hill.
I don't see any flags.
Nor any lights. No. Let it pass.
Oh, I'm getting stiff.
You will be alone. My information is accurate.
I've been waiting half an hour.
Patience is a virtue you know nothing about, Colby, eh?
It's cold, too.
Not a truck.
Yeah.
That's the one, Colonel. See the red light? Now.
That's right, Duncan. Two fellas dead, the driver and the speller. All right. Easy with the ringing. I'm coming. Hello, Michael Axford. Oh, yeah. Hello, Reed. No, I couldn't get close. They wouldn't let nobody close. They said there was some gasoline that might explode. They had it roped off. Only what the cops would tell me. Gail? No, she isn't here yet, Reed, but... Okay, as soon as she comes. I'll be seeing you. A fine thing. And me, which used to be on the police force.
Hello, Axford.
Hello.
I declare you all look gloomier than 2 bits worth of black molasses.
I said hello, didn't I? Now will you go away and... Oh, it's you.
Gosh, have I changed that much, Axford?
You got a smudge on your cheek.
I have. Goodness, I haven't had a chance to look in a mirror.
Never mind looking for your mirror now. You haven't got time.
Oh, I have too.
You have not. Reed was just talking to me. He wants to see you as soon as you come in, he said.
Uh-oh.
Golly, you did something wrong?
Well, I'm not sure I was where I was supposed to be.
What was that?
Right here at the Sentinel.
Then where were you?
No place, really. Just up on a hill.
Well, you'd better see Reed. He'll be in a hole. Now go ahead. Say, just a second.
I can't wait.
No, you don't. Up on the hill where?
Why, it was just... Gracious sakes, Axford, what makes you so suspicious?
Aha! That tells me. It was that truck accident, wasn't it? I might have known.
Oh, shucks, supposing it was. Now, I've got to see Mr. Reed.
Okay, but I'm going with you. Suffering snakes, that was my assignment.
I'm just all broken up about sneaking out, Mr. Reed, but honest to Richmond, I was just sitting around the newsroom doing nothing. I didn't have any more assignments than a hootie owl. So when I heard that Axford hadn't been able to get near that accident scene, I just
She up and stole my assignment, Reed, that's what. Holy crow, if I wasn't a gentleman, I'd break...
Just a moment, Axford. You tried, didn't you?
Huh?
You said the police had it roped off and you couldn't get inside, so you came back to the Sentinel.
Sure, that's right, Reed. But it's the principle of the thing. I know Gail didn't get any place either.
Not unless you call getting right inside the ropes no place. How do y'all think I got this smudge on my cheek?
What's that you're saying?
Do you mind if I take off my coat, Mr. Reed?
Okay, I'll go ahead and...
Suffering snakes. A nurse's uniform. So you wormed your way inside them lines by posing as a nurse.
Wasn't it cute of me to figure it out?
Well, of all the... Holy crow! Golly, I tell you...
Stop it, Mike. Well, Gail, you got inside, but you shouldn't have done it. If that trailer full of gasoline had blown up, the Sentinel would have lost its best woman reporter.
Well, that's just it, Mr. Reed. There wasn't any gasoline trailer. There wasn't anything there but just a big hole in the ground. I don't reckon we can print anything because that's why they were keeping people away. But that truck had blown up, Mr. Reed. It wasn't any ordinary truck. It was carrying dynamite.
sabotage, Cato. It was sabotage just as sure as you and I are sitting here.
Miss Manning very lucky, yes?
Yeah, she gives the appearance of being dumb, Cato, but there's plenty of brains behind that pretty face.
Sentinel, not princess?
And we can't. It's sensible information. That's why that area was roped off.
Poor Axford. He get hornswoggled.
These days, a lot of trucks are hauling war materials, guns, ammunition, vital food. And this was a red flag job.
Will you explain, please?
Well, there's no mystery about it. Trucks that carry high explosives are required to fly red flags during the daytime and have red spotlights front and rear at night as a warning.
Why you say sabotage? Perhaps truck have accident and blew up.
It was a clear stretch of road, Cato. Those drivers are careful. It was an upgrade. The truck was traveling slowly. Besides, here's something else. Here. Look at this.
Mr. Britt, this a Clarion newspaper.
That's right.
That opposition paper.
I tell you, Cato, don't you mention it and I won't. We'll just keep it a deep, dark secret.
But what?
Here's an ad in the Clarion. The Sentinel refused to run it.
Oh, wanted. Experienced long-haul truck drivers. Get better wages. Oh, Sentinel not run this ad?
No, we turned it down. The Sentinel doesn't encourage job pirating. But here's the odd angle, Cato. Our advertising department didn't get a kick from the people who wanted to place that ad. And yet the Sentinel has the top advertising coverage in the city. Every advertiser wants the Sentinel.
Oh?
And here's another angle. One of our truckmen applied. He couldn't find out where the job would be. They just weren't interested in him.
I don't understand.
Now, wait, I'm not through. The only ones they were interested in were truck drivers used to hauling explosives. Yet they weren't doing any hiring that he could see at all.
Truck drivers who haul explosives. Oh, Mr. Britt, I don't see what that means.
Never mind. I do. That's why we're going out tonight.
Tonight?
Pick up the Hornet mask and the gas weapon. I hope there's plenty of gas in the Black Beauty.
A few moments later, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. The passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
The Black Beauty car already, Mr. Britt.
Okay, let's travel.
Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
So far, so good, caller. Now we have another job to perform. This affair of the entire caravan of trucks which will be carrying war supplies. That is, provided your information is correct.
It's been correct so far, Wolf. I got it straight. It's the road race company. We'll be sending out a string of 10 trucks, airplane batteries in most of them, TNT and a couple of others.
And when will they be sent?
I'll know that tomorrow.
TNT and airplane batteries. Batteries are very important, nicht wahr?
Yeah. I wish you'd lay off those German expressions, Wolf. It makes me nervous.
Then let us find some place to talk. The street is very cold.
Sure, we're going to my office. Save it for them.
We must make our plans exact.
Nobody in my office but my secretary. She knows as much as we do. We turn in here.
Your secretary. I hope you would trust her.
Sure, all the way. We go here, Wolf. My office is up on the 3rd floor.
That's all I can tell you.
You sure of that?
Yes.
All right. Okay, let it go. That's all you can tell me.
Yes, Hornet,
Your
please.
boss must know about this, understand? Not a word.
Yes.
Okay. I'll be seeing him later.
Gone. Masked. The Hornet. I mustn't tell ever. Not. Mr. Kohler, I didn't know you.
I was out in the hall with Wolf. We could see you through the glass in the door.
It wasn't my fault. I never saw the Hornet before in my life.
Relax, sister. Maybe I believe you. You told him about the road race job we're planning, didn't you? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, I had to.
Sure. Forget it, see?
Where's Wolf?
Him? Oh, don't worry about a thing, Miss Murdoch. He went downstairs ahead of the Hornet. He's going to follow him. He's going to find out who the Green Hornet really is. Pretty neat trick, huh? Well, Wolf?
Yeah, Caller. That was a fine idea. The Green Hornet had a car in the alley. I saw it clearly.
You know who he is?
I think it would be a good idea if you wrote a letter to the Daily Sentinel newspapers, Caller. Well, no name, of course. But the Green Hornet will be sure to see it, yes?
Pick me up around 5 o'clock this evening, Cato.
Yes, sir. Oh, excuse, please, Mr. Britt.
Make it fast, Cato. I'm due up in my office right now.
You recall last night when we leave Colonel's office in Black Beauty?
Well?
I hesitate to speak of it at time, but now I'm more certain. Mr. Britt, I think somebody followed us last night.
Somebody followed?
Well, good morning to you, Reed. You're down kind of late, aren't you?
Oh, hello, actually.
I've been down for hours already.
Well, I was out rather late last night.
Are you coming upstairs to your office? I'm on my way up myself.
Yes. All right. I'll see you later, Cato.
Yes, sir. Good day.
Well, let's not stand out in the street, actually. Let's get upstairs. Seems to have turned colder rather suddenly, hasn't it?
Golly, Reed, you don't look good. Maybe you're not getting enough sleep.
I'll forget it, actually.
But you look kind of pale and peaked.
Will you please forget it? I'm all right. I'm fine. She's been doing everything to take my pulse all the way up on the elevator.
Have you had some bad news, Reed? Has somebody died?
No. Not yet.
Not yet? What do you
That's
mean?
what I have work to do. I haven't even seen the first edition. I haven't talked with Gunnigan about today's front page and I have a dozen letters to get off. Now, will you please do me a favor and let...
Mr. Reed, Mr. Reed.
Oh, now what? I should have traffic lights.
Mr. Reed, heavens to Betsy. Oh, I declare I'm all out of breath.
Take a deep one and start over.
Well, I was helping Mr. Gunnigan check the mail, and this came as a Daily Sentinel. And, well, I reckon you all better look at it. I never got such a start in my life.
Sounds important. Let's see.
Suffering snakes, Gay, will you stop your handsome shaking? Here it is, Reed.
I see it isn't signed. I don't know why Gunnigan pays any attention to crank letters like this. Actually, listen to this. To the editor. I won't tell you my name yet because I'm afraid of what might happen to me. The next time I write, I'll have police protection because I'll be positive then. In fact, I'm positive now. Mr. Editor, I know who the Green Hornet is.
Now back to our story. The Sentinel carried the unsigned note in a box on the front page. That night at Britt Reed's apartment, Cato shook his head mournfully as Britt read it.
I'll have police protection because I'll be positive then. In fact, I'm positive now. Mr. Editor, I know who the Green Hornet is.
Oh, that's very bad, Mr. Britt.
Makes a good headline, Cato.
This is no time for joke. Always when I have bad dream is that sometimes somebody find out you're a Green Hornet. You go to jail, Mr. Britt. You get executed for murder.
I've never harmed anyone. You know that.
But police not know it. Police records say Green Hornet very bad criminal. Even murderer.
Yeah, that note isn't signed.
No, but obvious who note is from. I tell you, we were seen when we leave Kohler office last night in Black Beauty.
Oh, it's too bad, isn't it? This time we've got the lowdown on Kohler and Wolf. Kohler's secretary talked, but I wonder how much good it'll do us now.
It's impossible to operate from behind steel bars.
Are we going to take this sitting down?
What is difference? Sitting down or standing up? Pretty soon we are lying down, 6 feet underground. Bad, bad, very bad. Do you think it's safe for us to go out in Black Beauty tonight?
got the letter in Central, police will be on watch every place.
Might as well, Cato. If our identity's known, it makes no difference what we do, does it?
Yes, that's very true.
Fuller wants to see us. It's obvious, or he wouldn't have sent that letter to a newspaper where it'd be published. Well, we don't want to disappoint him. Here's the Black Beauty. Hop in.
How you can talk so calmly? Your life's in danger. Please, answer me one question, yes?
What's that, Cato?
Kohler and Wolf know who's Green Hornet. Is that right?
Go on.
It's very obvious what they do. Perhaps they notify police. Perhaps not. But if they offer you choice between jail and helping them with sabotage, what will you do, Mr. Britt?
Get in the car, Cato. We'd better go. That's all I was able to find out, Wolf. Take another day to check it out. But...
Never mind, Kohler. So long as we are positive, yeah? Let us figure on the trucks instead. It is tonight?
Yeah, less than 2 hours.
The trucks will be assembled at the truck terminal, yeah?
That's right.
Also, there's a munitions truck which is due at the terminal to unload when?
15 minutes before the rest pick up and leave.
Sehr good. We trail the munitions truck, take over when it stops for a traffic light, and then send the truck smashing into the loading terminal. It should ruin that value.
Mr. Kohler, he's coming.
So. Now he comes. Fine. We shall be ready for his entrance.
I'm back again. Where's your boss?
Why, you...
Hello, Hornet. I've been expecting you. I didn't want to disappoint you. After all, that letter was practically an engraved invitation, wasn't it? Sure, one you couldn't refuse. I don't know why you bothered to wear the mask anymore with me. Just force of habit, Mr. Kohler. Besides, you may be bluffing. Would you be here? Now, let's get down to cases, Hornet. You're a handy man, see? Thanks. That's all right. You came up here the other night and got the dame to talk.
Oh,
Shut
I
up.
did.
Like I heard about you. You want a slice of dough to keep you quiet. I always get it. Well, this time it's different, huh? You see, if we know who you are, we can expose you just as easy as you can put the finger on us. You followed me last night, is that it? Something like that. We lost you after a while, but we got enough. We saw that car of yours up close. Oh? Yeah. Took down the license number. But anyway, Hornet, here's the angle. We know who you are, and you got a little dope on us. It's a Mexican standoff, sort of. We could use a man with your talents, especially tonight. In fact, it's time to leave now. We got to hurry. So that's it. Tonight. Oh, you didn't know that, huh? Go on, Kohler. Yeah. Well, like I said, we can use you. Do like we say, and I've got some cash to hand you. Put that cash out the drawer.
Yes, Mr. Kohler.
Here it is, Hornet, $2,000. Not bad for a few hours' work. Not even for you. But before I give it to you, I want to know... my answer? It's this.
Oh,
Don't
no.
move, Kohler. Now, listen. Don't move and you listen. The Green Hornet's been credited with a lot of crimes, but I don't want any part of the kind of job you're planning. I'll take that money right now. No, thanks. So make a nice present for the USO. And there's one way to make sure you don't spread your information. What are you talking about? Dead men don't talk, Kohler. Now, Hornet, wait. Now, wait, Hornet.
The knife!
What the hell? Get him. Got him. Now, Wolf, now. Open that closet. That's it.
Get in there.
Now, lock it.
It's locked.
Good.
Come, let's get out of here.
Hello. Hello. That's better. Now I see. What? Woman. What happened to Mr. Pritt? Hello? Who is inside? One moment. Mr. Britt.
Thanks, Cato. My head.
Oh, you You hurt, Mr.
Oh,
Brick.
no, it's nothing. Wolf was in the other room waiting. They were all ready in case I didn't play ball with them. Then the lights went out and Wolf came from behind. He used the butt of his gun.
They put you in closets.
Yes. I was half conscious, Cato. I heard them arguing with a woman about something. They were in a hurry to get away. They were in such a hurry they even forgot to take this money.
Mr. Brick, look. There's woman.
Dead. They killed her. They did it, the dirty yellow bag. What time is it?
You watch.
It's late. Cato, we've got to go.
Mr. Brick, no. You are busy.
No, we've got to go, Cato.
Call the police.
Yes, we'll call the police, but we've still got to handle this ourselves. The Black Beauty's fast. Faster than any police car. It's got to be fast.
It is a good, clear night, Caller. Here we look both ways, yeah?
Oh, we got those trucks lined up the loading platform.
It is the auto direction that concerns me. As soon as we see the red headlights.
Yeah, that's our baby. What do we do about the Hornet, Wolf?
Simple, Caller. After this is over, you go back to your office, Nick, what? You then call the police. Say you have captured the Green Hornet. They come and arrest him for the murder of your secretary.
She was pretty good.
They were too nervous. His brain was too great for her. Sooner or later, she would have broken down and talked to the police or somebody.
Well, I guess it's the best way. Too bad the Hornet wouldn't work with us.
Patriotism in a criminal. Still, as you say, he's too dangerous. He would kill us both to keep us from revealing who he is.
We don't need that license number now.
Ah. It seems to me...
Wolf, that's it.
Ah. Flashlight. Now.
What's the idea of stopping me, you guys? This is a hot shot. I ain't got no time to help fix
I thought maybe you could give us a lift to the nearest garage.
Sorry, buddy. This is government stuff. No hitchhikers.
Get him. Quick, off the side of the road with him.
I'll tell you in my car till you jump out of the truck, Wolf.
Yeah, they're right behind me. If the truck is close enough, I jump. It'll be a torpedo on wheels aimed straight at the trucks below. Schnell.
That's it, Cato, with the car trailing it. Pull up on the left of the car. Close. What the? Take it, Kohler.
No!
He's going off the road. Now the same with the truck, Cato, up on the left.
Truck loaded with explosives.
I know it. I can't let it crash. I'm going to jump for it. You'll have to get right alongside.
Yes, sir.
Don't there's a bus. I'll take that wheel, Wolf. That does it. Knock him out. Now we better make ourselves scarce, Cato. Look at those men running up from the truck terminal. I've spotted the truck weaving.
But, Mr. Britton, these spies, they know who's Green Hornet.
No time, Cato. Run for it before we're seen.
Well, I'll be... Hey, you guys, something screwy. This isn't a regular driver.
Yeah, Gail, it's sure lucky we came along with the cops. Them two lugs tried to blow up that dynamite truck and the rest of them with it. What a story for the Sentinel. I tell you...
Heavens to Betsy, will you listen to me? I'm trying to tell you. One of those spies says he knows who the Green Hornet is.
Hey, what's that?
Sure thing. I just heard him telling the police. He doesn't know yet, but he says he's got the license number of the Green Hornet car.
The license number? Holy crow, is that all?
Was something wrong?
Something snakes. Do you think the Hornet would be sap enough to have a regular license plate for his car? It's a phony. That number's been spotted dozens of times. They'll never nab the Hornet that way. Never in a million years.
street lights were dimmed and the lights in the drugstore window were shaded. The man paced nervously in front of the store. With his thumb, he flicked a coin into the air and caught it, over and over. Then suddenly he stopped.
No. That's too much. I ain't gonna have no part of it. Daily Sentinel? Let me talk to one of your reporters. Hello, you a reporter? I got a tip for you about Mariana.
Double crossing work?
Holy mackerel, Casey, I never got such a shock in my life. My ears are still ringing. Right at the other end of the line, can you imagine?
I certainly can, Lowry.
Yeah. How would you like to pick up a phone, start talking to somebody, and then hear machine gun bullets? I've been jumping like a typewriter ribbon ever since.
Hello, Mister.
Oh, hello, Mr. Reed.
Hey, boss. Have you seen this morning's Sentinel?
Yes, sir. It is coming downtown. That is quite a story you have.
Well, thanks, but it's no credit to me. It might have been anyone.
My, he's getting modest.
I just happened to be the guy that answered the phone, that's all.
I gather you went right over there.
Well, he used up half my gasoline ration. You know, it's a lucky thing the phone was left off the hook. I was able to get the location and beat the opposition reporters there by an hour.
Any idea who fired that machine gun, Lowry?
No. Police haven't got the slightest idea. It looked like a gangster job.
What about the drugstore clerk?
Why don't you read the paper, Casey? The clerk was in the back of the store. He didn't see a thing. At least that's what he said.
The man who was killed, his name was Boots Lanigan. You mentioned that he had a police record, is that right?
A record as long as your arm, boss. As far as crimes committed, he was almost in the class of the Green Hornet.
I see. That's probably why he called the newspaper instead of the police.
Well, that's how I figured. But I still don't get it.
What's that?
Well, what he said. I picked up the phone, and all he said was, I've got a tip for you about Mariana. Now, why should an ex-bug like Lanigan mention a girl's name? What kind of a tip is that?
Mariana.
You sure? Well, that's the way I heard it. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, you figure it out, boss. I can't.
That's Mariana. Mr. Britt, it's quite possible that Mr. Lowry is wrong, huh? According to what he says, gangster only have crimes of that one sentence.
Well, he might have gotten it wrong. But Lowry usually hits the nail on the head.
Lanigan, very bad gangster, huh?
That looks like a crime war, Cato.
Who Lanigan connected with?
What Bill, the waterfront man, Cato. But they broke up more than a year ago when Dutch Folger went to jail. Hey, wait a second. Come to think of it, Folger's out now.
Yes, that's true.
But his killing is the first sign of gang war. Why should Folger bump off one of his own men?
Maybe Lanigan removed by other gangs,
On top of that, it doesn't sound like Lanigan, the grim informer. You know the criminal code, Cato. No matter what happens, never squeal.
It's all very strange.
Let's see that paper again, will you? Here's the follow-up chart.
I already see that. Nothing has been added, Mr. Britt.
No, just a little family background on Lanigan. Parents are dead. Only living relatives, a younger brother serving with the Marines in Guadalcanal.
Too bad Bruce Lanigan not like young brother.
Yeah, with the Marines.
Oh, maybe that man says Marines instead of Mariana.
Perhaps. Funny, I never thought of that before.
Huh? So what are you doing, Mr. Britt?
See it tonight, except for the Brimard, Cato.
What are you saying, Mr. Britt? You know who Mariana is?
Perhaps I do.
It is girl?
It's usually referred to as she. Got the Hornet mask and a gun, Cato. We're taking the Black Beauty.
A few moments later, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. The passage led directly to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Where are we going, Mr. Britt?
Get in. We're going to take a look at Mariana.
Britt Reed pressed the button. The great car roared into life. The section of wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming black beauty sped into the darkness.
Cato. Who? Marianne, of course. I see no one. You're looking right at her. I see nothing but only a salvage job and big boat next to her. That's it, Cato. You see her name on the bow. That boat is named Mariana. Well, if it ain't the boy. How'd it go, Fogel? We figured you'd be in jail overnight anyway. Need that Fogel in the jailhouse overnight? Don't be cuckoo, boys. You're down there to talk to the police about poor Boots. Yeah, that's what we meant. They don't suspect me. Flanagan is my pal. They remind me to send some nice flowers to his funeral. I got nothing to worry about you either. Just dropped in to tell you boys that. Also to ask a little question. Turn around this way, Chopper. Any of you others feel like Boots did? Anybody else want to turn patriotic like Boots did? Maybe you, Chopper. Not me, Fogo. I ain't got no brother in the Marines. Nobody? That's fine. We feel like you do, Fogo. He did it plenty of moolah. Where do we care where it comes from? A stick-up, bank robbery, or from that Gestapo in Berlin? That's all, boys. Pretty soon we get to work on that ship. I'll tell you what, better be soon. That salvage job ain't going to wait. Let me worry about that. So I'll tell you now. Supper. I'm looking for... Well, if it isn't my old pal Chopper. I see you're informal tonight. What do you mean? You're not wearing your brass knuckles, were you? Chopper. Wait a minute. Hello, Mr. Lowry. How's the newspaper racket? Better than yours, Dutch. It pays regular. Some sense of humor, this fellow, huh, boys? Yeah, some sense of humor. You were in the police station when they questioned me. You come after me for something? Yeah. A little information. I told the police everything I know. It isn't bad. It isn't bad. Holy mackerel. I know you didn't bump off one of your own men. It's just that I want some local color. We have to keep this story about Boots alive. Oh, yes, I see. Boots is dead, but you keep the story alive. Sure, it's good for the circulation. I mean the newspaper circulation. So how about it? I guess you knew Lanigan as well as anybody did. You got a car outside? No, I grabbed a taxi. All right, I have my car. You drive home with me. Well, I'll tell you about Boots. I'm all broken up, I can tell you that. You know, it doesn't do to fool with the law. Somebody's going to pay for shooting up poor Boots. Listen to you. Oh, man, do I get a bang out of that. You've got a record that covers 3 pages of a police blotter, and you talk like a Dutch uncle. Police blotter? That's all wrong. No, sir, I'm a good, honest citizen. It's all a mistake. But what happened to Boots? You ride with me, I'll tell you. Good night, boys. Don't step too late, play poker. Okay, go ahead. That's Fogel. See you, Pip? He makes me nervous. Like a cat. Come on, go with me. I ain't gonna play no more. I'm tired. What's the matter? You got weak knees about Boots? I'm weak. I'm tired, I tell you. Oh, my. Okay. That's the way you feel. Here's just $5 worth. Cash me in. Thanks. Now, give me my hat. So long, punk. Don't jump at your own shadows. Living lizard. me for? Come on, speak up, I said. Have you got a match? Listen, I got no time for... Yeah, I guess I can manage. What's wrong? Nervous? Me? Hey, Fred, hello, Chopper. Green Hornet. You better drop it, Chopper. You'll burn your finger. What do you want? Too bad about poor Boots, wasn't it, Chopper? I feel awfully bad about Boots, Chopper. What do you say you and me go someplace and talk about it? Yeah, sure. I told you you'd burn your fingers, didn't I? Who is it?
Chopper, boss.
Go away, Chopper. Just beginning to retire. Every porter. You better have a good reason for this, Chopper. I don't like being disturbed. You get a plenty good reason. I ran into somebody tonight, boss. So? Is he dead? So you stopped your kidding? Why didn't you tell us Lanigan was a pal of that guy? Boots Lanigan had no friends. Only his one brother, and he's far away. Besides, do I guess in riddles? Give it to me straight. What do you mean? The Green Hornet. Oh, you're the one who's making a joke. You don't believe me? Where'd you get that? He gave it to me. Seal of the Green Hornet. I tell you, boss, I'm still thinking. Something about that guy. What did he want? Said he didn't like the idea of Lanigan getting murdered. Said he felt like he ought to make up for it. Revenge, huh? But you're still alive, Chopper. Sure, I couldn't let him... Go on. All right, I'll finish for you. You couldn't let yourself be shot, so you told him I was the one who killed Boots. That's not nice, Chopper. No. All I told him was it wasn't me. You gotta believe me, sir. I don't believe you, Chopper. So I'm going to give you some bitter medicine like I gave Boots. A little lead poisoning, yes? Fogger, I tell you... No, I'll tell you. Don't try to square him, Chopper. I may be fat, but I'm also strong. You're going to die. Stop him, Fogger. The Green Hornet, eh? And I'll give you what I was... No, you won't drop it! I'll get back. Dutch, this isn't the gun you used on Boots, but it'll do. Hornet, let us wait now. Before you go to shoot me, let me point out how useless a thing like revenge is. No one ever benefits from it. You always come up with a moral lesson, don't you? I'm very sorry. I didn't know Boots was a particular friend of the Green Hornet. But he would have done what I did. I had to shoot him for strictly business reasons. He was going to squeal on it. Is that right, Chopper? Yeah, sure. It was a very important business matter, Hornet, about... But you wouldn't be interested. About the Mariana? Chopper sometimes talks too much. I can button your lips, Chopper. Well, Fogel, I don't know. Maybe you had your reasons for getting rid of Boots. Yes, be sensible about it, Hornet. Why have shooting when it's not necessary? Besides, you're a smart operator. Perhaps we can arrange something. The only kind of arrangements I can understand are about money, Fogel. Hard cash. Yes, a man after my own heart. But of course, hard cash, Hornet. I'll tell you, I got... the people who want to Mariana sabotage you. No, Dad. You mean the Gestapo? Say the Gestapo. All right, the Gestapo. They furnish all the money I need. You're welcome to a generous life, my friend. As a matter of fact, a man of your reputation can come in very handy. What do you say? Sounds all right. I'll think it over, Fogel. All right. I hear footsteps. Yeah? Right, out in the hall. Lock that door, quick.
Hey, Fogel, open up. The police are here. They want to ask you a few more questions.
When a rap on the door announced the presence of police, the three men in the room froze abruptly. Britt Reed's eyes narrowed behind his hornet mask, and he flung a low-voiced question at Fogel.
Is there another way out of here?
No other way. We're caught by the Green Hornet. Quiet, you fool.
Right. Uncorked ruby jails, too. We'll never be able to explain this away.
But there is no other way. This is 4 stories up right below the roof.
Fogel, wake up.
Stall them. Stall them.
Just a minute. I'll open the door.
Look. Why didn't you tell me you had a rope hanging from the roof right outside your window, Fogel?
I never knew.
Then open that door in 10 seconds.
Sure takes that lug a long time to come to the door.
Hello. You cops are always waking a man up. What is it this time? You and Chopper, eh? Who else is here? Well, I guess you were wrong already.
There's just the 2 of us, Captain. And Fogel's bodyguard.
Yes, the fool scared I thought perhaps whoever got rid of him might have me next on the list. What were you looking for, Mr. Lowry?
Now, skip it, Dutch. I just thought I saw somebody else come in this joint after Chopper did. Guess I must have been seeing double.
Yes, I guess that's so.
Saved my life that time, Cato.
It's always very pleasant to do so, Mr. Bridge.
If you hadn't spotted Lowry and the police and dropped that rope from the roof, the capture of the Green Hornet would be headline news tomorrow. We care for that, even as a scoop of the Sentinel. We'll put them back dirty to bed and then get some sleep ourselves. I have a feeling we won't do much after tonight. Not until Fogel's caught in that sabotage job he's planning.
It is low runner?
Yeah, if we guessed right on that one.
Well, correction, please. You guessed right.
Fogel said we could work together on the job. I said I'd call him tomorrow night. What do you think?
Fogel tells truth like a Japanese ambassador.
You're right. Don't worry. I'm not trusting him further than I can throw the Sentinel to him. The trouble is, I still don't know what he plans to do or when.
You look a little tired, Mr. Z.
Do I, Miss Kate?
I suppose you were out until 3 or 4 again this morning. Oh, gosh, Mr. Z, you can't burn the candle all night long at nightclubs this way and expect to be on your toes in the daytime.
Well, I'll be on my toes. I'm no toe dancer. Besides, look at this view, Miss. How can anybody work in this kind of weather? It's a beautiful day. Look at this view of the riverfront.
It is lovely. Look, they're still working to salvage that ship. I haven't spotted that in a long time.
Mariana?
Mm-hmm. I guess they're almost done, aren't they?
I don't know. I haven't heard, Miss Case. Oh, it's much too nice a day to stay in an office. I'm leaving, Miss Case.
You're leaving?
You know all the work that has to be done. Goodbye, Miss Case.
But, Mr. Reed...
Oh, I've made up my mind. See you tomorrow.
But, Mr... But that doesn't beat everything. All play and no work. Oh, still it is a beautiful day. Casey, none of that. You just work here.
Hey, Casey, where's the boss? I got news.
Didn't you see him? He just left.
No. Oh, I guess I missed him.
Whatever your news is, it'll have to keep till tomorrow. It's gone for the day.
Oh, well, this may not work out anyway.
What is it?
The police. They just got a tip on where the Green Hornet will be at midnight tonight.
The Green Hornet?
Yeah, I'm going there with them. Casey, can you picture the headlines if this is on the level?
You certainly switch around, Lowry. Yesterday you were all hopped up about the Lanigan murder.
That? It's old stuff, Casey. Can't run a paper on yesterday's news.
I was just remarking. It seemed like such a mystery at the time that... Good grief.
Hey, what gives? It looks like a moonstruck bullshit.
Lowry, come here. To this window.
Now it's all the fuss.
You see that boat out there? The one that's rolled on its side?
Sure.
You know its name? I mean the new name the Navy gave it when they took it over for transport service.
Yeah, it's the, Oh, I got it. The Mariana. Yeah, that's it. Piano. Casey. Holy mackerel. Do you suppose that's what Lanigan meant?
I think you'd better call the police, Lowry. Might be a good idea if they doubled the guard on that ship.
Yes, that's right, Hornet. Perhaps we can meet tonight, to discuss the boat, you know. Well, a good place would be the old reservoir north of the city. It's not being used. And it is a good dark night, How about midnight? Yes, it is too bad our plans are not yet completed to do the little, shall I say, job on the boat tonight. But there will be other times. Then midnight, yes. The old reservoir. We shall meet later, Hornet. Goodbye.
Hey, got him out of the way.
The old reservoir. The police will be waiting for him, not I. We'll be at the waterfront, under the wharves, ready to blow the Mariana to bits.
Some of the boys who've been watching say that they doubled the guard on the Mariana.
So? Then twice as many of them will be killed, Chopper? I don't worry about them. I worry about the Hornet. That worry will soon be over. Forever.
Well, how goes it, Sergeant? Did you find the Green Hornet? That tip was phony, Lowry. We searched this old reservoir from rim to rim. Green Hornet isn't here. It's already midnight.
Hey, Sergeant! Sergeant!
Huh? What's up?
I just got a message on the shortwave. Police call. No wonder the Hornet ain't here. He was spotted near the waterfront.
All right, Chopper. Let it drift.
Like a pitch under these guards. Them piles are covered with barnacles. They're straight in my hand.
Silence. We've prepared for this long enough for us to know this place blindfold. Right about here should be where we hit the oil barrels.
That's it. Hurry. Now we got it.
It should be. Yes. How many times have we rode down here with these oil barrels, Chopper?
20 times. A barrel each time. I ought to know I got blisters on my head.
Yes, enough. We open them up and let the oil out. It'll flow directly down the Mariana.
I hope you're right about the current, boss.
Don't be a fool. The current is downstream, just right. Fast. 10 minutes after the last barrel is drained, the oil reaches the boat. Then we light it from here and... Goodbye, Mariana.
The first one, boss. That's one. Hold the boat steady. Here goes for the next. That's the last one, Colby.
Good.
Guess that's okay.
Good. Now the flame so I can throw it toward the oil. So simple and so effective. I light this paper and set the oil aflame, and the oil sets the Mariana aflame. A magic Chopper.
Yeah, I got one.
Hey, Portal. I almost missed you, didn't I? Turn off that flashlight. See, Green Hornet. Hornet, turn off that. Oh, I ran this thing for them, but by the time they locate it, you and Watch out! Soldiers, don't drop that match. Chopper. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, no. Hornet, take it fast. All right, Kettle, that does it. Put the light in there, Ford. Let's get out of here. What a story, Sarge. What a story. You didn't say those babies were all set to put the Mariana on fire? 20 barrels of oil on the water, Lowry.
If it hadn't have been that we spotted that light under the docks, they'd have done it. It was a close call. Yeah, but what I can't figure out is they were both unconscious. Who will account for both of them? It couldn't have been the fumes from the oil, could it? It wasn't oil, Todd. Well, you're right. It was gas. Gas has been drugged and the Green Hornet carries. And don't ask me where he's going to. I'm a reporter, not a magician.
Confess murder of Flanagan. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at Mars. Sentinel at sea.
Can two men of mystery, two unknowns...
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in a thrilling adventure, Paroled for Revenge. The Green Hornet strikes again. Barker, much to the surprise of the prison officials, had been a model prisoner. 3 years had passed since he'd been sentenced. 3 years which had seemed a lifetime to the morose and silent gangster, whose docility had amazed the other inmates as well as the prison guards. But now Barker was reaping the reward for his good behavior, a parole. As the huge outer gate clanged shut behind him, and as he walked slowly toward a waiting car, his thoughts were not those of a man who was just regaining his freedom. He was thinking rather of revenge. Revenge against the man who'd been responsible for his conviction.
Hi, Lou. Lou, hurry up. We've been waiting for you.
Hello, Johnny. Glad to see you.
Come on, get in. Let's get away from this dump. It gives me the creeps. You remember Slugger, don't you, Lou?
Sure. Hiya, Slugger.
Glad to see you again, Lou. I'll bet you're aching to get out of sight of that stone pile. You know, being in stir ain't exactly my idea of a good vacation.
There ain't nothing to laugh at about it either.
Oh, well, gee, Lou, I didn't mean nothing by it. I just thought you'd be feeling good about getting out, that's all.
Forget it. Let's get going, Johnny.
Okay, Lou. Got any plans, Lou?
Sure, I got plans. Not the kind you're thinking about.
Hey, maybe he means he's going straight from now on. Is that it, Lou?
Listen, Slugger. You have a way of slapping those lips of yours around a little too careless-like. I ain't in the mood for any wisecracks.
Oh, take it easy, Lou. That's just his way. He don't mean nothing by it.
Yeah, maybe so, but I just don't like his way, say.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, you heard me, you lame-brained half-wit.
I don't have to take that off you, you stir
Hey, I'll throw you right out of the car.
Look out, you'll make me run off the
I
road.
ain't taking any more of this.
You're the one who's been left in the ditch, wise guy.
Oh, for the love of Mike, you guys cut it out. Play off, do you hear?
So let go of me, Johnny.
Hold it. Slugger didn't mean nothing. He's okay. Now lay off, Slugger. Lay off, you walk home, do you hear me?
Well, then tell that guy to lay off me with them names, see? I don't have to take nothing from nobody.
All right, come on, you two. Forget it.
Yeah.
Lou, being in that place has made you kind of jumpy. You didn't used to be like that. Now, how about it? Shall we get going now?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I am jumpy at that.
What about you, Slugger?
Get going. If he don't bother me none, I lay off of him. After all, we're supposed to be going to work together.
Swell. All right, we'll get on our way then.
I did a lot of thinking when I was stuck in the pen, Johnny. I'm thinking about just one thing I gotta do.
I guess I'm kind of dumb, Lou. I don't get what you're driving at. What were you thinking?
About getting the guy who threw the hooks into me and got me sent up. That's what I'm gonna do. With the help of you guys, Johnny, I'm out to put the finger on that high society gent, the publisher of the Daily Sentinel, Mr. Britt Reed himself.
The following afternoon, Britt Reed, well-known man about town and young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was walking toward the Sentinel building when he met Michael Axford, his would-be bodyguard and self-appointed reporter.
Where have you been, Axford?
Just around the corner, Reed, to get a bit of coffee for Casey.
I thought you were a reporter, not an errand boy for my secretary, Miss Case.
Sure, you wouldn't have me turn Casey down when she's dying for a sip of coffee, would you?
Well, since you put it that way, I guess... Down, Axford, down!
Heaven preserve!
Oh, that was a close shave.
Oh.
Hey, what's been that guy, all right?
Axford, are you badly hurt?
Tell that for somebody. Home for an ambulance.
What's it all about? Oh.
Axford, speak to me.
I guess they got me, Reed. I'm done for. You've been good to me, Reed.
Tell me where you're wounded.
I can feel the warm blood trickling down my side, Reed. I guess it's
Let me
finish.
see. And we'll get you to a hospital right away. Lie still now while Axford, get up.
What? Get up.
Come on, get up. You're not hurt. That's hot coffee you have all over you.
Coffee, is it? Sorry, B, I could have sworn I was bleeding to death. I guess I'm not hurt after all.
Of course you're not hurt.
Listen to them hyenas laughing. I suppose they're disappointed, that they are.
Never mind that, Axford. Come on, let's get inside. Those killers may be back. Maybe there's some way we can find out what this is all about. The sooner, the better.
A short time later, in the outer office of the Daily Sentinel, Axford was talking to Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reed.
I'm telling you, Casey, the bullets were flying over our heads like flies, that they were. And so close I could feel the breeze they made passing.
Is that so?
Sure it's so. Good thing neither one of us lost our minds. I was sure worried about Reed for a minute, that I was.
What did Mr. Reed mean when he told me that the coffee you were bringing back for me almost scared you to death, Axford?
Oh, that's just his way of kidding, Casey.
Yeah, I wonder. Say, what are you hanging around for now?
Reed told me to wait and take some coffee he's writing. Maybe he'll make us out to be heroes.
Well, whatever he writes, I don't think it'll quite agree with what you just told me, Axford.
Oh, so you think I don't tell the truth? Is that it, Casey?
I think you have a way of skimming around the truth without meaning to, Axford. And believe me, sometimes you skim pretty far away, too.
Here, Axford, get this downstairs to the city room right away. Tell Gunnigan to run this story as is. I don't want any changes in it, understand?
Sure, Reed. But
what, Axford?
Is that all you're going to say about what happened?
Yes, that's all. I want it in the next edition. And I hope that story will have the effect I plan it to have on the men who tried to shoot us down a while ago.
Later that evening, Lou Barker was talking to Johnny and Slugger in a hideout room down in a poorer section of the city.
Yeah, you dopes ain't worthwhile bothering about. You go and mess up a simple job like that. Now, where does that leave us, I'm asking?
Oh, Lou, what are you beefing about? Just because there ain't no headlines in the paper, that don't go to say we didn't wing the dope.
No matter what, Lou, you gotta lay low now. The cops will be guarding that jerk from now on since he's such a big shot.
That's funny. Even his own paper don't have no headline about it. Huh. Let me look at that paper again, Sergeant.
Yeah. There you are, Lou.
Sure a mystery to me where they ain't... Hey, wait a minute. Here's something. Here, look down near the bottom of the front page.
Hey, where? Let's see.
What's it say, Lou?
Look right there, see?
Oh, yeah.
Here it says, publisher escapes gangster bullets.
What? Didn't we hit him at all, Lou?
Shut up and let me finish, will you?
Go ahead, Lou. What more does it say?
It says, in discussing the incident, publisher Reed expressed the opinion that it was evidently a case of mistaken identity on the part of the would-be killers, saying that he knew of no reason why anyone should make an attempt on his life. Both Reed and Axford escaped without injury.
Well, what do you know? The dope thinks somebody was making a mistake.
Yeah, Lou. He ain't got sense enough to figure somebody might really be after him.
Well, so much the better. That gives us a chance to make another try. And I'm telling you both, the next time we won't fail to give that stiff shirt Britt Reed what's really coming to him.
That night, Reed arrived at his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
It's very dangerous for you to go about alone, Mr. Britt. Maybe men make another attempt to kill you, perhaps.
I feel sure they will, Cato. The story in the Sentinel tonight was put there purposely to make them think I'll be off guard. I want them to make another try.
You mean you hope they shoot at you again? It may be next time they're more successful, Mr. Britt.
I don't think they'll use the same method, Cato. The only way to bring them out in the open is to lead them on. Until they're caught, I won't be safe, so I might as well clear the matter up in a hurry.
How you hope to lead them on?
Well, I'm going back to the Sentinel building tonight. No doubt they'll be watching for me, so I might as well show myself.
You have the police watching your Sentinel building?
No, Cato, that would scare them off. I hope to handle this alone, up to a certain point.
You don't think the Green Hornet be of use, Mr. Britt?
Yes, but not at first. We'll take the Black Beauty out with a mask and the gas can. You can drop me off in the vicinity of the Sentinel. I'll walk in the front door as Britt Reed. You can park in the alley across the way until I need you. When they see me as Britt Reed, they may show their hand, and then it'll be time enough for the Green Hornet to act. Come on, Cato.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Right around the corner from the Sentinel building. What do we do now?
You stay here in the car. Johnny, you go across the street from the front of the building and watch from there. Keep back in the doorway.
Okay, Lou. What are you going to do?
You'll find out soon enough if that mug comes back to the Sentinel office anytime soon. If you hear me whistle, Sluggy, come around with the car and come quick. You get me?
Sure, I get it. Just wait here till you whistle.
Right, and keep the motor running, too. Come on, Johnny, I'm going around the corner with you.
I don't know what your plan is this time, Lou, but I hope it works.
Don't worry. If he comes there, it'll work all right. The dope won't know what he's walking into, and this time he won't get away either.
Leaving Cato and the Black Beauty parked in an alley near the Sentinel building, Britt Reed walked openly toward the entrance of the building.
If I'm not mistaken, there's someone across the street in the shadow of that doorway. I'll step inside the lobby of the building and then do a little watching myself. It's dim in this lobby at night. I'll see now what that fellow across the way does. He can't see me watching him. He's crossing over this way. Well, if he comes in this door...
You'll do nothing, Big Shot.
What the...
This'll hold you.
That socked him, Lou. He socked him right in the bean with that gun butt.
Yeah, he's out like a light. Now, come on, let's get him out of the car before that guard comes down on the elevator. This time, Britt Reed's really going to get what's coming to him, and I don't mean maybe.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Meantime, Cato sat in the Black Beauty, patiently waiting in the darkness of the alley. Suddenly, he was startled by hearing a shrill whistle out on the deserted street.
That sound like signal whistle. Come from out on the street. I go up the alley, take a look. Soon be able to see who makes whistling. Sedan pull away from in front of the Central building. I stay out of sight. They come past here. That's Mr. Brick they are holding in the back seat. Must get to Black Beauty and follow. Something going wrong. Mr. Brick. Must find you before it's too late. I find you somehow. I get to you, Mr. Britt.
Street 4, please. Good night, Miss Case, Mr. Axford.
Good night, good night.
Showing you must have been Casey. It's mighty nice of Michael Axford for to be dropping you off in a cab right at your door. That it is.
I'm a little afraid of this deal, Axford.
Wait a minute, Casey.
What's the matter? What are you looking at?
What's that lying to one side of the doorway?
It looks like a man's hat to me.
Sure, I guess that's what it is. I'll pick it up and... Hey, look here.
What?
This is Reed's hat, see?
Mr. Reed's hat? So it is. What on earth could it be doing lying there?
Casey, it's got spots of...
Yes, it has. Axford, something's happened to Mr. Reed. He's been hurt.
Look, there on the floor where the hat was lying.
What do you see?
This. Glory be.
It looks like a loose seal of some kind that somebody dropped there.
Casey, I've seen that before, and that's exactly what it is. Go phone the cops. Tell Gunnigan. Phone the Federal Bureau.
Axford, what is it? Tell me.
St. Patrick help us now. Reed's been waylaid by the worst criminal in the city. That's the seal of the Green Hornet himself.
I followed car to this street, but not in sight now. Maybe one of cars parked on street be same car. So sorry I not get close enough to read number. Must do something. I get out and look at cars on street. Maybe somehow tell if I find right one. If not find the clue soon, perhaps it's too late to be of help. Must not be too late. Mr. Britt, must not.
Wearing the mask he usually wore when riding with the Green Hornet, Cato moved quickly and silently from car to car along the dark, deserted street. After playing his flashlight over a sedan, which was parked near the corner, he was about to leave when something caught his eye.
Oh, think I see something on outside of back door. Yes, Mr. Britt's smart. He leave clue for Cato. Seal of Green Hornet pressed on door of car. Good thing Mr. Britt think to carry some in secret pocket of coat. First, must disconnect wire so car not start easy. Now. Now to look for other seals on doorway of some building nearby, perhaps. Gangsters not know they have Wildcat by tail when they kidnap Mr. Britt. They may be discovered too late they are dealing with Green Hornet.
Meantime, in their hideout, Lou and his two henchmen were gloating over Britt Reed, who was tied hand and foot to a chair.
Take a good look, you guys. That's the big shot who got me sent up. Now it's my turn to do a little crowing.
Hey, the slicker ain't opened his trap since we took him. What's the matter? Is he deep and dumb?
No, only dumb, maybe.
Yeah, that's a Saturday mugger do a lot of yelling and squirming before I'm through with him. Maybe we won't hear him talk, but no one else will ever hear him talk again either.
Oh, why don't you get it over with, Lou, and let's get clear out of this point. You act like a dopey school kid gloating over that stuff, sir.
That's it, Trap. You give the same as he's going to get you punched off him.
Hey, Lou. Hey, they got an extra.
Hey, I'll get down and get one, Johnny.
All right, go ahead, but be careful you ain't seen.
I'll be back in a minute.
Come on, Johnny. Let's leave this close-mouthed punk and go into the next room for a while.
Okay, Lou. But you better get rid of him soon.
The longer he waits, the more he'll worry. We'll be back, big shot. And when we do come back, that's when you pass out. For good.
Take
me one of those papers, guys.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see. Before I go back up, I'll take a look at this paper. Suffering catfish. Your son was offering 10 grand for the return of Britt Reed. Let's see. Anyone given information leading to it? Hey, just gives me an idea. So Lou called me a punch-drunk ham boxer, huh? I'll go into this pool room and do a little phoning right now.
May I help you?
Give me cops headquarters, quick. We'll see who's a dummy around here when the cops pick up Lou and Johnny and I get the dough for turning over the...
Police headquarters.
Hey, I got a tip on where that Reed guy's getting hit at. So I collect the dough if I let you know where he is.
Sure. Where is he? What do you know about him? Who are you?
Don't bust a button, copper. Now listen close. Come down to the corner of West Street and...
So that's... Hang up that phone, you sweet one.
Sure, Lou.
I had a hunch about that extra, so I'll come down to see what you were up to.
Don't use that gun, Lou.
I ain't using it yet, not here. Now, come on, get moving back upstairs and be quick about it. You're going to find out, same as Reed, that nobody double-crosses Lou Barker and gets away with it.
Mr. Britt.
Cato, I know you'd get her sooner or later.
You're very smart. Leave clues for me to follow. Find seal on doorway below. Come up fire escape.
Those gangsters are in the next room. Get me loose, Cato, quick. And don't cut the cords. Untie them.
I bring Hornet mask and gas gun. Also bring Green Hornet top coat and hat, Mr. Britt. Think maybe you need them.
Yes, I have a plan, Cato. With that coat and hat on, they won't recognize my clothes when they see me as the Hornet.
But perhaps they recognize hearing you talk, maybe?
No, I haven't spoken a word since they waylaid me. They don't know the sound of Britt Reed's voice.
You're very smart, Mr. Reed. What you do now?
You come on out in the fire escape with me. I'll tell you exactly what I'm going to do. Lou Barker and his cronies are in for a big surprise.
It's like looking for a needle in a haystack, Ashford. Drat the guy. If he'd only told me which corner on West Street.
I get the jitters just cruising along like this with Reed in the hands of that sneaking Hornet.
Well, what do you expect me to do? Run up and down West Street yelling, come out, wherever you are. Like a bunch of kids playing hide. Stop the car, Cassidy.
What's the matter, Sarge?
Look, moving along that fire escape.
Holy crow. It looks like the Green Hornet himself.
Sure, and another guy with him. Come on.
Dooley was putting in the call of the car.
Holy smoke, Lou. We better blow out of here.
Calm down. I got to him in time. And this time I won't mess.
No, killer. Hey, look, coming in that open window.
That's the Green Hornet.
Right the first time,
Hey, what do
mastermind.
you want here? Coming in to horn in on getting a reward for that Reed guy, huh?
No, chump, I don't share rewards with small-time crooks like you. I take all or none.
I had a personal reason for bringing that jerk here, and you ain't going to interfere, see?
Hey, Lou, I don't like this. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad
So
idea.
help me, Johnny, if you go back on
No,
my
Lou. Take it easy. I'm with you.
Okay, then. I'm going to the next room and finish what I started, see? You and Slugger keep this overrated mutt from interfering. Out of my way, you.
You're not going anyplace, Log.
Get him, Hornet. He ain't so hot. Get him.
Get the Hornet, trying to do something. Get
Take it, Log.
Johnny, he got gas. I can't breathe.
Hey, he got Lou. Help me, Slugger.
Why should I? The Hornet's on my side in this fight. Get him, Hornet.
Thanks. You can walk.
Hey, I give up. Don't. Not gas. No.
Nice work, Hornet.
You're next, Slugger. I don't deal with killers.
No, get...
Oh, police come. You don't need help with the gangsters. Very good fight.
Thanks. Get out the window quick, Cato. Tie me up in the next room before the police find me. Oh, come on, hurry.
Looks like a big fight was going on here. Look at that, will you?
3 of them. All out for the count of 10. I wonder who did it to him, Sarge.
I ain't sure yet, but I do know this looks like the work of the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet, eh? Then if he was here, Reed must be around here someplace. Reed! Reed!
Help in here! Only be. It's him, all right. In that next room. Come on.
Reed! The saints be praised you're safe.
Yes, you got here just in time, actually.
Sure, you're a sight for sore eyes, Reed. That you are. I could stand here just and look at you all night.
Ashford, Do you think Mr. Reed likes to be all tied up like that while you stand around looking at him like a hen at a lost chick?
Yes, how about cutting these cords, Axford?
That I will, Reed, that I will. I'll have you free in a jiffy. There.
Oh, thanks, Axford. That's much better. Well, by the way, Sergeant Burke, those 3 rough-looking men, did you catch them?
That we did, Reed. Every last one of them.
Good. They're all killers, and we're planning to take my life.
Well, no, Reed, don't go worrying. We're here to see that nothing happens to you. Yeah, and we're sorry to tell you, Mr. Reed, but the worst of the lot got away. He and those 3 out there must have had a falling out about something. Sarge is referring to the Green Hornet, Reed. And as sorry I am we didn't get here in time to face down that spalpeen. That I am.
I assure you, Axford, he's a mean one to face.
Maybe you were a little bit scared by him, but if I'd have been in your shoes, Reed, I'd have turned the tables on him somehow and brought him in alive. That I would. My one ambition is to take that Hornet by the arm and lead him into the central office to collect that reward.
Take my arm, Axford, and help me up. I'm still a little shaky.
Oh, sure. There you are. You're sure lucky to have the likes of Michael Axford around to get you out of the clutches of that sneaking jackanapes, the Green Hornets.
Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Hornet Does It. The Green Hornet strikes again. Jack Kenley stood watching as the guard at the state prison unlocked the last iron gate that meant the outside and freedom once more.
Okay, Kenley. That is.
Thanks.
Take a good rest and then get yourself a decent job. You'll soon forget the 3 years you put in up here. So long.
So long.
Hey, Jack.
What?
Over here. We come to meet you, Jack. This is a friend of mine, Sox Harris.
Glad to know you, Kenley.
Yeah. Same here.
Come on, get in.
Well, Okay.
Get going, Sox. You don't say much, Jack. Aren't you glad we met you?
Sure. But I was thinking.
What?
Why did you meet me, Steve?
Listen to him, Sox. Thinks because he's done a little time in stir, his friends have given him up. Is that it, Jack?
Look, Steve. You came to meet me out of the kindness of your heart. Let it go at that. But, well, I know you better than that.
I guess you don't appreciate us coming all the way up here for him, huh, Steve?
Jack's the suspicious kind, that's all, Sox.
Oh, so that's it. Guess being in stir makes a guy like that, huh?
Listen, you. Keep your mouth shut.
No. Take it easy, Jack. Sox didn't mean anything by what he said. Can't you take a little kidding?
Yeah, I was just kidding, Jack.
Well, I'm not in the mood for kidding, see? I didn't ask you guys to come here to meet me anyway.
Look, Jack, you've had a tough time.
You'll need help getting back on your feet. And I've got something lined up that'll give you all you need for a while.
Are you crazy? Don't you realize I've just left the pen after a 3-year stretch? I'm not in line for any job, unless it's on the level.
Aren't you forgetting something, Jack?
Like what, for instance?
I've got evidence against you that could send you back to the pen. Remember?
Why, you...
Look out, you want to wreck us, you fool?
We almost run off the road that time.
And cut out the cracks in the threats, you hear?
Why, Jack, you don't sound like an old friend of mine at all when you talk that way. Here we go and line up something that'll put us in the dough. We count you in, come to meet you. Then you talk like a stir-happy dope.
Well, that's the way I feel.
And listen, you're going to help us. And that's that.
Wait a minute.
Oh, you wait a minute. The old hijacking racket is here to pay off again. We know where we can grab off a load of sugar. And we know where to get rid of it. At a high price.
But, Steve,
when you hear the deal and the plans we have, you'll change your mind, Jack. Step on it, Sox.
Yeah.
I want to have a nice long talk with Jack when we get to my place. He'll soon be in the dough in spite of himself.
It was several nights later. A motorboat made its way across the river, heading for a certain warehouse near the city docks.
Here comes a police boat. We better stop.
Okay, shut off the motor. We have the necessary papers, so we don't have to worry. Ahoy there! We're coming aboard. Come ahead, officer. What kind of load are you carrying?
Okay, officer. Got a load of sugar.
Got the papers right here. Let me see them. Carrying sugar, huh? Say, these papers aren't in order. We'll have to take you in until you explain. Both of you board our boat. My man here will bring your boat in. Hey, Jack, stand by to take on 2 passengers.
Okay. Let him come aboard.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That ain't no police boat. Look.
Huh?
Well, I'll be... Hey, you guys aren't cops, and we ain't leaving this boat.
No, we're not. Right.
No, I'll get you for
You
that.
drop out of your gun, Sox.
Yeah, I got him. Should we toss him into the river, Steve?
Now we'll put them in a tender and then set them adrift. Somebody will pick them up sooner or later. Meantime, we have a swell load of sugar that'll bring a big price.
It was well after midnight when Gunnigan, city editor of the Daily Sentinel, received a phone call from Mike Axford, Sentinel reporter.
City room, Daily Sentinel.
Gunnigan, this is Axford. I'm calling from Cops Headquarters.
Oh, it's you. Where the same hill have you been all evening? I've needed somebody to get the dope on... Well, why don't you say so? That's the trouble with you, Mike. You talk all around the bush when you... What's the news you got?
If you'll stop yapping a minute, I'll give it to you. Now listen. 2 guys are bringing a boatload of sugar over from the warehouse across the river. They were stopped by some hijackers posing as cops. Imagine those crooks having the nerve to
Get on with the story.
Oh, yeah. Well, the hijackers tied the guys up and sent them adrift. They were picked up just a while ago.
Who, the crooks?
No, not the crooks. The guys the crooks tied up and sent adrift.
Then the hijackers got away with a load of sugar, huh?
What do you think they did? Sat out there in the middle of the river and made themselves some fudge? Of course they got away with the sugar.
Okay. If the cops got...
No, they ain't. So long.
Oh. Copy, boy. Copy, boy. That's the next street. Pittsburgh gang hijack boatload of sugar. Yes, okay, yes, sir. True, better, good. Give me one of those. Yes, sir. Read all about it. That's the next street. Pittsburgh.
The following morning, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in the city room talking to Gunnigan and Axford.
Those crooks pulled a new angle on the old hijacking racket this time.
Sure. And believe me, Reed, Sarge is about to bust a button over thinking they posed as harbor cops.
Have the cops got any line on them, Axford?
Nope. The boat was found this morning in a cove up the river. They must have run in there to transfer the cargo.
I suppose the police will keep a close watch on the river from now on.
Sure, and more than that.
What do you mean, and more than that?
The cops are going to run a boat over each night with a couple of plainclothesmen on to see if anyone tries to stop it.
Hoping to trick the crooks, huh?
That's the general idea you're going to get.
I should think the crooks would be on guard against something like that if they're smart.
Maybe so. But the cops have to try something. You never can tell. Them crooks might take another crack at it. And if they do, they'll be grabbed.
Well, let us know if the police run into anything, Axford. If they get away with it, others will start hijacking again. Things will just be like they used to be.
I'll stick with the cops, and if anything happens, I'll let you know. You can bet your life Sarge won't let up till he does get a line on them smart Alecs who go around posing as cops. They'll be a plenty sorry when they do get caught. Mark my word.
That night, Jack Kenley was with Steve and Socks in Steve's hideout apartment.
Well, fellas, that job sure went off like clockwork. I disposed of that sugar to a friend who owns a roadhouse.
How about our cut, Steve?
You'll get your cut. After we pull another job.
Listen here, Steve. The cops are watching the river. We can't pull the same sort of job twice. Anyway, why can't we call it quits? Should have gotten enough dough for that sugar to make it worthwhile.
What we're getting for selling that sugar doesn't satisfy me, Jack. I have another job lined up. And it's not on the river.
Not on the river? What is it?
It's another sugar deal.
Another one?
Well, sure. Haven't you heard there's a shortage of sugar? It's one of the few items that are still rationed.
Yeah, but what will we do with this load of sugar if we got it?
I got that plan, too. Don't worry.
Where do we get the load of sugar, Steve?
On the pike. Later tonight. I know just about when it's coming in. And we'll be waiting for it.
Well, them truck drivers are wise. It ain't easy to get him to stop.
He'll stop, all right. I've rigged the siren from the boat onto my car. We'll pull that cop gag again. Get it?
I don't want to have any part of it.
Jack, you're sure hard to convince, aren't you? But you'll come along with us. And like it.
Posing as cops like that. We'll have the whole force out hunting us. Sooner or later, they'll get on our trail.
Yeah, that's right, Steve. Once was bad enough, but they'll go nutty if we keep it up.
Pipe down, Socks. Don't let this guy give you a case of nerves. Naturally, the cops will do everything they can to find the ones who are posing as them.
Yeah, that's what we mean.
But I've got a plan that'll make them look for somebody else.
What do you mean by that?
Who'll they be looking for?
I got it all figured out. And when the time comes, you'll both see what I mean.
Why don't you tell us now?
Yeah, what's the big secret?
Well, there really isn't any big secret. Guess I might as well let you in on it. Now, listen. Here's just how I'm going to work it after we stop that truck tonight.
Are you sure that's a sugar truck ahead of us, Steve?
That's it, all right. Step on it. We'll start closing in.
You're taking a bigger risk than ever, Steve.
Shut up, will you? I guess it's time to sound the siren. Here goes.
He's pulling over.
Stop right behind him. You stay here with the car, Jack. Come on, Socks.
Come on.
Hey, what are you stopping me for? I wasn't... Hey, you ain't cops.
Get out of that truck.
Hey, let go of me, Robbie.
Oh. That did it. You can drive the truck, Socks. We leave him in the ditch with a nice little sign for the cops to follow. That'll keep him busy for a while.
The following morning, in Brett Reed's office, his secretary, Lenore Case, was going over the mail.
These in your basket are the most important, Mr. Reed.
Well, thanks, Miss Case. I'll get at them this afternoon.
Good morning, Reed. Hi, Casey.
What got you out of bed so early, Axford?
Early, is it? Huh. I was at cops' headquarters before you were up, I'll bet you.
Anything new on the hijacking case?
That's what I came to tell you, Reed. I already gave the story to rewrite.
Well, he brought in a story for a change.
Quiet, Casey. This is no time for kidding.
What's the story?
Well, a truck driver was found last night on the pike, in the ditch. He didn't come to till this morning.
Well?
He was stopped on the pike by a car with a siren. He thought it was cops after him.
The same hijackers.
Seems like it.
Sure, but now the cops know who they're looking for.
Really?
Yep. When he was found, there was a seal stuck right on his forehead. 'Twas the seal of none other than the Green Hornet.
morning following the truck holdup, Mike Axford was telling Brett Reed and Miss Case that the driver was found with the seal of the Green Hornet on his forehead and that he'd been stopped by a car with a siren.
In that case, Michael, it must have been the Hornet and his gang who hijacked that boatload of sugar, too.
Sure, that goes without saying. Believe me, Sarge is raving because that Sparpine pulls that cop gag to get people to stop. He's fit to be tied now that he knows it's the Hornet.
Did the truck driver say whoever stopped him was disguised as the Hornet, Axford?
Yeah, he said the guy wore a mask, all right. There was another one, but the driver didn't get a look at him.
I see. What about the men who were stopped in the boat? Did they say it was the Hornet?
Huh. Come to think of it, they didn't, Reed.
I should think they would have if it had been the Hornet who stopped them.
Well, that's what I think.
Oh, all they said was that 2 men came aboard and socked him. There was another waiting in the other boat.
Then why does Sergeant Burke think the Hornet did that job, too?
Hey, you got something there, Reed. I guess the Hornet heard about the hijacking of the boat and decided that siren was a good idea, so he used it on the last job.
That could be the answer, of course.
I'll have to point out what you said to Sarge, Reed. But by the way he's feeling, he'll probably blame both jobs on the Hornet anyway. He ain't in a good mood at all.
I can understand that.
Yes, so can I.
Well, I'll be getting along. Sarge can question them both men again, just to make sure it wasn't a Hornet stopped them.
I'm sure the Green Hornet won't be blamed for both jobs. You can bet on that.
He probably won't.
Who'll give the whole lot the Green Hornet things, Reed?
I guess you're right.
I knew you'd agree with me on that. See you later. So long.
After Axford in this case had left his office, Britt Reed reached Cato at the apartment by private telephone and was giving him certain instructions.
You'd better get that out right away, Cato. It's only 10:30 a.m. now, so it ought to get there by late afternoon.
Yes, sir. I get it right out.
Use the special paper. Be careful of fingerprints.
I'll be very careful, Mr. Britt. Do you think it do a trick, perhaps?
I can't tell, but I hope it'll start things moving. If it does, we'll be going out tonight.
That's good. I'll be ready. Anything else?
That's all. See you at dinner time.
Yes, sir. I'll be here. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Cato.
Late that afternoon at police headquarters.
Hey, what's on your mind, Ernie?
Well, here's a special delivery, Sarge. Just says police headquarters on it.
Well, don't stand there staring at it. Give me it.
What do you think it is, Sarge?
How do I know, Ashford? I ain't one of them mind readers.
Read it.
What do you think I'm going to do? Eat it? Shut up a minute. Let's see now. To the cops. I've read the papers. I don't like to be blamed for things I don't do. I have a lead to those hijacking crooks, and maybe after I get through with them, you can have what's left. The Green Hornet. Glory be.
Holy crow. Let me see that.
Hey, give me that.
I gotta phone the Sentinel. But that knows that... Hold your horse, Sarge. I'll be right back. Gunnigan will make a good story out of this.
Hey, Steve. I just got a later edition of the Sentinel. What of it, Sox? Well, it says the Hunter's sore about being blamed for them holdups. Says he's going to lead to us. He's going to get to us before the cops do his
Pipe down, pipe down. Jack is sleeping in the other room. Let's go down to the bar and talk it over. Come on.
So, the Hornet's after us. Says he's got a lead to us. I'm going to the cops. I've had enough of this. I don't care what Steve does now.
Sox and Steve sat at a table near the window of the bar.
Listen, Sox. You have to be more careful of what you say when Jack's around. The way you came busting in with that newspaper, yelling about the Green Hornet being after us, that was enough to make that jittery dope run to the cops for protection if he'd heard you.
Oh, I wasn't yelling. I don't guess he heard me anyway.
Well, just be more careful, that's all. I don't want any... Hey, wait a minute.
Hey, what's the matter? What are you looking at through the Venetian blinds, Steve?
Look. Over there, waiting at the streetcar stop.
Hey, that looks like Jack.
It is Jack. That street light shining right on his face. He's waiting for a car that's headed downtown.
But I thought he was back at the place sleeping.
Sox, I bet he heard what you said. Maybe he's not up to what I think he might be. We'll have to be sure. Come on.
Where we going? Gonna make him go back to his place?
No. We're going to get the car and follow that streetcar to the place where he gets off. And we'll tail him. If he's not on the level with us, he'll be mighty sorry.
Meantime, Britt Reed had left his office and had gone to his apartment, where Cato was waiting.
I mailed printed note like you say to do, Mr. Britt.
I know. Axford phoned in and said the police received it.
Well, what do you expect to happen now?
I'm hoping one of those crooks will be frightened enough to seek protection from the police. Of course, I'll want to make sure. Also, they may not be able to get him to squeal on the others. So if we could spot him going into headquarters...
Will then Green Hornet risk getting to Crook to make him tell where others are?
That's the general idea. We'll take the Black Beauty and decide on the way just what we will do. Let's go.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. For several hours, Britt and Cato waited in the Black Beauty, which was parked in a dark alley, from which they could watch the entrance to police headquarters. There was little traffic and few people on the street.
Well, how you expect to know if Crook comes, Mr. Britt? We've already been here a very long time.
I figured one of the crooks might fear a visit from the Hornet tonight, and would go to the police for protection. It's taking a long chance, but I'm watching for a man who seems nervous and who hesitates about going in.
Well, no one but police go in and out since we here.
So I noticed. They'd have a shock if they knew the Hornet was watching them.
Well, they not think Green Hornet there to park so close to police. Oh, look. Someone come around corner. He get off streetcar, perhaps.
Yes. We'll watch him closely.
He going toward police station.
That's right. Look. He stopped walking.
He seemed like he going back, maybe.
Wait. There he goes. But he's walking more slowly.
Well, he act peculiar. Keep looking around. You think he man we wait for?
Hard to tell. He's walking by the entrance.
Oh, he not the one. If he go by...
He stopped again. Oh, he's turning around and going back. Cato, I think we'll...
Oh, look. Car coming fast. He's on the wrong side of the street.
On the side that man's on. Cato, start the car, quick. Swing in front of that car and make it pull over to the other side, away from that man.
They shoot at fast.
After them, Cato. They're the men we want.
A short time later, inside police headquarters...
You sure had a narrow escape, fella. Yeah, I did.
I ran out just in time to see the Hornet car leaving.
Yeah, it was the Hornet, all right. The shots came from the other car, like I told you. With Stephen Sox, the two men who made me pull those jobs with him.
Where are they hiding out? Where can we find them?
They found out I came here and followed. They won't go back to the hideout now. They'll get away. But I don't care. I'd rather be in the pen again than have that Hornet after me.
Well, I can't say that I blame you. Of course, you might get time off for turning state's evidence against those other two, if we ever catch them.
It looks to me like them and the Hornet were after you at the same time.
Well, seeing as how you told us the jobs weren't pulled by the Hornet, you can't blame him for getting after you like he did.
But Steve planned the whole thing. It was Steve who had the idea of putting the blame on the Hornet.
Maybe so, but then...
Trouble in space. That's the Hornet's car outside.
Come on. Watch that guy, somebody.
Okay, sir.
Great day. What's this?
Looks like a couple of bodies.
Let's see. Hey, Sarge. They're dead. They're gassed. By the Hornet loadout.
Hey, come on, you guys. Come and help us. Come on. Come on, get them inside.
They might as well be dead. They're out like a light. Give me a hand.
Sure, let's go.
Take his feet there,
Put them down.
Who do you think they are, Sarge?
Hey, that's Steve. In socks. The Hornet caught up with him and brought him here.
Hey, that's exactly what happened. Then you got the whole gang that pulled those hijacking jobs, Sarge.
That's right. And I'm ready to tell all I know. I don't care what Steve does.
Where am I? Where are you? Take a look around, buddy, and you'll soon be finding out.
Cops. Well, how did we get here?
As if you don't know. You were caught by the Green Hornet and gassed, weren't you? That's who brought you here. And dumped you right on the front steps.
He's the guy who said he was smart.
Smart? Oh, him? They don't come too smart for the Hornet, that they don't. Believe me, there's one guy who always comes through with the scoop when he lets loose.
Scoop, you say? I thought I saw a Clarion reporter busting past the door a minute ago. So if you want to keep your job...
Holy crow! Stand by, everybody! I got to phone the sentinel! The Hornet's done it again!
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Come on, get them inside.
They might as well be dead. They're out like a light. Give me a hand.
Sure.
The OTRR Group is a community of enthusiastic fans, avid listeners, and strong supporters of old-time radio. The group's goals include restoring, preserving, and sharing the classic shows from what is commonly known as the Golden Age of Radio, 1930 to 1960. The OTRR Group, comprised of a diverse worldwide group of volunteers, has undertaken many ongoing projects and continues to work hard to preserve our wonderful radio heritage. Visit www.otrr.org for more information.
Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.